Chapter 1. The Hacker. To outsiders, Yanbai appears to be a disheartened youth, idling away his days in a rented room, engrossed in video games and anime, living off the financial support of his parents, a quintessential example of a parasite on society, or perhaps even more aptly, a burden to his father. However, unbeknownst to many, Yanbai is not a languid individual. Rather, he is an ambitious young man who earns his own living expenses and rent. The latest iPhone and 2 computers in his room were all purchased with his own hard-earned money. How does a reclusive homebody manage to accumulate such wealth? Neither through theft nor robbery, for Yanbai possesses a clandestine profession, is a hacker. Although the name Yanbai may not resonate with many, the moniker Invisible Assassin is well known within the hacking community. Anyone who claims ignorance of this title is hardly worthy of being considered a hacker. The Invisible Assassin is said to arrive without a trace and depart without a sound. This title was bestowed upon Yanbai during his university years, when he pursued hacking out of mere curiosity. To his astonishment, he discovered he had a natural talent for it, successfully infiltrating numerous prestigious institutions without ever being detected. In a bid for future notoriety, he even concocted such an embarrassingly juvenile alias. One fateful day, while boasting online among fellow hackers, skepticism arose regarding his achievements. In a moment of desperation, Yanbai divulged sensitive information he had encountered at a certain institution. Upon verification, his peers acknowledged him as a rising star in the hacking realm, thereby solidifying the reputation of the Invisible Assassin. His ability to remain undetected stemmed from the fact that Yanbai never engaged in any overt wrongdoing akin to the difficulty of being caught while merely spying rather than stealing. Yet, even spying is fraught with challenges, hence the title Invisible Assassin is not without merit. However, after leaving university, life's exigencies compelled Yanbai, who initially regarded hacking as a hobby, to reluctantly join a hacking organization. This decision was also influenced by his strong sense of legality, as he wished to avoid engaging in illicit activities. For Yanbai, there seemed to be no other vocation that offered both ease and profitability. Ultimately, he acquiesced. The missions assigned by the hacking organization typically involved stealing corporate secrets, which crossed the line from mere observation to outright theft. Yanbai realized that maintaining his previous anonymity was no longer feasible. Thus, he once again delved into his studies, transitioning from evading detection to becoming untraceable. This feat is something that many aspire to, but few have achieved. Yet, it must be said that Yanbai is indeed a genius, as he successfully devised a method to accomplish this. What followed was an era where the Invisible Assassin became a household name among hackers. One of the most celebrated exploits of the Invisible Assassin, which also marked his rise to fame, was his audacious infiltration of the CIA of Country M, leading the agency to trace his activities back to the White House itself. This narrative sets the stage for future developments, allowing for the enhancement of his abilities and powers without further honing his hacking skills. In an instant, the reputation of the Invisible Assassin spread throughout the hacking community. Yet, this was not a reckless act, it was a calculated move for his future. Without a reputation, how could he increase his worth? How could others seek his assistance? Little did Yanbai anticipate that this incident would spiral into such a grand affair, necessitating a temporary retreat. During this hiatus, he developed a newfound passion for comics, avidly consuming the 3 major manga series. Recently, Yanbai joined an online group and found himself embroiled in a heated debate regarding the storyline of One Piece. As is widely known, until the manga is officially released, no one can predict its developments. Despite his reasoned arguments, others disregarded him. Who is Yanbai, you ask? He is a titan in the hacking realm. And how could he tolerate being dismissed? After days of futile contention, an epiphany struck him. What am I? I am a hacker. Why should I engage in trivial disputes with these amateurs? I shall seek the truth directly. How does one uncover the truth? Naturally, by infiltrating the studio behind One Piece. With determination, Yanbai powered on the aging computer tucked away in the corner of his room. Despite its antiquated appearance, this machine housed formidable specifications. It was, after all, the very computer that had launched his career, and he had an emotional attachment to it, having replaced most of its components over time. As the computer booted up, Yanbai's excitement surged. He had no intention of leaking any drafts from the One Piece studio. He merely needed to feign prophetic insight, ultimately positioning himself as a soothsayer with ease. Once the computer was operational, Yanbai's fingers flew across the keyboard, his lips murmuring an indecipherable tune. One Piece, oh One Piece, please open your doors wide. Do not fear, do not shout, I shall merely take a peek. Gradually, his exhilaration mounted, his words becoming increasingly incoherent. Though Yen Bai had performed countless infiltrations before, this one was different. It concerned something he was deeply passionate about. It's coming, the moment of truth. One Piece, unveil your mysterious veil to me. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as though One Piece were his beloved. At the climax of the operation, he could not help but exclaim in a tone reminiscent of Luffy, "One Piece, I shall claim you." With a smirk, he was about to press the final enter key. At that very moment, a childlike voice rang out from behind him. "Since you have so earnestly made a wish, I shall grant it." "Who?" Yenbai exclaimed in shock. There should not be anyone else here. Was it a ghost? Realizing this, he instinctively pressed the enter key. The monitor flickered to life, displaying the pages of One Piece, but Yenbai could not spare a glance, his reflexes compelling him to turn around. Yet before he could fully pivot, he was suddenly shoved from behind and fell headlong into the computer, plunging into the world of One Piece. What the hell? Just 2 words emerged, but Yenbai found himself utterly vanished. Instead, a small child floated in midair, gleefully clapping his hands and laughing. "Ha ha, I've done another good deed today. Time to go find mommy for my reward." With that, he too vanished from sight. Little did Yenbai know that his whimsical song had been interpreted by a divine child as the most sincere wish, which had now been granted. Whether to laugh or cry, Yenbai found himself at a loss. Wealth, fame, and power were once possessed by the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, who, before his demise, left behind a single phrase that stirred the hearts of people around the world, urging them to set sail. "Do you wish to claim my treasure? If you desire it, go forth to the Grand Line and seek it. I left everything there." Thus, the world embarked on a journey toward the sea, heralding the great pirate era. It has been over 20 years since the death of the Pirate King, and those familiar with the storyline of One Piece know that it was in this very year that Luffy set sail. In the East Sea, aboard a naval warship, a spacious cabin housed a young man who lay sprawled across a desk in slumber. Upon closer inspection, the room was lavishly decorated, clearly belonging to the ship's highest-ranking officer. "What's happening? How did I fall asleep?" Yenbai awoke groggily, suddenly recalling something, and instantly jolted awake. He sprang from his chair, turning alertly. "Who? Huh? No one." When Yenbai turned back around, he realized he was no longer in his own room. The opulent chamber resembled an office of sorts, though the door and adjacent window appeared rather peculiar. The decor felt oddly familiar, yet Yenbai had no time to ponder it. He hurried to the window to observe the scenery outside. The sea, an endless expanse of ocean. Had he been kidnapped? If Yenbai were an ordinary person, he might not have jumped to such conclusions, but as the invisible assassin, he sensed that his true identity had been uncovered, and he was about to be apprehended by Country M. Should he comply, he might find himself working for Country M. Should he resist, he could face a lifetime behind bars. Cold sweat began to pour down his brow as these thoughts coursed through him. Defeated, he slumped back in the chair, realizing this was what they termed house arrest. The living conditions were comfortable, yet the inability to leave was suffocating. Yenbai dared not venture outside, even if he did. How could he escape alone in the middle of the ocean? In a fit of boredom, Yenbai began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened in recognition, spotted something familiar. Indeed, something he knew well, a white cloak, strikingly flamboyant. Yet, that was not the focal point. The true significance lay in the 2 bold characters emblazoned on the cloak: Justice. Chapter 2. Colonel John, what on earth is happening here? Is it possible that I, knowing my fondness for One Piece, intentionally donned this cloak to engage in cosplay? Yenbai is not a fool. He understands that such a ludicrous explanation is entirely implausible. With a burgeoning suspicion in his heart, he began to examine his own body with a delayed sense of realization. The garments adorning him were nothing like the ones he had previously worn. They appeared exquisitely luxurious, reminiscent of noble attire. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Clothing could be changed, but one's body could not simply be swapped out. To his astonishment, Yenbai discovered that his physique was now imbued with vigor and exceptional health. It was common knowledge that a reclusive individual such as himself, who had spent countless years confined to his room, possessed a rather frail body, slightly overweight even. But now, a robust physique. A perfect form, though not muscular in the conventional sense, could sense that with a mere flick of his fist, he could shatter the table before him. However, Yenbai refrained from testing this theory if he were to indeed break it. The resulting noise would surely attract attention, and he was at a loss as to how he would face anyone. As he surveyed his surroundings once more, his gaze fell upon a small door within the room. An independent restroom? Under normal circumstances, that should be the case, but Yenbai approached with utmost caution, gently knocking on the door. After confirming that no one was inside, he carefully opened it. As expected, it was a private restroom, and with a restroom comes a mirror precisely what Yanbai was seeking. Upon entering the restroom and gazing into the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback, despite having mentally prepared himself. A strikingly handsome young man stared back at him, with a hint of a tan suggesting he had been sun-kissed rather than possessing a naturally fair complexion. This only served to enhance his appeal, making him appear healthier and more vibrant. Yet this visage could not possibly belong to the pale-skinned otaku that Yanbai had been. He had traversed realms. He had indeed crossed over into the world of One Piece, and if his assumptions were correct, he seemed to have assumed the role of a naval officer. One could not deny the absurdity, the humor, and the helplessness of this reality. After pinching himself countless times until his thigh felt numb, he finally accepted this bizarre truth. However, unlike many other transmigrators, Yanbai did not feel an overwhelming excitement. He was not a complete otaku on Earth. He was the renowned hacker invisible assassin, with wealth and fame aplenty. Now, finding himself in the world of One Piece, while it appeared intriguing, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Moreover, his identity was one of the most perilous professions, a naval officer or a pirate. The high mortality rate was one thing typically individuals who reach such heights possess considerable strength. Yet, Yanbai had no memories of this body whatsoever. Even if the previous owner had been a naval admiral, Yanbai had no means to wield such power, at least until he could regain his strength. He found himself in a precarious situation. And could one guarantee that this boat's former owner was a formidable figure? If they had merely been a minor character, even if Yanbai reclaimed his strength, he could easily be dispatched by others. As one of the top hackers, Yanbai was a Sudotaku. He remained remarkably composed. At this moment, he wished fervently to be a genuine otaku, as their excitement would drown out any fears of the future, propelling them to strive for greatness, seizing the spotlight from the original protagonist, Luffy. Regardless of the outcome, such ambition was commendable. Alas, the calm Yanbai could not deceive himself. His ascent to becoming one of the strongest hackers was rooted in practicality. If something was unattainable, it simply was not achievable. He never indulged in fanciful dreams, instead choosing to continuously enhance himself until he could succeed. Thus, the current Yanbai would not entertain the notion of delusion. Since he had accepted the reality of his transmigration, his thoughts turned to survival, how to exist without arousing suspicion while simultaneously seeking to reclaim and enhance his strength. Even if he could not stand atop this world's pinnacle through sheer might, he would wield his intellect to ensure that none would dare underestimate him. This was his pride as the Hacker King, invisible assassin. No matter where he found himself, Yanbai refused to lead a life devoid of purpose. Although he had yet to decide whether to remain a naval officer or follow the tides of time as a pirate, he believed that if a naval officer were to defect and become a pirate, the bounty on his head would surely be substantial. Hence, this choice must be made with utmost caution. One should never act without absolute certainty. Of course, at this juncture, Yanbai remained unaware that often, fate had a way of rendering one utterly helpless. Fully composed, Yanbai closed his eyes to attune himself to every aspect of this body. First and foremost, he found that he could comprehend the language and script here, which brought him a measure of comfort. At least he could deceive others if necessary. While he could not perceive many other sensations, he was acutely aware that he retained the instincts of this body. Language was an instinct, as was strength, provided, of course, that Yanbai understood how to utilize it. To illustrate, if Yanbai had transmigrated as Usopp, he would possess Usopp's sharpshooting skills. However, if he had become Zoro, a mere swing of the sword would feel fluid, yet he would lack the mastery of his techniques. As Yanbai returned to his seat, preparing to further familiarize himself with his new body, a series of knocks suddenly echoed through the air. Startled, Yanbai froze in his chair, too tense to utter a word. The knocking persisted, clearly waiting for a response from within, yet he was paralyzed by fear. Any movement could expose him. He was still unprepared to confront whoever lay beyond the door. Finally, the persistent knocking ceased, and the voice from outside called out, "Colonel John. Colonel John, your lunch is ready." Upon hearing these words, Yanbai regained his composure. Most importantly, he confirmed that he understood the language here and could speak it as well. Moreover, given the context of the conversation, it appeared that he was indeed a naval colonel, and the demeanor of the person outside indicated that this colonel held a significant amount of authority. "Come in," Yanbai said softly, compelled to respond in this situation. With half-closed eyes, he anxiously gazed at the doorway, feigning the demeanor of someone just awakened. Careful not to arouse suspicion, the visitor merely cast a fleeting glance at Yanbai before swiftly placing the lunch on the table. "Colonel John, your lunch is here," announced the crew member, dressed in plain naval attire. Yanbai offered no reply, waiting several seconds, during which the man grew visibly anxious, fearing he had erred in some way. In truth, Yanbai's intent was not to intimidate. Rather, he sought to ascertain whether this Colonel John was indeed himself. Fortunately, it appeared that this Colonel John was not the approachable type. His subordinates regarded him with a measure of trepidation, which further concealed any potential issues. Even if doubts arose, no one dared voice them. With a slight nod, Yanbai chose not to elaborate, and the man, as if liberated, hurriedly departed. Phew, John. It seems this will be my name henceforth. Yanbai exhaled in relief. John, a name inspired by the renowned hacker John Draper, known as Captain Crunch, seemed fitting for a pirate character. Naturally, the protagonist's identity would unfold with complexity, and the surname would reveal itself in due course. John glanced at the exquisitely prepared lunch, but found himself devoid of appetite. He resumed his earlier task, organizing his abilities. Prominently displayed on the table were two striking handguns, unmistakably belonging to him, Colonel John. As he grasped one, a wave of familiarity washed over him. The handgun felt as though it were an extension of his very being, comfortable in his grip. Instinctively, he began to spin the weapon several times, a motion that startled him. After all, he had only witnessed such feats in films, and now he could effortlessly replicate it without causing an accidental discharge. It appeared that this John was indeed a skilled marksman, due to the stringent gun control in his previous life and a youthful fascination with firearms. John felt an exhilarating thrill holding the gun. After some playful experimentation, he hesitated to truly fire it, suppressing the impulse for the moment. His gaze shifted to the two long knives resting quietly against the table's edge. Chapter 3. Omnipotent or ineffectual? The dual wielder or the versatile one? Could it be that he is so extraordinarily proficient? John internally scoffed as he set aside the twin pistols and grasped a nearby blade. With a swift motion, the glimmer of the cold steel flashed before him. What a magnificent sword! Even for someone like John, who lacked expertise in bladed weapons. It was evident that this was a remarkable piece. Moreover, the familiarity it exuded in his hand was reminiscent of the pistols he had just wielded. With a few simple flourishes, he found it remarkably effortless. John was now convinced that these two blades, much like his firearms, were not mere decorations. They were instruments he had genuinely mastered in a former life. Omnipotent. It appeared that this body possessed a commendable foundation, far from the weakness he had feared. A sense of relief washed over him. This was a source of comfort, for if he could reclaim the abilities of this body, he was indeed worthy of the rank of a colonel. However, the term omnipotent is often disparaged as synonymous with ineffectual. Indeed, while one may dabble in many skills, true mastery in any single domain eludes most. This mirrors the narratives found in numerous fantasy novels, where the dual cultivation of martial and magical prowess is often met with skepticism, for human energy is finite. Excelling in one discipline is already a commendable feat. Though a breadth of learning may seem advantageous in the early stages, once specialists in a particular field surpass their limits and achieve true mastery, the difference is monumental. Their strength far eclipses that of the versatile individual who has not yet transcended their own limitations. Of course, should a polymath excel in every area, they would indeed be the most formidable of all. But, as previously noted, human energy is constrained. For a versatile individual, the challenge of achieving even a single breakthrough is substantially greater than that faced by a specialist. Thus, versatility is often undervalued. John was undoubtedly exceptionally versatile, and even more so than one might imagine, for he not only wielded firearms and blades, but was also remarkably adept in hand-to-hand combat. This martial prowess was not merely an ancillary skill acquired by a swordsman, but a true mastery of the art of combat. Speaking of Colonel John, he was indeed a legendary figure. Born into nobility, his lineage was extraordinarily distinguished. He was a prince of a certain kingdom. Yet, from a young age, John idolized heroes and did not wish to remain a mere ordinary prince in his homeland. Consequently, he concealed his surname and enlisted in the Navy under an assumed identity. Naturally, the Navy would not accept individuals of unknown origin. In truth, John's identity was no secret among the upper echelons of the Navy. It was simply unknown to him. Thus, in many respects, the higher authorities were facilitating John's endeavors. It was as if John had always been a marksman. Both pistols were gifts from his youth. And as a prince, they were far from ordinary. Indeed, they were exquisite firearms. John also received specialized training within the Navy, akin to having a privileged apprenticeship. The young man possessed considerable talent, allowing him to swiftly reach a plateau. Yet, breaking through such a plateau is no easy task, in truth. Most individuals often stumble upon breakthroughs in moments of life and death. Those who succeed become paragons of their era, while those who fail may find themselves on a path to demise. John, as a prince, was well aware of the constraints imposed upon him, which deterred anyone from acting recklessly. Thus, his progress stagnated at this juncture. His marksmanship, though impressive among ordinary individuals, proved futile in the presence of true masters. Consequently, John turned his focus to swordsmanship. Being a prince, he swiftly acquired 2 exquisite blades. The Navy once again dispatched specialists for his training, and John's swordplay improved rapidly, hinting at the potential to become a swordmaster. Regrettably, he found himself hampered by the same limitations, reaching an impasse. Ultimately, John did not relent. Whispers of CP9 training reached his ears, and he petitioned his superior for participation. After deliberation, the higher-ups, perhaps recognizing John's talent, consented, believing that this opportunity might facilitate his breakthrough. CP9, however, was an organization marked by brutality. Those who entered often faced grim fates, with survival being a rare exception. Due to his unique status, John became one of the unfortunate souls who survived without achieving success. Many regarded John's predicament as a jest, yet numerous others admired his perseverance. However, the harsh reality remained. One is often judged by their victories or defeats, and John's failure rendered him a subject of ridicule. In terms of learning, John found himself at a standstill. His future path would have to be navigated through personal experience. Consequently, the Navy released him from headquarters, assigning him the rank of colonel in the East Blue. Given John's capabilities, this was not merely a matter of favoritism. He possessed the requisite skill to serve as a naval colonel. Being stationed in the East Blue was also a protective measure, as everyone was aware that the pirates in this region were notably weaker, effectively safeguarding the prince. The Navy faced a dilemma. John was undeniably a promising candidate, and had he been an ordinary individual, they would have thrust him into perilous situations for his development. Alas, John's royal lineage necessitated a more cautious approach, shielding him from danger. Regardless of his potential, John was not yet in a position to grasp his true strength, having not yet rediscovered it. When it came to swords, even the finest blades did not invoke the same exhilaration he felt for firearms. After a few lackluster swings, he set them aside and began to search for other items of interest. What was this? John stumbled upon an iron box reminiscent of a pencil case, yet placed in a location of significant importance. Beneath it lay a multitude of documents, accompanied by a larger square box. To John's mind, if the iron box were filled with diamonds, then the square box must contain a magnificent pearl. Since everything in this space belonged to him, driven by curiosity, John proceeded to open it. Upon unveiling the iron box, he was surprised to find it was not filled with diamonds, but rather bullets. Indeed, bullets. John marveled at the sight of 2 neat rows arranged within the box. Could these bullets be crafted from diamonds? He picked one up, scrutinizing it carefully, yet found no discernible issues. After carefully placing it back, John, though unable to discern much, did not underestimate the significance of the bullets. Such precious items could hardly be treated with the same disregard as a casually discarded magazine. It was evident that these were no ordinary rounds. John speculated they might be the latest type capable of demolishing an entire room with a single shot. After securing the iron box, John's attention shifted to the square box. He no longer entertained the notion that it contained a luminous pearl. Could it, too, be something that enhances one's abilities, akin to the bullets? Indeed. What mattered most to John now was power. With a heart brimming with excitement, he opened the square box, and his eyes widened in astonishment as saliva dripped from his mouth. What delectable treasures lay within? No. On the contrary, the contents were notoriously unpalatable. Yet, it was this very item that provoked John's salivation. The devil fruit. Indeed, it was the devil fruit, each one valued in the hundreds of millions. A treasure priceless in the market. John could scarcely believe that such a gem was aboard his ship. Without hesitation, he took it out. Neglecting to wash it or consider its unappetizing taste, indifferent to the nature of its powers, John was poised to sink his teeth into the devil fruit. Suddenly, he froze, a shiver coursing through him as he swiftly withdrew the fruit. A grave thought struck him. Why had the original owner of this body refrained from consuming the devil fruit? Perhaps he had no desire to become a wielder of powers, much like Zoro or Usopp, who remained devoid of such abilities. Yet, John could not afford to gamble, for he feared a more dire possibility, that this body had already partaken of a devil fruit. Chapter 4. What power? Only after calming down did John begin to scrutinize the enigmatic devil fruit before him. Its unique patterns and the fruit's unidentified variety left him perplexed. Lacking the legendary Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, John was unable to ascertain the nature of this fruit's powers. Even if the encyclopedia existed, it would merely catalog the abilities of previously documented devil fruits, leaving many potential powers unknown. Much like the two fruits possessed by CP9, consuming them was a gamble. With a stroke of luck, one might acquire a beneficial ability. There are no inherently weak devil fruits, only fruit users lacking strength. Of course, in John's perspective, while this notion held some merit, it was primarily rhetorical, akin to the NBA's assertion that there are no weak teams, serving more as encouragement for the less fortunate. To John, the Logia type was indisputably devoid of weak users. Merely consuming a Logia fruit could grant one the might of a bounty in the millions. Furthermore, Logia users are not constrained by the might of top-tier adversaries, as exemplified by the current admirals of the Navy. Once consumed, one is powerful from the outset and retains that strength, truly a broken type of fruit. Next comes the Paramecia type, which boasts a plethora of fruit varieties and diverse capabilities. Yet, strong figures like Whitebeard have made it clear that Paramecia users stand at the pinnacle of the world. Initially, Paramecia may seem less conspicuous, but once one masters Hawkeye, the advantages of Logia abilities diminish significantly, while Paramecia still provides a substantial boost in strength. Thus, many top-tier powerhouses belong to this category. Lastly, we have the Zoan type, which offers physical enhancements. Although initially inferior to Logia and some Paramecia fruits, its value wanes in the later stages, rendering it arguably the weakest category. However, within this category exist exceptional varieties such as mythical Zoan and ancient breeds. If one were fortunate enough to consume such a fruit, it could rival even Logia types. In summary, consuming a devil fruit is akin to gambling. Some powerful individuals disdain the idea of consuming devil fruits, for doing so introduces the inherent weakness of the sea. Conversely, those who do not consume fruits, once they grasp Hawkeye, become formidable opponents due to their lack of vulnerabilities. Nonetheless, for John, to forego the opportunity to consume a devil fruit would be sheer folly. Having traversed into the world of One Piece, one would expect him to diligently train rather than abstain from such a powerful fruit. How could he face his former companions online if they were to learn of his inaction? Despite being unable to discern the specific abilities or category of the fruit before him, John was resolute in his desire to consume it. This was a devil fruit. After all, priceless and elusive, something many might never encounter in their lifetime. For John, this might be his singular chance. Thus, he felt compelled to act without hesitation. Had he not suddenly recalled that one could not consume a second devil fruit and remained uncertain of his own potential as a user, he would have devoured the fruit already. What to do? Am I truly a person of ability? John murmured anxiously to himself. After all, with a devil fruit lying before him, he felt a profound unease. Possessing such a treasure could invite peril, lacking the strength to safeguard it. He feared that news of the devil fruit might attract others intent on seizing it. Even without such threats, unexpected events could arise. At present, John found himself devoid of any memories regarding this matter and was uncertain of how to wield the powers of the devil fruit. Should he venture out and inquire of others whether he possessed any abilities? Such an approach would surely lead to immediate suspicion. Even a subtle inquiry would be fraught with risk. If he had previously concealed his fruit-derived powers and others remained oblivious, hastily consuming it could result in catastrophic consequences. John could not afford such a gamble. Calm down. There must be a solution. John admonished himself, patting his head to regain composure. He glanced at his lunch. Perhaps it was best to eat first. He took a few bites, savoring the delightful flavors. As a naval colonel, the meals were prepared with care. How could they possibly lack in taste? Gradually, John's heart settled as he gazed through the window at the clouds above, reflecting on how astonishing it was that he had truly traversed into another world. He pondered what expressions his loved ones might wear upon discovering his absence or demise. Yet, such thoughts were futile now. The only way he could honor them was to live well in this new realm. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated John's mind. How foolish he had been. Where was he? At sea. And what abounded in the sea? Naturally, seawater. Wasn't seawater known to negate the powers of those who consumed devil fruits? If he could procure some seawater for verification, he would discern whether he was indeed an ability user. With this exhilarating thought, his appetite dissipated, and he promptly strode toward the door. Colonel John, is there something you require? A soldier stationed nearby saluted and inquired. Have someone collect the leftover food inside, and bring me a basin of seawater, swiftly. John commanded nonchalantly. Though the soldier was puzzled about the colonel's intention for the seawater, he adhered to the principle of not questioning a superior and complied without further comment. John exhaled in relief. In his excitement, he had rushed out, yet it seemed no one dared to challenge him. This indicated he was, for the moment, shielded from potential exposure. Since he had ventured out, he decided against returning indoors immediately. However, to avoid drawing attention, he refrained from wandering about and leaned against the railing, observing the industrious sailors below. A naval warship. Truly, it exuded an impressive aura, John mused. The efficiency of his subordinates was commendable. Shortly thereafter, they delivered the seawater to him. He hurried back inside, secured the door, and with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, plunged his hands into the basin of seawater. Chilled yet entirely unremarkable, with no trace of weakness in his limbs, John, exercising caution, decided to taste the substance himself. It was undeniably salty indeed. It was seawater. This realization meant that he was no longer endowed with abilities. Upon arriving at this conclusion, John wasted no time. He retrieved the devil fruit he had previously encountered and took a decisive bite. The taste was utterly repugnant, nearly prompting him to expel it. Yet he swiftly pinched his nose and consumed it all in one go. Taking a deep breath, John attuned his senses. Finding no indications of an impending explosion within his body, which alleviated his anxiety. With eyes closed, he concentrated on the powers bestowed upon him by the devil fruit. Remarkably, it was as if he were learning a skill in a video game. He instinctively understood how to wield his newfound abilities. However, upon attempting to manifest them, he felt no discernible effect, leading him to believe it was not a natural type. A hint of disappointment flickered within him. Yet he maintained his resolve and raced to the restroom, for if it were indeed a Zoan type, its essence would surely reveal itself in his appearance. Upon entering the restroom, John was taken aback. Indeed, anyone would be startled to see a set of clothing floating inexplicably in the air. Chapter 5. After great joy comes great sorrow. Is this the power of a fruit of my own making? John was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. This was partly due to his mental preparation. He had come to terms with the fact that he could accept any bizarre occurrence. After all, if the fruit were of a more fearsome animal variety, the situation might be far more terrifying than what he currently faced. John hastily relinquished his ability and discovered that he had indeed returned to normal. He then activated his power once more, causing his garments to float in midair. He pinched his own body and touched the surrounding objects, ultimately confirming that he could still feel his own form, and his hands were perfectly normal. They had not transformed into air or any other peculiar substance. Thus, there was only one possibility left. He had become transparent. A transparent fruit? Wasn't that the very ability of Absalom, one of the three formidable subordinates of Gecko Moria from the original One Piece? How did it end up in his possession? John calmed himself and began to analyze the situation. There were three plausible scenarios that came to mind, considering the timeline. First, it could be that the current era is still quite early, and the transparent fruit only reappeared after his death, subsequently falling into Absalom's hands. Second, perhaps he had fortuitously consumed the fruit before Absalom had the chance, which would be understandable. After all, the former John had inexplicably refrained from consuming such a devil fruit, allowing it to eventually fall into Absalom's possession, or rather into Moria's hands, who then distributed it to Absalom. Such a scenario was entirely plausible. The third possibility was that this era was considerably later, long after Luffy's time, and that he acquired the transparent fruit only after Absalom's demise. Of course, among these three possibilities, John leaned towards the second. This inclination was not entirely subjective. In his view, no matter how he had traversed into this realm, it must inevitably be connected to the original narrative of One Piece. If the timeline were incongruent, then the entire premise of his journey would be utterly absurd. With this thought, John became exhilarated once again. The transparent fruit was indeed a marvel, a tool for voyeurism, a dream for countless young men. How could one not feel elated at having acquired such an inexplicable gift? John could already envision himself infiltrating a women's bathhouse of him. Halt. Such lewd thoughts could not possibly be his own. After all, he was a benefactor to half of humanity, the women. If such a nefarious fruit were to fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, like the exceedingly lascivious Absalom from the original tale, it would spell disaster for all women, with the conviction of if I do not descend into hell, who will? John felt that this fruit was safer in his possession. Naturally, having consumed it, no one could compel him to relinquish it. As John endeavored to safeguard his own life, he simultaneously exercised caution to conceal his abilities. Should his powers be revealed, he would find himself under the scrutiny of others, which, aside from the formidable implications on his strength, would render future surveillance exceedingly difficult. Alas, I misspoke. Such matters of secrecy ought not to be trivialized. Rather, the importance of strength prevails. If others were to anticipate his capabilities and take precautionary measures, John's abilities would become utterly futile. After all, his power merely grants him invisibility, not the ability to traverse walls. However, with the reference of Absalom's information from the original work, John discerned the trajectory for the development of his abilities. While he remained uncertain if this would lead to the ultimate outcome, he recognized that his fruit's power could render himself transparent, along with anything or anyone he touched. Presently, it appeared that he had only achieved the most rudimentary form of invisibility, unable to make even his clothing transparent, thus hindering his capacity to affect other objects or living beings. The journey ahead was indeed daunting. At the very least, he aspired to first achieve transparency for his garments. John pondered this, for he was not one to revel in exposure. Would he need to strip bare and run about in a state of undress to utilize his fruit's power? Although others could not perceive him, he still felt a profound discomfort, akin to the fable of the emperor's new clothes. There are no weak fruit abilities, only weak wielders of such powers. John silently recited this mantra, contemplating that he ought to possess a higher intellect and greater potential than that lecherous Absalom. Surely, the transparent fruit was not a mere triviality, and he was confident that he could cultivate more capabilities in due time. Even that seemingly inconsequential rubber fruit had allowed Luffy to elevate his strength through various transformations. He believed he too could discover a more fitting path. Nevertheless, such contemplation seemed a touch premature, as he had yet to master even the basics. Thoughts of running were beyond his current grasp. John recognized that his initial objective was to reach the level of Absalom as depicted in the original narrative. Thus, he established short-term goals. First, to restore his former strength, and second, to hone the newly acquired fruit abilities. Once he achieved his personal standards in these areas, he could contemplate future endeavors. Now, he needed to address the most pressing issue of all, how to navigate his amnesia without arousing suspicion. Returning to his seat, John opened the drawer where he had previously stored the devil fruit, remembering that it contained numerous documents. He surmised that within those papers, he might uncover information pertinent to himself. However, upon reading the first page, his expression changed drastically. The calm demeanor he had previously maintained was now shattered. This is a straightforward command list, its meaning quite simple. Dispatch Colonel John to escort the devil fruit to the Sagacity archipelago. Curse it. There is only one devil fruit here, and it is evident that the item to be escorted is the very one that has already been consumed by John. At last, John understands why the previous John refrained from consuming this fruit. It was neither foolishness nor unwillingness, but sheer trepidation. Simultaneously, John speculates that perhaps his task of escorting the devil fruit to the Sagacity archipelago led him unwittingly through the perilous Devil's Triangle, where he fell prey to the gluttonous Moonlight Moria, ultimately resulting in the fruit landing in Ab's possession. One must ponder. Which of the 7 warlords would deign to concern themselves with a mere junior naval officer? In the original narrative, shadows were snatched from the Navy, suggesting he might have been among them. Although these thoughts are mere conjectures on John's part, he believes there is a significant likelihood of their accuracy. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Initially, John envisioned that they were merely patrolling the seas before returning to their own territory. It is known that although the colonel holds a modest rank within the Navy headquarters, he is a considerable authority in the outside world, typically overseeing at least one island as its chief executive. Upon returning to his domain, he would reign supreme, akin to a local emperor, allowing him to gradually uncover his origins and familiarize himself with his own capabilities, for within his territory, no one would dare question him. He could then methodically ascertain the identities of his superiors, relatives, friends, and colleagues, ultimately usurping their positions. However, all of this has now become a mere fantasy. Not only has he consumed the task item, but he is also about to confront naval officers whose identities, ranks, and powers far exceed his own. This is tantamount to courting death. The ship remains unscathed, yet the loss of the devil fruit is a grave concern. And with his unfamiliarity with those whom he should know, how can John possibly navigate this predicament? In truth, John remains oblivious to his own identity. Armed with his princely heritage, even if he did consume the devil fruit, others would likely turn a blind eye, especially since it does not belong to the natural category, thus sparing him from scrutiny. The tragedy lies in John's current ignorance of this fact. Consequently, his mind is now consumed with thoughts of how to evade the repercussions of his actions. Chapter 6. The Plan of Bear Escape after the initial panic subsided. John gradually regained his composure and began to contemplate his escape strategy. The devil fruits are exceedingly rare. Setting aside whether the form of the transparent fruit he consumed has ever been documented, John realized that even if he sought a replacement, it would be futile. Furthermore, the devil fruits are priceless, and no amount of wealth could compensate for their loss. Moreover, they are located at Sagacity Archipelago, a place inhabited by the world's nobility. It is quite possible that the very devil fruit John consumed was specifically desired by a celestial dragon. Though the celestial dragons have shown little regard for the devil fruits, often carelessly offering them to slaves. As was the case with the Empress's sisters, they would surely not take kindly to John failing to deliver the fruit. The consequences could be dire. He might find himself enslaved by a celestial dragon. The mere thought of crawling on the ground like a dog spurred John to resolutely commit to his escape plan. Better to die than to suffer indignity. If he were to flee, the first order of business was to ascertain how much time he had to execute his escape. Without delay, John approached the door. "Colonel John, is there anything you require?" inquired the Navy personnel stationed at the entrance. "Nothing much. Oh, by the way, where are we now?" John replied nonchalantly. Though the Navy soldier appeared puzzled, he answered honestly, "Colonel, we are still in the East Blue." "Ah. Given the recent surge in piracy, everyone should remain vigilant. Ensure you all rest well during your shifts. We wouldn't want anyone caught off guard by the enemy," John advised. "Yes, Colonel." The Navy personnel saluted. With a decisive bang, John shut the door and returned to his room. His words were not mere pleasantries. He had calculated that if they rested adequately, their pace would inevitably slow. In the current circumstances, the longer they could delay, the better. Fortunately, they were still in the East Blue, granting John ample time. However, he needed to act swiftly, for even though he was slightly stronger than an ordinary person, once they entered the Grand Line, he could very well meet his demise at the hands of pirates, even if he managed to escape. Ideally, he would flee while still in the East Blue, but given their present location at sea, how could he achieve this? Even if he procured a lifeboat without anyone noticing, John did not believe he could succeed in returning to land alone. Was there truly no other way? As he pondered, stroking his chin, an epiphany struck him. It must be acknowledged that those capable of hacking possess an agile intellect. Although John had only recently entered the pirate world, he had quickly adapted to his surroundings and began to strategize. It is essential to remember that while John's strength was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary individual, he was far from ordinary. He was a fruit user. John devised a cunning plan, contemplating that during the procurement of supplies by naval ships, they would inevitably dock at some remote island. This would present him an opportune moment to discreetly disembark, utilizing the powers of his transparent fruit to remain undetected. By the time the Navy realized his absence, they would be utterly perplexed as to how he had vanished, let alone be able to locate him. Alternatively, John could create an illusion within his quarters, convincing others that he had been abducted rather than having escaped willingly. While there might be numerous flaws in this ruse, it was unlikely anyone would suspect a naval colonel would orchestrate his own escape, thus allowing John's plan to unfold seamlessly. Others might even speculate that the revelation of his devil fruit had led to his capture by a formidable adversary. However, a sudden realization struck John. His ability only rendered his physical form invisible, not his clothing, leading him into a moment of inner turmoil. He pondered whether he should take this time to hone his abilities. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to gamble with the uncertainty of training. Opportunities are fleeting, and he must escape at the next ship's docking. Clenching his teeth in determination, John thought to himself, "What the hell? If it comes to that, I'll just run naked. Who's afraid of whom? No one will see me anyway. Besides, I am a man of courage. Running naked is a trivial matter." Having resolved this, John glanced at the two firearms on the table, feeling a pang of regret. If he truly resorted to fleeing naked, he would have to abandon them. After a moment's contemplation, he resigned himself to fate. In the interim, he began to familiarize himself with his fruit's abilities, striving to achieve the power to render objects he touched transparent. His training would continue until the ship's next docking. Should he succeed in his training by then, he would take all that he could carry. However, if he failed, he would have no choice but to forsake those possessions. For his life was paramount. He would be left with no option but to flee naked. The outcome hinged upon a single thought. With renewed resolve, John immersed himself in rigorous training. This training primarily involved repetitively exercising his fruit's abilities, seeking to understand the changes within his body, hoping to grasp the nuances of his power. In essence, it was a matter of enlightenment. a method of enhancing his auxiliary-type fruit abilities that differed significantly from the offensive types. Days of relentless practice passed, yet John grew increasingly anxious. He realized he was not the legendary martial prodigy. His comprehension was rather ordinary, far from the point of effortless mastery. However, this was not the root of his distress, for he had long prepared himself for the possibility of fleeing in the nude. The true source of his alarm was the unsettling discovery that the ship's food supplies appeared abundant, with no signs of needing to procure more. John is not like Luffy. He cannot single-handedly consume all the provisions aboard the ship. Based on the subtle hints he has gathered over the past few days, it is prudent to estimate that the most recent supply run likely occurred on the Grand Line. John cannot afford to wait until then to make his escape, which explains his current state of agitation. However, the training he has undergone these past 2 days has not been in vain. At the very least, John has established the duration for which he can utilize the powers of the transparent fruit. He certainly does not wish to find himself exposed before others when his abilities unexpectedly wane during a moment of vulnerability. Through 2 days of diligent study, John has come to realize that the transparent fruit does not, in fact, impose a time limit on its power. Initially, he believed it operated similarly to a magical resource in a game, one that depletes after use and requires a period of recovery. However, he later discovered that no such magical energy exists. Instead, the power appears to draw upon his physical stamina. Provided he has sufficient food, John could potentially maintain this state indefinitely. At this point, he finally comprehends why Luffy has such an insatiable appetite. Nevertheless, there is one aspect that John finds particularly concerning. It seems that his transparent fruit requires mental focus to control. It is not the sort of ability that can be activated and then forgotten. To illustrate, using the powers of the transparent fruit is as effortless for John as simply opening his eyes. However, just as one must sleep, during which the eyes instinctively close, the fruit's powers will likewise cease during such moments of rest. Consequently, John is beginning to contemplate whether, once he has mastered the ability to render objects transparent, he should also practice the legendary art of sleeping with his eyes open. Chapter 7. A blessing or a curse, as the saying goes. Blessings seldom come in pairs, and misfortunes do not arrive alone. One cannot help but wonder if John is simply having a streak of bad luck. Just when he was at a loss as to what to do, he unexpectedly encountered a crisis. Not good, Colonel John. Something is amiss. A Navy officer burst into the room, startling John. Fortunately, he was not utilizing his fruit abilities at the moment. Otherwise, being discovered would have been disastrous. Calm down. Remember, you are an exemplary officer of the Navy, John admonished with a stern expression. Yet, beneath his composed facade, he was far from tranquil. His heart was racing with anxiety. What on earth is happening? Could it be that pirates are attacking? That seems improbable. There shouldn't be any pirates daring enough to provoke the Navy in the East Blue. Furthermore, John had previously instructed his subordinates to ignore any pirates they encountered and to refrain from initiating any offensive actions. While it would be fortunate to scare off some timid pirates, provoking a fierce retaliation would leave John ill-equipped to manage the chaos. The Navy personnel had no substantial doubts regarding John's orders, merely believing that they were pressed for time and thus preferred not to linger on their journey. Nonetheless, they diligently followed John's directives, and in recent days, they had not encountered any trouble. The pirates, too, were prudent. Upon spotting a naval vessel from afar, they would immediately retreat, avoiding any chance encounters. After all, the Navy is not to be trifled with. Not only are their vessels equipped with advanced weaponry, but their strength is formidable as well. Moreover, naval ships seldom carry significant treasures, making it a fool's errand for pirates to attack them. Of course, there are always a few desperate souls who harbor grudges against the Navy, seeking to vent their frustrations or merely aiming to increase their bounties by assaulting naval ships. Could it be that I have encountered such ill-fated individuals? John began to fret over his future once again. Suddenly, the entire ship lurched violently. Damn it! What is happening? Has a cannonball struck the ship? John exclaimed, gripping the table tightly. It's a Sea King, Colonel. A Sea King. The Navy officer replied hastily. What are you panicking for? What is there to fear from a Sea King? Come, let us go take a look. John retorted disdainfully. In his mind, Sea Kings were easily dispatched. Even Luffy could send one flying with a single punch. Besides, the ship was armed with numerous cannons. Surely they could handle a mere Sea King. Yes. The Navy officer quickly regained his composure, not due to John's words, but rather because he had faith in John's abilities. He believed that if Colonel John engaged, the Sea King would be swiftly defeated. The officer was right in his assessment. Had this been the former Colonel John, the Sea King indeed would have posed no challenge. However, what the Navy did not realize was that the man standing before them was nothing but an imposter. The current Colonel John was no longer the man he once was. Goodness, how enormous. As John reached the threshold, he was momentarily paralyzed. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the reality before him was starkly different from what he had envisioned. Having previously watched numerous American blockbusters featuring colossal creatures like King Kong and Godzilla, he found the experience of witnessing such a monstrosity in person utterly dissimilar. Surely, dinosaurs could not have been as terrifying as this, John lamented inwardly. At that moment, his legs felt as though they might give way, leaving him incapable of advancing even a single step forward. The only thing preventing him from collapsing onto the ground was his desperate grip on the doorframe. Cursed be this fate. This is no calm zone. How could a sea monster attack a naval vessel without provocation? One should not underestimate the intelligence of these creatures. They possess an instinctual understanding of vulnerability, knowing precisely which targets are easier to prey upon. But how do they ascertain the weakness of their targets? It is rather simple, through visual assessment of size. Thus, these sea monsters often target smaller boats or individuals in distress. Moreover, given that they are currently in the East China Sea, the presence of such creatures is indeed scarce. Before him, the sea monster appeared to be in a frenzy, aggressively assaulting a naval ship of comparable size. John felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in despair, pleading for it to reconsider its audacious challenge. Indeed, this creature was significantly larger than the last one he had encountered. The nearby sailors remained blissfully unaware of John's distress, casually conversing with him. The last one, John could not help but inquire. Yes, Colonel, not long ago, you vanquished a sea monster effortlessly. It never stood a chance against you, one sailor said, admiration evident in his tone. Gulping audibly, John surveyed his own physique. He had always considered himself robust, yet now he felt woefully inadequate. I suppose I'm all right, he stammered awkwardly. This sea monster resembles the last one quite a bit. They can't possibly be related, can they? Ha, wouldn't you agree, Colonel? The sailor continued to jest, seemingly unfazed, as he perceived the enormous beast before them as merely a minor inconvenience that could be dispatched with ease. Damn it! John finally comprehended the situation. It was a vengeful onslaught. No wonder it was recklessly attacking naval ships. Today would be a fight to the death. How foolish it was for that creature to have been slain, without consideration for the consequences. Did they not recognize the principles of wildlife conservation? And more crucially, even if it had been slain, one must anticipate future repercussions. Leaving such matters unresolved only leads to further troubles down the line. With a thunderous crash, the sea monster collided violently with the ship once more. Colonel, the nearby sailors gazed at John, their expressions clearly asking, "Why are you still standing there?" A bunch of cowards. John cursed silently. If he were capable of taking action, would he still be here? It was futile to rely on himself. He had to depend on these men. Therefore, John's expression darkened as he bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Get to it. Are you incapable of dealing with such a small creature?" John remarked, pointing at the colossal figure beside him, his face devoid of any embarrassment. "The Navy has invested so much to sustain you. Are you merely here to idle away? Today, I shall refrain from intervening. You shall use the cannons to bring it down. Consider it your trial for the day. Should you fail, none of you shall dine." With that declaration, John shut the door with a thud, retreating into the confines of his quarters before the naval personnel could fully comprehend his command. Instantly, the crew snapped back to reality, hastily bustling about the deck. Quickly, to the cannons. Over there. It's about to surface. Aim. 45 degrees. Fire. Ensure the ammunition is ready. Although the sailors were in a flurry, they maintained their composure, for in their hearts, this was merely a test without any mortal peril. Success would be splendid, and failure merely meant a day without food. They all believed that should danger arise, Colonel John would certainly intervene, for if the ship were to be destroyed, it would spell trouble not only for them but for John himself as well. Thus, there was no reason for Colonel John to abstain from action. This conviction resided firmly within each of their hearts. And what of our Colonel John? He was already preparing for an escape. As the saying goes, out of dire situations can come new opportunities. This moment, seemingly fraught with peril, might indeed present a chance for salvation. Chapter 8. Escape or fall into the tiger's den again. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was captivated by the Sea King, and the creature was momentarily ensnared by their efforts, John quietly slipped away to board a lifeboat on the opposite side. ensuring his departure would go unnoticed. Even if someone were to discover him, they would merely assume the lifeboat had fallen during the chaos, entirely oblivious to the presence of a person aboard. In that instant, John would remain in a state of invisibility. The reason John dared to venture into the vast ocean was the faint outline of an island visible in the distance. Though it appeared somewhat remote, its sight instilled hope within him. John was confident that, given his current physical condition, he could row the boat to the island alone without any trouble. Perhaps he should prepare some provisions first? Suddenly, the entire warship trembled violently. Never mind, he thought. It would be disastrous to delay further. The battle outside was undoubtedly fierce, and regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would spell trouble for John. While the outcome remained undecided, he needed to make his escape swiftly. With this resolve, he hastily secured 2 firearms to the back of his waist and strapped 2 knives to his side, mimicking Zoro's style. As for the Navy's Justice Cloak, was this truly the time for such theatrics? With determined strides, John was about to make his exit when he abruptly halted, turned back, and opened a drawer to stow away a box of ammunition. Given its proximity to the devil fruit, it surely held some exceptional value, and he certainly would not pass up such an opportunity. After securing his belongings, he took a few steps forward but paused to glance back at the table. After a moment's hesitation, John seized the transponder snail from the surface and resolutely turned to leave. He took the transponder snail not only out of concern for potential distress signals, but also from a burning curiosity to study this peculiar creature. Had he not been preoccupied with exploring the powers of the devil fruit in recent days, he would have already begun his research on the transponder snail. John had discovered that the transponder snail was indeed unique, potentially holding some secrets. After all, he was a hacker at heart. He tucked the transponder snail into his clothing and chose not to exit through the main door, knowing it would inevitably lead to discovery. Instead, he proceeded to the opposite side of the room, facing the wooden wall, unsheathed his knife, and with swift precision, carved a new entrance into the wall. What a fine blade! John marveled as he sheathed it again. With his current prowess, such tasks were effortlessly within his grasp. Emerging from the makeshift exit, he found that not a single Navy officer was present in this area. They were all engrossed in combat with the Sea King. Quickly leaping into a lifeboat, John pondered how to lower it into the water when a startling scene caught his attention. A resounding roar echoed through the air, drawing John's gaze to the Sea King, which was evidently in pain. Suddenly, the creature turned sharply and began to swim away. Was it fleeing? No, that was impossible. Having long resolved to avenge its kin, the Sea King had determined that the outcome of this day would be one of life or death. The majestic sea creature swam into the distance, abruptly halting its motion and turning to face the naval vessel before propelling itself forward once more. What could it be planning? No, this is perilous. Quickly, we must thwart its intentions. The onlookers soon realized the gravity of the situation. The sea creature's speed was increasing exponentially, showing no signs of deceleration. It was evident that it aimed to enact a catastrophic collision, determined to sink the naval ship at any cost. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, cannonballs struck the creature. Yet it remained undeterred, disregarding its battered body as it roared defiantly and continued to accelerate. Hurry! Keep firing. Strike it down. It is on the brink of collapse. The naval forces relentlessly unleashed their ordnance as the creature approached ever closer. Just as it seemed to be nearing its end, it lowered its proud head, clearly succumbing in its final moments. Huzzah! Victory! We have triumphed. The sailors were about to celebrate when their expressions shifted dramatically, for they had forgotten a fundamental principle known as inertia. Help? No. Colonel John. No. Boom. The most violent collision ensued. The already lifeless sea creature's body still managed to wreak havoc, and with a crack, the once formidable naval vessel split down the middle. Cursed be this fate. Amidst the cries of despair, all the sailors plunged into the sea. The final tremor dislodged everything from the lifeboat, save for John, who clung desperately to avoid being tossed into the abyss. The urgency of the situation left John little time for contemplation. He swiftly severed the ropes anchoring the lifeboat, allowing it to plummet freely into the ocean. Splash! Fortunately, the lifeboat did not capsize and achieved a safe landing. John gazed wide-eyed at the gradually silencing warship, experiencing a moment reminiscent of the Titanic. However, he was fortunate to be on the lifeboat rather than submerged in the depths. What a harrowing escape! Truly a brush with death. John felt fortunate. The sea creature had perished, the Navy had met its fate, and from that moment forth, he could soar as high as the birds and swim freely as the fish. Yet, there remained one final endeavor. to successfully navigate the lifeboat to the distant island. John was acutely aware that once the warship succumbed entirely, a whirlpool would likely manifest, posing further dangers. It seemed prudent to vacate these waters post-haste. However, John was soon struck with dismay. The earlier upheaval had sent all the contents of the lifeboat flying overboard, meaning there were no oars left. He scanned his surroundings, inspecting every inch of himself, ultimately resting his gaze upon two exquisite blades. What a predicament! Regardless of the circumstances, it is merely a prop. And even a dead horse must be treated as a live one. John gritted his teeth fiercely, using a slender blade as a paddle, his hands tirelessly waving on the lifeboat. I row, I row, I row, 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 I row, I row, I row, row, row in the East Sea. On a certain island, aboard a pirate ship, the captain exclaimed, "There's a small boat over there. Is there treasure? I don't know. But it seems there is a person lying on it. Bring the person to me." A group of sailors sprang into action. Is he dead? He appears to have merely fainted. Wow, look at that blade. He seems to be a swordsman, and his attire suggests he is quite affluent. What a pity. He must be a shipwrecked victim, with not a penny aboard. Fear not. This fellow does not seem like a penniless man. We can have someone bring a ransom for him later. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the captain approached, kicking away those surrounding the scene. What are you all doing here? Let me see what manner of goods this is. The crowd immediately dispersed like startled birds. The captain crouched down, scrutinizing the figure for a moment, touched his face, and suddenly slammed his hand on the floor, declaring, "I want this lad. Take him inside." Several men carefully lifted the unconscious figure and carried him inside. Dust. The captain suddenly looked at his hand, clearly stained from where he had slapped the floor. Yes, I apologize, Lady Arlita. I have cleaned from top to bottom. Please allow me to clean again. I beg you, do not. A pale-faced pirate stammered. Do not what? The captain coldly inquired. Do not use your iron staff. I do not wish to die. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was knocked out by the captain's spiked club. Kebi, I ask you, what is the most beautiful thing in the sea? The captain addressed a short crew member beside him. Of course, it is you, Lady Arlita. Chapter 9, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Wake him up. Yalata commanded. Yes. Splash. A basin of cold water cascaded down, and John finally groggily emerged from his stupor. Where am I? Oh, right. I traversed realms and found myself in the world of One Piece, having become a tragic naval officer. After a series of events, I had narrowly escaped death. However, relying solely on two slender blades had proven insufficient to reach my destination. Dehydrated and famished, I ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness once more. What is happening now? John mumbled to himself, fortunate that he spoke in Chinese, a language no one here could comprehend. As he looked up, he was abruptly jolted awake. To be precise, he should say startled. Before him loomed a face that was not only wide but also large, adorned with an array of freckles, a truly terrifying visage. Well, if that could still be deemed merely frightening, what followed could only be described as chilling. John heard the individual say, "What's your name, kid? You'll be with me from now on." Simultaneously, with a thud, a massive spiked club fell beside John, wielded by a corpulent woman. John opened his mouth to refuse but, glancing at the club near his head, swallowed hard. He surmised that any refusal at this moment would likely result in his skull being crushed like a watermelon by that very weapon. Rolling his eyes, he decisively fainted once more. What is going on? Why has he fainted again? This fellow is rather feeble, isn't he? Yalata could not help but exclaim. The ship's doctor approached to examine him, then remarked, he must be weak from not having eaten for too long. Indeed, I concur, Yalata replied. This physique is quite enticing. As she playfully pinched John's chest, one could only feel relieved he was unconscious. Had he been aware of being teased, especially by such a woman, John would undoubtedly feel as though he were living a fate worse than death. Of course, the sole comfort was that Yalata was genuinely a woman, not a transvestite. Had John encountered a situation akin to Sanji's, he might have resorted to seppuku, thus becoming history's most beleaguered time traveler. Feed him, and make him plump and healthy. After issuing her orders, Yalata turned and departed. Yes. The remaining crew quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, in your hands. One pirate patted another on the shoulder before following suit. This fellow is entrusted to you. The small pirate sought out his subordinate. Kobe, you are responsible for his care. Layer upon layer of commands cascaded down, ultimately burdening the lowest-ranking member, Kobe. with this honorable yet arduous task. Ah! With a loud cry, John jolted awake from his nightmare. In a dream, John was preparing to wed a woman, whose form shifted between Nami, Robin, Princess Vivy, and the Empress Hancock, all manifestations of an exquisite beauty. Naturally, John was eager to consummate their union. However, to his dismay, when he lifted the veil in their bridal chamber, he was met with a face of sheer horror. He attempted to flee, but found himself pinned down by a corpulent woman, rendering his struggles futile, just as he teetered on the brink of losing his virtue. Fortunately, he awoke from this terrifying nightmare, gasping for breath. After several deep inhalations to alleviate the remnants of the frightful dream, he sighed in relief, reminding himself it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, he pondered, if such nightmares persisted, he would surely face impotence. "Are you all right?" A voice suddenly broke the silence. Startled, John regained his senses, realizing he had been captured by pirates, or rather, rescued. He felt a wave of gratitude that he bore no insignia of the Navy. Had they discovered his affiliation, they might have opted not to spare him, even if they did not intend to slay him. Just as he began to relish his fortune, the image of that grotesque face from his dream resurfaced in his mind. Cursed fate! Having barely awakened from his stupor, John immediately devised an escape plan. Was he truly destined to face such a humiliating fate? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled within him before he finally lifted his gaze to the speaker. Upon glimpsing the somewhat familiar visage, John hesitated, unable to immediately recognize the individual. However, he dismissed the momentary confusion, adopting what he believed to be a kindly expression, and weakly inquired, "May I ask who you are? Where am I?" His weakness was not feigned. Although he had been given water while unconscious, he had yet to consume any food. And it was only due to the robustness of his current physique that he had managed to endure thus far. Nevertheless, he felt utterly drained and powerless, likely incapable of besting even a child in his current state. "You are aboard the pirate crew of the formidable Alrita. I am her deckhand, Kobe," the young man replied earnestly. In truth, Alrita had no intentions of seeking John as a romantic partner. Despite her unattractiveness, she was not the type to fall in love at first sight. Her earlier remark about him joining her had merely been an invitation for companionship, a sentiment that John had entirely misconstrued. If Alrita genuinely wished to claim John as a partner, she would not have treated him with such indifference. Others would be vying for her favor, leaving Kobe to tend to him. Alrita, Kobe, Alrita, Kobe. John mumbled to himself, initially dismissing the thought until a spark of recognition illuminated his eyes. He suddenly recalled who they were. After all, there exists a distinct difference between three-dimensional and two-dimensional forms, which had led to his momentary confusion. Now, as he scrutinized the individual before him with renewed attention, he became increasingly certain of their identity, Yalida. Indeed, her transformation was quite astonishing. Although John was aware that she would grow into a striking beauty in the future, her current appearance left much to be desired, leaving him bewildered as to how her narcissistic personality had developed. Then there was Kobe, whose transformation John could not help but acknowledge as one of the most significant he had witnessed. While Yalida's change could be attributed to her consumption of a devil fruit, Kobe's metamorphosis from a rather unremarkable youth to an attractive young man in such a short span was truly remarkable and spoke volumes of fate's whims. There was no need to dwell on what lay ahead. In the present moment, John felt a surge of excitement. He had finally grasped the current era. Kobe was still here, which meant that the narrative had yet to unfold, the events of Luffy's childhood notwithstanding. Moreover, given the circumstances, it seemed that the plot was poised to commence soon. John recalled that Kobe had spent approximately 2 years with Yalida, and a simple inquiry would reveal when Luffy was likely to make his entrance. As John contemplated the possibility of associating with Luffy, he immediately shook his head, setting aside the inherent dangers of such an association. He had no desire to linger in this place for even a moment longer. He silently resolved to seize any opportunity to escape, prioritizing his own safety over Luffy's adventures. After all, if Yalita were to ensnare him in her clutches, surviving would be a remarkable feat, let alone dreaming of conquering the world. Often, a minor misunderstanding can lead to drastically different outcomes. Chapter 10. Action. Did you save me? John asked, feigning ignorance. Indeed, we rescued you from the sea. Otherwise, you might have perished, Kobe replied. Oh, I am truly grateful to you. John's gratitude was genuine, although he held a disdain for the current Alita. He recognized that without these individuals, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to the depths. John understood the importance of gratitude, however. The notion of offering himself in return was utterly unacceptable. Nevertheless, he was not the type to repay kindness with malice, nor could he truly annihilate the Alita pirate crew. Do not underestimate John's capabilities. Aside from his marksmanship and swordsmanship, his training with CP9 had endowed him with the physical prowess to easily dismantle Alita's modest crew, which currently bore a mere bounty of 5 million. Furthermore, under suitable circumstances, John intended to assist Alita in the future, as she was his savior. Most importantly, he hoped that Alita would consume the slippery fruit. Helping a beautiful woman was no trouble for John, but should it involve aiding a dinosaur, he might selectively forget his experience of being rescued. Well, enough of that. It was too early to dwell on such matters. John needed to focus on how to extricate himself from this predicament. While John pondered these issues, Kobe stood before him, hesitating, but ultimately spoke. "We are pirates, and Captain Alita wishes to keep you aboard with us as a fellow pirate." John was already aware of this, albeit with a degree of subjective assumption. However, upon receiving Kobe's well-meaning reminder, he recognized that it was likely Kobe's kind heart that prompted such a suggestion. Reflecting on his own inexplicable situation aboard a pirate ship, he expressed sympathy for his plight, asking, "Are you suggesting we escape?" "Escape? Oh, no. That's impossible. You have no idea how terrifying Lady Alita is. If she discovers us, it would surely cost us our lives. Death would be a mercy compared to what she would do." "Oh, no. At that point, even wishing for death would be a challenge. It would be a fate worse than death." Upon hearing John's words, Kobe was so frightened that he fell to the ground, clutching his head and trembling, as though he was already caught in the act of fleeing. Seeing this, John couldn't help but smirk in disbelief. Though he was already aware of Kobe's timidity, he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. No wonder Luffy would say, "You're both foolish and useless. And you seem rather cowardly. I do not like you." Shaking his head, John decided to disregard Kobe for the moment. In his view, this fellow was best left for Luffy to rescue. Only someone like Luffy could truly save him. After stretching slightly, John realized that while his body felt weak, he was not as tightly bound as he had imagined. Perhaps they believed he would not attempt to escape, or perhaps they simply did not regard him as a captive, but rather as someone to be absorbed into their ranks. Upon this realization, John shuddered once more, resolutely reaffirming his plan to escape. The choice to flee rather than confront was largely due to the fact that his adversary was, after all, his savior. More significantly, John harbored no desire to face Alita again. The mere thought of encountering that visage was unbearable. If he could evade Alita and make his escape, it would be nothing short of ideal. Noticing that Kirby was still trembling on the ground, John helplessly remarked, "Hey, brother, could you spare me some food? Otherwise, I might truly perish." "Ah, my apologies. I nearly forgot," Kirby exclaimed, hastily rising to bow in apology. Observing such a submissive demeanor from someone so defenseless, John finally understood why Kirby struggled so. Even those who joined the pirate crew after him could easily dominate him. His weakness was glaring, and it was no wonder that others, despite not intending to bully the feeble, felt compelled to trample upon him when he appeared so vulnerable. "Here's the food, which I had prepared earlier." Kirby quickly presented a cup of clear water and a piece of dry bread. Compared to the lavish meals John had enjoyed as a captain, this was a significant downgrade. However, survival took precedence, and he set aside his previous standards, drawing upon an unexpected reserve of strength. John sat up from the bed and rapidly consumed the water and bread. "You should rest here. I have duties to attend to," Kirby declared, suddenly reminded of the myriad tasks awaiting him, and with his head bowed, he turned to leave. "Wait," John called out urgently. "Is there something else?" Kirby inquired, lacking any sense of caution as he turned back. If John had harbored ill intentions, Kirby would likely have met his end. John clenched his fists, realizing his strength had nearly returned. Naturally, he was preparing to flee. Had it been anyone else, John might have resorted to violence to ensure his secret remained undiscovered, perhaps even incapacitating the individual to prevent any revelations to those outside. Yet, while the inclination to be ruthless was present, John had never taken a life. Even during the recent incident involving the Sea Kings, the deaths of countless naval officers were not at his hands. This sentiment was entirely comprehensible. Akin to the notion of gently pressing the button to launch a nuclear weapon, it paled in comparison to the visceral impact of personally wielding a blade against another. Nevertheless, when it came to the naive Kirby, John found himself unable to act. Instead, he posed a direct question: "Where are my weapons?" Oh, those appeared quite impressive. So Lady Alita personally took them to her captain's quarters. Kirby replied without a hint of suspicion, entirely unaware of John's intentions. His ingrained habit of answering questions without hesitation prevented him from speculating on the thoughts of those in authority. And where might the captain's quarters be? John pressed on. Just exit and take a left. The largest room at the end is it, Kirby informed him. Very well, once we step outside, do not mention that I have awakened. John approached Corby, patting him gently on the shoulder. Oh, Corby instinctively nodded, suddenly jolted awake. What do you intend to do? He exclaimed. What do you think? John retorted. Do you wish to flee? No, that is simply impossible. You have no idea how terrifying Lady Yalada is if she discovers this. Corby rambled on, trembling in fear. Fear not. By the time she finds out, I shall have already departed. John remarked nonchalantly. Now, that settles it. I shall take my leave. Without awaiting Corby's response, John opened the door, cautiously glancing left and right. Finding no one around, he swiftly vanished from Corby's sight. The sheer swiftness of John's movements left Corby with the unsettling impression that he had simply disappeared. Oh no, if Lady Yalada learns of this, I will certainly face dire consequences. Corby shuddered at the thought of such a fate. After all, John was entrusted to his care. Should he report this to Lady Yalada? Yet, if he did so, wouldn't he be betraying him? John could very well end up like him, pitifully confined to bed as a mere errand boy. However, if he chose to remain silent, he too would share in the repercussions. In that moment, Corby found himself ensnared in a moral quandary, torn between his innate kindness and sympathy and the profound fear he harbored for Lady Yalada. Chapter 11. An encounter with fate. What was unexpected was the convergence of the two, as Kirby, in a daze, proceeded to act on instinct and went about his usual tasks. In truth, John never harbored any hope in Kirby. Even if betrayed, he had no fear, after all. He could always retaliate. Thus, he candidly shared his intentions with Kirby. It was not long before Kirby, still in a fog, salvaged a barrel from the sea. Meanwhile, John, with his agile prowess, had already infiltrated the captain's quarters. Fortune favored him, for at that moment, Yalada was absent, sparing John the anxiety of facing her. Truly, it was a minor pirate crew. The ship bore no restrictions, not even a lock. John entered the captain's chamber without arousing any suspicion or encountering any obstacles. He had indeed been overly cautious in his previous considerations. Upon entering the captain's quarters, John casually surveyed the space, which lacked the imposing presence of a naval warship. He quickly set about searching for his belongings. However, as he approached the desk, he was taken aback, not because he could not find his items, but because they were conspicuously placed on the surface. John drew a knife for inspection, toyed with a pistol, and observed a box of ammunition. Even the talking snail sat quietly on the desk, staring back at John. Was Yalada truly so lacking in discernment that she would neglect to secure such items, leaving them carelessly on display? John pondered, glancing around the modest room. Perhaps there was simply nothing of value to conceal. He began to grasp the answer. Indeed, he was not mistaken. In Yalada's perspective, if someone were intent on thievery, no hiding place would suffice, and if theft were not a concern, why not leave things as they were? Yalada's disposition was far more carefree than that of ordinary pirates, and her subsequent achievements were not without reason. Nevertheless, John remained somewhat perplexed. The presence of these items in Yalada's possession indicated her basic awareness of their worth. The two knives were understandable, as Yalada favored a mace over blades. No matter how fine the knives, they would be of little use to her. Yet, why were these two firearms left here? John vaguely recalled that Yalada had a gun at her waist, suggesting she was proficient with firearms. Why then had she not replaced her own weapons with these superior ones? Was her own firearm of higher quality, or had she grown too accustomed to it to part with it? Unable to arrive at a conclusion, John decided to abandon the inquiry. He resolved that he would not engage further with Yalada, so he meticulously packed his belongings, including the box of ammunition and the talking snail, ensuring everything was in order. He took nothing that did not belong to him, for he was a man of principle. Well, John actually managed to acquire some money, albeit under duress. He had fled from the warship in such a frenzy that he had not brought a single coin with him. Without funds, life would indeed be quite challenging. As John was not one to indulge in free meals, nor did he possess the audacity for such behavior. In this regard, John could not quite measure up to Luffy, which perhaps explained why Luffy could command a ship while John could not. In truth, Arlita did not disdain John's 2 pistols. Rather, she was a proud and somewhat narcissistic individual who believed it improper to take someone else's belongings without permission. She intended to wait until John awakened, at which point she would graciously present them to him. As for John willingly offering them to her, Arlita deemed that utterly impossible. Consequently, John was spared a potential hassle. Otherwise, he might have had to confront Arlita to reclaim his firearms. Although John was reluctant to face her, he understood that, in this world, strength was paramount. And a good weapon could significantly enhance one's power. Sometimes, that power was even life-saving. Thus, he would not forsake anything that could augment his strength for such trivial reasons. Had Arlita truly taken his guns, he would have no choice but to confront the woman he wished to avoid. Just as John was tidying his belongings and preparing to depart, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. What had transpired? Regardless, it seemed fortuitous. Perhaps he could escape amidst the chaos. However, he needed to find a vessel first, and perhaps even a navigator to commandeer. At the very least, he should seek out a town where he could sustain himself. As John contemplated these matters, he cautiously ventured outside to assess the situation. However, upon stepping out, John's expression grew peculiar. Could it be mere coincidence? Though he did not see him in person, he distinctly heard Luffy's unmistakable voice, along with words that only Luffy would utter. Who was this brash woman? John stifled a laugh and leaped off the boat, which was anchored at the island's shore while Luffy and his crew were on land. John's delight did not stem from the prospect of meeting his idol, Luffy. Rather, he was genuinely thrilled to finally escape from Arlita. After this entanglement, perhaps Arlita would develop feelings for Luffy. That would no longer be his concern. It would be better to leave this predicament for Luffy to handle. Moreover, Arlita would eventually become more attractive, so it wouldn't be unfair to Luffy, would it? However, John did not anticipate that the moment he jumped off the boat, he would be met with the sight of Arlita, the corpulent woman, charging toward him. Faced with such a daunting scene, John's mind short-circuited. Without a second thought, he instinctively kicked Arlita aside while exclaiming, "Do you wish to marry me? Perhaps consider cosmetic surgery instead." Suddenly recalling that Arlita did indeed undergo cosmetic surgery later on, he hastily added, "No, even with surgery, that won't suffice. Perhaps in the next life." As Arlita fainted, a singular thought raced through her mind. When had she ever expressed a desire to marry him? "Leader, Lady Alida!" The pirates shouted as they rushed to her side, too intimidated to provoke the monstrous Luffy, and equally hesitant to incite John, the ungrateful wolf they had rescued. John retracted his foot, feeling quite pleased with his strike. A full stomach indeed provided one with strength. Little did he know that his earlier kick, along with his words, had etched him deeply into Yalida's memory, one that she would never forget. At that moment, John seized the opportunity to gaze upon Luffy, the true protagonist, and was immediately drawn to the remarkable straw hat perched upon his head. "Ha! You're quite the person. Strong capabilities. I like you," Luffy exclaimed with a hearty laugh directed at John. Suddenly, John's expression shifted. He sensed the impending words. "Join me as my companion. Together, we shall embark on a piratical adventure, for my dream is to become the Pirate King." John's lips twitched in frustration. Despite his prior knowledge, he felt compelled to exclaim, "Could you not have some decorum in your recruitment? Must you invite every interesting person aboard?" Indeed, Luffy's methods of gathering companions might seem nonsensical, with reasons that were often peculiar. Yet, his instincts were remarkably accurate. From the initial inclusion of Nami to the later tumultuous entry of Robin, and even the unreliable, average-skilled Usopp, they were all good-hearted individuals, capable of entrusting their backs to one another as esteemed allies. Being singled out by Luffy was a point of pride for John. Naturally, Luffy had many prospects in mind, yet only a select few ultimately boarded his ship. "Can I have a moment to consider?" John timidly inquired. "Let us go. Your name is John, right? I'll remember you." "Kobe, keep up," Luffy declared, his arms suddenly stretching as he grasped John and leaped toward the small boat prepared nearby, calling Kobe to join them. "I knew it would come to this." John sighed, staring skyward, his eyes swirling in disbelief. The future seemed rather nebulous. It struck him as curious that the Devil Fruit Compendium had been perused by both Sanji and Blackbeard. Logically, the Navy should possess it as well. Yet CP9 seemed unaware of those two fruits. Had they never appeared before? Or did CP9 lack the authority to access the compendium? It was also plausible that there was a lack of information. They knew of the fruits but not their appearances. Regardless, since Sanji was aware, the transparent fruit must have existed previously, to prevent the protagonist's abilities from being prematurely exposed to the Navy. It was established that they remained oblivious to the nature of the fruit transported by the protagonist, thus failing to regard it with any significance. Chapter 12. The Dilemma. John. Didn't you initially wish to escape? Now that you're out, shouldn't you be elated? Why do you still wear such a gloomy expression? Kobe inquired, observing John, who sat alone in the small boat, a visage of despondence. With tear-filled eyes, John glanced at Kobe and replied, "You haven't been summoned aboard by Luffy. So it is easy for you to think that way. Anyone who ends up with such an unreliable captain would surely feel disheartened. Besides, at this moment, I am likely the only one aware of the immense troubles that accompany following Luffy. Alas, who can comprehend my suffering? A solitary individual, without a ship or funds. A captain of none, a leader unencumbered by attachments, aspires to become the Pirate King. Were it not for John's foresight into Luffy's future, he would undoubtedly have kicked this fellow into the sea." Without uttering a word, John buried his head in his arms once more, succumbing to self-pity. He had contemplated escape. Yet, much like Kobe, had he articulated his thoughts clearly or simply declined, Luffy would likely not have pressed him. However, John found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which path to choose. Should he accompany Luffy or not? Following Luffy was undeniably perilous, yet the potential for opportunity was equally substantial. And the myriad thrilling adventures promised to be exhilarating. If he chose not to follow Luffy, how could he ever experience the wonders of Sky Island or encounter other incredible phenomena? Moreover, the most crucial consideration was that death seemed improbable. After all, even someone of Usopp's caliber in the source material had survived. Although John recognized that they were no longer in a comic, he understood that his presence could trigger a series of unforeseen consequences, potentially altering the fates of those who were originally destined to survive. Nevertheless, John reasoned that with a bit of caution, he could likely evade calamity, unless, of course, Luffy were to perish. In such a case, John would have nothing further to say. He firmly believed that only by following Luffy could he reach the end of this journey. While strength may grow regardless of the setting, the difference merely lies in the pace of that growth. Having finally entered the world of the Pirate King, how could John resist seizing the opportunity to witness the wonders of One Piece? With Luffy as the most direct and advantageous route, why would he choose to navigate the treacherous waters alone? John was not the type to possess the charisma necessary to be a captain, nor did he believe he could fulfill that role effectively. He often prioritized his own survival over others, and even if bonds were to form over time, or he encountered individuals he grew fond of, John doubted his ability to protect them solely based on his own strength. Although Luffy might be somewhat unreliable, John held immense respect for him, both in terms of his strength and his dedication to his crewmates. Therefore, should John board Luffy's ship, he would not only feel more secure, but also be relieved of the fear of losing his companions. John was not unwilling to contribute or protect his fellow crew members. He simply would not bear such immense pressure. Within the Straw Hat Pirates, all the pressure has consistently rested upon Luffy's shoulders. Yet, Luffy has never uttered a word of complaint, perpetually adorned with a cheerful grin. Whether he is genuinely simple-minded or merely feigning such simplicity, John finds solace in following Luffy. Consequently, at this juncture, John perceives that he must make a choice. Should he embrace the life of a pirate, he would seize the opportunity to join Luffy's crew in pursuit of One Piece. Conversely, should he reject the pirate's life, he would return to his position in the Navy, necessitating a convincing excuse to cover the events that transpired. The notion of leading a mundane existence, living quietly and safely, never crossed John's mind. Otherwise, his journey through time would have been in vain. Ha ha ha, John must be famished. Speaking of which, I am quite hungry as well. Luffy patted his belly, which obligingly grumbled in response. It had been ages since he last savored meat. He resolved to indulge in a hearty meal upon reaching the next town. By the way, John, what did you do before? You seem quite capable. Were you also a pirate? Luffy suddenly recalled and inquired, belatedly. I was in the Navy, John replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of concealing this fact, as it would inevitably come to light, should John choose to hide it now. The revelation of the truth later would undoubtedly strain his relationships with his comrades. There would be lingering doubts, even if he was among the first to join. As for Kobe, it goes without saying, John believed that once Kobe became a Navy officer, he would soon learn of John's true identity. Being from the East Blue and a missing colonel, John's photograph would likely circulate like a bounty notice. Navy? Luffy and Kobe exclaimed in astonishment. Run! Luffy suddenly shouted, leaping into the sea with a splash, then cried, Help! I can't swim. Can this guy not act normally for once? John remarked, exasperated, while assisting Kobe in rescuing Luffy. Of course, throughout this ordeal, John was careful not to reveal his devil fruit abilities. With Luffy, there was no need for secrecy. But with Kobe, John had to tread carefully, knowing Kobe was destined for the Navy. John did not wish for his powers to be discovered. It was imperative that the Navy remain unaware of his abilities, believing instead that he was an ordinary individual. This would ensure John's safety and enable him to wield his powers to their fullest potential, for the transparent fruit, if handled carelessly, could become a true burden. Humph. Luffy coughed up seawater weakly and said, "John, are you going to capture me? Why would I capture you?" John retorted, "Aren't the Navy supposed to capture pirates?" Luffy instinctively replied, "Do you have a bounty?" John's lips curled into a smirk. "Although there is nothing at present, it will soon come to pass. I am destined to become the king of pirates." Luffy declared his dream with a hint of fatigue. Kobe couldn't help but slap his forehead. That was not the crux of the matter. "Do you truly wish for John to capture you?" He then added, "However, if John is indeed a member of the Navy, he cannot accompany you on your piratical adventures." "Is that so? What a pity," Luffy said with a gloomy expression. "I never expected to find a companion among the Navy." This is quite a mix-up. One can never be too certain. Just as everything seemed predetermined, John remarked nonchalantly. "What?" This time, Kobe was genuinely astonished. He had not been this surprised when he initially heard John proclaim his allegiance to the Navy. "John, you must be joking. You are a Navy man. A representative of justice. How could a Navy officer become a pirate? It's impossible, absolutely impossible." Kobe was utterly bewildered. This contradicted everything he had known or considered common sense. Although, to be fair, Kobe's understanding of the world had been shattered several times in recent days. "Haha, I knew you were a good person, John. Only a good fellow would be worthy of becoming my companion." Luffy suddenly burst into joyous laughter. A bead of sweat trickled down John's forehead. "How exactly do you define a good person? Are all former Navy members considered virtuous?" "I have yet to decide whether I will be your companion," John clarified. "I knew it. You truly startled me there." Kobe sighed in relief, rubbing his forehead. "I will definitely make you my partner," Luffy asserted with unwavering confidence, though no one understood the source of his assurance. At that moment, other sounds erupted from the small boat. Beep, beep, beep. John, astonished, retrieved the transponder snail from his pocket, and it was indeed this little creature clamoring loudly. Perhaps some may find the protagonist's characteristics somewhat incongruous. Zoro wields a sword, Usopp uses a gun. But let us not forget that the first mate of the red-haired pirates is also neither armed with a gun nor a sword. The true strength lies within the intellect. And the protagonist falls into a similar category. Naturally, one's prowess cannot be lacking. Chapter 13, The Infuriating Phone Call. Damn it. Who on earth is calling? Given the nature of this call, it must surely be someone from the Navy, right? If that is the case, should I answer or not? If I do answer, what on earth should I say? John was momentarily engulfed in a whirlwind of indecision, acutely aware that this moment could very well dictate the course of his entire life. "John, the phone is ringing," Luffy interjected. "Well, obviously. Who doesn't know that?" John retorted irritably, consumed by his own turmoil and currently devoid of the capacity to engage with Luffy. At that moment, Kobe also sensed John's hesitation regarding whether to answer the call. Though the precise reasons eluded him, then why not answer it? Luffy mused aloud, before suddenly reaching out and snatching the phone from John's hand. "Wah!" John's mouth dropped open in astonishment, his eyes wide in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. In truth, John was not entirely careless. It was merely that Luffy had been sitting a bit farther away, and by habit, John had not anticipated any unexpected occurrences. However, he had overlooked the fact that Luffy had consumed the gum-gum fruit. Or perhaps, John simply had not adjusted his mindset to recognize that the people around him were anything but ordinary. Thus, John could only watch in astonishment as Luffy casually extended his arm and answered the phone without a care in the world. "John, why have you taken so long to answer? Is there something wrong?" A stern voice from the other end inquired. Hello. This is Luffy. Are you looking for John?" Luffy responded cheerfully. "John, it's your call." John gazed at Luffy with exasperation as he handed the phone back to him, Luffy wearing an innocent expression that seemed to say, "This call is for you. Why didn't you answer it?" "Damn it. It's my phone, not yours." "Were they looking for you, Luffy?" "The reason I didn't answer is that I had my own intentions." "Are you forcing me into a corner here, Luffy?" The voice on the other end murmured, puzzled. John's heart raced. He realized Luffy was no ordinary person. He was the grandson of Garp. Given that the caller was from the Navy, they might very well recognize Luffy. With that thought, John felt compelled to make a decision. Initially, he had wished to ponder the matter further, but now, if he wished to return to the Navy, crafting an excuse would be no simple feat. Had he not answered the call, he could have pretended to be in peril, perhaps even fortunate enough to escape with his life. Even if Luffy had answered the phone, as long as he didn't mention John's name, he could have claimed that the phone was merely fortuitously found by him. But now, with Luffy revealing everything, John was left with no choice but to concoct a plausible excuse to salvage the situation, or risk losing any chance of returning to the Navy altogether. However, finding an excuse is not as simple as one might think, especially with the presence of Koby nearby. Should any incongruous statement slip from his lips, it is highly likely that he would be exposed. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The primary issue lies in John's scant understanding of his own past. How could he articulate it? Should he candidly admit to encountering a Sea King? Clearly, that would not suffice. Given John's capabilities, such a scenario is implausible. What about claiming amnesia, asserting he knows nothing? Well, that might have been plausible earlier. But the two individuals beside him clearly recognize that he is not suffering from memory loss. If he were indeed afflicted, how could he still recall that he is a naval officer and that his name is John? If he had lost his memory aboard a naval vessel, how could he not have immediately reported this to headquarters? Thus, none of these justifications hold water. In contemplating this, John truly seems at a loss for a reasonable excuse. Consequently, it appears that returning to the Navy is no longer an option for him. Following his initial plan, John is left with no choice but to join Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. John? John? Speak up. What is the matter? The voice from across the line once again pressed John to make a decision. Gritting his teeth, John suddenly shouted, no. Damn it. Bastard. Kill. Cough. Help. Crack. As Luffy and Koby stared in stunned silence, John calmly ended the call. As for what had transpired, let others speculate. Regarding Koby, who witnessed everything, once he becomes a naval officer and learns of John's true identity, it is uncertain whether this loyal and principled individual would betray him. Even if Koby were to dutifully report it, by then, John would have long since acclimated to his pirate persona, even possessing a bounty to his name. In that case, why would John still care? What John needs to do now is to obfuscate the situation from the Navy, allowing him some time for growth. Alternatively, if circumstances become dire, he would still have an escape route. For this time, John has no fabricated excuses. In the future, he might even manage to deceive them successfully. Thus, despite the hasty handling of the situation, John has made a commendable choice within such a brief span of time. John, what were you just doing? Luffy could not help but inquire. Oh, just dealing with a troublesome individual. I did not wish to engage with him, John replied with a smile, concealing his true thoughts. At that moment, the snail phone rang once more. Without waiting for Luffy and Koby to react, John swiftly severed the signal to the snail, ensuring that the call could no longer come through. Indeed, it is akin to wireless communication. In any case, since it resembles a telephone, one might assume the signal source is detachable. Everything has been settled. At this moment, the two individuals beside John remain oblivious to the life-altering decision he has made. Suddenly, John casts a sinister smile at Luffy and declares, Luffy, what is it, John? Luffy blinks innocently. I want to give you a beating. John states bluntly. Why? Luffy asks with naive curiosity. You need not ask why. I simply wish to strike you. John exclaims, and with a resounding crash, a contrived pig's head materializes. Heaven knows how rubber could be transformed into a pig's head. Could Nami's hockey be that formidable? What a jest. Excellent. Now we can discuss the matters that lie ahead. John claps his hands and speaks with an air of nonchalance. In truth, making such a choice poses no dilemma for him, as he harbors no affection for the Navy. Conversely, he holds a fondness for the Straw Hat crew. Thus, even without this telephone, it is likely that John would have reached the same conclusion in the end. Oh, as a captain perpetually bullied by his crew, Luffy remains entirely oblivious. Sigh, having a captain like you is truly stressful. John cannot help but lament upon seeing Luffy's expression. This is all you're doing, you know. Luffy mutters weakly, failing to grasp the implications of John's words. However, the astute Koby, standing nearby, is not so simple-minded. What? John, you must be joking. You truly intend to become a pirate alongside Luffy. But you are a Navy officer. A righteous Navy officer. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Koby shouts, clutching his head, resembling someone who has just awakened from a dream. Welcome aboard, John. All right, my captain. The two individuals beside him disregard the one unable to face reality. Presently, Koby still perceives John merely as a lowly Navy officer, were he to discover that John, a Navy captain, had chosen to join Luffy in piracy. He would likely wish to remain in slumber forever. Yo-ho-ho, a new companion has joined us. Let us hold a feast. On the small vessel, Luffy exclaims joyfully. Chapter 14. The first mate is a trickster. Is there any wine? Is there any meat? Is there anyone here? John fired off 3 rhetorical questions, leaving Luffy momentarily stunned. All that remained was a single barrel of apples. Luffy gazed longingly at the only sustenance aboard, yearning for meat. John, let us hold a feast when we reach the next island. Do we have any money? John shot back with a fourth question. What is that? Luffy pointed nonchalantly at a pocket lying aside. That is my money. John barked. Well, it's all the same. When the money runs out, we can just seize more, for we are pirates after all. Luffy laughed heartily. Those unfamiliar with Luffy might truly be deceived by his words. Yet John was well aware that Luffy, robbing others, he would be more likely to burn incense in gratitude than to part with his own coin. All right. Since I have joined your pirate crew, there are a few matters we must clarify. John steadied himself and spoke earnestly. Go ahead, Luffy said, taking a bite of an apple. Firstly, does our pirate crew consist of others? Despite knowing the answer, John felt compelled to ask. Currently, it's just the two of us. Luffy replied cheerfully, holding up 2 fingers. Then it seems we are even less likely to have a ship. John couldn't help but lament. Had he not previously watched the anime, he would never have foolishly engaged with Luffy. I once had a ship, but it was swept away by a whirlpool. What a mighty whirlpool it was, Luffy said nonchalantly. Did that even count as a ship? It was merely a small boat, just like the one we have now. John slapped his forehead, realizing he would need to acclimate to Luffy's personality sooner rather than later. No ship, no money, no crew, and no reputation. What do you have? John could not resist inquiring. I have a dream. I aspire to become the Pirate King, Luffy declared without hesitation. Excellent. For that very declaration, you are in. John's eyes gleamed as he articulated his true intention. So, I am the first to join the pirate crew, am I? Indeed. Thus, you were the captain, correct? Yes. And I am now the first mate. Yes? Yes. Splendid. Thus, the title of first mate was unwittingly bestowed upon John. At least in name. In truth, this position of first mate was merely a nominal title, with few placing any significance upon it. Zoro? Clearly uninterested in such a role. His ambition lay in becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji? He had no use for it either, his eyes set solely on beautiful women and culinary delights. Or perhaps on his good friend Zoro. Nami? Well, unless this first mate could wield authority over all the ship's finances, in reality, Nami already held dominion over all the crew's funds. Others need not be mentioned. It seems that only Usopp might contend with John for the title of vice captain. And even then, Usopp would merely engage in idle chatter and boastful claims. On the ship, Luffy is often the target of ridicule, and the vice captaincy would hardly garner any attention. Thus, it truly is a title of little substance. Yet, John possesses a peculiar delight in the thought that those formidable characters will eventually serve under him, which fills him with excitement. At the very least, he must seize this title for himself. Now that I have assumed the role of vice captain, it is only fitting that we begin to plan for the future. First and foremost, we must secure a ship, and our name must be established. The Jolly Roger must be prepared. Before John could complete his thoughts, Luffy interjected eagerly, insisting that they should first seek out companions. Indeed, that is a valid point. John promptly nodded in agreement. Without a ship to commandeer or funds to acquire one, it is impossible to proceed without a crew. Luffy sees this clearly, or perhaps he has contemplated it deeply. But in this world, talent is undeniably paramount. Blackbeard, at one time, possessed nothing. He merely tied a few pieces of wood together to create a vessel. And he went to great lengths to become a warlord of the sea, all in pursuit of capable individuals. First and foremost, I believe we must secure a navigator, John suggested. Luffy's aimless drifting upon the seas is, in John's view, exceedingly perilous. At this moment, John considers Nami to be of utmost importance, even more so than Zoro. If possible, John would certainly prioritize bringing Nami aboard, even if her initial intentions were not entirely sincere. Such an action would ensure the safety of the crew at sea. Wouldn't he? I believe that a musician is essential, Luffy countered without hesitation. Seriously, what on earth is going on in your head? John exclaimed in exasperation. Without a musician, how can we truly call ourselves pirates? Luffy asserted with an earnest expression. Indeed, while a musician is indispensable, it would be prudent to first locate a navigator before seeking a musician. John reluctantly conceded to Luffy's reasoning. That's a fair point. By the way, what about that guy Zoro whom Kobe mentioned? He might be a good candidate. Luffy mused, stroking his chin. Is that fellow a navigator? John felt himself further provoked by Luffy's comments. How do you know he isn't a navigator without even asking him? Isn't that right, Kobe? Luffy finally recalled Kobe's presence beside him. Impossible. It cannot be. I must be dreaming. Yes, a dream. I shall awaken, and everything will be just fine. Kobe continued to mutter to himself. Luffy suddenly extended his hands, grasping Kobe's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. I'm asking you, that Zoro fellow. He is a good guy, right? Zoro. What are you talking about, Zoro? Upon hearing the name, Kobe jolted awake, fear etched across his face. No way. That guy is a monster, a demon. How could he possibly be a good person? You want him to join you? That is absolutely out of the question. I never said I must have him join. We still need to see if he is a good person. Luffy replied with a smile. I've already told you it's impossible. How could Zoro be a good person? Kobe shouted in frustration. Ignoring the commotion between the two, John smiled faintly, contemplating. Zoro. Well, let Luffy handle that. I should focus on my own preparations. Besides, it's possible that axe-wielder Monka might recognize me. It would be unwise to be discovered here. I should keep a low profile. John's thoughts mirror those of Blackbeard. He preferred to remain concealed until he amassed sufficient strength. A bounty of 0 was ideal. This does not imply that John lacked vanity. He too relished the idea of boasting a bounty in the hundreds of millions, as it certainly exuded flair. Some may choose to remain low-key for a lifetime. But as previously mentioned, John shared Blackbeard's philosophy. He was not one to embrace solitude. When silence breaks, it can be astonishing. If John deemed the time right, his first bounty could very well exceed 100 million. Here we are, the Navy base. That Zoro fellow should be locked up here, right? Luffy remarked, scanning the surroundings. Kobe, I'll leave Zoro to you. I have some matters to attend to, John stated as he disembarked. Aren't you going to feast first? Luffy inquired. Showing no suspicion that John might abandon him or betray him, nor did he ask what John intended to do. Such as Luffy. John mused internally. No need. If you truly manage to recruit Zoro, we can celebrate together then. John, are you really not going to become a Marine? Kobe suddenly asked again from the side. His choice significantly impacting Kobe's lifelong worldview. Haha. Everyone has their aspirations. Trust yourself and persevere in your dreams. John patted Kobe's shoulder before departing alone. Chapter 15. Disguise. Surely no one will recognize me now. John chuckled inwardly as he admired his transformed appearance in the mirror. A shirt and tie, merely conventional attire. Apart from a change in eye color and style, it bore little resemblance to his former self. However, donning an oversized coat and a jazz had altered the entire scene. Even John himself was tempted to greet the reflection before him, wondering if he resembled the infamous little Mauve Shanghai. A white scarf would complete the look perfectly. Concealed beneath the coat were 2 conspicuous pistols, effectively masking one of John's most recognizable traits. As for the 2 long blades, they certainly could not be hidden beneath his clothing. Thus, John opted for a bolder approach, acquiring 6 additional knives, embracing the 8-sword style. After all, 2 blades were far too obvious, and 3 would evoke comparisons to the subsequent Zoro. Beyond that, John was only familiar with the 6-sword style of Little 8 and the 8-sword style from the world of Naruto. Rather than wielding 6 knives, it seemed more audacious to adopt the 8-sword style. Even if it was merely for show, it would surely intimidate. Some may ponder whether John's attire was not, in fact, too conspicuous, entirely contrary to his intention to remain hidden. Indeed, it was conspicuous, and John had deliberately made it so, inviting attention. However, this strategy meant that everyone would perceive him as an entirely new character, and who would still associate him with the infamous Navy Colonel John. Initially, John contemplated the possibility of concealing his identity, but how could he do so aboard Luffy's ship? It was simply impossible. Whether opting for a low-profile approach or wearing a mask, he would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. The more enigmatic he appeared, the more suspicious he would seem, igniting others' curiosity and prompting them to investigate further. His deliberate concealment could lead them to speculate about connections to the Navy, questioning why he would not show his face. Even if he had once been a notorious figure, now that he was a pirate, would such concerns still linger? If not for an unsightly visage that warranted hiding, he would be deemed suspicious. In the East Blue, significant events were scarce, and it was only a matter of time before the vanished Navy colonel was linked to him. Thus, John ultimately resolved to take the opposite approach. The adage great concealment lies in plain sight resonated with him. He exaggerated his disguise, donning a hat that obscured half of his face. Consequently, anyone who thought of John in the future would instinctively recall his 8 knives, overlooking his appearance entirely. They would be less likely to associate him with the 2-sword style or the dual pistols of Colonel John. As for the bounty notices and photographs, was there truly cause for concern? The original narrative indicated that even formidable fighters like Zoro had not received bounties prior to entering the Grand Line, let alone John. Those familiar with him would hardly have the opportunity to cross paths with him. Moreover, without a bounty, was he not effectively obscured? John lowered the brim of his hat, placed a toothpick between his teeth, adjusted his coat, and casually touched the 4 blades on either side. With a smirk, he deemed himself quite perfect as he stepped out of the shop. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to visit again. The owner of the clothing store bowed behind him. John did not turn around but elegantly waved his hand, thinking to himself, indeed, wealth is akin to divinity. I must learn to manage my finances better and not entrust everything to Nami. It would be utterly embarrassing to end up like Zoro. Excuse me, young lady. Could I have a steak, please? John spoke as he entered the restaurant. Oh, certainly. Please have a seat. The beautiful proprietress was evidently taken aback by John's 8 blades. Satisfied, John patted the scabbards, realizing that most people would hardly pay attention to their appearance under such circumstances. He then approached Luffy, who was devouring a hearty meal. This was, of course, the establishment run by the little girl who had once fed Zoro rice balls. John tapped Luffy on the shoulder and asked, "Do you mind if I join you here?" "Oh, not at all. Please sit," Luffy replied, continuing to eat. With a lift of his brow and a triumphant smile, John thought, "Look at me. I am truly a genius. Even our Captain Luffy fails to recognize his first mate." While it was true that Luffy could not recognize Usopp when he donned a mask, it also indicated that Luffy judged people by their appearances. And now, with John's face unobscured, Luffy still did not recognize him, clearly overlooking his visage. Just as John settled in, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, John. You're here too." It was Kobe. Impossible. He recognized me just from my back, John exclaimed, startled. He quickly reassured himself, "Don't panic, don't panic." Kobe must have inferred my presence because he saw my back and noticed I was sitting with Luffy. If he had been here first, he probably wouldn't have recognized me either. With that thought, John finally relaxed. "John? Is John here? Where is he?" Luffy suddenly stood up, looking around. "He is right in front of you," Kobe replied, somewhat exasperated. "Huh? You were John?" Luffy exclaimed, reaching to remove John's hat. John thought surely this would lead Luffy to recognize him, but instead, Luffy exclaimed, "You really are John? What the hell? How do you even recognize people?" John, gripping Luffy by the neck, shouted in frustration. "Cough, cough. I get it now. You're John. Let me go. I want to eat meat." Luffy cried out. "Forget it. Conversing with someone like you is a waste of my intellect," John grumbled as he released Luffy, snatching back his hat and once again obscuring half of his face. Why was he engaging in such banter with acquaintances? This disguise was intended for strangers. "Indeed, John. That Zoro is quite a remarkable fellow. I intend to invite him to join us," Luffy suddenly interjected, evidently having already met Zoro. "Very well, you're the captain. It is your prerogative to make such decisions," John agreed with a nod. At that moment, the debonair scion, Bellamy, fortuitously strolled in. "I am famished. Let us be treated to a complimentary feast," Bellamy declared, nonchalantly resting his feet on the table, flanked by 2 naval officers. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. Bring forth the wine." "Utter nonsense." John muttered a curse under his breath, only to notice another individual in the establishment seated as he was. "Ah, is that not Nami?" he mused. "What a serendipitous encounter indeed. I shall leave this Bellamy to Luffy to contend with." With that thought, John rose and approached Nami's table. "Beautiful lady, may I take a seat here?" he inquired, attempting what he believed to be an elegant demeanor. "Please, do sit," Nami responded with a natural smile, clearly accustomed to such advances. However, a hint of wariness flickered in her eyes. The 8 swords were conspicuously prominent, suggesting he was no ordinary adversary. Moreover, his ability to disregard the raucous Bellamy only reinforced that impression. Meanwhile, Bellamy continued to bellow. "This period has been dreadfully dull. Let us execute Zoro tomorrow. Prepare for a spectacle." Upon hearing this, Luffy was instantly incensed. Without hesitation, he charged forth and delivered a punch that sent Bellamy crashing to the ground. No. It was needless to say, Luffy's action caused quite a commotion. Poor Bellamy, who had previously found himself in a similar predicament at the same spot, was once again the target of retribution. Chapter 16, The Deceiver and the Thief. "What are you doing? How dare you strike me?" Balumeb exclaimed incredulously from the ground. "Luffy. No, don't act impulsively." KB rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Luffy from behind. "This scoundrel is despicable," Luffy shouted in anger. "Do you know who I am? I am the son of Colonel Monka," Balumeb declared. "So what?" Luffy retorted. "Indeed, what of it? Is the colonel of any significance?" John murmured aside, though his words were overheard by Nami, who gently wiped her mouth, her curiosity piqued. Well, he is indeed a colonel in the Navy headquarters. John replied with a smirk, thinking that it was harmless to reveal such information. Especially since Nami would be a companion in the future. What could the esteemed colonel possibly be doing here? Nami questioned, somewhat skeptical of John's claim. Even if he were incognito, what purpose would he have for being here? Moreover, he had so brazenly exposed his identity. Was he on vacation? To Nami, John resembled a con man. A grand deceiver, the type who pretended to be a high-ranking official and preyed upon unsuspecting women. I came to find you, Mississippi. Do you believe me? John maintained his smile. Haha, sir, you certainly have a knack for humor, Nami chuckled, though her laughter was insincere. Meanwhile, Balumeb, teary-eyed on the ground, shouted at Luffy. I will report you to my father and have you executed. Come at me if you dare. Not a chance, I'm not afraid, Luffy declared boldly, almost breaking free from KB's grasp to charge at him again. Just wait, you will pay. Balumeb, flanked by 2 Navy officers, scurried away in a flurry. Luffy and KB proceeded to seek out Zoro, while John, what on earth is the esteemed colonel following me for? Nami turned back, her expression sour. Oh, I merely happened to be traveling this way, John replied without a hint of embarrassment. Then perhaps you could lead the way ahead, Colonel? Nami managed through gritted teeth. Certainly. John shrugged nonchalantly before striding ahead. Nami was taken aback, wondering if she had misjudged him. Regardless, she resolved to disregard him. After all, it was of no concern to her. What a peculiar individual. With that thought, she chose not to follow John but instead took another path. However, John was aware that their destinations were the same, the Navy base. What splendid weather we have today, John remarked, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. Initially intending to follow Nami into the base, he figured if she could successfully infiltrate, so could he. Furthermore, with Luffy causing a ruckus, he felt confident in his chances. Yes, being a Navy colonel is quite a fine identity. I suppose I am not entirely deceiving anyone. John stroked his chin in contemplation. At the naval base, he thought, I apologize, but please bear with me for a moment. Nami, employing a unique method, had incapacitated 2 naval officers and bound them securely. Ignoring their struggles, she clapped her hands and proceeded into the room behind her. Not here. It seems not here either. After rummaging through the drawers, Nami began surveying the entire room. Aha! Found it. In the corner, she finally discovered a locked safe. Upon opening it, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, I found it, the navigational chart of the Grand Line. It was indeed here. However, as she unfurled the parchment, her expression shifted dramatically. Wait, this is a pirate's mark. Captain Buggy, the so-called immortal Captain Buggy. Nami's face paled several shades as she clenched the paper tightly, gradually revealing a look of resolve. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted outside, likely caused by Luffy and the others, causing Nami to furrow her brows. It's quite noisy out there. Indeed, she nodded. Who is it? She suddenly shrieked, quickly turning to press her back against the wall. My dear lady, it seems fate has brought us together once more in this unexpected place, John said with a smile. Huh, Colonel, what brings you here? Nami responded with a stiff, forced laugh, her eyes darting about as she pondered her escape. Do not be alarmed. Our purposes align. You seek something, and so do I, John reassured her, as otherwise, their conversation would have faltered. Nami narrowed her eyes, thinking, this man is indeed a deceiver. Ah, who would have thought we would encounter a like-minded individual? Let us split the riches here. Nami pointed at the safe, secretly contemplating how to knock John unconscious and claim it all for herself. Though I haven't found the navigational chart, I might as well secure some funds for consolation. There's no need. You can have all the money. It is not what I seek. John waved his hand dismissively. There isn't much here anyway. It's better to leave on a good note. He then moved toward the drawer Nami had previously searched and began rummaging through it. You don't want the money? Nami exclaimed, then added, there is nothing of value in there. I've already looked. Value is inconsequential. What matters is its utility. John smirked as he retrieved a piece of paper from within. Nami's eyes widened in shock. That S, the Colonel's appointment? You. At last. Nami comprehended the audacity of the man before her. He was brazen enough to impersonate a naval officer. Did he truly have no fear of death? If discovered, the Navy would undoubtedly prioritize him over pirates. Indeed, I almost forgot about this small device. Suddenly, John picked up the phone bug from the table and, with remarkable dexterity, swiftly manipulated it to disrupt the signal reception. Gulping, Nami inquired, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? No matter how one looked at it. John's actions seemed utterly insane. far beyond what a mere thief like her could fathom. Impersonation, and then maintaining a stronghold? Did he truly consider the Navy to be fools, who would not eventually uncover the truth? Was his plan to assume an identity only once, infiltrate the Navy headquarters, and execute a terrorist attack? Or perhaps to assassinate a high-ranking official? Or even to rescue a notorious pirate from prison? Nami found herself unable to believe any further. Her only desire was to distance herself from this madman. However, he had done everything in her presence. Was he intending to silence her? The thought caused her face to pale instantly. "We shall meet again," Nami declared, clutching the money, ready to flee. "Wait," John suddenly called out. "We have both gotten what we wanted, have we not?" Nami forced a smile, though her expression was grim. Observing her fear, John couldn't help but chuckle and proposed. "How about we join forces?" "Join forces?" Nami instinctively shook her head. "You expect me to assist you in blowing up the Navy headquarters? Or to join you in assassinating a rear admiral? If you wish to court death, do not drag me along." "Why not?" John was utterly oblivious to the extent of Nami's misunderstanding. Were not thieves and con artists a natural pair? He pointed between them, posing the question. "Who is a natural pair with you?" Nami cursed silently and weakly replied, "I don't believe I can be of any help to you. I have heard that your navigation skills are quite impressive. I would like to invite you to be my navigator." John directly extended his invitation. Chapter 17. The Eight-Sword Style? Navigator. Nami was momentarily taken aback, realizing that John was referring to her navigational skills rather than her abilities in stealth and thievery. After all, if it was merely a matter of guiding the way. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Nami's mind, illuminating her eyes with potential. Since a navigator was needed, it implied a lack of familiarity with the route. Perfectly, she intended to steal the navigational charts from Buggy the Clown, leading him to confront John, which would allow her to make a discreet escape and leave both of them behind. Truly, a masterstroke. "Ha, Nami, you are exceptionally clever," Nami mused to herself, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Given this scenario, I shall begrudgingly agree to assist you." "Ha, I knew it. Rest assured, your choice is undoubtedly wise." John laughed heartily, having secured Nami's place in the crew, ensuring at least their navigational safety. Even if Nami's initial intentions weren't sincere, she would still be aboard the ship. She wouldn't want to jeopardize it. Moreover, John's words were not mere bluster. Aside from joining Luffy, there was no way Nami could extricate herself from Arlong's gang and save Kokoyashi Village. By the way, since this is a partnership, it cannot be that only you know me while I remain unaware of who you are. Nami suddenly interjected, recognizing that she was not an unknown entity herself. Since John had sought her as a navigator, he must have been aware of her skills, indicating that he had recognized her from the onset. "Colonel of the Navy, John." John tipped his jazz hat with a flourish. Nami's lips twitched. Indeed, he was quite the charlatan, even speaking so casually to his own kind. "A naval colonel? Humph. Or perhaps he doesn't regard me as one of his own." It was understandable. How could one be completely forthright upon just meeting? Regardless, she had only intended to use him. At least she now knew his name was John, though she pondered whether even that was genuine. "I am Nami." Even though John was already aware, Nami still introduced herself politely. "A pleasure to finally meet you." John smiled, shaking Nami's hand, acknowledging that it truly was a long-awaited encounter. "You seem quite formidable, Colonel," Nami remarked, glancing at the 8 swords at John's waist, testing the waters with her words. "Oh, not at all. Merely the strength of a typical colonel," John replied, pulling his hat down again. He spoke truthfully. Some colonels possessed no strength whatsoever, like the mouse colonel from Nami's hometown, while others, like Smoker, were exceptionally strong. Certainly, John's current strength was at least greater than that of Monka. The original Colonel John's prowess was not inferior to Smoker's. Even without utilizing any devil fruit abilities, and his martial skills had a slight edge, having been trained in swordsmanship and having participated in CP9 selection training. Unable to extract anything of value from John, Nami grew weary of her inquiries and decisively declared, "Let us depart. It would be unwise to be discovered." "Is there any way I can assist you?" John inquired. "No, I shall manage on my own," Nami retorted, still harboring mistrust towards John and unwilling to entrust him with her most cherished possession, her money. Thus, under the cover provided by Luffy and the others, John followed Nami and they quietly exited the naval base. At the harbor, Nami tossed the money onto a small boat, exclaiming, "This is my vessel. Do you possess one?" She glanced around, noting the absence of any larger boats in the vicinity. "Indeed, yours is right beside you," John replied, pulling his hat down over his face in embarrassment. Though both were small boats, a careful comparison revealed that Nami's was indeed larger. "Haha, In that case, let us embark on my ship. Yours shall be forsaken. Nami laughed heartily, casting aside her previous tension in John's presence. In that moment, she felt a surge of camaraderie, not with John, but in finding a reason to look down upon him. Wait a moment, not everyone has arrived yet, John interjected. What? You have companions? Nami exclaimed, taken aback. If John was not alone, could she truly escape his company? Indeed. John nodded affirmatively. Why did you not inform me earlier? Nami expressed her agitation. You did not inquire, John replied, puzzled. Is that a problem? More hands mean greater strength. It shouldn't matter too much. Unbeknownst to him, Nami had been devising ways to rid herself of him from the very beginning. Sensing John's suspicion, Nami quickly forced a laugh, saying, Haha, it's no issue. I merely worry about the character of your companions. How many are there? Given the small size of the boat, it was evident that it could hardly accommodate many. Originally just one, but it should be two shortly. Do not worry, they are quite amiable and innocent, John assured her with a smile before boarding his own vessel. Nami silently hoped for the best. A naval captain, indeed. If he was masquerading as one, he would certainly need a couple of subordinates. As they approached the harbor, Luffy and Zoro arrived, with Zoro shielding his eyes with a hand, completely disregarding the small boat and the duo aboard it. He likely assumed they were merely a couple enjoying each other's company. Where's our ship? He inquired, scanning the area. This is it. Luffy, with a cheerful grin, pointed at the small boat before him, displaying no hint of embarrassment. Is this it? Haha. Zoro's mouth twitched in disbelief. As expected, John, in a bid to preserve his dignity, once again pulled his hat over his face. By the way, why are you on my ship? Nami, who was curiously observing the two, was taken aback by Luffy's words. Could it be that John was deceiving them again? Luffy, John shouted, springing up and seizing Luffy by the neck. You scoundrel, you still can't recognize me? Very well, in the interest of fairness, I shall beat you until you can no longer recognize yourself. Oh, it's John. Luffy, belatedly realizing, bore the brunt of John's wrath. It was one thing to not recognize him the first time, but now, John was even prouder. How would they manage moving forward like this? Bang. Crack. Are you really the captain? Zoro remarked, observing Luffy's battered state after John's assault, utterly speechless. Hello, I am First Mate John, and you must be Zoro. Once calm down. John extended his hand in greeting. At that moment, Nami, who had been on the verge of exploding upon hearing the title of captain and realizing she was aboard a pirate ship, suddenly heard Zoro's name and quickly covered her mouth, retreating into a corner. She had been somewhat suspicious upon seeing Zoro's 3 swords, and now her suspicions were confirmed. Pirate Hunter Zoro. Who on earth are these people? Why is Zoro with them? Oh my, I've truly boarded a pirate ship this time. Belmare. What should I do now? Under the oppressive reputation of Zoro, Nami felt too intimidated to utter a word, fearing that this cold-blooded fellow might eliminate her without a second thought. Faced with John's outstretched hand, Zoro did not politely offer his own, but rather slowly gripped the hilt of his sword, narrowing his eyes. 8-sword style. Chapter 18. Setting sail, it was evident that the 8 swords possessed by John had ignited Zoro's fighting spirit. When swordsmen encounter one another, a duel is inevitable. It would be one thing if they were unrelated individuals, but considering they would soon be comrades aboard the same ship, Zoro was indifferent to the title of vice captain. Yet he could not dismiss the significance of being the chief swordsman. To aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman, one must first claim the title of the foremost swordsman on the ship. Upon witnessing Zoro's reaction, John realized that his 8 swords were the source of the trouble and couldn't help but curse under his breath. However, he bore no resentment towards his appearance, after all. He originally wielded 2 swords, and even without altering his attire, he would still be perceived as a dual wielder. Haha, calm down, calm down. They're merely decorations. John quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, shaking the swords on his body, producing a clinking sound as if they were indeed mere adornments. How dull. Zoro scoffed, releasing his grip on the hilt of his sword. Although he found John's claims of mere decoration utterly unconvincing, the absurdity of John's demeanor extinguished Zoro's interest in a contest. In truth, John was not afraid of facing Zoro. He sought to have Zoro as a sparring partner to regain some of his strength. Moreover, in a real fight, the outcome was uncertain. However, in John's eyes, Zoro was, well, somewhat inflexible. Should they engage in battle, even if it was merely a spar, it would surely resemble a fight to the death. Zoro would not hold back, nor would he allow John to do so, leading to the inevitable conclusion that one of them would be severely injured. No matter how he contemplated the situation, John could not envision himself emerging unscathed. He lacked significant combat experience, and even though his physical prowess had been honed through the CP9 selection, it was still inferior to Zoro's current capabilities. Even if John felt he still possessed the essence of swordsmanship and somehow managed to emerge victorious, it would likely be a hollow victory. Such a life-and-death struggle could indeed benefit the growth of both their strengths, yet, as Zoro had assessed, John lacked the demeanor of a true swordsman. Simply put, John had yet to cultivate the mindset of a formidable warrior, and it was utterly unrealistic to expect him to risk his life in battle at this juncture. John's unwavering composure stemmed from his keen insight. He was well aware of the strength possessed by those of admiral rank in the original narrative. Encountering opponents of such caliber naturally brought about a sense of calm. Yet this calmness was not founded on his own strength nor a fearless heart. It could be described as a hollow tranquility, one that, without the insights gained from the original tale, would likely place him in the same category as Usopp. At that moment, Zoro leapt onto the ship, ignoring Nami, who was huddled on the other side, and laid down with his hands behind his head, leaning against the ship's edge. John, who is she? At this moment, Luffy pointed at Nami and remarked that perhaps he had not recognized John immediately due to Nami's presence on the ship. Nami, the navigator I brought. John explained. Wow, a navigator. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, then leaped beside Nami, startling her. I am Luffy, the captain of this ship, destined to become the king of the pirates. He introduced himself with enthusiasm. Haha, I am Nami, she replied with a dry smile. The king of the pirates? Indeed, there is not a single sane person here. How am I to escape from them? This tiny ship offers no chance of escape. At that moment, Zoro, who had been lying down, suddenly opened his eyes. Nami felt as though she was being targeted by a wild beast. Is this woman reliable? Zoro remarked coldly. Although Zoro was notoriously directionally challenged, he was generally trustworthy. He could not gauge John, who had come before him, but he was particularly cautious of newcomers, especially someone as unfamiliar as Nami. Reliable. Absolutely reliable. I vouch for her with my character, John asserted confidently, giving a thumbs up. Nami was taken aback, while John was defending her. No sane person would make such a guarantee for someone they barely knew. Perhaps his character was of little worth? Isn't he just a big fraud? Nami thought to herself, yet instinctively felt that John was easier to get along with, likely because he was the first to engage with her and had brought her aboard. I find Nami quite reliable as well. Luffy chimed in with his baseless judgment. Well, then, Zoro said, closing his eyes again, his imposing aura dissipating. Set sail. Luffy shouted excitedly, raising the sails. Where are we headed? Nami, as the navigator, timidly inquired. To the Grand Line, of course. Luffy replied, pointing ahead. The Grand Line. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wasn't that her original destination? As a thief who specialized in stealing from pirates, she knew that the pirates in the East Blue had little treasure, so she aimed to venture to the Grand Line to pilfer from the notorious pirates there. Now, this aligned perfectly with her intentions. Nami quickly devised a plan. First, she would obtain the navigation chart from Buggy, and if possible, she would seize the opportunity to slip away from this group. If they proved capable, she could follow them to the Grand Line, where she could soar freely or perhaps join the ranks of the great pirates. If these individuals turned out to be resourceful, she would continue to accompany them and ultimately steal all the riches they amassed. With this thought, Nami felt a surge of excitement, shedding her earlier reservations. Mimicking Luffy's actions, she stood at the bow of the ship and pointed forward. Destination, the Grand Line. Luffy, thank you, came a sudden voice from the shore. Nami turned around to witness a scene that left her utterly astounded. A group of Marines, including Kobe, were all saluting the small vessel. For a moment, Nami almost believed they had been deceived by that fellow John, thinking him to truly be a captain worthy of such respect. However, it didn't take long for her to grasp the reality of the situation. She was not foolish. It suddenly dawned on her that the very person who had fought against Bellamy was none other than this straw-hatted individual. Connecting this with Zoro's incident, it became evident what had transpired. They were indeed pirates. Yet, it was rather peculiar for the Marines to salute pirates. Perhaps this would turn out to be an extraordinary journey. Listen closely. Since we are venturing into the Grand Line, we cannot embark without a navigation chart. And I happen to know where to find one. Nami exclaimed, promptly reverting to her formidable persona. Yes, I can vouch for that, John affirmed. To which Nami responded with a grateful nod. Very well. We shall first seek out the navigation chart, Luffy declared with unwavering determination. However, the chart was currently in the possession of a formidable pirate, Captain Buggy. Nami unfolded the paper she had discovered, her expression turning serious. Excellent. Then we shall seek out this Captain Buggy. Luffy made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 19. Transparency with a thoughtful tap on her forehead. Nami found herself at a loss for words. Is this fool truly fit to be a captain? How can one proceed without a plan? Captain Buggy was a terrifying figure, notorious for being indestructible. Nami couldn't help but voice her concerns. Regardless, we must go, don't we? If that's the case, let us go meet Buggy and see if he really can't be killed, Zoro proclaimed confidently. Nami opened her mouth, uncertain about Buggy and even more so about Zoro. Yet both were rumored to be formidable beings. Perhaps they could indeed handle the situation. Perhaps I am just worrying too much. Initially, I had intended to steal the navigation chart and slip away quietly, Nami admitted with a sigh. Haha, no need for such trouble. Let's just go find this Buggy. Luffy chimed in, his demeanor lighthearted. Do you really think he would give it to you? Nami exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. If he refuses, I'll just knock him out. Luffy replied with a grin, playfully shaking his fist. Nami's lips twitched in frustration. It seemed there was not a single rational person among them. Just then, she noticed John, who had remained silent until now. Perhaps he was the most normal of the lot. However, the seemingly rational John suddenly spoke up. Ahem, as captain, Luffy is quite clueless about many things. So there are matters only I can address. Who says I don't understand anything? Luffy protested vehemently. I'm saying it, and what of it? John retorted with exasperation. All right, let us return to the subject at hand. John continued. From now on, we are comrades who will face life and death together. Thus, it is imperative that we have a mutual understanding. Otherwise, when challenges arise, we may not only fail to cooperate but also become disoriented among ourselves. That makes sense. Zoro concurred. Nami nodded. John, as the first mate, seemed far more competent than Luffy. Well then, I shall go first. I am Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy declared, reverting to his usual self-introduction. That is utterly pointless. Allow me to assist, John said with irritation, suddenly gripping Luffy's face and giving it a tug. Ah! Nami shrieked in fright, as she caught sight of something truly terrifying. Indeed, the legendary devil fruit was something she had only heard of, and at one point had even doubted its existence. Now, she could hardly fathom that Luffy was a user of such a fruit. Zoro, having witnessed it previously, remained remarkably composed. Luffy, as you've seen, he ate the devil fruit and became a rubber man, John explained. Devil fruit? Such a thing truly exists, Nami exclaimed, astonished. I was startled at first as well, but you get used to it, Zoro said with a casual smile. The truth is laid bare before us. John suddenly flashed a smile at Nami, stating that although devil fruits are rare, they are not unheard of and could even be available for sale in the world. A single devil fruit could fetch a price of at least 100 million berries. What? 100 million berries? Did you say 100 million berries? Where can I find a devil fruit? Tell me. Tell me. Nami exclaimed, leaping onto John and shaking his shoulders with fervor. With 100 million berries, she could procure Cocoa West Village. She was even willing to brave perilous territories for the opportunity. Cough, cough, do not get overly excited. I do not know where the devil fruits come from, but if you visit the largest auction house in the world, you might encounter one if luck is on your side, John replied hastily, secretly reveling in the fact that Nami was indeed quite resourceful. No. I have first dibs on her. What nonsense are you spouting? Nami retorted, abruptly pushing John away in a huff. Although the specifics are unclear, it is said that devil fruits originate from the Grand Line, a place where many pirate crews might stumble upon them, John remarked with a hint of resignation. This statement further solidified Nami's resolve to venture into the Grand Line. Luffy is a rubber man, impervious to blows and bullets. So there is no need to concern yourselves with those situations. However, he is vulnerable to sharp weapons, and most crucially, all devil fruit users are abhorred by the sea and cannot swim. Therefore, if Luffy falls into the water, you must rescue him at once, John stated with gravity. Zoro nodded in understanding, while Nami's eyes gleamed with realization. So he fears the sea. As long as there is a weakness, that suffices. Then the rest. John turned to face him. Three-sword style, Zoro stated flatly. This was sufficient to convey his identity. He had little more to add. John then turned his gaze back to Nami, who eagerly declared, I am skilled in navigation, can chart maps, and am adept at thievery. Not to mention my penchant for acquiring beautiful clothing. All right, we get it, John interjected. Could you let me finish? Nami shrieked in indignation. Finally, it's my turn. John took a moment to compose himself before speaking, I was once a Navy officer. Zoro merely glanced at John without much surprise. Noting that Luffy did not appear shocked either, it was evident that Luffy was already aware, and even if he had not been before, John had now openly shared this information, leaving little room for doubt. Nami looked at John in astonishment. Her mother, Belmere, had also served in the Navy, steadfastly upholding her sense of justice until her death. She could hardly believe that John, a former Navy officer, had chosen the path of a pirate. Truly, in a vast forest, one can find all manner of creatures. However, having once served in the Navy and being familiar with its intricacies, it must have been considerably easier for him to masquerade as a colonel. Perhaps his initial intention was indeed to deceive, leading him to join the Navy in the first place. It was precisely because John was a Navy man that I chose him as my companion, Luffy remarked from the sidelines. Get lost, it's none of your business, John retorted irritably, pushing Luffy aside. In terms of combat, I possess a certain proficiency in marksmanship, as well as in the art of swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Additionally, I have some knowledge of technology that might prove beneficial to everyone in the future, John continued. Versatile? Zoro couldn't help but glance at John again. Indeed, versatility could be formidable, but if one were to spread their focus too thin, achieving mastery in any single discipline would become exceedingly difficult. However, Zoro was disinclined to comment further on other situations and chose to remain silent once more. As for Nami, her thoughts were far less complicated than Zoro's. She simply acknowledged that she would not be a match for John, and if she ever wished to escape in the future, she would need to exercise caution. Meanwhile, Luffy exclaimed, "Wow, John, you're quite impressive." Coughing to regain attention, John altered his expression, revealing the crux of his revelation. This is actually my primary purpose. I, too, am a user of a devil fruit. It was imperative to clarify such matters from the outset. Otherwise, if he were to accidentally fall into the water, who would come to his aid? What? You are also a devil fruit user? The entire assembly, including Luffy, was taken aback. John, so you've consumed one of those fruits too? They taste dreadful, don't they? Luffy's curiosity was evidently rather unique. Of course. Nami was equally incredulous. She immediately seized John's neck, exclaiming, "Spit it out. Spit it out. That's worth 100 million berries." Luffy may be foolish, but you actually managed to consume it? What kind of ability do you possess? Zoro, the lone voice of reason amidst the chaos, remained present. Chapter 20. The woman beneath the mountain is a tiger, such is the nature of his ability. To avoid uttering the word transparent, which would undoubtedly provoke Nami's fury, John merely offered a brief demonstration. He transformed the palm of one hand into a state of invisibility. Wow. Incredible. Amazing. Luffy exclaimed, bouncing around the small boat in excitement. Where's your hand, John? Luffy, perhaps mistaking John's power for that of Buggy, instinctively believed John had relocated his hand elsewhere. Nami, however, was more cautious. She reached out to touch the spot where John's palm had vanished, only to encounter solidity. Indeed, it had not disappeared nor relocated, but rather become invisible. It must be acknowledged that John had accurately gauged the situation. Had he performed a full-body transformation, Nami would undoubtedly have jumped to conclusions regarding voyeurism. By only transforming one hand, he had, for the moment, kept their thoughts from straying into more dubious territories. Yet, John had evidently overlooked one individual. Zoro suddenly spoke with a grave tone. If you could render your entire body invisible during combat, there was no need for him to finish that thought. The advantages would be immense. Even though Zoro was aware of the existence of observation Haki, mastering it would be no simple feat. Panic surged within John as he instinctively glanced at Nami, and indeed, she was beginning to show signs of agitation. Thus, John hastily interjected. It's not as simple as you think. I can only make my body invisible. My clothes and weapons remain unaffected. Upon hearing this, Nami's expression softened slightly. Che, what a dull ability, Zoro muttered dismissively, then closed his eyes. To him, an inability to engage in combat rendered the power tedious. The fact that it also prevented swimming was utterly unacceptable. As for shedding his clothing, Zoro had considered it, but without the ability to make weapons invisible, the utility of such a skill seemed limited. Therefore, he chose not to dwell on it. Just as John was about to breathe a sigh of relief, having navigated a precarious moment, Luffy suddenly chimed in with innocent enthusiasm. Then why don't you just take off all your clothes, John? You idiot. If you don't stop talking, no one will think you're mute. John finally understood the weight of Zoro's earlier remark. I will kill you one day. Ah, pervert. Nami shrieked, her voice piercing the air. Thud. Why am I being hit when Luffy said that? John asked pitifully. Because you are a pervert. Nami shot back, pacing frantically on the small boat. I can't stay here any longer. I absolutely must leave. John disregarded Nami and continued speaking to Zoro. Sing? If I were to fall into the water, make sure you come to my rescue immediately. Clearly, Luffy was not reliable, and Nami seemed doubtful as well, leaving John with no choice but to rely on Zoro. Understood. Zoro replied, somewhat disheartened, expressing his surprise that among the mere 4 people on such a small ship, 2 were capable users. When had such abilities become so prevalent? He realized he had never encountered even one before. Damn it, if both of them fell into the water, how would I save them? Luffy's suggestion did seem like a viable solution. Zoro abruptly proposed, always considering matters from a combat perspective. John's expression darkened upon hearing this. A bunch of rascals, did they all wish for him to run around naked? Don't worry, I simply cannot make other things transparent yet. But I will be able to in the future, John replied helplessly, though if it were not for the examples in the original story, he would not dare to be so certain. Well then, I look forward to that day, Zoro nodded, adding, but some may not share that anticipation. Ah, women. John sighed and shook his head. What about women? Nami ominously appeared behind John. No, I must uphold my dignity as a man. It cannot be like this moving forward. John inhaled sharply and turned around, only to see Nami gently tugging at her collar for air, the allure of her figure barely concealed. Women are meant to be cherished. John instantly adopted a foolish expression. Ah, men. Nami sighed and shook her head before suddenly swinging her fist, exclaiming, Die? Splash. Help, I can't swim. Zoro glanced up at Nami. This is your doing. You go save him. Surprisingly emboldened, perhaps due to her nature, Nami boldly proclaimed, Me save that pervert? No way. Hey, John is already sunk. Luffy observed from the side. Bastard. Zoro cursed under his breath and had no choice but to dive into the water to rescue John. On the small boat, John's suave attire could not conceal the resentment within him. John, what are you singing? Luffy curiously inquired. A song from my hometown, John sighed softly. Let's sing together. All right. Then, John and Luffy linked arms and began to dance, singing, The woman at the foot of the mountain is a tiger. Thud. Why did you hit me? Luffy exclaimed, rubbing his head. Why did you hit me again? Without a doubt, the word again is one that only John can utter. I'm aiming for you, Nami declared without hesitation. Indeed, John, the songs of your homeland hold great significance, Luffy remarked, gazing at John with admiration. Thud. Ouch. Why are you hitting me again? Zoro, who had been dozing nearby, rubbed his ears in exasperation before turning over to continue his dreams of Konoha. Hey, everyone come out. After encountering misfortune with Nami, John had no choice but to vent his frustration on the little creatures. A telephone bug? Nami gazed at John with curiosity, unsure of his intentions. Was he planning to make a call? Luffy, too, watched with intrigue, while Zoro remained blissfully unaware. Refusing to come out, are you? Are you truly certain you won't emerge? John suddenly produced a selection of small tools he had purchased on the island, wearing a sinister grin. The 2 telephone bugs, with tearful eyes, timidly crawled out of their shells, fully aware that should they remain hidden, John would undoubtedly drill a hole in their shells. How can you be so cruel to such adorable creatures? Nami murmured, yet she refrained from stopping John, knowing he would not act without reason. Exactly. This is how it should be. Why not cooperate with me? John continued to smile at the telephone bugs. Rest assured, I will transform you into the most formidable telephone bugs in the world. Transform. Nami exclaimed in surprise, suddenly recalling that John had mentioned his technological abilities before. Could this be what he meant? Chapter 21. John's ambition indeed. The fundamental calling feature of a regular phone bug is indispensable. However, I intend to configure them to special numbers, rendering them inaccessible to the average individual. Initially, I utilized these 2 little devices as walkie-talkies. Subsequently, I shall embark on a true transformation, endowing them with the eavesdropping capabilities of a black phone bug, as well as the anti-eavesdropping features of a white phone bug. Eventually, I aspire to gradually develop the ability for image transmission, though this will require experimentation. John elaborated, this marked his inaugural foray into the realm of hacking. Should he succeed in surreptitiously acquiring some research materials from the Vegapunk, it would be akin to infiltrating the CIA in his previous life. John speculated that the profession of hacking might not yet exist in this world. Even if it does, it likely lacks the sophistication found in his former existence. The scarcity of individuals who can engage with such technology and the absence of a genuine digital era contribute to this perception. This may heighten John's challenge in breaching security. as he may struggle to find any channels to establish a signal connection with the Vegapunk research facility. Conversely, the lack of a network in this world suggests that corresponding protective measures are likely rudimentary. In other words, if John can successfully penetrate their defenses, the feasibility of discreetly extracting valuable information could be quite substantial. Of course, at this juncture, all of this remains merely John's conjecture, and only by actual engagement will he ascertain the truth. After all, the Vegapunk is reputed to be 5 centuries ahead of its time. Perhaps they have already fortified themselves with multiple layers of impenetrable firewalls. Moreover, what could be more intriguing to a hacker than the prospect of viruses? With no network present, John would not entertain banal acts of destruction. He has long since set his sights on a more ambitious target, the future Naval Force's elite combat capability, the Pacifist PX. Directly sabotaging the internal systems of the Pacifist is not John's objective. Rather, he aims to replace its database. To put it simply, he envisions substituting the images and information pertaining to pirates within the pacifist systems with that of the Navy. John can vividly imagine the scene, amidst a fierce battle. The pacifist would suddenly rebel, diverting its assault from pirates to the Navy. Furthermore, if John could manipulate the control mechanisms and seize command, abducting a few pacifists as guardians aboard his vessel would indeed be an enticing prospect. However, these remain initial musings, as numerous hurdles await resolution. At the very least, the pacifist robots lack any interfaces through which John could introduce a virus. Thus, he would need to exploit light, injecting the virus while the pacifist is engaged in reading image data. Naturally, it is premature to contemplate such matters, even if John were to attain that level of expertise. There are currently no pacifists available for experimentation. Stop. Turn the boat to the right immediately. Nami exclaimed suddenly. What is the matter, Nami? Luffy inquired. If my instincts serve me correctly, a torrential downpour is imminent, Nami replied with grave seriousness. Are you sure? It looks perfectly sunny to me, Zoro remarked, scanning the horizon. Listen to the navigator. One of you merely drifts with the wind, while the other has been hopelessly lost since leaving home. Do you truly think you are qualified to voice an opinion? John retorted sharply. And you, who can only gaze at the stars, have the audacity to criticize us. Zoro shouted in anger. Exactly. Luffy chimed in, bouncing with enthusiasm. I possess at least a modicum of nautical knowledge. John protested, his face slightly flushed. It turned out that on that fateful night, John had relied on theories from a previous life, believing he could navigate by the stars. Although his idea was not entirely flawed, they were not traversing the Grand Line. And ultimately, significant deviations ensued. Consequently, the following day, it took them an extended period to return to their original course, much to John's chagrin. Since then, he ceased to mention his half-baked skills. Indeed, specialized tasks ought to be left to true professionals. Thud. Nami adeptly smacked the heads of the 3 men. Can you all stop arguing? Do you wish to remain here and perish? Once the small boat moved away, it wasn't long before a fierce storm erupted in the very spot they had vacated. Impressive. Nami, you truly are remarkable, Luffy exclaimed dramatically. Haha, it's nothing, after all. I am a genius, Nami replied with a humble smile. The navigator you found seems quite capable, Zoro remarked, casting a sidelong glance at John. Of course, my judgment is certainly not as absurd as Luffy's, John said proudly, devoid of any particular malice. However, this provoked Zoro, who was, after all, brought by Luffy. What? Are you implying that I, brought here by Luffy, am unreliable? Do you wish to duel? Zoro shouted, slightly drawing his sword. You think I fear you? John retorted, promptly drawing his gun. As a modern individual, he was more accustomed to firearms than blades. Of course, neither intended to engage in a real fight. It was merely banter. Besides, on such a small vessel, there was little room for movement anyway. Oh, a duel. A duel. Luffy cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Standing alone at the bow, Nami reflected on the ruckus. These men were indeed quite noisy. Were they truly pirates? No, one must not be deceived by appearances. They were still capable of plundering others' riches, leaving devastation in their wake. A gentle breeze stirred the strands of hair, and according to the intelligence gathered, Captain Buggy should be lurking in the nearby waters. However, the exact island of his whereabouts remained uncertain. We might as well search aimlessly for now. Just then, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, Meat, meat. Meat. Having gone several days without a morsel of meat, Luffy leapt high into the air, eyeing a large bird soaring above, prompting understanding among the crew. So that's how it is. He truly has a knack for it, Zoro remarked with a slight smile. Nami, seemingly unfazed. Was likely preoccupied with thoughts of how Luffy would bring down the large bird for a feast. Only John felt a twinge of alarm, thinking, no way. True to his instincts, Luffy leapt up and did not return. Help! Help! His voice echoed from above, as it became evident that the bird had clamped its beak around his head. What an idiot! Zoro and Nami exclaimed in unison. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out. John blew the smoke from his gun's barrel, wearing an expression of profound arrogance. Did you hit it? Nami inquired. John raised an eyebrow. Of course. Do not doubt my marksmanship. If it had been a seagull, I might have missed, but with such a large bird, how could I possibly fail? Yet, as Zoro's words lingered in the air, he questioned, but why hasn't that bird fallen? Just then, Luffy's shout echoed, who the hell shot me? Following Luffy's cry, the bird gradually soared away, escaping the range of John's shot. Idiot! Chase after it. Row faster! Row faster! Nami sighed, shaking her head. Thank goodness Luffy is made of rubber. Otherwise, you would have shot him dead. Regarding the talking snail, it has been clearly explained in the SBS. It is indeed a snail. They communicate through electromagnetic waves, and humans have fitted them with numbers and other devices. Naturally, they possess their own thoughts, as evidenced by the antics of the great Buggy. Chapter 22. Where's your treasure? In response to this outcome, John felt an urge to curse. How could it be so accurate? For a moment, he recalled a particular joke about a police officer chasing a criminal, warning, don't run, or I will shoot. Yet, the criminal continued to flee heedlessly. My aim is notoriously poor, he thought, as the criminal reveled in his escape. Initially aimed at the legs, the shot would ultimately strike the head. Eventually, the criminal was apprehended. There's an island ahead. That bird is heading there. Nami suddenly exclaimed, pointing forward. Phew. As long as he is not in the sea, that fellow should be fine. Zoro sighed in relief. Wait, what is that? It seems there's a pirate ship. Thanks to his practiced marksmanship, John's vision was sharper than the average person's. Surely it can't be that coincidental that Captain Buggy's pirate ship. Captain Buggy is on that island. Nami shouted in astonishment. Haha, doesn't he that make it convenient? We won't even need to search for him. Zoro chuckled. Indeed. We owe it to Luffy for guiding us, John added. There are only 4 of us. We should strategize first. If we barge in and get discovered. Even if you all are strong, Nami was interrupted by the sudden sound of cannon fire. Boom. Don't worry. Zoro reassured. Indeed, there is no need for concern, as that fellow has already been spotted. John added. The great bird in the sky was struck, and soon they saw Luffy plummet. Is he going to be all right? Nami covered her eyes, then slapped her forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. He is a rubber man. He can't be killed, nor can he fall to his demise. Truly a freak. At that moment, John was preoccupied with the realization that Buggy's gunner seemed quite formidable. Such a simple cannonball could strike a moving bird in the air. That was certainly more challenging than using a gun. Truly, Buggy the Clown is no ordinary pirate. He is prepared to dominate the Grand Line. Hurry, row faster. Zoro and John strained as they paddled. It seems you're quite worried about your captain, Nami remarked, though her tone suggested she still did not consider herself part of the crew. It's not that I'm worried about that guy. I'm just afraid that if we arrive too late, there won't be an enemy left for me to face. Zoro smirked. Nami facepalmed at his words, thinking, what a foolish captain, a perverse first mate, and a murderous swordsman. What sort of pirate crew is this? Upon docking the small boat at the harbor, the 3 disembarked. Finding no one from Buggy's crew stationed there, they wondered if their enemies had grown complacent. We'll split up. I'll go steal something while you provide cover, Nami declared decisively. There is no need for such complexity. Simply seize it. Zoro maintained his usual demeanor. It is said that Buggy is also a user of a devil fruit, so we must exercise caution. John interjected. Is that so? Another user of a power, Zoro yawned. I have nearly grown accustomed to it. Nami slapped her forehead. Wait, why are we still together? Nami suddenly exclaimed. Is there a problem? Zoro inquired. Did we not agree to act separately? I would steal, while you provide cover. Nami shouted irritably. You go to pilfer, draw their attention, and then we shall engage in battle. Zoro replied directly. That is not providing cover. I would merely become the bait. Nami shrieked. Could you possibly raise your voice a little more? John said, exasperated, as he dug at his ears. We are already surrounded. No sooner had John spoken than a group of pirates encircled them. Who is the shameless wretch daring to steal from Captain Buggy? The legendary figure has made his appearance. Damn it, what is going on? Nami cried, cradling her head. That fellow should have already arrived on the island. Where has he gone? Zoro wondered, glancing about with curiosity, completely devoid of tension. Surely hasn't he been captured? Recalling the events from the original narrative, John stroked his chin in contemplation. Regardless, we simply need to deal with this lot. Zoro smiled slightly, extending his thumb as his blade slid gently from its sheath. How could this be possible? There are so many of them. How could we possibly prevail? John, think of something. Perhaps you could go out and negotiate. Nami urged, gripping John's arm. Negotiate? John's lips twitched. Before he could respond, a loud voice called out, John. What? Glancing at Buggy, whose eyes were wide with surprise, John felt a twitch in his eyelid. Could he possibly know me? Or did I pursue him during my time as part of the Navy? Surely not. Did that fool dare to hunt down a deity? If he was reckless enough to do so, he must not expect me to clean up his mess. Where are your treasures? Buggy suddenly asked. Treasures? What treasures? John instinctively froze. You dare to utter the name John without possessing any treasures? Buggy screeched in fury. Huh? John was stunned for a full 5 seconds before realizing that Buggy must be referring to the infamous Captain John, known for amassing a vast fortune, who was now presumably a zombie aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship. This is absurd. Is there some taboo associated with names in this world? I merely share the name John. John muttered weakly. You dare deceive the great Captain Buggy. Prepare to meet your end. Buggy's flying daggers hurtled towards John, specifically accompanied by his hand. Upon witnessing this, Nami let out another scream. Despite her mental preparation, she was still taken aback by the peculiar abilities of these strange devil fruit users. Who are these people? Damn it, when have I ever deceived you? It is you who has conjured these notions in your mind. John exclaimed innocently, simultaneously drawing his gun and firing several shots to carve a path, before seizing Nami and making their escape. In an instant, they vanished. Truly, he is worthy of having undergone CP9 training. A cold breeze swept through the scene, drawing the attention of Zoro, who remained still, while the pirates of Buggy's crew looked on in astonishment. Have they abandoned their comrade? Regardless, we must capture them first. TCH, those fellows. Zoro grimaced, biting down on the sword Wado Ikamanji. Perhaps this would prevent any unintentional harm to his allies. This action is Roronoa Zoro. Those with discerning eyes suddenly awakened to the truth. The pirate hunter Zoro? Is he here to capture me? Captain Buggy shifted his gaze from the direction John had departed, turning instead to Zoro. He chuckled, let us deal with him first. At the same moment, in Buggy's base. Huff, huff. Luffy gasped for breath. Where on earth am I? Who just shot at me with a cannon? Bored with the juggling apparatus around him, Luffy shouted, John, Zoro, Nami, where are you all? Oh well, they probably can't hear me. I should find something to eat first. Luffy rubbed his stomach and, just then, his eyes caught sight of a round, red Buggy cannonball. Chapter 23. The reckless Luffy. Is everything truly all right? Nami inquired as she ran. What issues could there possibly be? John retorted. Are we really just going to abandon Zoro? Isn't that a problem? Nami exclaimed. There's no issue at all, if it's Zoro. He can handle it without a doubt, John replied nonchalantly. With his formidable strength, Zoro was more than capable of managing, and though Buggy possessed unique abilities, he had already demonstrated them when he launched his attack earlier. As long as Zoro wasn't foolish, even if the chop-chop fruit countered his techniques, he would certainly not fall prey to a sneak attack as he did in the original narrative. Is a mere declaration of no problem sufficient? To ensure your own escape, you leave him to confront all his adversaries alone. If everything is truly all right, why not stay behind to assist him? It seems you are merely sending him to his demise. Aren't you supposed to be comrades? Is this the heartlessness of all pirates? Nami shouted in frustration. John abruptly halted, gazing at Nami with a serious expression. You're mistaken. It's not about abandoning him. It's about trusting in his strength. As partners, if we cannot even extend this basic trust, how can we ever speak of relying on one another? I could easily escape with you. Do you truly believe Zoro would be unable to flee if he desired to? Nami's expression faltered, and though she recognized the validity of John's words, she couldn't help but retort, that's just a fallacy. So what shall we do now? Naturally, we are here to pilfer goods. Let us not forget our original purpose, John stated. And of course, we should also search for that lost fool, Luffy. He has probably wandered off somewhere. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Nami crouched down, clutching her head and screaming, while John was startled enough to fall to the ground. Once the chaos subsided, they slowly rose to their feet. What just happened? Was that a cannonball? Why was its power so immense? Nami wondered in disbelief. John squinted. It must be what they call a buggy ball. But that direction is where we just were. Zoro, Nami gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow. John recalled the circumstances depicted in the manga. This buggy ball, though powerful, had never truly killed anyone, and he remarked he should be fine. Really? Perhaps, John mused, stroking his chin. However, there's one matter that perplexes me. Given that Buggy and his crew were also present, how could they possibly have been struck as well? Who fired that cannonball? John's expression shifted as he exchanged a glance with Nami. Luffy. That fool. What on earth is he thinking? John exclaimed. If he and Nami had remained there, he certainly did not wish to test whether he possessed the resilience of a cockroach. The location of the cannon fire must be at Buggy's headquarters. The map and treasure should also be there. We must hurry, as we should be able to locate Luffy, John exclaimed, pulling Nami along as they dashed forward. Shouldn't we check on Zoro? Nami couldn't help but inquire. Fool. It's far more urgent to reach Luffy. If he fires another cannon, it will be truly chaotic. We must get there to stop him, John explained. Meanwhile, Luffy stood beside the mobile cannon, excitedly waving his arms. Wow. Incredible, incredible, incredible. The power is immense. I wish I could equip my pirate ship with one of these. But then again, looking at my little boat, it seems there's no room for it. Luffy chuckled, realizing that John and the others would likely know his whereabouts now. Haha, I could have thought of this too. What a genius I am. He laughed, yet he noticed the town was utterly deserted. Did everyone leave? It was because he had not seen anyone during his earlier wandering that he assumed the town was abandoned. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly fired the cannon. Haha. Now I just need to wait here, and John will come looking for me. While munching on some food, he mused. Wait. The cannon exploded over there. They must be heading towards that direction, and if I stay here, they won't find me. With this thought, Luffy sprang up and ran towards the explosion, extending his hand to grab a large chicken leg as he left. On the other side, Zoro and Buggy were struggling to rise from the rubble. The Buggy pirates had been decimated, and those who stood were now all blackened. Cough, cough. Who the hell did this? If I find out, I will not let them go, Zoro grunted, propping himself up with his sword. If I hadn't reacted quickly, that blast would have hit me directly. Cough, cough. But feeling the blood on my body, it seems I've sustained some injuries. Observing Buggy and his crew slowly getting up, Zoro began to contemplate his next move. Initially, he believed he could endure the pain and deal with Buggy's crew, but he had quickly realized that his sword skills were ineffective against Buggy. In his current condition, continuing the fight was unwise. After all, if the battle dragged on, he risked bleeding out. It seemed prudent to retreat for now and devise a strategy. Perhaps John S. gun could be effective against Buggy. I wonder where they have gone. It must be in this direction. Zoro, notoriously directionally challenged, turned ahead in the completely opposite direction from where John and the others had departed. Which bastard dared to fire a cannon at Captain Buggy? But this power. It resembles my buggy ball. Buggy finally managed to rise from the debris, although his foot was stuck, preventing him from freeing himself immediately. At that moment, a voice emanated from behind Zoro, drawing closer with remarkable speed. The clown Buggy had just turned around when he was suddenly overwhelmed once more. It was none other than Luffy, who had fortuitously flown over. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. What about John and the others? Luffy inquired, adjusting his straw hat while seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was standing atop Buggy. They seemed to head in that direction, Zoro indicated, pointing towards where he had previously been looking. Is that so? Wait, you're injured? This is bad. Where's the doctor? Luffy exclaimed in alarm. Let's South leave this place first. The cannonball might strike again at any moment, Zoro cautioned, glancing around warily before he and Luffy took off running. As they fled, Luffy reassured him, actually, there's no need to worry. That cannonball won't be coming back. Really? Why is that? Zoro asked casually. Because I was the one who fired it, Luffy declared candidly. Oh, I see. Wait, what? You mean you fired it? Zoro erupted in anger, gripping Luffy by the neck. Yeah, didn't you all come over after seeing the explosion? Luffy questioned, puzzled. You almost hit me, you know? Zoro shouted. And in his agitation, his wound reopened, causing him to collapse. Wow, Zoro, are you all right? Luffy exclaimed, shaking Zoro vigorously. I swear, one day I will cut you down. Zoro managed weakly from the ground. Chapter 24, A Fruit-Induced Bloodbath Captain. Captain Buggy, are you all right? His crew strained to pull Buggy from the wreckage. Damn it, who was that scoundrel who just stepped on my head? Buggy exclaimed, propelled upward in a fit of rage. I couldn't see clearly. It was a guy wearing a straw hat. However, it seems he is allied with that pirate hunter Zoro. They both ran off in that direction. One of the crew members replied, Is that so? I didn't expect they had accomplices. Buggy mused. stroking his chin before bursting into laughter. Of course, if someone wishes to challenge me, Buggy the Clown, they ought to come prepared. What of the pirate hunter Zoro? In my presence, he is merely someone in need of rescue. Captain, what shall we do now? Should we pursue them? Asked a crew member beside him. No, it's unnecessary. We are gravely injured, and most importantly, we must return to the base to ascertain which scoundrel dared to fire my buggy ball at me. Buggy shouted, quickly. Pull my foot out. What if another cannonball comes flying our way? One must admit, the presence of that straw hat-wearing brat had driven them all somewhat neurotic, fearful of yet another projectile. In truth, some among Buggy's crew speculated whether that cannonball had originated from the straw hat wearer, but they dismissed the thought, considering their own ally Zoro was present, thus unlikely to fire upon them. The primary concern was that Luffy's speed was astonishing, launching projectiles like a rubber slingshot. At such a distance, even Zoro had not anticipated it would be Luffy. At that moment, a figure wielding 2 swords and riding a unicycle appeared. Captain, we cannot let that pirate hunter escape so easily. Oh, Kapachi, do you think you can manage alone? Buggy discerned the intentions of his first mate. I've long desired to confront that pirate hunter, Kapachi replied coolly, exuding an air of confidence befitting a first appearance. Very well, then it's up to you. Crew, let us return. Buggy waved his hand, leading the others back, while Kapachi pedaled his unicycle towards Zoro and Luffy. Evidently, Luffy, the straw hat wearer, had been completely disregarded by this group. On the other side, John and Nami had finally arrived at Buggy's base. Is anyone here? Upon witnessing the remnants of the chaos, John surmised that Luffy had indeed been here. What do we do now? Nami inquired. You go steal something. I will search for Luffy nearby. Be quick. John decisively commanded. Understood. Nami signaled an okay with her hand before dashing off. John began his search in the vicinity, calling out, Luffy. Luffy, can you hear me? Upon hearing the voice call out, Luffy, Luffy, John abruptly halted, for before him stood Buggy and his crew. L. Luffy. John stammered, his eyes darting about. What on earth had happened to Zoro? It seemed he had not been captured. Could it be that he had been obliterated by that cannonball? I seem to have lost my way. John exclaimed, promptly turning on his heel and taking measured steps away. You scoundrel. Not only did you dare to deceive me using Captain John's name, but now you have the audacity to strike me with my own buggy ball. This is utterly unforgivable. Buggy bellowed, his ire palpable as he confronted his adversary. It's a misunderstanding. There is a significant misunderstanding here. That cannonball was certainly not fired by me. John hastily protested. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Are there any other individuals present? Even now. You dare to argue your case? Buggy shouted furiously. In that moment, John, who had initially contemplated fleeing, suddenly remembered that Nami was still below, pilfering items. And he could not abandon her. Thus, he spun around, nonchalantly flicking the brim of his hat. Would you care to hear a story? He inquired. Who has the time to listen to your ridiculous stories right now? Buggy retorted sharply. Indeed, let us kill him. Kill him. The Buggy pirates chimed in, rousing a fervor. It's a tale about treasure, John stated calmly. Treasures. Buggy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he plopped down on the ground. Speak, Captain. His crew could only watch in disbelief. Fear not, we can listen to his story. After all, he cannot escape. Captain Buggy declared confidently, turning his gaze back to John. However, if you dare deceive me, rest assured, it is entirely true. It is a tale born from my personal experience, a bloodbath incited by a devil fruit. John asserted. A devil fruit. The crowd gasped, especially Buggy, for a devil fruit of at least 1 billion berries was no trivial matter. This story certainly carried weight from the outset. I was once a Navy officer, John proclaimed, shocking all present. A Navy officer? The crowd gasped again, evidently captivated by John's narrative. Indeed, Captain John of the Navy, you must have heard of me, John added, not fabricating this particular detail. Buggy stroked his chin thoughtfully. I believe I have heard of a Captain John, so it is indeed you. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Too kind, John replied, slightly lifting his hat. And what brings you here? Do you intend to capture me? Buggy inquired suddenly. Not at all. In truth, I am no longer a Navy officer. John shook his head and sighed, recounting how the tale must begin from that fateful day. The narrative unfolded as he vividly described the scene of escorting the devil fruit. Though the subsequent developments were naturally altered by John himself. It was on that very day that my sailor retrieved a barrel from the sea. Can you guess what was inside? What was it? The crowd inquired. Surely it must be a demon. I believe it to be treasure, Buggy chimed in. Incorrect. Inside was a pirate. A pirate wearing a straw hat. John proclaimed. A straw hat? Could it be that same fellow? Bucky responded, perplexed. Thus, the tragedy commenced. John continued. What happened? Was that pirate too formidable for you to contend with, and did he seize the devil fruit? The crowd pressed him for answers. No, it was far worse. Initially, that rogue did indeed take the devil fruit while my guard was down, but he himself had consumed a devil fruit as well. As you all know, one cannot consume two devil fruits. Therefore, he could only take the fruit away, yet due to my entanglement, he was unable to do so, to my astonishment. At that moment, that scoundrel suddenly forced the devil fruit into my mouth, compelling me to swallow it. John lamented, tears welling in his eyes. What? You consumed the devil fruit? The crowd gasped in unison. Indeed, that villain sought revenge on me. As the naval officer entrusted with the escort of the fruit, I have now unwittingly consumed it. Is this not akin to betrayal of trust? That fiend aims to prevent me from being a naval officer. Furthermore, he forcibly enlisted me as his companion, compelling me to become a pirate. This is the tale that befell me. You tell me, is my plight not grievous? John wiped his tears. Alas, how tragic! Bucky exclaimed, suddenly tears streaming down his face as well. Indeed, we are but kindred spirits, both cast adrift in this vast world. Chapter 25. A great friendship. It is evident that Bucky has indeed been swayed by John. John deliberately crafted the narrative to resonate with Bucky, although their circumstances differ. Both have been victims of treachery, and both have suffered at the hands of a man clad in a straw hat, instinctively fostering a sense of camaraderie against a common foe. Furthermore, they have both been coerced into consuming devil fruits. Buggy's aspirations of treasure have been deferred for decades, while John's naval ambitions have been utterly obliterated. Thus, their fates appear intertwined, though John has sought to conceal the matter of the devil fruit. This was aimed solely at the Navy. For a fellow pirate like Bucky, particularly one who is destined to remain unscathed, it would be impossible to disseminate the information regarding John's consumption of the devil fruit. Crucially, these individuals are unaware of the nature of the fruit John ingested, nor has he performed any displays that might attract attention. Bucky is inherently an emotional and generous individual. He is capable of forming friendships even with those he has merely encountered briefly. Consequently, he suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Bring me some wine." The crew, momentarily taken aback, quickly adapted to their captain's exuberance. What are you hesitating for? I wish to share a drink with John, Bucky declared boisterously. It seems his subordinates are accustomed to Buggy's flamboyant manner, for they swiftly brought forth the wine. A lively celebration commenced, with Bucky and John seated on the ground, unmoving, gazing at one another with mutual respect, toasting in camaraderie. This situation appears to be escalating rather dramatically. John jested with Bucky, though inwardly he was anxious. Bucky, how about you join my pirate crew? Together, we can traverse the world and amass all the treasures. Bucky suddenly extended the invitation to John. Taken aback, John promptly shook his head. No, had you approached me earlier, I might have considered it. However, I, John, am a man of my word. I have already pledged my allegiance to the Straw Hats. Though it was a reluctant decision, I shall see it through to the end. John spoke with fervor. Yet his mind was preoccupied with worry. Where was Nami? If she were to emerge and witness this scene, how would she react? How would he navigate the situation? As if summoned by his thoughts, Nami's melodic voice suddenly rang out from behind. John, I succeeded. Not only did I acquire the navigation chart, but I also pilfered all of Buggy's treasure. I counted it. There's a whopping 10 million berries. Huh. We are set for life. If I'm in a good mood, I might share half with you. Silence fell abruptly. The pirates, who had been pouring wine, were now frozen in place, the liquid spilling onto the ground, creating a palpable stillness. Nami emerged, burdened by a large bag, and paused in her tracks, suddenly aware of the situation. Heh, you all are holding a banquet, aren't you? She remarked, quietly retreating a step before turning away. Then I shall not disturb you any longer, she added before sprinting off. John, I'll take my leave first. As the tension among Bucky and his crew threatened to erupt, John, in a moment of desperation, bellowed, Bucky, and forcefully slammed his cup onto the ground. John realized he had no choice but to continue the act. Indeed, his audacious move quelled the impending outburst, with everyone staring at him, seemingly eager to witness how he would justify his actions. I raise this final toast to you, John proclaimed, lifting his cup anew. Oh, Bucky responded, puzzled. After this drink, all that has transpired here shall become a thing of the past. From this moment forth, we are no longer friends, but foes, John declared emphatically. Buggy's expression shifted, and he too raised his cup, exclaiming, John, you are a true man. I, Bucky, admire those like you. Thus, I shall count you as a friend. Though we may be enemies, we shall forever remain friends. Cheers. With that, both men lifted their cups and drained them in unison. Clash. John smashed his cup down and rose from the ground, clasping his fist in salute to Buggy, lowering the brim of his hat without uttering another word, and gracefully turned to leave, a dashing silhouette in his wake. One wonders if this drunken encounter between the two, when viewed in hindsight, might become as legendary as those shared by Roger and Whitebeard, or later, Shanks and Whitebeard. Captain Buggy, exclaimed a member of the Buggy Pirates, visibly moved to tears by the poignant display of camaraderie. You all, Buggy shouted, at ease. Rest for a moment, then we shall pursue and reclaim our treasure. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, John silently continued onward, and Nami, leaning against the wall, remarked, It seems you managed to deceive Buggy quite thoroughly, didn't you? Perhaps, John replied. Given John's demeanor, shouldn't he be rather pleased to boast about his cleverness? Nami mused. John suddenly removed his hat, revealing his face, and smiled as he said, This time, I deceived him so skillfully that I seem to have tricked myself as well. Really? Are you truly a master of deception? Nami said incredulously. Indeed. The highest form of deception is that which ensnares even the deceiver. John retorted. Is that so? Nami's expression suddenly darkened as she recalled her own predicament, murmuring to herself that it must be the most abysmal trickery. Let us seek out Luffy and Zoro, she sighed. But alas, both are notoriously directionally challenged. I truly wonder how we shall find them, especially since it is precisely these two who have gone missing. John, with a resigned gesture, tapped his forehead and adjusted his hat. Here, he said, handing Nami a parcel. I've already divided the funds. This is your share, 5 million berries. Is that so? John accepted it without hesitation, noting its weight. It's rather heavy. Do you not need my assistance in carrying it? Not at all, John declared emphatically. As long as it is money, regardless of its weight, I shall never entrust it to another. Very well, John replied with understanding. You seem remarkably unconcerned. Do you truly look down upon such a sum? This is 5 million, after all. Nami suddenly inquired. Money, in my view, is only valuable if it suffices for one's needs. Truth be told, I find myself somewhat disdainful of this 5 million, John responded. Indeed. A devil fruit is worth 1 billion berries. I wonder how much one could fetch for you. Could it be 1 billion? Nami grumbled irritably. You could certainly wait until my bounty reaches 1 billion and then deliver me directly to the Navy. John chuckled. 1 billion? How absurd. If a character like you could ever command such a bounty, it would be utterly preposterous. Nami retorted, considering that in the East Blue, known as the weakest sea, a bounty of 1 billion was an astronomical figure. Is that so? We shall see in due time. Perhaps you might one day find yourself with a bounty in the hundreds of millions, John said, half seriously. Impossible. I absolutely refuse to have a bounty. Not even a single berry. Nami shouted vehemently, for in her eyes, a bounty was not a mark of pride, but rather a true death sentence. P.S. This book has indicated from the outset that updates will be irregular, as the primary focus remains on the basketball narrative. Although I aspire to advance the story at least to the onset of the Grand Line, it remains a distant goal. Chapter 26. Not leaving locating Luffy and Zoro, renowned for their navigational ineptitude, may prove to be a formidable task. However, when they inevitably create a commotion without departing from their location, finding them becomes a rather straightforward endeavor. A commotion? It certainly cannot be the mere firing of another buggy bomb. It was simply a few buildings that had collapsed. Upon discovering them, I found Zoro seated on the ground, resting, with his body bandaged, suggesting he had sustained injuries. Meanwhile, Luffy was perched beside a filthy dog in front of the fallen structure, and as for how it had come to such a state, even John found it perplexing, considering that the beast tamer, Machi, had just been with Captain Buggy. An elderly gentleman had also emerged at the scene. At last, I have found you. The goods are secured. We must depart at once. Luffy, Zoro, Captain Buggy will be pursuing us imminently, Nami declared directly. I am not leaving. Luffy suddenly retorted. You're not leaving. What on earth are you staying here for? Aren't you headed for the Grand Line? Nami could not restrain herself from asking. Regardless, I simply refused to leave. Luffy stubbornly insisted, remaining seated with the little dog. You fool. Captain Buggy is on our tail. Stop acting irrationally, Nami shouted vehemently. Zoro yawned from his spot. Just perfect. I was injured for no reason earlier, and I still haven't had my fill of excitement. You are utterly incomprehensible. The goods are secured. There is no need for further conflict, Nami asserted, recognizing her role as a thief while they were merely the rightful owners being pursued. There is indeed a necessity for conflict. Zoro interjected. Clearly, we have overlooked certain developments. John, standing nearby, offered Nami an explanation. It seems we missed something vital. John, what do you have in your hand? Luffy inquired suddenly. Money. John replied succinctly. May I have it? Luffy requested eagerly. You're the captain, so of course. It's no problem. John tossed the money to Luffy without hesitation. Old man, your village was damaged by my actions. This is compensation for you. Luffy proclaimed as he accepted the money, tossing it aside without a glance towards the elderly man. Before the elder could respond, Nami erupted. You fool. That's 500,000 berries. Have you lost your mind? What? 500,000 berries. The elder, who initially intended to accept the money, suddenly felt embarrassed. Is it really 500,000 berries? I wonder if that will suffice, old man? Luffy queried. You imbecile. That is 500,000 berries. Not 50,000. I would consider it remarkable to even give 50,000 berries. Nami exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, that amount is excessive. Although your actions led to the destruction of our village, I understand it was unintentional, and I cannot accept this money. Besides, it remains uncertain if this village can still be considered ours, the elder lamented, shaking his head. Old man, this is all the money I have, Luffy suddenly declared. The old man was momentarily taken aback. Often, Luffy's thoughts seemed to leap about erratically. I only possess this much money, hence I can only give you this amount. If I had 50,000 berries, I could only offer you 50,000 berries. If I had nothing, I wouldn't be able to give you a single penny. Luffy elucidated. What kind of reasoning is that? Nami shrieked furiously from the side. That's my money. I won't allow you to act so recklessly. Isn't that with John? Luffy inquired. That was given to John by me. Nami retorted directly. But John returned it to me. Luffy insisted. Be quiet. Bang. Nami unleashed her armament haki with a fierce display. John. Nami turned to John in desperation, hoping he could help her reason with Luffy. Despite the money already being given away and no longer belonging to her, Nami felt reluctant to part with it, even if she had to reimburse. It should be at the original price. Not only did he not negotiate, but he also gave it all away. It was simply unbearable to watch. John tilted his head. I have no use for that small sum. Zoro. Nami then looked to Zoro. I don't mind, Zoro replied nonchalantly. This is incomprehensible. This is utterly ridiculous. I've had enough of you all. Nami finally lost her composure and shouted, then suddenly dashed in front of the old man, smiling brightly as she spoke. Old man, you surely feel undeserving of such a sum, right? Take what is yours and return the rest to me, if you please. This is a gift from my little brother, and I can only feel gratitude. What? You old man, do you have no shame? Nami instantly turned hostile. Rest assured, old man, I will help you send that buggy flying and return the village to you. Luffy interjected from the side. Ugh, I can't hold back any longer. This is outrageous. You can bravely confront even the likes of Choo-Choo and my little brother. As the village chief, how can I simply hide away while this concerns my own village? The old man suddenly shouted. Hey, calm down, Nami quickly advised from the side. A man must fight. He cannot retreat. Right, little brother? The old man proclaimed loudly. Right, old man. Luffy responded with a grin. Don't just agree casually, Nami exclaimed in exasperation. To not defend one's own town. What kind of village chief is that? I must fight. The townspeople and this village are my treasures. Boom. An explosion erupted nearby. Undoubtedly, it was a cannonball fired by Buggy. Clearly, it was for the same reason that John and the others had come. And it was aimed at this place. Fortunately, no one was harmed. How infuriating. It feels as though they've ripped my heart out. I cannot allow them to further ravage my town. I shall confront them for a decisive battle. The old man declared as he climbed to his feet, gritting his teeth. Old man, don't act impulsively. Going up there is tantamount to throwing your life away. Nami hurriedly grasped the other party's arm, revealing her inherently kind nature. Do not impede me, young girl. I am aware of my recklessness. However, Buggy the Clown, I shall engage you in a battle to the death. The old man shouted as he charged forward. Ha ha ha. Which scoundrel dares to challenge Captain Buggy to a duel? Buggy the Clown bellowed, striding forth from the billowing smoke. Cough, cough. What manner of dust is this, so thick that I can scarcely see? Buggy exclaimed in sudden frustration. Captain, that was your own buggy ball. Cough, cough, came a voice from beside him. Is that so? I had no idea my buggy ball possessed such tremendous power. Cough, cough. Could it be that I truly am a comedic character? What a splendid entrance. only to be reduced to this. Emerging from the haze, Buggy the Clown boomed once more. Which rascal just claimed they wished to engage Captain Buggy in a duel? Just as the old man began to speak, he was abruptly silenced as Luffy knocked him to the ground with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. It is I, the straw hat wearing brat. Buggy's eyes narrowed upon seeing Luffy. Per Mayor, John silently prayed for the old man from behind. Amen. Are you truly Buggy the Clown? Luffy inquired earnestly, momentarily taken aback. What is the meaning of your enormous red nose? Huh. Chapter 27. Do you understand what it means to wield the 8-sword style? I have never encountered someone as detestable as you. No, save for that one individual. Just seeing your straw hat reminds me of him, which is exceedingly unpleasant. Bucking his teeth, Buggy declared, clearly quite irate. That is my treasure, Luffy said, patting the straw hat atop his head. How can that possibly be considered a treasure? Treasures should be resplendent and glittering. Buggy retorted immediately. This is the vow hat I received from Shanks. It holds great significance for me, thus it is my most cherished treasure. Luffy shouted fervently. Shanks? You mean the red-haired Shanks? You know Shanks? Buggy suddenly inquired. What? Do you also know Shanks? Luffy asked. I see. So this hat was given to you by him. No wonder it looks so familiar. It's annoyingly familiar, Buggy remarked, setting aside Luffy and Buggy's banter. Their tense battle scene had transformed into a casual conversation, a situation that seemed to recur frequently with Buggy. Meanwhile, the beast tamer Moji finally made his grand entrance riding atop his majestic lion. Richie, do you know who I am? I am Moji, the vice captain of the Buggy Pirates and the greatest beast tamer. There is no creature in this world that I cannot tame. Oh, look, a perfect opportunity for a demonstration. Come here, doggy. Ouch. That hurts. Let go. Let go. Though he appeared to be a fool, he could still be considered a worthy adversary. The previous one was inexplicably dealt with by Luffy, and I was still yearning for a challenge. Zoro stepped forward. What? Who are you calling a fool? I am the greatest beast tamer, Moji. Right, Richie? Moji proclaimed loudly. Roar the Lion. Richie responded with a mighty roar, perhaps its most ferocious moment in the manga. John, you won't hold it against me for stealing your opponent, will you? Zoro turned to ask, viewing the situation as the captain versus the captain. And the vice-captain before him was not wielding a sword, hence it was only natural for his side's vice-captain to retaliate. Not at all. I have no desire for battle today. John waved his hand dismissively. That's good. Zoro grinned, as his own desire for combat surged strongly. Although the circumstances had diverged entirely from the original narrative, the outcome remained unchanged. What? Aren't you going to assist them? Luffy may be fine, but Zoro is injured. Nami interjected. If he dies here, it merely signifies that he was not meant for more. John coolly replied. Is that something you should be saying? Nami exclaimed. Quite exasperated. It's only cool when someone else says it. When you do, it just comes off as heartless. I'm merely echoing his own sentiments. Which is why I can't go help them. John explained. If you want to be lazy, just say so. Nami couldn't help but shout. Are you not also chatting with me here? John turned to Nami and said, I am here to guard the treasure, preventing them from stealing it back. Nami replied instantly. Then I shall protect you, ensuring that they do not defeat you and reclaim the treasure. John stated without blinking. Very well, let us wait for them here. Nami declared without hesitation, as her fear made her eager for John's protection. Quick, go retrieve the treasure, just as they spoke of the matter. The Buggy Pirates indeed arrived to seize the treasure. John, what should we do? There are so many of them. Nami exclaimed anxiously, for as a habitual thief, she seldom confronted enemies directly, usually opting to flee instead. Do not worry, they are merely cannon fodder. Just help me for a moment, it will be quick. John tossed his hat to Nami and boldly advanced, confident that his physical prowess would easily surpass that of the lowly soldiers. Drawing a blade with casual ease, he began to slash through their ranks. However, after dispatching several dozen foes, he realized that the numbers were overwhelming, and he had Nami to consider, which complicated matters. Suddenly halting, he asked, Do you know what the 8-sword style is? The Buggy Pirates instinctively paused. Look over there, the pirate hunter Zoro. He wields the 3-sword style. And the power of 3 blades far surpasses that of 2. John pointed to Zoro and then gradually drew another sword. If wielding 1 sword has a strength of 1, then 2 swords equal 2, and 3 swords 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. By the time John finished speaking, the enemies had already fled in terror. John shrugged and began to sheath his swords one by one. TCH. If I truly wielded 8 swords, I wouldn't even need to fight. Merely standing would suffice. Must they wait for me to finish my words before they run? I never claimed the strength of 8 swords is 8. This guy? A typical example of someone who pretends to be noble while being deceitful. He was clearly trying to intimidate. Nami approached and remarked, relieved that she hadn't heard John's last muttering. Otherwise, she might have perceived him as an unreliable figure akin to the future Usopp. John took the hat from Nami's hands. Oh, not at all. In the grand line, I am still far from it. His words were not mere modesty. Then why pursue it? Are you not afraid of danger? This was Nami's first time posing such a question, indicating her growing concern. Then why do you steal? Are you not afraid of danger? John retorted. Nami's voice faltered. Everyone has their past, their own objectives, and their dreams. Well, it's not a problem to remain silent, as I wouldn't speak either. John remarked with a smile. This was, in fact, another reason for John's choice to stay aboard the Straw Hat ship. As a traveler, he was acutely sensitive, completely unaware of his former self. On the Straw Hat ship, led by Luffy, there was a typical ethos of not inquiring about the past or origins. It was a place where one could act solely on personal volition, perfectly suited for someone like John. As Zoro felled his opponent with his three-sword style and Luffy sent Buggy flying with a cannon blast, this incident finally reached a resolution. At last. It has been flawlessly resolved, Nami sighed with relief. Just then, a group of villagers brandishing weapons rushed in. John's lips twitched. It seemed the matter had indeed been perfectly settled. Huh? Nami paused, evidently still perplexed, but she quickly grasped the situation. The villagers exclaimed, Mayor, what on earth has transpired? Wake up. Who has done this to you? It must be those pirates. Luffy interjected, I apologize. It was I who caused such harm to the old man. What? How could you treat the mayor this way? Are you pirates? The villagers shouted. Luffy replied, Indeed, we are pirates. Why should we flee? Nami exclaimed loudly, insisting that a clear explanation would suffice. Everyone is so enraged over the fate of the mayor. Therefore, regardless of the reason, they will undoubtedly be furious. Luffy chuckled. Let's go, John, Zoro, Nami, hurry up. Prepare to set sail. Chapter 28. Nami demands authority on the small boat. What? 5 million berries can buy that much meat? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide and drooling. Indeed, John replied with a calm nod. On my meat. My meat. My meat. Luffy lamented, banging his head against the side of the boat. You sent the money away, didn't you realize that? Zoro retorted with annoyance. All I know is that it's 5 million berries. How was I to know how much meat that equates to? Luffy cried, his face contorted in despair. You fool. Isn't meat purchased with berries? That money is mine. 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 Nami finally unleashed the pent-up frustration she had been harboring, seizing Luffy's head and pushing it towards the water. No, Nami, I can't swim. Luffy yelled in panic. Exactly because you can't swim, I am doing this. Nami shouted back. Haraha. In any case, from now on, all the money will be under my control, Nami declared, crossing her arms. Luffy began to protest. Bang. He was immediately struck on the head by Nami. You have no say in this. Otherwise, there will be no meat for you in the future. Right now. You have not a single berry, only I possess the money, Nami stated firmly. Luffy could only retreat to a corner of the boat, pacing in circles alone. I have no objections, Zoro said nonchalantly from the bow. I do have objections. John was just raising his hand when Nami interjected. Very well. The minority shall yield to the majority, it is decided. From now on, all the money on the ship will belong to me. Damn. John nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Did these people truly lack any understanding? Didn't they know the value of money? While money may not be omnipotent, a life devoid of it is indeed a tragic one. Just look at Luffy. He used to have meat every day, but now he must plead with Nami for it. And Zoro, how can you still sleep? When you discover that you lack even the funds to buy a simple knife, you'll understand what tragedy means. John had no desire to end up like them. No, I must exercise my supervisory rights. If the money is entrusted to one person, what if she spends it recklessly? Thus, as the vice captain, it is only reasonable that I oversee her. John glared at Nami. Nami narrowed her eyes, unfazed, and replied, All right, no problem. It is worth noting that Nami was fundamentally a miser. Even when it came to her own expenses, she spent little, although she had a penchant for clothing. She only purchased cheap items, numerous in quantity but low in price. Therefore, John's so-called oversight was of no concern to her. Nami could easily see through John's intentions to solicit bribes. However, when it came to matters of money, her response was always, no way. After traversing the enigmatic Beast Island and witnessing the fabled figure within the box, though this segment shall remain unspoken unless this character reappears later, the group finally arrived at the village of Usopp, known as Syrup Village. Ah, there truly is land, Luffy exclaimed. That's obvious, for I have been following the map, Nami retorted. It is indeed a different experience with a navigator, Zoro, the notoriously directionally challenged, chimed in. Is this Syrup Village? John inquired. Wasn't it mentioned before? Do you happen to know this village, John? Nami questioned. Not much, but I am aware there is a wealthy individual residing here. John replied. Wealthy? Nami's eyes sparkled like coins, only to shake her head moments later. No, they are merely ordinary folk. How could I steal from them? I am a thief who targets pirates. Occasionally indulging in a side gig isn't such a grave matter, is it? John played the role of the little devil on the side. The internal struggle between Nami's little angel and little devil intensified with John's intervention, tipping the scales decidedly in favor of mischief. What are they doing? Luffy inquired, puzzled. Pay them no mind. Let us disembark, Zoro remarked, turning his head aside. Suddenly, a stone struck the ground. Pirates! Halt! The long-absent Usopp made his entrance. John and Nami followed suit, with Nami asking, Who is this guy? John swiftly drew a knife, suggesting, let us eliminate the obstacle. Ah. Usopp retreated 30 paces, clearly intimidated by John. Don't come any closer. I am the captain of the notorious pirate crew that controls this village, Usopp. Everyone calls me Captain Usopp. Huh. You are also a pirate, Luffy exclaimed. With Luffy's encouragement, Usopp's confidence surged as he straightened his posture. Indeed, if you intend to assault this village, I advise you to reconsider. For my 80 million subordinates will not stand idly by. With a grand gesture, Usopp summoned a cacophony of sound, accompanied by the fluttering of countless flags. Impressive! Impressive! Luffy exclaimed, waving his arms in awe, perhaps believing he had truly deceived them, albeit he had. Usopp laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Haha, if you leave now, I might spare you. Otherwise, my 80 million subordinates shall not let this slide. With Usopp's proclamation, excitement surged once more. There are only 3 of you, right? Nami suddenly remarked. Ah, you've seen through me. Usopp immediately clutched his head and exclaimed, Look, you have just admitted it yourself. Nami retorted without a hint of mercy. How terrible. I unwittingly confessed. That wretched strategist. Usopp shook his head vigorously, contemplating ways to escape, while his 3 subordinates decisively abandoned their captain and fled the moment Nami exposed him. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! You are truly amusing. Shut up. I have my pride as well. Usopp shouted loudly. Captain, why waste words? Just slay him, and then we can assault the village, John interjected, brandishing his knife once more. You dare. Usopp's voice trembled, and his entire body quivered from his feet upward. Yet he still crossed his arms defiantly in front of the others, unwilling to flee outright. Oh, you actually dare to obstruct us? Zoro slightly raised his sword with his thumb. At that moment, Usopp seemed on the verge of tears from fear. All right, stop frightening others. We merely came to see if we could acquire a large ship. Nami finally stepped forward, expressing her desire not to squander time here. After all, John had persuaded her, and her thoughts had already drifted to the wealthy individuals in the village. Indeed, we are also in search of comrades, Luffy added. Then, inexplicably, at Luffy's behest, everyone found themselves seated in the tavern. A ship and comrades? It appears you are embarking on a grand adventure, Usopp remarked. Indeed. Do you know where we might find a ship? Luffy inquired while eating. If we are speaking of a grand vessel, there is but one place in this village that has it, Usopp replied. Where? Nami asked. There is a wealthy man's mansion in this village. I am referring to its master, Usopp answered. Nami's eyes lit up, and she discreetly exchanged a glance with John. Chapter 29. Take a trip with me, however. The master in question is a pitiable young girl, stricken by illness and confined to her bed day in and day out. Usopp continued. Oh? Why would such a girl be the master there? Nami's expression shifted slightly, revealing a twinge of sympathy that left her somewhat unsettled. Initially, she had only intended to pilfer from the nefarious pirate, but upon hearing of the girl's tragic circumstances, her inherently kind nature prompted her to hesitate. About a year ago, her parents passed away, leaving her the sole inheritor of their entire estate, Usopp explained. Bring me another bowl and make it a large one. Luffy suddenly interjected from the side. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Usopp bellowed, for despite the wealth, such a sorrowful background was truly heart-wrenching. Usopp lamented sincerely. Forget it. Nami exclaimed abruptly. What do you mean, forget it? Luffy asked, puzzled. John understood that Nami had no intention of stealing from the girl anymore. Secretly shaking his head, he mused that it would be better to steal the money outright, exposing all the schemes at play, and if necessary, they could always return the funds later. I suggest we stop searching for a ship here and head to another, larger city, Nami stated decisively. Indeed, we're not in a hurry. Now that we've eaten meat, let us buy a substantial amount of food to take back, Luffy said with a smile. Full from his meal. What do you mean by substantial? I don't have that much money to buy you food. Nami immediately refuted Luffy's claim. Please, Nami, Luffy whined, his antics bordering on ridiculous. By the way, aren't you all looking for companions? Usopp suddenly inquired. Do you have someone suitable in mind? Zoro asked. Usopp promptly gave a thumbs up, pointing to himself. How about me? I can be your captain. I say, where are we planning to go next? John directly asked. Just ask Nami, Luffy replied. Let me check the map first, Nami said. We need to procure some supplies. Let us buy everything we need and then leave, Zoro suggested. Hey, don't ignore me like this. Usopp shouted frantically from the side. No need to be polite, the others murmured, heads bowed. Damn it. Usopp yelled in frustration, realizing the time had slipped away. He dashed out in a hurry. Is he really that easily flustered? Nami remarked. His emotional resilience is rather lacking. Luffy said, slapping the table. Boss, bring me more meat. How I wish you could be as normal as he is. Nami shouted in exasperation. Afterward, the Onion Head trio made their appearance. Following a comical scene of cannibalism, Luffy and his companions learned the truth about Usopp from them. So that's how it is. He is indeed remarkable, Luffy remarked. Absolutely. Our captain is the greatest. The Onion Head trio responded with pride. By the way, has that young lady recovered? Luffy inquired. Thanks to the captain, she is nearly well, came the reply. Excellent. In that case, let us head to the mansion to find the ship. Luffy decisively proclaimed. No way. What are you basing your judgment on? Nami exclaimed immediately. Let us first assess the situation, John suggested. Indeed, it would be wise to first ascertain the circumstances. Zoro agreed with a nod. John flashed a grin at Nami, proclaiming, the minority must yield to the majority. Nami narrowed her eyes, muttering to herself. There will come a time when you realize that money trumps all. The group arrived at the grand mansion atop the hill. Is this the place? It certainly looks affluent. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this is the one. The captain should still be inside, Onion Head confirmed. Well, pardon the intrusion, Luffy exclaimed as he simply climbed inside. Is this even acceptable? The onlookers were taken aback. There's nothing we can do now. He has already gone in, Zoro said helplessly. I suppose we have no choice but to follow, John remarked, observing yet another scene from the original story. John had little to say about Usopp, but he held a significant admiration for Captain Kuro, who bore humiliation and hardship, willingly allowing Usopp to strike him. Such cunning was reminiscent of the tale of enduring hardship for future revenge. As a fellow trickster, John believed he could never achieve such a feat in the garden. Nami asked, where has Luffy gone? I don't know. He is probably looking for Usopp, Zoro replied. He must be at that spot. Yes. He always goes there whenever he has worries. The other two remarked. And where is John gone? Nami continued her inquiry. He is likely with Luffy, Zoro nonchalantly answered. Oh no. There is someone walking backward, heading this way. Onion Head exaggeratedly rushed over. At that moment, Luffy and Usopp were on the shoreline, enthusiastically discussing Usopp's father, Yasopp, aboard the red-haired pirate ship. Simultaneously, the butler-like Captain Kuro had exited the mansion, making his way toward the coast. Unbeknownst to him, John had entered the elegant room of the mansion. Beautiful young lady, John tipped his hat in greeting. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly appeared in the room, startling Kaya. Upon realizing it was John, she let out a sigh of relief, placing a hand on her chest. You were the one who was with Usopp earlier, right? Are you friends? Indeed, we are friends, very good friends, John replied with a radiant smile. Noticing the peculiarity of John's grin, Kaya instinctively recoiled towards the bed. May I inquire what brings you here? By the way, I overheard that straw-hatted fellow mention you are in need of a ship. Perhaps I can assist you. Kaya murmured softly. Oh, that matter can wait. Would it be possible for me to invite you to accompany me, miss? John proposed. Where to? Kaya's expression darkened, clearly no longer perceiving John as a benign presence. Oh, do not misunderstand. I am not a villain. Allow me to confide in you. I am a naval officer. And a colonel at that. Behold. John produced the document he had previously acquired. Let me see. Kaya reached out eagerly. John quickly tucked the document away, jesting. If you look, it would expose the ruse, wouldn't it? Surely, I wouldn't deceive you. As Kaya took a deep breath, John swiftly drew his knife, pressing it against her throat. It is rather unbecoming for a lady to raise her voice. Kaya shuddered, swallowing her breath. What do you truly intend to do? Have I not already stated my desire for you to accompany me? John replied, feeling a sense of exasperation. Had she not seen the films where the FBI merely flashed their badges? This Kaya was genuinely intent on inspecting his credentials. John had originally hoped to extend a gentlemanly invitation, but now he found himself resorting to the most barbaric means to compel her compliance. Chapter 30. Oh dear, fret not. I shall not consume you, John remarked, slightly retracting the knife, though he did not fully sheathe it. May I first greet them? Otherwise, they might grow concerned upon not seeing me, Koya timidly inquired, though she doubted the efficacy of such a tactic, yet felt compelled to attempt it nonetheless. Ah, that poses a dilemma, John mused, stroking his chin. Koya's eyes brightened, pondering why John could be so naive, or perhaps he was truly an innocent yet malevolent soul. As Koya clutched the blanket, preparing to rise, she observed John suddenly brandishing the knife, swiftly slashing it down onto the ground, causing her to freeze in place once more. Before long, John lowered his hand, and Koya glanced toward the ground. If you wish to redeem your young lady, you must exchange all your possessions for her. Do not attempt to alert the authorities or seek assistance. Await my instructions. Oh, I nearly forgot. It would be challenging for you to report anything now, as I have taken all the communication devices. Koya finally comprehended John's intentions and exclaimed, You intend to kidnap me? If it is money you seek, I shall provide it. Just please do not harm me. I have never contemplated causing harm to anyone. Now, let us hasten our departure, should we be seen. It is inevitable that someone will meet their demise, John declared, the blade glinting ominously. Koya immediately covered her mouth, silenced by fear. In an instant, John gathered Koya, blankets and all, and leapt from the window. Knock, knock, miss. The glasses you ordered from the optical shop have arrived. Shall I bring them in? The butler, Mary, called from outside. Knock, knock, miss. Miss, I am coming in. Where is she? Crash. What is this? Oh, it is terrible. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Usopp bellowed in the village. Pirates. Pirates are coming to attack. Everyone, flee for your lives. This time it is true. The pirates are upon us. The pirates are about to arrive. It is dire, everyone. Escape now. Listen. Tomorrow morning, the pirates shall assault this village. So hurry and escape. Usopp shouted as he ran. How infuriating. That braggart is at it again. This is the second time today. When will he cease this nonsense? If we do not teach him a lesson, he will only grow more audacious. Usopp, do not go too far. We shall certainly give you a proper lesson today. The villagers exclaimed, each brandishing their tools as they rushed out of their homes. No. This time it is genuine. I assure you, this time it is indeed true. Usopp hastily clarified. You always say that, but when has it ever been true? Please believe me. I usually jest, but this time it is real. Usopp continued to plead. Well, if you were as honest as the butler Clara in the great house, we might believe you. The villagers exclaimed. Usopp paused, gritting his teeth, and then shouted as he ran off. Oh no. Oh no. This is bad. At that moment, a figure rushed in from another direction, also shouting. Huh? Everyone, including Usopp, was taken aback. The one who came running in was Mary, who had just exited the great house. What's wrong? Could it be that Mary has also turned bad like Usopp? The villagers instinctively murmured. Impossible. How could Mary be like Usopp? Something must have truly happened. The realization quickly dawned upon them. Suddenly, Usopp felt a surge of joy and dashed towards Mary, exclaiming, Mary, it's wonderful. So you know too? You've realized that Clara is a villain as well. What villain, Clara? Mary forcefully shrugged off Usopp's grip. It's the lady. The lady has been kidnapped. What? Everyone was taken aback. Kaya. Usopp disregarded any further concerns and sprinted towards the great house. In a forest on the island, John set Kaya down, saying, You've been quite cooperative, not shouting at all along the way. Because I know you would harm the people on this island, Kaya replied, biting her lip. Why are you so quick to label me as a villain? John shook his head. Kaya remained silent, her expression clearly conveying her thoughts. If you're not a villain, then what are you? I'm truly a member of the Navy. John squatted down. Kaya turned her head away. Is it amusing to joke like that now? Would the Navy do such things? You'd be surprised. Some members of the Navy do indeed engage in such actions. Have you heard of the fallen Navy? John said, pulling out several transponder snails from his belongings. Kaya fell silent, no longer wishing to discuss the matter with John. She speculated whether he might be a member of a rebel faction. Do you have a hobby of collecting transponder snails? At first, Kaya felt nervous, but seeing John fiddling with the snails, though she dared not attempt to escape, she felt emboldened to speak. Don't you find them adorable? John said with a smile. What a peculiar person, Kaya muttered. By the way, have you heard of Captain Kuro? John suddenly asked. Captain Kuro? I believe he was a pirate from a few years ago, Kaya replied vaguely. As she was still quite young 3 years prior and had not been regaled with pirate tales by Usopp, thus lacking focus on such matters. I think I may have discovered his whereabouts, John whispered. Nonsense. Captain Klo was executed by your navy several years ago, Kaya exclaimed, feeling a sense of deception from John, who seemed to fabricate lies without a trace of evidence, just as he had done before, even refusing to show her the appointment documents. Our navy? John chuckled, casting a glance at Kaya. Her face flushed, and she promptly turned her head away. John chose not to elaborate further, instead dialing one of his communication devices. Could you please send me a copy of the bounty notice for Captain Klo, executed 3 years ago in the East Sea? Thank you. Upon hearing John's words, Kaya furrowed her brow. Was it possible that Captain Klo was truly alive? John remained silent, picking up another communication device. Moshi Moshi, Nami, are you there? John, where have you been? Everyone is looking for you. Nami's voice suddenly resonated from the other end. This was a device John had left with Nami earlier, ensuring a means of contact in case of emergencies. As for Luffy and Zoro, John completely disregarded them. Those two could be left alone. They would surely survive. Oh, I'm still on the island, John replied. There's trouble, serious trouble. You need to come back quickly, Nami urged. What happened? John feigned ignorance. We just found Luffy, and we learned that a group of pirates will attack the village tomorrow. You won't believe this, but their leader is that butler from the mansion, Nami informed him. Is that so? John glanced back at Kaya, who wore a look of disbelief, connecting the dots with John's previous words. If, indeed, Captain Klo was still alive, then the greatest suspect would undoubtedly be Crow. However, Kaya, despite being aware that Nami and John were allies, found it difficult to trust their claims. Chapter 31. What? Kidnapped? Indeed, the primary reason remains her unwavering belief in that Clara. Thus, even if Usopp were to say otherwise, Kaya would remain skeptical. Moreover, the master of the Grand House, Kaya, has also been abducted, though the identity of her captor remains a mystery. Initially, we suspected that group of individuals, however. They only arrived on the island the following day, rendering it illogical for them to act in haste today. Nami analyzed from across the way. What? The mistress of the Grand House, Kaya, has been kidnapped? John exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, now you comprehend the gravity of the situation. The current state of affairs on the island is utterly perplexing, and there may be other factions involved, Nami remarked. However, if you claim that Kaya has been kidnapped, then who is this person with me? John queried, his brows furrowing in confusion. What? Did you kidnap Kaya? Nami's shrill scream nearly pierced John's eardrum. He could easily envision Nami's furious expression, even without looking. Shoo, Nami, lower your voice. If we are, John began, but was abruptly interrupted by another outburst from across the way. What? John, you scoundrel. You kidnapped the mistress of the Grand House. I will knock you into the next realm. As John's expression darkened, he could only hear Luffy's voice growing fainter. Nami, where is Luffy? John asked weakly. He has gone to find you, Nami replied, exasperation evident in her tone. I was merely jesting, John muttered. You were joking? Nami inquired suddenly. Kaya is indeed here with me, but I did not kidnap her. I merely invited her over, John asserted. You're lying. Even Nami found it impossible to believe John's words. Wouldn't a genuine kidnapping leave no trace? Wouldn't a true abductor leave behind that message? All right, my package has arrived. I must end this conversation for now. I will contact you later. John abruptly terminated the call. John, return her immediately. John? Hello, John. Nami's voice echoed with no further reply. Although their communication device resembled a walkie-talkie, due to John's modifications, he could connect to Nami's side at will, while Nami could not do the same with him. In simpler terms, Nami could not initiate a connection unless John allowed it, while John's device functioned normally, requiring his action to engage. Well then, Captain Kuro's bounty notice has been transmitted. John retrieved the freshly printed bounty notice from his portable transponder snail, exclaiming, Indeed. It is strikingly identical. I do not believe it. Kaya interjected vehemently from the side. Then see for yourself. You ought to be more familiar with it than I am. John handed the bounty notice to Kaya. Upon seeing the photograph on the notice, Kaya's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. This must be a forgery. It has to be a forgery, she murmured. I have no need to fabricate. You can verify it for yourself. Even if it is a bounty from 3 years ago, it should still be widely known, John remarked casually. It can't be true. It can't be true. Kuya, unwilling to accept the reality, held her head in despair, coughing intermittently. Your health is fragile. It would be wise not to become overly agitated, John advised from the side. Here, this is your medicine, which I happened to bring out earlier. It should suffice for a few days. What is your true intention? Why would you unjustly slander others? Kuya suddenly exclaimed at John, clearly placing her trust in her own observations rather than in the stranger. In truth, I was uncertain at first, however. The moment I witnessed his gesture of adjusting his glasses, I was convinced he was the deceased Captain Clo. Captain Clo's weapon resembles cat's claws. Thus he must employ that peculiar manner to adjust his glasses to avoid injuring himself, John remarked, as if he were not explaining himself to Kuya. At that moment, Kuya felt her strength wane. No. Regardless of Captain Clo's intentions, his objective must be you. Which is why I seized the opportunity to rescue you before he returned. I had no inkling that they would act as soon as tomorrow. It seems I arrived not too early but rather fortuitously, John mused. What about the villagers? Kuya suddenly sat up in alarm. Do you now believe my words? John inquired. No, Kuya retorted immediately. However, it is better to err on the side of caution, whether or not pirates will indeed come tomorrow. It is wise for the villagers to seek refuge. Since you do not believe, let us wait here until tomorrow and witness the truth unfold, John shrugged. You. Kuya glared at John. If you trust what I say. John spoke slowly. Please, I implore you, do not press me further. Kuya finally broke down in tears. You clearly already know the truth. Why will you not acknowledge it? John could not help but say. I. How could Kuya respond? She was merely a young girl, lost in her emotions, which was entirely understandable. Even now, Captain Clo had not committed any act against Kuya nor harmed the villagers. A part of her still held on to the hope that perhaps this was all a misunderstanding. That Clo had turned over a new leaf. Indeed, many tales feature such narratives, where once notorious villains repent and become virtuous, only to be slain by those unable to discern right from wrong. Yet John, familiar with the storyline, was acutely aware that this Captain Clo was nothing short of a villain. Thus, he left no room for Kuya's fantasies. If she wished to cling to hope, then she would have to wager the lives of the entire village. Upon witnessing the tears cascading down Kuya's face, John's heart softened instantaneously. Very well. Allow me to elucidate the situation for you. Perhaps the villagers have already sought refuge, he remarked. Thank you. Kuya hastily wiped her tears away. John then seized the telephone bug and called out, Moshi Moshi. John, if you keep saying that, I will simply cut you off. Nami shouted furiously. Ahem, young ladies ought to exhibit a modicum of modesty, John interjected. Modesty, my foot, Nami retorted. Is such language common among pirates? Let us attribute it to the translation team as oversight. Now, let me inquire, what is the current state of affairs in the village? John swiftly interrupted. What else could it be? The entire village is scouring the area for you. Nami replied, exasperated. John, what exactly are you planning? Aren't they fleeing for their lives? Kuya suddenly interjected from the side. Are they not fleeing? Is that Miss Kuya? Nami asked. Indeed, it is I. Have the villagers not sought refuge? Kuya pressed again. No, they do not believe Usopp's words. They only accept the veracity of your abduction. Even Usopp, despite tomorrow's pirate threat, is tirelessly searching for you. Nami explained. Tell everyone to escape. I am unharmed. Kuya implored. Do you think the villagers would believe our words? Nami responded directly. They will certainly believe me. Kuya asserted, gazing intently at John. Chapter 32. The Plan No Way. John shook his head resolutely. Why? Both Kaya and Nami exclaimed in unison. Foul play, drinking. With a flurry of movements, Nami delivered a thorough beating to John. Have you been watching too much of that romantic sitcom? Consider this. That rascal must be with the villagers right now. If we expose him directly, he will undoubtedly lose all restraint and resort to violence. Even if we manage to protect Kaya, the villagers would be left in dire straits, John elucidated. What shall we do then? Are we just to wait idly? Nami could no longer contain her frustration. I do have a plan, John suddenly interjected. What plan? Kaya and Nami inquired eagerly. However, this plan would shift all the peril onto us. Nami, what do you think? John posed the question first. Nami fell silent for a moment. You need not, Kaya began to speak. Done. Nami interjected from across the room. Haha, Nami, I find myself increasingly fond of you, John chuckled. Get lost. You perverted idiot. Who wants your affection? Just tell us, what is the plan? Nami shouted. Naturally, we will inform them to come for the ransom, John declared. What sort of plan is that? Nami retorted without a second thought. I'll tell them to come for the ransom, bringing all their wealth with them. And only one person is permitted to come. Otherwise, I will tear up the ransom note. What do you think will happen then? John stated calmly. If they desire my family's wealth, will they really wait for you to tear up the note? Kaya interjected. Wrong. Both John and Nami replied simultaneously. Nami. Explain it to Miss Kaya, John suggested. It should be that rascal coming alone with all the wealth to pay the ransom. Nami articulated. Why? Is he attempting to seize the wealth for himself? Kaya queried, unable to restrain her curiosity. It is not that simple. He seeks to acquire the wealth legitimately. If he had intended to seize it by force, he would have done so years ago. Therefore, he will come alone with the money. And he will kill all of us, including you. Afterward, he can claim that the wealth was taken by the kidnappers, who failed to honor their word and ended up killing the lady. Nami explained. In this way, all attention will shift to the deceased kidnapper. Once your affairs are settled, the rascal can brazenly depart with the money. Thus, when I make my demand, he will undoubtedly advocate for offering all the family assets to ransom Kaya. And the one who arrives will certainly be him. John concluded. What about the pirates attacking tomorrow? Kaya suddenly asked. Therefore, we will set the time for tomorrow morning. At the very location where they land, John stated decisively. Here, all properties are simplified, disregarding fixed assets and real name systems. However, it is likely that the original text itself is simplified. Otherwise, it would not mention anything about theft, perhaps akin to a lottery. Whoever obtains it, it belongs to them. You? Kaya exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at John. Indeed, we shall confront the Black Cat pirates in a battle to the death. It shall be either your demise or mine. Fear not, for should we ultimately suffer defeat, there would be no need for them to harm the villagers. Especially since Kara still requires witnesses, John proclaimed. But this doesn't concern you at all. You need not risk your lives, Kaya retorted, biting her lip. Who says it doesn't concern us? I haven't even laid out our conditions yet. If by some stroke of luck we manage to vanquish them, how about you grant us a grand ship? John suggested. Indeed, we never engage in unprofitable ventures. This time, John, your deal is barely acceptable, Nami responded. Thank you. Thank you. Kaya covered her mouth, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. In truth, one should not fault John for his bravado. He would never undertake a battle without confidence. Had he not been assured of their overwhelming strength, he would not dare act so boldly. All right, I shall write a note. Kaya, you must also pen a few lines as the kidnapped party, and then add a strand of hair to send to the village. I have long warned against seeking assistance. Without a warning, they might continue to search indefinitely. Nami, gather the others and head to the northern coast to prepare, John instructed. Why the northern coast? Nami inquired suddenly. This is the precise information I have received. Rest assured, it is foolproof, John replied, with the advantage of the plot. He would not make the directional blunders of the original text. With Zoro accompanying Nami, he believed they would not lose their way again. But what about Luffy? Nami asked. Luffy? John's expression shifted abruptly. Damn it, how did that fool find his way here? At that moment, John heard Luffy's voice growing nearer. John, come out. Hand over the young lady from the manor. That idiot, calling out like that will alert the entire village. John cursed loudly. All right, Nami, you needn't worry about Luffy. I will take care of him. Be careful, and think of how to clarify things with that fool, Nami sighed. After ending the call with the snail, John immediately shouted in Luffy's direction, Luffy, I am here. If he had not called out, John was certain that the directionally challenged Luffy would have run past him. Huh? John. Rubber. Luffy finally spotted John. Wait, let me explain. John called out hastily. There is nothing to explain. I'm going to knock you out. Luffy shouted. I apologize. John swiftly drew his knife, pressing it against Koya's throat. Don't move, Luffy. Upon witnessing this, Luffy complied, albeit begrudgingly. You bastard. Luffy, allow me to explain, John insisted once more. I refuse to believe you. Rubber. Luffy exclaimed. Stay still. John brandished the knife at Koya's neck. Rubber. Stay still. Rubber. Stay still. Rubber. Stay still. Perhaps I should speak. Koya timidly interjected. John took a breath, conceding, all right, go ahead. Moments later, realization dawned upon Luffy. Oh, so that's how it is. Haha, John. You should have said so earlier. He laughed shamelessly. Are you even listening to me? John retaliated with a punch directed at Luffy. It was in such moments that Luffy appeared most harmless, enduring the blows and insults without protest. Subsequently, John meticulously prepared everything, discreetly sending a note wrapped in a strand of Koya's hair to the village. After witnessing the villagers discover it and flee in panic, the trio, guided by Koya, made their way to the northern coastline. Nami and Zoro awaited them there. "You pervert. Let Miss Koya go," Nami exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent John flying. As he soared through the air, he touched his face, lamenting, "I thought you were coming to give me a hug. With Koya being so frail, how else could I have arrived here so quickly?" Well, the name Alabasta is indeed tragic. Fortunately, it only appears here. Chapter 33. Arrival. The group gathered together, resting while awaiting dawn. It was well known that John and his small vessel were nearby, conveniently positioned to keep an eye on Nami's treasure of 5 million. "Where is Usopp?" John inquired. "That fellow will surely come," Luffy replied. Whether to rescue Kaya or to confront the Black Cat pirates at daybreak, Usopp had an unyielding duty to fulfill. As the night deepened, the others succumbed to slumber, conserving their energy for the impending battle. Yet, this moment also presented an opportunity for those with ulterior motives. Usopp stealthily approached the group, his intent clear, to quietly extract Kaya without drawing attention. Nami tugged at John. "What?" he asked. "Shoo." Nami quickly covered John's mouth and whispered in his ear. Instantly alert, John realized it must be Usopp. They had anticipated Usopp's arrival, yet it was unreasonable to expect everyone to forego sleep for one person. Thus, those who needed rest continued to do so. If someone had been openly keeping watch, Usopp likely would have refrained from approaching. Of course, many among them were quite sensitive. Even the slightest noise could rouse them. For instance, Zoro had already opened his eyes at the sound, glanced at Usopp, smirked, and then returned to sleep. As for Luffy, well, he was in a deep sleep and would not awaken easily. "You really can sleep soundly," Nami remarked with exasperation in John's ear. "Can you blame me? I've been adrift on that tiny ship for days. Now that we're finally on land, I intend to enjoy a good rest," John replied, acknowledging his own lack of urgency, having not yet faced many trials. "But Nami, you haven't been awake this entire time, have you?" he asked. "Of course I've slept. Insufficient sleep is a woman's greatest adversary, but I wake at the slightest sound," Nami replied. "Impressive." John gave Nami a thumbs up. "TCH, if everyone were like you, they would have long lost their lives. I must say, your deception seems rather effective." Nami's tone was ambiguous, a blend of praise and sarcasm. As a pirate thief, Nami had lived a life fraught with anxiety, akin to Robin's childhood. At the faintest unusual noise, she would awaken, fearing pursuers or rival thieves attempting to snatch her money. Meanwhile, John was capable of sleeping so soundly, devoid of any vigilance. In Nami's eyes, it indicated his prowess and deceit, as he exhibited no fear of being unmasked, thus lacking the instinct to be on high alert. "Are we just going to let this happen?" Nami whispered. "Let Koya speak for herself. If we explain, Usopp may not believe us," John replied. Although Usopp is not as stubborn as Luffy, this situation pertains to Koya, and who knows if Usopp might become equally obstinate. Soon, Usopp found himself beside Koya, gently tapping her shoulder. "Koya, it's me. I'm here to save you," he whispered. "Koya." Usopp's voice, though soft, stirred her emotions. Although she had heard John and the others assure her that Usopp would come, the warmth that enveloped her upon his arrival was undeniable. It is worth noting that Usopp was unaware of John's plans, and like the other villagers, he believed that Luffy and the others were genuine bandits. He had risked his life to rescue her. "Shoo, keep it down," Usopp urged anxiously, realizing Koya had spoken aloud. If she woke the others, it would be disastrous. He glanced around cautiously, noticing that everyone else remained sound asleep. Were they truly professionals? Usopp felt a surge of sarcasm. But this moment was crucial for him to successfully rescue Koya. "I'm sorry, Usopp. I doubted you at first," Koya said softly. "That's all in the past. Let's leave this place first," Usopp replied. "No, Usopp, it's not as you think. Let me explain," Koya called out hastily. "Shoo, shoo." Usopp's heart raced at her outburst. He quickly scanned their surroundings and found that no one had reacted. "They're good people. I wasn't kidnapped. If I had been, they would have bound me. I could leave on my own," Koya insisted. Usopp, not a fool, realized the implication. Koya could indeed leave without his assistance. "What is going on?" he inquired. "The situation is like this." Koya recounted John's plan. "I see." Usopp sighed with relief, sinking onto the ground. "As long as you're safe, Koya, that's what matters." "Well, are you joining us?" John suddenly interjected. Usopp jumped in surprise, recalling Koya's words and noticing that John and the others appeared to harbor no ill intentions. He managed a wry smile. So, you all were awake already. If someone can approach this closely without reacting, then they aren't true swordsmen, Zoro remarked as he stood up. However, a discordant figure remained asleep. Idiot. Still sleeping? Nami exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to rouse Luffy. What is going on? Have we eaten? Luffy mumbled, scratching his head in confusion. You have missed 5 meals, John remarked with irritation. What? I instantly became alert. After that, no one slept any longer, awaiting the dawn's arrival. I pondered. I have a duty to protect my own existence, but what about you? Why are you willing to risk your lives to assist us? Usopp suddenly inquired, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, we are dealing with Captain Kuro's pirate crew. If it were out of sympathy. Sympathy? Zoro scoffed. Who would risk their life for that reason? Luffy exclaimed loudly. Then why are you doing this? Usopp asked, perplexed, while Kaya turned her gaze towards the others. Nami, business. John, ship. Luffy, meat. And ship. Zoro, cutting. Usopp and Kaya. Excellent. Usopp quickly concluded. Since everyone has made their decision, let us now devise a battle plan. As the enemy intends to land here, we simply need to secure this slope. Of course, we must also keep an eye on Captain Kuro's movements from behind. If we are caught between two fronts, it will become problematic. So it is that simple, Luffy remarked. Indeed. The current issue is our combat capabilities. What skills does each of you possess? Usopp inquired. Luffy. Stretch. Zoro. Slash. Nami. Steel. John scoffed. Lie. Very good. Usopp nodded. And you? Everyone asked. Dodge. Usopp replied, turning away. Chapter 34. Attired in garments before long, dawn broke. Usopp procured a barrel of oil and pointed towards the slope, suggesting that if we coated it with oil, our adversaries would find it exceedingly difficult to ascend. As they struggled upon the slick surface, we could launch our assault. This strategy would enable us to maintain our hold on the slope, allowing others to confront Captain Kuro behind us. Who would have thought you possessed such ingenuity? Luffy commended. However, it would be quite troublesome if we were to slip down ourselves, John interjected, recalling a similar incident from the past. Absolutely not. Nami suddenly countered. Why not? Usopp inquired, baffled, for this was a clever plan he had painstakingly devised. Nami gestured below. Our ship remains down there. What if they take the opportunity to steal my money? Then we can simply bring the money up. Usopp insisted, as if it were the most logical solution. Impossible. It's too heavy. Nami rejected firmly. Then allow me to assist you. Usopp offered, unable to restrain himself. Still not an option. Nami turned her head away. Why must you be so troublesome? Usopp exclaimed, exasperated, wondering what was occupying her mind at such a critical time. John, observing the exchange, quickly grasped Nami's intentions. Initially perplexed by her seemingly unreasonable stance, he soon realized that Nami aimed to seize the opportunity to pilfer from the Black Cat pirates. If oil were indeed spread here, she would be unable to ascend in time. If discovered, she would surely face a beating below. How about this? We split up. Nami and I will descend, while you all spread the oil here. That way, we can ambush them from both sides, John proposed. Have you lost your mind? Nami retorted loudly, adamant that even if John wished to court death, he should not drag her into it. Indeed, there is no cover below. They would spot you immediately, Usopp added apprehensively. No cover? But there is a ship. John pointed to the small boat with a grin. Oh, Luffy exclaimed, realizing. So you plan to hide in the small boat. Fool. Nami scolded Luffy with a punch, clarifying. What John means is that we will position the boat beside the island, and once they land, we will return. This way, we can flank them. That is indeed a splendid idea. Zoro nodded in agreement. You're not planning to escape while we're occupied, are you? Usopp voiced his concerns. Do you think everyone is like you? John retorted sharply. What do you think? John turned to Nami. Nami pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should also take Miss Kaya with us. Upon careful reflection, I concluded that nowhere is as secure as our own place. Usopp, pondering this notion, found it to hold merit. The ship's maneuverability is indeed superior, and more crucially, Captain Kuro is behind us, while Kaya remains in considerable danger here. Kaya, how about you accompany them? Usopp inquired, seeking Kaya's opinion. I will defer to your judgment, Kaya replied. In that case, it is settled. We shall act separately. John and the others descended below, navigating the small boat around the island, concealing it on the side. Meanwhile, Usopp poured oil down the slope, establishing an advantageous geographical position. Quite clever, John, Nami remarked playfully, nudging him. I am not clever. I merely understand what you were thinking, John replied nonchalantly. Once we succeed, I shall consider sharing half with you. Nami patted John's shoulder. What are you two discussing? What success? Kaya asked curiously, wondering if they were plotting to kidnap her again. This fellow intends to steal all the money from the Black Cat pirates, John shrugged. They are all pirates, scoundrels, and their gains are ill-gotten. It is only natural for me to claim a share to assist myself, Nami stated unapologetically, robbing the rich to aid the poor. But he is clearly a minor wealthy individual himself, with a fortune nearing 100 million. At least for now, that money belongs to Nami. Soon, the shadow of the Black Cat pirates' large ship appeared on the distant shoreline, truly commencing their assault early in the morning. Usopp nervously glanced at the two beside him. Aren't we a bit outnumbered? Previously unafraid, Usopp now regretted not boarding the small boat and leaving John behind. A significant miscalculation. Fear not. Do you not have 80 million subordinates? Zoro chuckled. Perhaps we should reconfirm our tactics, Usopp suggested. What more is there to confirm? My sword isn't that long. I shall leave these minions to you two, while I shall take care of Captain Kuro, Zoro declared, seating himself nearby. Indeed, from above, he was unable to engage in close combat, and could only slide beneath the oil. Meanwhile, Luffy can extend his arms to strike those below, and Usopp wields his slingshot. Zoro had little interest in merely dispatching minions. He found confronting Captain Kuro far more intriguing. At this moment, aboard the small boat, they're coming. I can already hear the shouts. John, should we not proceed? Nami inquired, placing her hand to her ear. Could it be that Nami possesses extraordinary observation haki? In the original text, she could hear the shouts from the north gate, even from the southern side of the island. If the noise was indeed quite loud, the villagers seemed entirely oblivious. Hey, John, speak up, John. Where are you? Nami turned around. John, where are you? What the? He was just here, Kaya exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. He hasn't fallen into the sea, has he? He can't swim, Nami cried out, cradling her head. Even if the boat is small, in such calm waters, how could he fall overboard? But why is there no splash or cries for help? Suddenly, John's voice echoed nearby. Huh? I did it. I succeeded. I finally succeeded. Yet, there was no one to be seen. Ah, a ghost, Kaya shrieked, clinging to Nami. Wait, that is John's voice. Nami realized. Hee, Nami, I'm coming over, John said lewdly. Nami's expression shifted abruptly. Her scream was even louder than Kaya's before. Pervert. You better stay away. Pervert? Kaya was both curious and bewildered, though fear lingered. Nami quickly shielded Kaya behind her, explaining, John ate a devil fruit and has the ability to become invisible, but he can't turn invisible while wearing clothes. Kaya screamed again, turning away with a flushed face. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. John hurriedly called out, I'm wearing clothes, I swear. You guys, open your eyes and see. The now visible John was at a loss for words. It seemed even before committing any lewd acts, he had already been labeled a major pervert. Chapter 35. The peculiar application of abilities. Upon hearing Nami's words, John was poised to slide the boat back. However, in the midst of battle, it is only instinctive for one to check their gear. Thus, John ran his hands over the knives and guns on his person before testing his devil fruit abilities. To his astonishment, an unexpected spark of inspiration struck him, revealing that he could render not only himself invisible, but also his clothing. Overwhelmed with excitement, John seized the moment to play a prank on Nami and Kaya, who had just discovered his sudden disappearance. This led to the amusing scene that had unfolded earlier. Yet, regret washed over him swiftly, not only for the misunderstanding he had caused between the two women, but more so for prematurely exposing his ability. It was not that John wished to conceal his talents from his companions. Rather, this was an ability he intended for more clandestine pursuits. Now that Nami was aware of it, how could he proceed with his plans? After all, they were on the brink of acquiring a grand ship, liberating themselves from the constraints of the small boat, and finally enjoying the luxury of bathing aboard. John felt he had squandered his bright future with a single lapse in judgment. In a moment of despair, he contemplated leaping into the sea, feeling unworthy of the opportunity and power bestowed upon him. True to her bold nature, Nami, despite suspecting John of being the kind of man who would shamelessly expose himself for a laugh, opened her eyes without hesitation only to find that he was indeed clothed. A frown creased Nami's brow. It seemed implausible that John would have dressed himself so quickly. Furthermore, she began to recall that there had been no signs of discarded clothing on the ship. If John had truly stripped, where could he have possibly placed his garments? How did you do that? Nami inquired, her lack of understanding regarding the devil fruit's intricacies evident. I mentioned before that I could achieve the ability to make both myself and my clothing invisible, John replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm. As though he had failed rather than succeeded. Kaya, hearing their conversation, turned to sneak a glance through her fingers and sighed with relief upon confirming that John was indeed clothed, lowering her hands in the process. Is that so? Then show me, Nami urged, still uncertain. With a shrug, John instantly transformed into a state of complete invisibility. Ah! Both Nami and Kaya exclaimed in astonishment. John promptly returned to his normal state. Now, do you believe me? You can truly make your clothing invisible too. Nami exclaimed in surprise. As you can see. John responded, then paused, reflecting on Nami's earlier words. John's eyes suddenly sparkled, a sinister smile reappearing on his face. This won't do. I can't stay here any longer. With such a pervert around, what safety can there be on the ship? Nami muttered to herself. Don't think that way. I am a gentleman, John replied, gradually inching closer to Nami without drawing attention. Besides, now that you are aware of my abilities, what more could I possibly do under your vigilance? I am deliberately showcasing my powers to put you at ease. Otherwise, I could easily conceal them, and you would remain completely oblivious to my actions. What an audacious fellow John was. It was clearly his own blunder, yet he twisted it to portray himself as a nobleman. Perhaps swayed by John's reasoning, Nami finally lowered her guard. Could it be that she had misunderstood him all along? He was neither a pervert nor a lecher. That invisibility was merely a coincidence. After all, who knew what devil fruit he had consumed? This guy was at most just a fraud, not too terrible. As Nami pondered this, she completely overlooked one crucial point she herself had mentioned. John is a fraud. John stepped before Nami, suddenly grasping her shoulders, gazing into her eyes as he declared, Trust me. We are partners. We are partners. Nami was momentarily taken aback, her eyes gradually losing focus as she clearly recalled certain thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind, jolting Nami back to reality. What is wrong, Kaya? Kaya pointed at Nami, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Nami, your clothes. Your clothes. Confused, Nami glanced down, and then exclaimed, Ah, you perverted creep. With that, John was abruptly kicked to the far side of the ship, blood staining his face, not from the kick, but from the nosebleed he had unconsciously let flow earlier. Had he not been entirely lost in his own desires, he would not have been so easily dispatched by Nami. Nami instantly clutched her chest, retreating to the bow of the ship with Kaya, casting a glance at her attire, feeling a slight sense of relief. It turned out that John had grasped her shoulder solely to make contact with her clothing at that moment. Nami was wearing long-sleeved attire to conceal the tattoo on her shoulder, unlike her later, more revealing outfits. With Nami momentarily distracted, John had surreptitiously rendered her clothing completely transparent, revealing her form in all its glory. Regrettably, a third party's presence meant that John barely caught a glimpse, not even enough to appreciate it thoroughly. John touched the blood on his face, slowly returning to normal. Don't move. You perverted creep. Stay away. Nami shouted anxiously. Koya huddled nearby, her face flushed crimson. Even as a woman herself, witnessing Nami's figure had rendered her quite bashful. Moreover, Koya feared that John might indeed come over and employ such tactics on her. Don't come any closer, John suddenly chuckled, placing his hand on the adjacent small boat. Then, to their astonishment, the boat began to shimmer and gradually became transparent, extending directly towards Nami. The three of them could see the ocean below through the vessel, creating an illusion as if they were standing atop the water. Those susceptible to seasickness or acrophobia would likely find this experience unbearable. Yet for most, it was undeniably beautiful, a rare romantic splendor one might never encounter in a lifetime. They could even catch glimpses of small fish darting below, as the water was shallow near the island, revealing its depths rather than a vast blue expanse. How beautiful! Nami and Koya exclaimed in unison. Even John, who had conjured such a scene with a mere gesture, was taken aback by the beauty he had unwittingly created. However, being a man, he found the scenery lovely but certainly not as enchanting as a woman, and so he continued to plot his stealthy approach. Unfortunately for him, his intentions did not escape Nami's notice. She quickly regained her composure and urged Koya, get up quickly. The two women stood on the boat, watching in awe as the entire vessel transformed into transparency. Koya instinctively clung to Nami, feeling as though she might plunge into the sea at any moment. In truth, by this point, the highlights of the story had begun to unfold. Of course, the mystery surrounding John's identity would persist throughout. Regrettably, This pirate tale has not garnered the same fervor as the Grim Reaper's narrative, which has consistently outpaced it in updates, now boasting over 2,000 more collections. Consequently, my motivation has waned, and my updates have become increasingly sporadic. Perhaps things will improve once I complete my current commitments. Chapter 36. I am a pervert thus. Both Nami and Kaya's shoes became transparent, revealing their delicate little feet. Nami appeared quite nonchalant, while Kaya, the young lady, flushed and retreated slightly, completely hiding behind Nami. "You pervert. Do not go too far," Nami exclaimed loudly. "Initially, my plan was for the transparent fruit to first render itself invisible, then inanimate objects, and finally living beings. However, upon reflection, there seems to be little distinction between the living and the inanimate, so it was simpler to render itself transparent first, then extend that effect outward. Of course, the capabilities of the transparent fruit will evolve further. As I mentioned in my introduction, it is not as simple as it seems." John chuckled, disregarding Nami's outburst, and continued his tasks. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Nami looked down and discovered that her own feet had also become invisible. A smile spread across her face as she felt a sense of relief. It became clear that John intended to make objects invisible. It was impossible to achieve this from a distance. Thus, contact was essential for the effect to transfer. Consequently, John could only render Nami and Kaya transparent together, unable to make their clothing invisible individually. Do not concern yourself with the details, nor suggest that if one becomes invisible up to the waist, they could then make their clothing invisible. Such a notion would render one half a person, which is rather peculiar, don't you think? "Everything is fine," Nami reassured Kaya, who stood behind her. "As long as that pervert does not directly or indirectly make contact with our clothing, we need not fear." John's eyelids twitched as he rapidly brainstormed feasible strategies, pondering if there might be a clever workaround. Yet, at that moment, John's expression suddenly paled. With a swift motion, the entire ship returned to normal. Had John's powers failed? More accurately, he had overexerted his abilities. It was no joke. The transparent fruit surely had its limits. John could render himself completely invisible without issue, and adding more weapons would not pose a significant problem. However, making the entire ship invisible, along with Nami and Kaya, proved to be somewhat challenging, even though the vessel was small and the crew limited. The powers of a devil fruit require gradual honing. No one can reach the pinnacle in a single leap. Could John even make an entire planet transparent in one go? Just as Enel could not possess billions of volts from the outset, or Kizaru could not immediately wield laser beams, or Vanderdecken could not throw a ship as massive as Noah right from the start. Everything must unfold step by step. I believe that in time, John too may achieve the ability to cloak an entire ship as large as Noah. Moreover, the speed of invisibility also requires training, as there is a process of transmission involved. Therefore, if John wishes to make the entire ship invisible in an instant, as he does with himself, he must exert considerable effort. However, this aspect is somewhat easier than the previous one. "What is the matter?" Nami inquired. "The ability has been overexerted. I need to take a moment to rest," John said with a wry smile, realizing that he had been too excited to notice those details. "Is that so?" Nami raised an eyebrow. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" John's expression suddenly changed. Nami approached him step by step, having initially refrained from getting closer for fear that he might touch her clothes again. Now, however, she smirked. "I was just teasing you. In truth, I am perfectly fine. Not a thing wrong with me." John quickly corrected himself, for he was not only unable to use his abilities due to overexertion, but also found his own combat prowess severely diminished. Nami paused for a moment. Recalling John's pale visage from earlier, it seemed unlikely to be a ruse. She then took another step forward. "Since you are unharmed, why not show me your invisibility again? Or perhaps, I could voluntarily offer myself, allowing you to gaze your fill." Help? "No, I can't swim." Nami tossed John into the sea, and after an indeterminate time submerged, he clung desperately to the edge of the boat, refusing to let John back on board. In the water, John felt utterly powerless. The only reason he could manage to hold on was due to Nami's persistent grip, let alone climbing back onto the vessel. "Nami, I was wrong. I truly was." John pleaded pitifully, his words drying up. Not that phrase. Nami suddenly loosened her grip, allowing John to plunge underwater and swallow a mouthful of seawater, before pulling him up again. This is akin to the most torturous of punishments. "I am a pervert. I am a pervert. I am a great pervert." With no other option, John complied with Nami's command and began to shout. Fortunate that aside from Koya, there were no others around. or he would never live it down. Nami, I think it's enough now. It's nearly over. Koya suddenly interjected, pleading for John. You dare plead for such a person? Nami exclaimed loudly. John's eyes suddenly lit up in the water. I am a pervert. I am a pervert. In his excitement, he shouted even louder. No, it's over there. Shouldn't we be heading that way? Koya reminded, still concerned about the situation on the front lines, and according to the original plan, John was supposed to flank from behind. If Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp could not hold them off, those pirates would run rampant into the village. Upon hearing this, Nami also realized the urgency. But she had another concern. What if Luffy and Zoro, those two perverts, dispatched the group of pirates too swiftly? If they managed to escape by ship, what would become of Nami's plans to steal anything? I am a pervert. I am a pervert. I am. Enough of the shouting. Nami clapped her hands on John's. Are you going to release me? John exclaimed joyfully. I can release you, but first, a few matters must be clarified, Nami stated. Speak, speak. John exclaimed hastily. No matter the matter at hand, let us agree first. Firstly, Nami interjected, didn't I previously mention that the stolen money would be split evenly? Now, your portion shall merely serve as a viewing fee for me. John's eyelids flickered. Isn't that a bit exorbitant? Just a glance, and it costs so much? Besides, when we were in Alabasta, Nami only charged each person a mere 100,000 berries. The half that was stolen this time must undoubtedly exceed that amount. Could it be that she offered a discount back then? Without any hesitation, Nami loosened her grip. Gulp, gulp. It's not expensive. Not at all. John, having swallowed a mouthful of seawater, realized he had no grounds for negotiation. Very well. Later I will require your assistance with a small task. Nami said with an air of ease, causing John's complexion to pale significantly. On the surface of the sea, the waters lay tranquil and unbeknownst to anyone. An invisible small vessel stealthily approached the Black Cat pirate ship. Of course, there were 3 individuals aboard. Though unseen, John understood that his current pallor was more pronounced than ever. It was no jest. He had already overexerted himself moments ago, and now Nami was compelling him to engage once more in such a tedious endeavor. Chapter 37. The battlefield indeed, it is utterly tedious. The most critical aspect is that it is entirely unnecessary. Perhaps in Nami's eyes, such thievery is exceedingly convenient, devoid of any fear of being discovered. However, from John's perspective, it is a gross misuse of talent, akin to employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Those petty minions could easily be overpowered by John's strength. Moreover, it stands to reason that the Black Cat pirate's vessel should be sparsely populated at this point. Yet, here he is, expending such considerable effort to remain concealed. It is truly a case of a dog failing to change its nature, akin to a cat's insatiable urge to steal. Nevertheless, John finds himself in a predicament. Nami's authority is paramount, and he possesses no right to voice dissent. Thus he must acquiesce to her commands and undertake this trivial task. Fortunately, this endeavor serves as a form of training for John. Were it not for Nami's insistence, he would have likely abandoned the effort, as evidenced by his earlier decision to relinquish his powers when alone. Yet now, he grits his teeth and persists in maintaining his invisibility for an extended duration. As their small vessel glided towards the coastline, John and his companions beheld the grim state of the battlefield. The scene was indeed harrowing. The Black Cat pirates had suffered significant losses, with only a handful of their members still standing. Meanwhile, Luffy lay below, evidently in a deep slumber, having been hypnotized. Zoro was engaged in a fierce duel with the feline brothers, his condition appearing rather precarious. The one in the most dire straits, however, was Usopp. As he found himself utterly alone, with no assistance in sight, his objective was crystal clear. He sought to awaken Luffy by any means necessary. He understood that only Luffy could be his savior. As for Usopp's escape route, it had been rendered impassable, littered with rubble, while a nearby cliff had crumbled. Likely a result of the feline brothers' actions, for it was evident that no one else possessed the capability to achieve such destruction. It appears they possess a modicum of intellect after all. Of course, it is also conceivable that Luffy's reckless antics led to this chaos. Lastly, Captain Kuro had yet to make an appearance. John was confident that this individual was not the type to lurk in the shadows, but rather would stride forth with undeniable bravado. Upon witnessing the battlefield, Nami felt a wave of relief wash over her. She chose not to thrust John into immediate combat, for he still bore the responsibility of protecting Kaya. Once Nami had completed her thievery and returned, she would relieve John, taking over the guardianship of Kaya, allowing John, as a man, to charge into battle. Thus, the transparent vessel quietly docked alongside the larger ship, and Nami secured a rope and climbed aboard. Upon leaving the small boat, her form became visible once more. However, at this moment, it was unlikely that anyone would notice her presence. Naturally, Nami's departure alleviated John's burdens significantly. While he was uncertain how the parameters of his invisibility were calculated, he was acutely aware that it was not merely based on surface area. Transforming a person into transparency proves to be significantly more challenging than rendering an inanimate object of the same size transparent. Moreover, it appears that the fruit's abilities are constrained by distance. For instance, a long rope, when considered in terms of area, might seem sufficiently small as it is merely an inanimate object. However, John finds it difficult to extend this object too far while maintaining its transparent state. Otherwise, the practicality of the ability would be exceedingly potent. For example, if a long, slender rope were used to tie John and Nami together at either end, Nami could wander off quite a distance, allowing John to render her transparent through the rope, wouldn't he? Therefore, it seems that this range of distance is yet another aspect that requires John's diligent practice. It appears that John has quite a bit of work ahead of him. This transparent fruit has numerous facets that need honing, perhaps even some yet unnoticed. If John merely aspired to wield this fruit, like the character from the original narrative, he would already possess the ability to do so effortlessly. Yet, John is not devoid of ambition or drive. He intends to gradually develop this transparent fruit, aspiring to transform an ostensibly ordinary power into something exceptionally practical, much like Luffy. While Nami is engaged in thievery, John, still cloaked in invisibility, suddenly draws his gun and aims a shot at Luffy. Of course, John does not intend to harm Luffy. Rather, he merely seeks to rouse him. To his astonishment, Luffy remains in a deep slumber, impervious even to such an awakening. In the original tale, he fell from a great height and was subsequently struck by the ship's bow, yet he remained unperturbed, a remarkable state of slumber indeed. With no other options, John must entrust this noble and arduous task to Usopp. He then positions himself to provide cover, assisting Usopp in dispatching the foes pursuing him, thereby allowing Usopp to successfully reach Luffy's side. Although puzzled, Usopp cannot afford to ponder for long and hastily begins to slap Luffy's face, exclaiming, "Hey, Luffy, Luffy, wake up!" In desperation, he resorts to his ultimate technique, the pepper shot. Bang! Cough, cough, cough. Ah, so spicy water, water. Water. Awakened by the commotion, Luffy leaps into the sea, nearly meeting his demise, only to be rescued by Usopp. Meanwhile, Zoro has seized the initiative and is on the verge of vanquishing the Cat brothers. The situation suddenly becomes clearer, compelling the Black Cat pirates to prepare for retreat. On the small boat, Kaya clings tightly to John's clothing, and he can distinctly sense her excitement. It seems the matter is about to reach a flawless resolution. Yet at that moment, what a useless bunch they are. Krah! Kaya exclaims in astonishment. Fortunately, being on the sea, she is far enough away that others do not overhear. I had initially believed that by the time I arrived, you would have resolved everything and would simply allow you to take the money first. This is truly a profound disappointment. Captain Kuro set down the 2 leather bags beside him, adjusted his glasses, and opened one of them to retrieve his weapon. The other bag, one could surmise, contained the ransom. It seemed that I must take matters into my own hands, Captain Kuro remarked with a hint of indifference. No, the members of the Black Cat pirates exclaimed in unison, alarmed. Their captain's intention to intervene was normally a cause for celebration. However, in their eyes, it spelled disaster. Failing to fulfill Captain Kuro's previous orders would surely lead them to ruin. In a sudden twist of fate, the Black Cat pirates were revitalized, and the revived Luffy finally confronted Captain Kuro. Shortly thereafter, Nami returned. Huh, this haul is quite commendable, Nami exclaimed as she reboarded the ship, only to be rendered invisible by John once more. John, your ability is simply invaluable. Keep up the good work, and perhaps I shall consider sharing some of the spoils with you next time, Nami praised, patting John's shoulder. This time, John had stayed behind to protect Kaya. But had they been alone, with Nami's thieving skills complemented by John's invisibility, success would have been assured. Ah, it's me, Kaya, she called out. Oh, my apologies. I mistook you for someone else. John, where are you? Nami said, her expression shifting suddenly. You wouldn't be contemplating some mischief, would you? After all, with no one able to see anyone else, should John take the opportunity to sneak a touch here or a kiss there, it would be quite the predicament. Wishing everyone a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 38. The Magician. John, how could this be? I am a paragon of virtue. Nami, please refrain from making such reckless statements. John exclaimed hastily. It was all in jest. John was a model youth of the new era. He was not a lecher like Sanji. Rather, he possessed aspirations and ideals. John was a rational yet ardent admirer. After that moment of impulsiveness, John had already suffered considerable distress. He certainly did not wish to rush into folly again, only to be tormented by Nami once more. Of course, John's lecherous identity remained unchanged. If it were to alter, he would be betraying the essence of the transparent fruit he had consumed. However, since it was a transparent fruit, it had effectively defined John as one who sought to remain undetected, a voyeur rather than a brazen fool. In this respect, John, with his otaku background, could not compare to the practical prowess of someone like Leopard Headup. Thus, John promptly asserted his presence, declaring, "If you doubt my sincerity, feel free to grasp my clothing to ascertain my location." No sooner had he spoken than two hands clutched him tightly. It must be said, John's attempts to exonerate himself evidently did not inspire trust in the two girls nearby. After this brief farce, Nami redirected her attention to the beach. "Is this a trick? Captain Kuro has vanished," Nami exclaimed in shock, having just witnessed Captain Kuro disappear into thin air. Could he have consumed a devil fruit as well? Kaya inquired from the side. Is there a devil fruit that mirrors another? Nami could not help but ask, for, despite the absence of Captain Kuro, those around them continued to be assaulted, much like the invisible John. There is no duplicate devil fruit, and Captain Kuro has not truly vanished. He is merely moving too swiftly for you to perceive, John explained. When he referred to you, it was true. John himself could indeed see. He had previously noticed that his eyesight was superior to that of the average person, enabling him to see further distances. It now appeared that he could even trace Captain Kuro's movements. This was not due to any peculiarities in John's physique, but rather a result of his training with CP9. I recall an SBS from a certain WT chapter stating that Captain Kuro's spoon attack was comparable in speed to the shave technique among the six powers. However, while shave could be controlled, Captain Kuro's spoon maneuver was beyond his own control, leaving him oblivious to whom he was attacking. Although John had not mastered techniques like shave during his CP9 training, his vision had undoubtedly been honed. His body may lag behind, but his eyes kept pace. John's ability to keep pace with the movement of his eyes suggests that he had mastered this particular technique of shaving quite well. This is rather exaggerated, Nami murmured, suddenly realizing, John, you must go assist Luffy and the others. Rest assured, I can aid them from here, John replied, raising his pistol and aiming it at the scene before him. If he could see them, it meant he could hit them. Captain Kuro's movements appeared erratic and unpredictable. Yet John discerned that he was actually moving in a straight line. To illustrate, Captain Kuro resembled a billiard ball, traveling linearly within his range when unimpeded. This insight allowed John to anticipate Kuro's trajectory. Bang! John fired a shot, but it missed its mark. It seemed he lacked sufficient speed. He adjusted his pistol slightly and aimed again at Captain Kuro, firing 3 consecutive shots in an instant. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Kuro's silhouette emerged. One hand clutching his wounded shoulder, blood seeping through. Did I hit? Nami exclaimed in delight, for she had heard John's gunfire distinctly. So, you were here all along, Luffy shouted as he lunged towards Captain Kuro. Kuro evaded Luffy's attack but paid no attention to him, instead bellowing to the surroundings, Who is it that dares to ambush me from the shadows? Show yourself. I have been here all along. Did you not notice? John interjected unexpectedly. What are you doing? Nami began, only to realize that John had revealed himself, albeit he and the small boat remained in a state of transparency. This meant that, to others, John appeared to be standing still upon the water's surface. This guy is showing off again. Indeed, upon seeing John standing atop the sea, Kuro nearly bulged his eyes out as he blew the smoke from his pistol. Not only Kuro, but everyone else halted, gazing at John in disbelief. Incredible. Remarkable. John, how did you accomplish this? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Usopp rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. Who exactly are you? Kuro shouted, a mix of astonishment and fear in his voice. Snap. John snapped his fingers. That is an excellent question. He then tucked his pistol back into his waistband and suddenly removed his coat. Everyone turned their attention to John, uncertain of his intentions. John raised his hands and held his coat in front of him, revealing only his head. With a slight smile, he proclaimed, Please call me the Magician John. Then, lifting the coat above his head and letting it fall, he vanished in an instant. Just as the coat was about to tumble into the sea, it too disappeared. Vanished. Gone. Captain Kuro nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Zoro blinked in astonishment, wondering if he was still dreaming. Although they were aware of John's ability to turn invisible due to the transparent fruit, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that he could render other objects invisible as well. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp, those two rascals, had already become fervent fans of John, waving their arms and shouting, "Magician John! Magician John! And what of our Magician John?" He was now rowing the boat, drenched in sweat, joking to himself about the potential danger posed by any skeptics who might fire a few shots in his direction. Unlike Luffy, John harbored a genuine fear of bullets, especially with two ladies present. Indeed, behind every successful magician lies an untold tale of hardship. However, John seemed to underestimate the situation, as no one aimed their weapons at him, perhaps due to Captain Kuro's choice of armament. Otherwise, John doubted this fellow would let him off so easily after being harmed. Just as John maneuvered the boat to the other side, preparing for another stealthy attack, Luffy suddenly spoke up. "John, hold back. I want to take this guy down myself." Chapter 39. The arrival of a new ally. Unquestionably, Captain Kuro's wanton slaughter of his own crew members incited a profound fury within Luffy. Nothing irked Luffy more than individuals who cavalierly trampled upon and harmed their companions. "Understood, Captain," John responded resolutely. In an instant, Captain Kuro lunged with a claw in the direction of John's voice, recalling the grudge from John's earlier shot. However, crack. "You scoundrel. What? Do you wish to fight me? I've long had my eye on you," Zoro retorted angrily, intercepting Kuro's feline strike. "What? Why is it this guy?" Captain Kuro squinted, swiftly leaping aside. He distinctly heard the voice emanate from this direction. Could it be that John's true ability was merely an illusion? Indeed, the earlier sight of him standing upon the sea must have been an apparition as well. Captain Kuro pondered inwardly. "Clearly, you are eager to attack me. If you persist in this manner, I may be compelled to act." John's figure reappeared upon the surface of the sea, albeit in a position different from before. "Ho ho! Magician John! Magician John!" Luffy and Usopp cheered once more. Captain Kuro turned towards John, this time refraining from an immediate assault, perhaps convinced that this was indeed an illusion. Moreover, given the distance across the sea, Kuro found it impossible to mount a credible attack. "I trust you will keep your word," Captain Kuro remarked, fully aware that if John were to launch a surprise attack, it would pose a significant headache, and locating him would be quite challenging in a short span. "Of course, my captain has given the order, and as the first mate, I must obey," John emphasized, relishing his hard-earned title. Now, Magician John takes his leave with a flourish of his cloak. John vanished, subsequently resuming his rowing. "Magician John! Magician John!" Luffy and Usopp called out with reluctance. As for why John's voice resonated near Zoro earlier, it was not due to Captain Kuro's mishearing, but rather the effect of the transponder snail. Given Zoro's tendency to easily lose his way, John had equipped him with a walkie-talkie, anticipating the need to contact him whenever he went missing. Due to John's position being far out at sea, his voice would not carry to those on the shore unless he spoke loudly, which was why Captain Kuro failed to discern John's true location. "Hee, that fellow truly believed your words. You are quite the deceiver," Nami chuckled from the small boat. "No, I did not deceive him this time," John replied. "What? You truly do not intend to assist Luffy?" At this moment, taking action together is undoubtedly the most prudent approach. "Are you not concerned about Luffy being defeated?" Nami couldn't help but exclaim. "Luffy instructed me not to intervene," John replied succinctly. "You intend to heed the foolish words of that imbecile Luffy?" Nami said, cradling her head. "Luffy is our captain. I trust him. We are comrades." Bang. "Do not utter the word comrades in my presence," Nami cried out sharply, as John's remark instantly brought forth unpleasant memories from the past. Our poor, illustrious magician John can forego makeup and embody the mysterious Panda Man directly. As for Luffy's battle with Captain Kuro, there is no need for elaborate discussion. Once Luffy becomes serious, or, in John's words, once Luffy has finished his nonsensical chatter, the enemy is typically vanquished in a single blow. The beautiful Syrup Village has finally dispelled its greatest crisis in recent years. Magician John whoosh. "Wow, he vanished, disappeared, impressive," Nami observed from a distance, perplexed. Are these fellows not exhausted at all? The allure of magic lies in the unknown. Now that Luffy is fully aware of how John performs his tricks, it is bewildering to see him still gasping in astonishment. I truly do not know what to make of him. Likewise, John, in front of an audience as familiar as Luffy, displays an unrestrained enthusiasm, seemingly unable to cease. I am at a loss for words regarding him as well. However, John's performance on the shore allows him to be more authentic. He can leave his coat on the ground, naturally, as it must remain there. This enables spectators to personally touch the coat, discovering that there are no mechanisms, thus enhancing the marvel of the magic. Come on, let us see it again, John. Oh, I can hardly bear them any longer, Nami said, tapping her forehead. They are quite entertaining, are they not? Kaya remarked, laughing nearby. Indeed, to a certain extent, Nami couldn't help but smile. I truly envy you. Having such wonderful companions to share adventures with, and the freedom to explore. I hear you are preparing to venture into the Grand Line. That is quite remarkable, Kaya exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Nami felt a pang in her heart, her smile becoming somewhat strained. Is that so? However, being the young lady that she is, Kaya, in her excitement, did not notice Nami's unease. The following day, hooray! A ship, a grand ship, we finally possess a pirate vessel. Luffy cheered at the seaside. Although its design is somewhat outdated, I personally crafted it. It is named the Going Merry. The butler Mary introduced, as for the operation methods and precautions such matters. You may simply convey to me directly, without paying heed to that individual, Nami remarked. Haha, what a splendid ship. Is it the Going Merry? From this moment onward, it shall be my companion, Luffy exclaimed, grinning widely as he stretched his arms, embraced the figurehead of Mary, and leapt aboard, promptly claiming his designated spot. All the essentials for our voyage have been prepared on the ship, Kaya commented from the side. I am truly grateful, John replied. At that moment, Usopp tumbled down from above, burdened with a hefty sack of belongings. The Straw Hat Pirates finally consist of 5 members. Oh, and of course, we have one non-human companion. Mary. Oh, by the way, John previously harbored concerns that Usopp might vie for the position of first mate. However, those fears have dissipated. For Usopp has no regard for such a title. He aspires to be the captain himself, showing little concern for the position of first mate. This left John to ponder. After all his efforts and deceptions to secure this role, what was it all for? On board the ship, Luffy proudly showcased his creation. What is this? Now that we possess a pirate ship and our crew is nearly complete, I have decided to design a pirate flag that belongs to us, Luffy declared with a smile. The pirate flag symbolizes terror, Zoro remarked. Indeed, this fellow possesses quite the frightening artistic talent. Fool, just pay attention to my work. Usopp chimed in. What does yours even resemble? It bears no resemblance whatsoever, Luffy exclaimed. How about this? Will this suffice? Wow, impressive. Just kidding, I, Captain Usopp, have 50 years of graffiti experience in the village, Usopp boasted proudly. Haha, do you already have grandchildren? By the way, have you seen John? Nami suddenly inquired. A hint of curiosity in her voice. Wasn't he just here? Perhaps he has gone to sleep? Or could it be that he is sneaking a snack? Luffy's expression shifted dramatically. Nami's eyes darted around, and she let out a cold chuckle. You all stay here while I go take a look. Chapter 40. Impatience and the absence of hot tofu. Nami swiftly entered the bathroom, shutting the door and locking it securely. Taking a moment to survey her surroundings, she smiled and exclaimed, how wonderful it is to have a ship. Finally, I am free from the days of being unable to bathe. I have felt utterly filthy these past few days, crammed alongside a bunch of stinky men. As she spoke, Nami began to remove her outer garment. Just as she had shed half of her clothing, she unexpectedly drew a wooden stick from her bosom. Yes, from her bosom. John stood there, utterly astonished. Having previously heard tales of the legendary breast goddess who could conceal a mobile phone in such a manner, compared to Nami, those other women seemed almost pitifully inadequate. In the midst of John's days, he failed to comprehend Nami's intentions for retrieving her weapon. He likely assumed it was something she needed to set aside for her bath. John thud. Nami leapt high and struck John on the head with the stick. Ouch! I'll kill you. You pervert. You lecherous fiend. Nami pursued John, delivering blows with fervor. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, John cried, clutching his head and darting about in panic. A misunderstanding? Ah, indeed. You should have entered first. You must have been preparing to bathe, right? Nami suddenly halted, stating matter-of-factly. Yes, I was indeed preparing to bathe, John affirmed quickly. Then I truly misjudged you. You scoundrel. Is there such a thing as invisibility when bathing? Nami erupted once more, resuming her pursuit of John. Please, no. If you continue, someone will surely die. John yelped, his voice laced with desperation. After a brief while, Nami emerged from the bathroom, dragging John behind her. Zoro instantly grasped his sword, while Usopp readied his slingshot. Who is this guy? When did an enemy infiltrate our ship? It's John. John bellowed. One could only imagine the state he was in after Nami's onslaught. And recalling Luffy's later experiences provided further context. Oh, so it's John. The others waved him off, returning to their own affairs. Fools. A bunch of fools. Is this how you treat your own first mate? John inwardly cursed, failing to realize that even their captain, Luffy, existed under Nami's authority. Nami tossed John onto the ground, crouching down to pat his face gently. Why are you so foolish? You could have simply waited for me to enter first. And once I began bathing, you could have stealthily made a wall transparent from outside to sneak a peek. Wouldn't he that have sufficed? John had indeed contemplated such an idea, but he understood that watching from a distance could never compare to the intimacy of being inside. Moreover, the most crucial point was that any viewing from outside would inevitably be obstructed by soap bubbles. Perhaps the vast multitude shares John's cynical outlook. However, for John, even if he wishes to settle for less, the opportunity has forever slipped away. Why did Nami speak so candidly? It was to shatter John's illusions. After such an arduous bout, she found herself drenched in sweat. Nami waved her hand, clearly indicating her intention to take a bath. Luffy, she called out. What is it? Nami, Luffy inquired as he approached. I'm going to take a bath. Keep an eye on John. He must not step foot outside this place. Nami commanded decisively. Why? Luffy asked, tilting his head in confusion. Nami's expression darkened. If you cannot manage that, then you shall never enjoy a hearty meal again. Without waiting for Luffy's response, she turned and entered. Yikes, how terrifying. Luffy sat beside John, who was also gazing at him. After a moment of silence, John spoke. I will treat you to a meal in the future. All right, Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Then I shall take my leave, John declared, preparing to depart. No way. Luffy instantly grasped John with a firm hold. With a thud, John fell to the ground, realizing that his tempting offer could never rival Nami's threats. John, is it really that intriguing? Luffy suddenly pondered aloud. John turned to Luffy, recalling the adventures of Luffy in the land of women, and patted his shoulder. Shaking his head with a sigh, you will never understand. Thus, Luffy remained oblivious to the tears silently streaming from John's heart. Was the anticipated blissful life truly lost forever? After Nami finished her bath and changed her attire, everyone gathered in the kitchen dining area. I've thought it over. Before we embark on the Grand Line, we need another crew member. Luffy commenced his captain's address. That's true. It's rare to have such a beautiful kitchen. However, I will continue to charge for my cooking. Nami interjected directly. A long journey cannot be undertaken without such a person, Zoro concurred. Haha, do you think so as well? Luffy chuckled. Indeed, a pirate crew cannot do without a musician. Bang. You fool. I knew that this guy wouldn't have any good suggestions. What do you think sailing is all about? Aren't pirates supposed to sing and dance? Luffy maintained his bewildered demeanor. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from outside. Pirates inside, come out. I will annihilate you all. It was none other than Zoro's two subordinates, Joseph and Johnny, who had arrived. Luffy ventured out to handle matters, while the others remained inactive. Naturally, Nami and Usopp dared not make a move. Zoro was simply too lethargic to act, and John found himself engrossed in more pressing concerns. Indeed, the matter at hand was financial. To his astonishment, John realized that he was now ensnared in Nami's economic sanctions. Following two recent failures, John not only endured Nami's corporeal punishment but also faced hefty fines. From Nami's perspective, John was now in a state of debt. He had become nothing more than a designated laborer, bound to toil for Nami in order to redeem himself. Furthermore, Nami charged for every meal, and her prices were exorbitantly high. At this point, both Luffy and Zoro had also fallen victim to Nami's exploitation, akin to farmers under the thumb of a landlord. The only exception was Usopp, who managed to evade this predicament by cooking for himself. With Sanji's arrival on the ship, he would no longer face such tribulations. As for Luffy and Zoro, they were blissfully oblivious. Since Nami's cooking surpassed Usopp's in quality, they naturally opted for her meals, indifferent to the cost, likely under the assumption that they would not need money in the future. John, on the other hand, was simply being foolish, willingly approaching a figure as formidable as Nami, and accepting his exploitation without complaint, merely to savor her culinary creations. In John's eyes, he was already indebted to Nami, and what difference did another debt make? He understood that once Sanji boarded the ship, such indulgences would no longer be available to him. Although Sanji's cooking would undoubtedly surpass Nami's, the significance of the situation was entirely different. Thus, John found himself in a state of painful yet blissful contentment. Chapter 41. The Study of Abilities Following a Heartfelt Reunion. The pirate hunters Joseph and Johnny temporarily boarded the ship. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats gathered intelligence from the two, setting sail towards the floating restaurant bar Tai, in search of a suitable companion to fulfill the role of a chef. In the realm of anime, their arrival seemed instantaneous. However, in reality, it required a considerable voyage. Indeed, there was even a feature film before Sanji boarded the ship. The next day, Nami inquired of Luffy and Usopp, who were fishing. "Have you seen John?" "No. He vanished early this morning," Luffy replied nonchalantly. "Great." Nami's expression darkened, and she stormed off in frustration. In the bathroom, Nami followed her routine from the previous day, closing the door, locking it, and beginning to undress. As she removed her garments, she suddenly swung her arms in a flurry. "Hmm?" she exclaimed, realizing she had struck nothing. "John?" she called tentatively, swinging again but to no avail. Undeterred, Nami conducted a thorough search, inspecting every nook and cranny, from the ceiling to the water outlet, leaving no stone unturned. Regrettably, Long Kong, "What exactly are you regretting?" "Nami, regretting that there's no money to earn and no pervert to confront." She failed to uncover John's whereabouts. Could he truly be gone? Nami pondered aloud. The door was securely locked. John could not have escaped. He possessed the ability of invisibility but lacked the power to pass through walls. Nami had initially assumed John was merely hiding in the bathroom to steal glances, as she would bathe daily if conditions permitted. Yet, if he was not in the bathroom and had not been seen since morning, where could he have gone? Had he fallen overboard? Thus, Nami scoured the entire ship, ultimately discovering John's figure in a dim storage room. "What are you doing here?" Nami demanded. I am conducting research," John began. But before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed as Nami launched a fierce attack. "Hey, why are you hitting me for no reason?" John exclaimed. I'm hitting you, you lecher. I'm hitting you, you scoundrel," Nami retorted without hesitation. Per John, he likely remained unaware that the bathroom was directly above the storage room in which he found himself. 15 minutes later, Nami chuckled. "You should have mentioned this sooner. I was trying to, but you never let me finish." John lamented, biting his clothes in a display of innocence. "But you claimed to be researching in such a dark place, and didn't he even turn on a light? Who would believe that?" Nami remarked. "But the truth is just that," John responded, at a loss for words. Previously, John's abilities had experienced a sudden enhancement. He had not yet taken the time to thoroughly explore this development. However, now that he found himself with some leisure, he believed it was the opportune moment to resolve some lingering doubts that had occupied his mind. The foremost of these inquiries concerned the nature of the transparent fruit. What sort of fruit was it? Was it of the transformation type, or perhaps of the camouflage variety? Could it even be a unique species of mythical beast? After all, there are indeed tales of creatures capable of invisibility. The concept of transparency can be elucidated in three principal scenarios. The most scientifically grounded explanation likens it to glass, where light penetrates through the medium. The second scenario involves light circumventing an object, akin to the principle of a periscope, where multiple refractions allow one to glimpse the scenery beyond an obstruction, thereby creating an illusion of absence. In contemporary times, there exist garments designed to be transparent through countless reflections and refractions, enabling visibility of the surroundings behind the attire. The third scenario pertains to camouflage, wherein an object's color is altered to match its environment, thus creating a visual discrepancy that leads one to believe that nothing is present. This represents a form of absolute pseudo-transparency, a clever artistic trick. For instance, the fishman from Fishman Island employs such camouflage abilities to achieve an effect of invisibility, reminiscent of the chameleon-esque principles. Thus, when John consumed the fruit labeled as transparent, it was his assumption alone. In reality, there could be several manifestations of transparency. The exact nature of the fruit he ingested, and whether it bore any resemblance to the one consumed by the leopard-headed character from the anime, remains unclear. This uncertainty serves as a narrative gap, allowing for the possibility that if the fruit's attributes differ from his expectations, the protagonist may have indeed consumed an entirely new fruit. Even though WT has yet to reveal specifics, this ambiguity spares the audience from endless speculation. Personally, I do not perceive it as akin to the chameleon as the fishman, though not fruits should not repeat such traits. In pursuit of clarity regarding his true capabilities, John ventured into a dim, light-proof chamber to conduct his research. His method was rather straightforward. He attempted to render one of the walls transparent. Consequently, he did not need to explore other possibilities. He reached a definitive conclusion. His ability related to the transparent fruit corresponded to the first scenario, as the external light illuminated the dark room, rendering the wall as though it had transformed into a floor-to-ceiling window. Given that the room was sealed, neither the second scenario, where light cannot penetrate, nor the third, where, even if camouflaged, without light, nothing can be seen, could permit genuine light to enter the space. John's power resembled a sudden extraction of color from a material, akin to colored glass becoming clear, ink transforming into pure water, or ordinary clothing evolving into transparent attire, rendering a typical person into a colorless figure. Light was able to penetrate directly through these entities. Like glass, a fist cannot penetrate, nor can water or even air, yet light effortlessly passes through, leaving no mark or damage upon the surface. Indeed, John's transparency merely lacks color, achieving an effect akin to that of glass. However, a person does not become as fragile and rigid as glass. This newfound ability instantly ignited excitement within John. Others may remain oblivious. Yet John is acutely aware that he will encounter formidable opponents in his future maritime adventures, wielders of light. Even laser beams pose no threat to the transparent John. For light, John in his transparent state is akin to air, or rather, a vacuum, presenting no hindrance whatsoever. Here, the treatment is similarly extreme, defining light, including its inherent radiation, by absolute transparency. Nevertheless, John is not inclined to use this ability against the yellow monkey just yet, for humans are thinking beings. Upon discovering the ineffectiveness of lasers, the yellow monkey would undoubtedly deliver a swift kick to send John flying. However, the pacifist PX is a different matter entirely. If John renders himself invisible, they would not perceive him and would refrain from indiscriminate attacks, allowing John to evade even accidental harm, provided the pacifists do not resort to flailing punches. While the yellow monkey is extraordinarily powerful, John is not yet bold enough to provoke him. Yet, the silver fox is a different story. John is perfectly equipped to counter him, as he can only blame his sluggish light. After all, it is still a form of light. With this thought, John, invigorated, did not depart immediately, but instead began to delve into the study of the telephone insect. Previously, John could only claim to understand how to utilize the telephone insect, but aspiring to be a hacker required far more than that. One must not only know the surface details, but also comprehend the underlying principles. Now, with his transparent ability, John can meticulously investigate the internal structure of the telephone insect's artificial components without causing any damage. Once he achieves a thorough understanding, John will be able to engage in genuine communication with the telephone insect, enabling it to connect with some clandestine numbers. Chapter 42. The Restaurant on the Sea. As John immersed himself in his research, Nami unexpectedly burst in and without hesitation delivered a thorough beating to him. It must be said, once a person is labeled as a lecher, they are forever bound to the fate of being perceived as such, unless they are like Tian Boguan. Thus, this den of communication shall generally reside with me, Nami resolutely declared, since it was impossible for Zoro to get lost aboard the ship. Keeping the den with him would serve no purpose. Consequently, Nami unceremoniously reclaimed the communication device that was specifically reserved for Zoro. Only when they reached a certain island and Zoro needed to act independently would she transfer the device to him. Nami's aim was simple, to ensure she could locate John whenever necessary. For instance, when Nami wished to bathe, no matter where John might be, she could summon him directly through the den, instructing Luffy to keep an eye on him, thereby allowing her to bathe in peace. It could be said that John was gradually losing his freedom. However, unbeknownst to Nami, her actions once again sparked in John a devious inclination. Since Nami carried the den with her, it would certainly be placed nearby during her bathing. If John were to discover the video call feature and manipulate the communication technology, whereby the device could connect without ringing. Of course, only if John had tampered with it. Other devices, at least for now, he could not manipulate. He would be able to clandestinely observe Nami during her bath. Heh, indeed. Desire is the wellspring of human advancement. Finally, they arrived at the restaurant on the sea. Amid the shouts of Joseph and Johnny, the group reached the bar tie. Everyone aboard, including John, rushed out. What a massive fish! Luffy exclaimed loudly. This is simply fascinating. Usopp chimed in. I wonder how much it cost to establish such a restaurant. Nami began to subconsciously calculate. TCH, what a bunch of ignorant fellows. Although John voiced such sentiments, his eyes sparkled with wonder. He had seen similar sights before. Yet he had never experienced a restaurant of such unique design, anchored in the middle of the sea. However, the arrival of this day also signified that John would no longer be able to enjoy Nami's cooking. A wave of sadness washed over him. and he couldn't help but bite down on a corner of his garment. John, why do you seem so sorrowful? Nami inquired curiously. I want to eat, John exclaimed. I want to eat too, Luffy echoed loudly, instantly shattering the somber mood. Me too. All right then, let us set forth towards the restaurant on the sea. The joy of the crowd brought tears to John's eyes. Who could possibly understand my sorrow? Then, the oblivious Navy made their entrance, before a word was uttered. John swiftly kicked one of them into the sea. John! Usopp and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless of the circumstances, they were Navy personnel. How could a pirate dare to attack them so brazenly? Lieutenant! The remaining soldiers aboard the naval vessel immediately leaped into the water, partly to rescue the unfortunate Iron Fist Horde, and likely also to escape. Who would dare remain in the presence of someone bold enough to confront the Navy directly? In truth, John's disdain for this individual was not particularly strong. Rather, his frustration was palpable. How could a mere lieutenant, piloting a warship and courting lovely ladies, have the audacity to flaunt himself before a distinguished colonel like John? It must be acknowledged that John was presently deprived even of mediocre meals, which were exorbitantly priced. If John were not to strike him, who else would? Poor Horde fell victim to this unwarranted disaster. Yet, he would soon be dealt with by Sanji. So John's intervention merely expedited his liberation from impending humiliation. Being struck in front of so many would have been a far greater embarrassment. Thus, the group peacefully entered the floating restaurant, Baratai, without incident. Luffy did not mistakenly fire the cannon at the establishment. Soon, the dishes were served, and John raised a glass of red wine, extending his hand, savoring the delightful flavor. Ah, this subtle fragrance is from the northern Mikio lands, with a delicate acidity and robust spiciness. This wine is from the esteemed Idus Buga Shudane. Am I correct, chef? John declared with a raised eyebrow, attempting to impress. Wow. Incredible! John, you are amazing! Luffy exclaimed enthusiastically. Of course, I am the genuine Navy Colonel John, he replied with pride. You fool, he's just reading off the label. Nami retorted impatiently, though she conceded that the wine seemed rather exquisite and likely quite costly. Not at all. Sanji suddenly appeared beside Nami, twirling. For a beautiful lady, it is always complimentary. Moreover, only your glass is authentic, the others are all imitations. I must commend this gentleman. He can appreciate the flavor of a genuine vintage even in a counterfeit. John's face flushed crimson. This scoundrel. He realized that his compatibility with Sanji was profoundly lacking. In a pirate crew where the gender ratio was severely imbalanced, the rivalry between two lecherous individuals was excessive. It was an irreconcilable conflict. Ultimately, Luffy was forcefully retained, due to his excessive consumption, to the point where Nami refused to cover his bill. Luffy transformed from a customer into a freeloader, obliged to remain and wash dishes as a form of restitution for the feast he had indulged in. However, in the eyes of John and his companions, this was undoubtedly the most misguided decision, for if Luffy were to remain as a waiter, setting aside the possibility of him making mistakes, the mere cost of meals would result in the restaurant incurring a perpetual financial loss. Thus, John and the others temporarily returned to the pirate ship, awaiting Luffy to resolve those issues on his own. Perhaps he might even manage to find a chef in the process. On the ship, John inquired, "What are you looking at?" as he leaned closer to Nami. Nothing. Nami quickly concealed the item behind her. Oh, it's a bounty notice, John remarked, having already seen it and being well aware of Nami's thoughts. Yes indeed. Nami likely felt she had been overly anxious, even if John and the others were to see the bounty notice. Could they truly establish a connection to the higher-ups regarding Nami? 20 million. John observed the bounty for Arlong. Nami's expression darkened. Yes, indeed, 20 million. In truth, it was not that impressive. After all, Luffy had a bounty of 30 million, and Zoro's was certainly beyond that as well. Why don't we take him down and pocket some spending money? John suggested. Haha, how could that be? Don't jest. You cannot possibly fathom how formidable Arlong truly is. Nami replied without a moment's hesitation. To Nami, John was merely a boastful charlatan, but more crucially, it stemmed from her own psychological scars. It was akin to Robin's trauma regarding the extermination order. Such matters could not be altered by mere words. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Acquaintance in Truth. There are certain matters that might lead you to perceive my naivety, just as I might view yours with a similar lens. However, in reality, we may not be as innocent as we envision ourselves. John began to articulate his thoughts. What are you saying? Nami inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Well, just consider it a casual remark, John replied, shaking his head. He recognized that his words could be somewhat convoluted. Yet he found himself unable to elaborate further at that moment. The essence of the situation lies not solely in Arlong's capabilities or whether he could be defeated. Rather, the crux of the matter is that Nami, in her innocence, erroneously believes that she can simply return with money and reclaim her village from Arlong. John wished to convey to Nami that she ought not to be so naive regarding this issue. Ironically, Nami, who is quite adept at deception herself, seemed overly trusting of Arlong's assertions. Perhaps Nami felt compelled to believe in him because she possessed no alternative. This method appeared to be her only glimmer of hope. Furthermore, she significantly underestimated her own worth, unaware that Arlong had no intention of allowing someone of her caliber to depart. Trouble! Trouble! Suddenly, Johnny and Joseph cried out in alarm. John and Nami promptly turned to see a colossal pirate ship slowly approaching from the opposite side. "What is that?" Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening. "That is the Krieg pirates, the largest pirate crew in the East Blue, led by Captain Krieg, with a bounty of 17 million berries." Johnny and Joseph, both professionals in their own right, explained. "What could they possibly want from us? Surely they aren't coming after us," Nami said anxiously, fearing that they had come to seize the treasures aboard the ship. "Could it not be that they are merely here for a meal?" John remarked, bemused. "Impossible," Nami instinctively retorted. "That ship looks rather dilapidated," Zoro commented indifferently from the side. "Indeed, could they have encountered a storm?" Nami finally observed the state of the ship, which appeared far too damaged to be the result of human action. "Who knows?" John shrugged, redirecting his focus to the horizon, recognizing that these were merely minor players. The true heavyweights, the ultimate boss, were soon to arrive. In truth, John had always been puzzled by why Mihawk would appear in this vicinity. Was he also initially intending to dine? Moreover, John could not fathom how Krieg and his crew had returned from the Grand Line. While theoretically, it is possible for one to return from the Red Line, how could their ship have made the journey? Did they traverse the calm belt as well? As it turned out, Captain Krieg was indeed there for a meal, much to Nami's relief. "Let us go take a look. After all, Luffy is still there," Zoro said, leaping onto the floating restaurant, with the timid yet sociable Usopp following closely behind. Certainly, perhaps he felt that following Zoro would provide a greater sense of security. "What? Aren't you going?" John inquired, deliberately pausing. "I can't go. I need to keep an eye on my money." Nami quickly shook her head. "Then I shall remain here as well," John replied. "No need for that," Nami exclaimed. "You should go and take a look. Those individuals are truly unsettling." "All right then," John nodded. He then leaped onto the floating restaurant, Baratai, granting Nami an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Subsequently, mayhem ensued as Nami departed, and the infamous Hawkeye appeared. "What?" Upon hearing Johnny and Joseph's accounts, everyone, excluding John, exclaimed in astonishment. "I told you that woman was unreliable," Zoro remarked. "If she has left, then let her go. However, she took our ship." The merry-go was akin to a lifeline for Usopp. "Nami was the one I brought aboard. I bear the responsibility to return her," John declared. "Indeed, I want Nami to be our navigator," Luffy insisted. All right, this is quite the headache. It seems she hasn't gone far. We should still be able to catch up." "Let's move," Zoro said, slapping his forehead. Just then, Hawkeye. Upon hearing that name, Zoro dashed forward, with John trailing closely behind. However, Zoro sought a challenge, while John merely wished to satisfy his curiosity by meeting the legendary Hawkeye. Little did John anticipate that the moment he arrived, Hawkeye's gaze would not be directed at Zoro, but would instead fixate on him. Gulp. John swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It felt as though he were a mouse ensnared by an eagle's gaze. "Please, I am merely a standard weakling here for a casual visit. Why not focus on Zoro instead of me?" John began to regret his earlier bravado. Now, equipped with 8 swords at his waist, he could not conceal his unease. Was he truly mistaken for a formidable practitioner of the 8-sword style? Yet, John lacked even a hint of the aura of a strong warrior, surely. Mere possession of 8 swords could not elevate him to such a status. After all, Hawkeye was Hawkeye. What is the meaning of this? Hawkeye not only looked at John but also initiated a conversation. "Ah, well, it's merely for fun," John stammered, shaking the weapons at his waist, though his entire being trembled in fear. "One cannot hope to transcend by merely imitating others," Hawkeye concluded, shifting his gaze away. John finally exhaled in relief. Yet alongside that relief arose a question in his mind. Was Hawkeye offering him guidance? Did this man recognize him? Surely not. John instinctively, and perhaps more so out of a guilty conscience, began to retreat. After all, he was merely a humble naval captain. How could he possibly be acquainted with a figure of such stature as Hawkeye? At this moment, John was genuinely fearful of revealing his true identity, concerned that someone might discern his deception. Most crucially, since Hawkeye was familiar with him, he was undoubtedly aware of John's naval rank. Should the subject arise, John would find himself in an inextricable predicament. Thus, disregarding the historic confrontation between Zoro and Hawkeye, John withdrew to a considerable distance, seeking a small boat. "I must pursue Nami now. Do remember to follow," he called out, hastily rowing away in pursuit of the shadow of the Going Merry. Fortunately, having departed early, he could still see the ship and thus did not lose his bearings. In truth, John's apprehensions were somewhat exaggerated. It was hardly his fault, considering that the other party was none other than the formidable Hawkeye. To clarify, John did have an acquaintance with Hawkeye, albeit a fleeting one. As previously mentioned, John's educational journey had allowed him to establish a connection, albeit tenuous, with Hawkeye, seeking his guidance in the art of swordsmanship. After all, Hawkeye was one of the 7 warlords, inherently linked to the Navy. Of course, whether to offer guidance was solely at Hawkeye's discretion. John had merely secured an opportunity to meet him through his internal connections. Chapter 44, Pursuit as for the ultimate outcome. Hawkeye had no regard for John and thus outright rejected his request. This was not to say that John lacked potential or capability. Indeed, his foundational skills were quite commendable. Unfortunately, having been overly pampered and having pursued a haphazard array of disciplines, he found himself unable to progress in any single pursuit. His lack of ambition led him to flit from one endeavor to another, resulting in a breadth of knowledge that lacked depth. In essence, what John truly lacked was the heart of a warrior, the very quality that Hawkeye found most admirable in Zoro. Nevertheless, although Hawkeye dismissed John, he retained a certain impression of him, which allowed him to recognize John upon their next encounter. Of course, Hawkeye could not be expected to possess profound insight into John's current state, as the man before him was no longer the same John of yore. Furthermore, John's fearful demeanor was entirely expected, mirroring his previous self. The former John had always been rather timid in Hawkeye's presence. Should he suddenly lose that fear, it would indeed raise suspicions. As for why John, now a naval colonel, found himself amidst a band of pirates, such matters were of no concern to Hawkeye. Whether John was engaged in a special mission or had genuinely turned to piracy was irrelevant to him. As a warlord of the sea, he had no obligation to involve himself in naval affairs. Consequently, Hawkeye neither inquired about John's situation nor would he relay any information to the Navy regarding him. Upon encountering John once more, Hawkeye merely exchanged a few words, recognizing that John had previously sought his guidance. Observing that John absurdly adorned himself with 8 swords, Hawkeye immediately assumed that John had reverted to his old ways, shifting from one form of training to another, having abandoned dual-wielding for the pursuit of an 8-sword style. The imitation Hawkeye referred to was none other than the Marine Vice Admiral, Spider Demon. Hawkeye suspected that John was attempting to emulate Spider Demon's technique, given that he was renowned for his 8-sword style and was a figure well known within the Marine ranks, making such imitation plausible for John. In reality, however, while John was aware of Spider Demon, he was incapable of replicating such feats, regardless of Spider Demon's abilities. Whether derived from a devil fruit or the unique skills of CP9, John could not hope to achieve the same. Thus, for him, the 8-sword style akin to that of Killer Bee from Naruto was far more attainable. Nonetheless, it must be noted that John had never genuinely aspired to master any 8-sword style. It was merely a fade, an act of bravado. The fact that this misunderstanding arose, particularly one that caught the attention of the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye, perhaps warranted a sense of pride for John. Behold, this naval colonel, adept with a blade, managed to bamboozle even Hawkeye. On board the Mary, there were indeed some remarkable individuals. Will we meet again next time? Will they still accept me as a companion? Nami stood alone at the bow, tears streaming down her face. Why the sorrow? Who? Startled, Nami suddenly realized John. Instinctively, she drew her weapon and began to brandish it. Where are you? When did you board? Only someone with John's skills could have stealthily approached the ship without her knowledge. Nami had believed she had successfully deceived John, not realizing he had returned at some point. Regardless, we will never abandon you. I won tea, nor will Luffy and the others. Just wait, Nami, John reassured her. Nami was taken aback, this time. She accurately discerned the source of the voice. Surprisingly, it was coming from her own body. Nami quickly realized that John was not on the ship, but was speaking through the transponder snail she had left on her person. She pulled the transponder snail from her body and shouted, "Don't follow me." Without hesitation, she hurled the snail away with great force. "Hey, Nami, don't be agitated. Don't act recklessly." Splash. Upon hearing the sound of something falling into the water, John's eyelids twitched. How could he not realize that his transponder snail had been thrown into the sea? "That thing was quite expensive, Nami," John murmured, lamenting the loss of the transponder snail he had painstakingly collected, especially the one he intended to transform into a video call device. Nami's selfish act was, in essence, an obstruction to scientific progress in the advancement of the times. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was not this. If I lose sight of the ship, it would indeed be a tragedy. I paddle. John fervently rowed towards the Mary. Upon reaching the small island, he lowered the brim of his hat slightly. "Ah, so this is Arlong Park. Quite ostentatious, I must say. It seems I no longer require a guide." John did not head towards any other location, such as Nami's hometown of Cocoa Village, but instead made a beeline for the imitation of the world's aristocracy. Arlong Park. Knock, knock, knock. John rapped on the door. "Who goes there?" Immediately, two fishmen shouted from the side. John scrutinized the two figures. It was his first encounter with fishmen, and he had to admit that seeing such beings in reality was somewhat reminiscent of the later adaptations of Journey to the West. John smiled slightly. "Don't be nervous. I come in peace." "Oh, is there a guest? Why are you keeping him outside?" A voice resonated within, and it was none other than Arlong speaking. Remarkably, after all this time in the human world, Arlong had indeed picked up some of their mannerisms. John, amidst the vigilant gazes of the two fishmen, ventured inside. After all, he was a human, armed with 8 blades. Should any bounty hunters be lurking, intent on Arlong, they would certainly take notice. Inside, Nami, positioned beside Arlong, felt her pupils constrict, nearly gasping aloud as she realized John had truly followed her and had the audacity to confront them directly. Had he lost his mind? Did he not value his life? Naturally, John had spotted Nami. His pursuit had led him to her, and indeed, she had not departed from this place. "Oh, I did not expect to find another human here," John exclaimed, as if he were encountering Nami for the first time. He disregarded Arlong entirely and approached Nami directly. At that moment, as her heart raced perilously close to her throat, John seized her hand. "My beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am John, a naval captain. Charming and affluent, yet still unmarried. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" Nami squinted, quickly realizing that John was attempting to deceive once more. He was indeed dancing on the edge of a blade. However, having come this far, she could not refuse to play along with John's charade. "I am Nami," she replied, casting John a subtle glance, urging him to seize an opportunity to depart swiftly. Deep down, Nami felt a profound sense of gratitude, despite her betrayal. John still placed such trust in her. Did he not fear that she might expose his true identity? In such a case, there would be no escape for him. John's anticipation of Nami's reaction was entirely expected as he ignored her alluring gaze. "Oh, Nami, what a lovely name. Beauty in both name and form, I must say. My visit here has been most worthwhile," John declared with palpable excitement, his infatuation rivaling that of Sanji's. "I must extend my sincerest apologies to the readers of this work. However, I wish to clarify that this is not an indication of abandoning the story. Rather, it is a heartfelt pause. While gradually continuing may not pose significant issues, I feel that my writing has become rather stiff. Therefore, I shall await a more cohesive moment to proceed. As for when I will resume, that hinges on the progress of my other works. Additionally, within the framework of this narrative, I intend to refine it further once WT has illustrated the Doctor." Chapter 45, Deception of Him. The oblivious Arlong interrupted the intimate exchange between the two with a cough. "You claim to be a Navy colonel?" he inquired, perhaps underestimating the rank or assuming that all Navy colonels were akin to mere rodents in stature. Unfazed by John's self-identification, Arlong remained tense, reclining in his chair, unmoving. "Indeed, I am Colonel John of the Navy headquarters," John revealed, lifting his hat slightly. "A Navy headquarters colonel?" Arlong's eyes narrowed. Once a member of a notorious pirate crew, he was well aware that those from the Navy headquarters were elite, incomparable to local commanders. It was akin to Smoker, who was originally a colonel dispatched from the Navy headquarters to oversee the pivotal Loguetown. Even if John was not of Smoker's caliber, the mere fact that he hailed from the Navy headquarters and dared to appear here alone indicated a considerable level of self-assurance. Hence, Arlong did not question John's identity. What fool would dare to deceive him, Arlong? What brings you here, Colonel? Arlong inquired, rising to his feet. As he did so, his other subordinates subtly encircled John, indicating that Arlong was treating him as a significant figure. Observing this scene, both John and Nami felt the tension. Though John's confidence in his identity as a Navy colonel gave him a slight edge over Nami, who remained skeptical of his claims. I mentioned I come with good intentions, John replied with a relaxed smile. Seeing John's calm demeanor, Arlong, unaware of the full context, refrained from rash actions. His Arlong Park had developed to its current stature through considerable effort. It is often said that those with nothing to lose fear, not those who are well-equipped. In his earlier days, Arlong had little to anchor him. If things went awry, he could simply retreat into the sea. However, relinquishing Arlong Park now was out of the question. Thus, it can be said that Arlong had adopted many human traits in his impulsive past. He would have already resorted to violence without such inquiries. Oh, what good will do you bring, Colonel? Arlong queried, a hint of skepticism in his voice. John retrieved a document from somewhere and began to read aloud. Arlong, former member of the Sun Pirates, was captured and imprisoned in the underwater prison Impelled Down. He was subsequently released after joining the Warlords of the Sea under Jinbe's command, later departing from the Sun Pirates to establish the Arlong Pirates in the East Sea. He has bribed the Navy's Division 16 colonel and, within 8 years, has conquered over 20 villages, dominating the East Sea. Clang. Before John could finish, the fishmen around him drew their weapons in unison. At that moment, Nami had already lost her ability to think. Had John lost his mind? He was clearly courting disaster. As for why John understands Eren so well, Nami cannot afford to ponder such matters at this moment. What are you doing? Do not disturb our esteemed guest. However, Eren suddenly raised his hand to halt his subordinates. Having dealt with humans for several years, Eren had acquired some knowledge of the art of conversation. In Eren's eyes, John's intentions were evidently a pretext for personal gain. Otherwise, it would contradict his previous claims of goodwill. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed straightforward. John laughed, feeling reassured by Eren's perceptiveness. If the headquarters truly intended to deal with Colonel Mouse, they would send someone of at least the rank of Brigadier General, rather than someone of my own level. In other words, I am merely here to ascertain the situation, and how to report back to my superiors relies solely on my word, John remarked, gesturing to himself. My goodness. Nami couldn't help but admire John's deceptive prowess once again. She was aware that Eren had connections with the Navy, typically. Colonel Mouse would inform Eren of any issues beforehand. However, if John were a special envoy from the Navy headquarters, and Colonel Mouse were also under investigation, it would be entirely plausible that the Colonel had no prior knowledge of John's arrival, making it impossible for Eren to find any incriminating evidence by questioning him. Yet, you still understand nothing. Nami gazed at John, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Deceit can prevail temporarily, but can it last a lifetime? Nami desired not just her own freedom, but the liberation of the entire Cocoa West village. I see, Eren responded to John with a knowing smile, indicating that he understood what the Colonel desired. As long as I, Eren, can provide it, there is no hesitation. He patted his chest. Unlike Colonel Mouse, I am not in want of money. After all, while speaking, John brazenly scrutinized Nami, his expression laden with innuendo. In the past, had John dared to gaze at her thus, Nami would have struck him without hesitation. Yet now, she could only forcibly suppress her urge to retaliate, along with the sorrow hidden deep within her heart. I see. Eren smacked his forehead, realizing that ever since John's arrival, it was clear this fellow had a penchant for women. Therefore, he immediately addressed Nami, saying, Nami, from this moment forth, you shall accompany Colonel John. Whatever he requires, you must fulfill. It was not that Eren was so easily willing to part with Nami, but he understood well that regardless of the circumstances, she would ultimately return to him as she always had. This. Nami hesitated. Eren's expression darkened instantly. What? Is there a problem? No. Nami quickly shook her head, genuinely fearful of Eren. How refreshing. By the way, I also plan to stroll through the nearby villages. You know, it's a formality. One must at least go through the motions. I wonder which nearby mountains are beautiful, which waters are picturesque, and where the people are most enchanting. John inquired. Without a doubt, it must be Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village. I recall that Nami seems to have a sister, does she not? Arlong remarked to Nami, fully aware that John's focus was not on the picturesque landscapes, but rather on the beauty before him. In an instant, Nami's expression darkened ominously. Had it not been John who came, but rather a truly despicable lecher, she could hardly fathom how to respond. Indeed, it was imperative to distance herself from Arlong as swiftly as possible. Immediately, she resolved to negotiate with him. "Shachi, escort our esteemed guest to Cocoa Village," Arlong instructed, turning to give another command. "Understood." Shachi the octopus promptly appeared. On the small boat, though it was more akin to a fishbowl, Shachi maneuvered beneath while John and Nami sat above. The confined space drew them uncomfortably close, and John certainly harbored intentions of taking advantage of the situation. "My dear, what troubles you? You seem utterly discontent," John said, wrapping his arm around Nami. However, upon witnessing Nami's expression, he found himself unable to continue his advances. What a wretched individual he truly was. Chapter 46. On the brink of battle, it must be said that John had always been somewhat self-absorbed. He possessed a clear understanding of the narrative and could grasp the overarching situation, yet he utterly neglected the feelings of others. The incident with Kaya was a prime example. Without consulting anyone, John had abducted Kaya. While his intentions were noble, he never once considered the emotions of others, particularly Usopp's. How frightened must Usopp have been upon discovering Kaya's disappearance, unaware of who had taken her. Fortunately for John, Usopp was a man of humor and optimism, which allowed John to remain oblivious to his own shortcomings. However, in this moment, the expression on Nami's face illuminated John's profound error. He was well aware that the matter concerning Arlong could be easily resolved. Thus, he approached it with a light-hearted demeanor, joking without a care. But for Nami, the resolution was not apparent. She did not even entertain the thought that it could be resolved at all. In such a state of mind, John audaciously took advantage of her while pretending to act. What must Nami have thought? "Forgive me." John quickly withdrew his hand. Nami glanced at him. And if he could be so considerate, why had he pursued her so recklessly? If he truly cared for her well-being, he would not have come after her. However, Nami could not articulate these thoughts directly to John, especially with the presence of Chopper nearby. She cast a quick glance downward, signaling John to be cautious with his words. "As the performance must continue, may I inquire how to address you, my fishman friend?" John turned to Chopper. Were it not for Chopper, he would have dismissed this ordinary passerby entirely. "Just call me Chopper," the fishman replied with a simple smile. "You were once a member of the Sun Pirates, weren't you?" John inquired. "Ah, how did you know?" Chopper exclaimed, nearly losing his balance as he adjusted his head covering. "Haha, I did my homework before arriving. Do not be concerned. I find it admirable. After all, the Sun Pirates were a legendary crew," John remarked with a grin. Indeed. Back then Chopper eagerly opened up, as if he had found a kindred spirit, engaging John in a lively conversation. Thus, unbeknownst to them, the trio arrived at Cocoa Village. "Goodbye. We hope to see you again soon." Chopper waved farewell to John as he swam away. "Haha, what a charming fellow," John chuckled, waving back at Chopper. "Charming? You have yet to witness their ferocious side," Nami interjected, her expression darkening. Now that there were no fishmen around, Nami returned to her usual demeanor. "Follow me. We can discuss matters later," she said, pulling John along toward the outskirts of the town, to the place where she had once lived. At the summit cottage, Nami ushered John inside, only to find it empty. "Where is everyone?" she murmured. "Who?" John feigned ignorance. "That's none of your concern. Tell me, why did you follow me? I have already betrayed you, stolen your money, and taken your ship. Why seek me out?" Nami exclaimed, her voice rising. "Naturally, I am here to assist you," John replied calmly. "Assist me? What do you know of my troubles?" "Look." Nami abruptly tore off her sleeve, revealing the tattoo beneath. "I am a member of the Arlong Pirates. My association with you has always been for your wealth. I do not require your misguided attempts to help. I have been living quite well with Arlong and have no intention of leaving," she declared loudly. "You may deceive others with that rhetoric, but not me." John maintained his composure. "You call it cleverness?" Nami shouted back. Just then, Nokigao returned, remarking on the peculiar side of Nami bringing a man home only to argue. Accompanying him was an unconscious Usopp. "Usopp," Nami gasped, rising quickly. "What happened to him?" "Fear not, I merely knocked him out." "It seems this long-nosed fellow is one of your companions," Nokigao stated. "Absolutely not," Nami retorted, then turned to John. "You weren't with them?" "I was in the first group. Usopp and the others are likely in the second," John explained. "Humph. I told you to mind your own business. Stay here." With that, Nami stormed out. "Aren't you going to chase after her?" Nokigao asked as he laid Usopp on the bed and turned back to John. "If chasing after her would help, I would have done so already," John sighed. "Truthfully, he was at a loss for how to proceed. If circumstances allowed, he would wish to annihilate Arlong and his crew outright, regardless of whether Nami accepted his goodwill. He would have resolved her issues with an imposing presence, but alas, he lacked the strength to do so. Meanwhile, Nami remained stubborn, believing she could resolve her predicament alone, unwilling to depend on others or drag them into her troubles. Only upon her failure would she consider alternative options. The hope of aiding Nami ironically hinged on first bringing her to despair, which was indeed disheartening. If only John possessed the power to easily vanquish foes, there would be no need for such convoluted approaches. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that stood in the way. John first realized that even while following Monkey D. Luffy, he could not rely solely on Luffy for everything. As a member of the Pirate King's crew and the vice captain, John understood that he must possess sufficient strength to command respect. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Noki Gao, Nami's sister. May I inquire your name? Noki Gao stated. I am John, a naval colonel, John replied. A naval colonel? You must be jesting. Noki Gao exclaimed instinctively. John chuckled wryly. Why does everyone insist that I am not? Do I not appear to be one? Noki Gao smiled. If you truly were a naval colonel and cared so much for her, then that child would not be suffering as she is now. With a sigh, Noki Gao began to recount the past of her sister and herself. Although John already knew the truth, hearing it from the person involved resonated deeply within him. This world is rife with injustice. Were it not for sheer coincidence, Nami might have spent her entire life shadowed by Arlong. Yet, despite this, there are still optimistic souls like Noki Gao. Some events may not be mere happenstance. It is the perseverance of individuals like Nami that transforms the accidental into the inevitable. Having listened to the story and taken ample rest, it was now time for the men to engage in battle. With that, John rose and called out towards the bed. Hey, how long are you going to keep crying? I, Usopp, am not crying at all. Usopp exclaimed as he jumped up from the bed, wiping away his tears. He had clearly overheard everything that transpired. Wait. Noki Gao quickly grabbed John. I did not share this with you to incite chaos. Chapter 47. Confronting the beast in such times, women should simply remain at home, preparing meals and awaiting their men's return, John remarked. I see you all have entirely misunderstood my intentions. Noki shouted, her robust demeanor rivaling that of any fierce warrior. To her, enduring hardships alone was agonizing. Yet, the presence of those who called themselves companions was the greatest torment of all. She could no longer bear to witness innocent victims, like her mother, falling prey to Arlong's cruelty. John paused momentarily, then countered, what does it mean to be a companion? Before Noki could respond, he answered himself. A true companion is one who, without needing to be asked, readily extends a helping hand. Noki straightened her expression and earnestly inquired, do you possess the confidence to defeat Arlong? Although she deemed Usopp to be rather feeble, she had to concede that John appeared notably formidable, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps his decision stemmed not from reckless enthusiasm, but from a rational assessment of their circumstances. I have no confidence, John replied candidly, without a hint of deceit. Then are you not afraid of death? Noki exclaimed in astonishment. John smiled, gazing at her. What does it matter if I lack confidence? If given another chance, do you believe your mother would make a different choice? She would. Even without uttering the words, Noki knew the answer was affirmative. Hence, she found herself momentarily speechless, unable to dissuade John and Usopp from their course. A saying rings true, you may not like me, but you cannot prevent me from loving you. Although it seemed a touch unreasonable and could disturb others, it rendered her speechless. For what John intended was not mere selfish affection. He was prepared to wager his very life. Thus, John and Usopp waved farewell and departed, leaving Noki silent in their wake. They are truly remarkable individuals. The sisters, at different times, voiced the same sentiment, clenching their fists. No, we cannot let them go alone. With that, Noki turned and returned indoors to retrieve her weapon. Rising in defiance, she realized that often it was not a lack of courage that hindered people, but rather the absence of a catalyst, a leader to rally behind. Meanwhile, John contemplated their situation, realizing that now that he had spoken boldly, there was no turning back. Should we not devise a strategy? He suggested. The current circumstances were far from what he had anticipated. Indeed, a strategy is essential, Usopp agreed fervently, having witnessed the might of the fishmen firsthand. He was determined to outsmart them rather than engage in a direct confrontation. I propose we inform the Navy, or devise a means to lure them here. Usopp proposed. What a brilliant tactic to attract the wolves and tigers. Unfortunately, it won't work. John shook his head, stating that if it were effective, others would have already employed it. Such matters are under the jurisdiction of the local navy. Thus, whatever actions are taken will inevitably draw in Colonel Mouse, who is in collusion with Arlong, making any success unattainable. If we truly want to capture the attention of the outside navy, the only viable method is to obliterate this navy branch, John asserted. Gulps echoed as Usopp swallowed nervously, jesting that regardless of their capabilities, even if they had the strength to annihilate the navy branch, they would be directly opposing the navy and would surely face dire consequences. At that point, even if the navy were to eliminate Arlong, they would preemptively eradicate their group. No way. No way. Absolutely not. Usopp vehemently shook his head. Oh, what should we do? It seems we must first locate Luffy and the others. John, stroking his chin, pondered that by resorting to deception, they could save only Nami, but not her entire village. To ensure Nami felt secure boarding the ship, Arlong must be dealt with decisively. This was precisely why John took Usopp out without concerning himself with Nami's bounty of 100 million berries. Perhaps he could assist Nami in completing this transaction. But it would only be temporary. Arlong, unwilling to let Nami leave, could swiftly reclaim Cocoa Village at any moment. John rubbed his forehead. Realizing that the problem had indeed simplified, they must defeat Arlong, so the focus should be on strategizing that defeat. By the way, what did you just say? John suddenly inquired. Huh? Damn it, why am I doing this? Usopp lamented as he sprinted, tears streaming down his face. Hot on his heels was the formidable merman. Stop. I will kill you. Idiot, come chase me. Usopp shouted back, continuing his tearful flight. He turned corners, pivoted sharply, and skidded to a halt. Usopp repeatedly attempted to shake off his pursuer, but the merman's stamina was no laughing matter. The longer he ran, the more disadvantageous it became for Usopp. Just a bit more, just a bit more. Usopp was nearly exhausted when suddenly, his eyes brightened. This was the spot. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward, executing a sudden sharp turn. The merman, having just rounded the corner, was met head-on with Usopp's counterattack. Ultimate technique. Chili star. Boom. As Usopp tumbled backward, his only thought was, John, it's up to you now. You must succeed. Curse you. The merman roared, unleashing a powerful attack amidst the swirling dust, intent on obliterating Usopp. The wild monkey darting about. Water iron cannon. Bang. As the smoke dissipated, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. In the distance, the pompous Colonel Mouse, who had just acquired 100 million berries, lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Oh my, a murder has occurred. The colonel is dead, slain by the fishmen. It is the Arlong pirates. Chaos erupted instantaneously. The villagers, having just endured the harrowing events, were indeed terrified, yet they had no intention of rendering assistance. The navy, too, lacked the courage to confront the fishmen in avenging Colonel Mouse. Consequently, they swiftly dispersed, carrying the colonel's lifeless body with them. Regardless of the circumstances, this incident would undoubtedly be reported. Even though the navy was aware of the colonel's dubious dealings with the Arlong pirates, they could only relay the truth. After all, the responsibility for the colonel's demise was far too great for anyone to bear. Meanwhile, the fishmen were taken aback. Although the accidental killing of an individual might not seem significant, the fact that it was Colonel Mouse made it all the more troubling. In a flurry, the fishmen abandoned their intent to finish off Usopp, hastily fleeing the scene. It remained uncertain whether they intended to report back to Arlong or simply fled knowing they could not explain their failure. Wonderful. Justice has been served. Let them tear each other apart. Once the outsiders had departed, the villagers erupted in cheers. Noki took the lead, and everyone rushed to embrace their hero, Usopp. Victory had been claimed. Lying on the ground, Usopp finally exhaled in relief, only to realize he lacked the strength to rise. Unbeknownst to all, it was John in his invisible state who had actually shot Colonel Mouse. This was the ruse that John and Usopp had meticulously crafted. After all, how else could it be so fortuitous that a stray shot from the fishmen would result in the colonel's demise? Of course, such a secret need not be unveiled. It was far better for the villagers to believe in poetic justice. John required no gratitude from them, and revealing the truth would only bring complications for the townsfolk. With a sigh, John blew the residue from the muzzle of his weapon and turned to depart. Just then, Noki glanced back, sensing a faint wisp of gunpowder lingering in the air. Chapter 48. Traces of threads with the demise of Captain Mouse. It is certain that the Navy headquarters will no longer remain indifferent. The downfall of Arlong is imminent, however. It remains uncertain how long it will take for them to send reinforcements. This interval could very well provide Arlong and his crew ample opportunity to escape, provided they are willing to do so. Regrettably, the hard-earned 100 million berries that Nami had amassed ultimately fell into the hands of the Navy. After all, the Navy possessed legitimate grounds to confiscate Nami's ill-gotten gains, making any hope of reclaiming them utterly futile. As for the death of Captain Mouse, it was entirely deserved, regardless of how flawless the plan devised by John and Usopp may have been. Had it not been for Captain Mouse's insatiable greed in attempting to seize Nami's 100 million berries, their scheme would never have come to fruition. Good deeds beget good fortune. While evil begets retribution, it is not that justice is delayed, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. Meanwhile, when Captain Mouse came to pilfer the treasure, Nami had already departed to confront Arlong, though she was completely unaware of Mouse's demise. After witnessing Arlong's ruthless tyranny, Nami finally reached her breaking point. Arlong, 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 Arlong. Upon John's arrival, he found Nami incessantly stabbing her shoulder tattoo with a dagger. Alarmed, John rushed forward to prevent her from harming herself, coincidentally joined by Luffy, who had been wandering the island for quite some time. Help me, Nami wept. John, too, shed tears. This marked perhaps the first time John had truly felt pain since arriving in this world, an unexpected turn of events indeed. In a moment of clarity, John moved to halt Nami's self-destructive actions, and upon noticing Luffy's presence, he chose to give Luffy the opportunity to intervene, gently placing his hand over Nami's wounded shoulder. John anticipated that Luffy would grasp Nami's other hand, yet Luffy bypassed this step entirely, instead placing his straw hat atop Nami's head. In the ensuing chaos, the dagger that was meant for Nami's shoulder found its mark in John's hand. Blood flowed freely, leaving one to wonder whether it was Nami's blood or John's that stained the ground. Observers might have marveled at John's remarkable fortitude. John's eyes quivered as he stifled the pain and turned to Luffy, asking, "Do you know what I most desire to do right now?" "Of course," Luffy exclaimed. Raising his hands, "Naturally, we must go and send that Arlong flying." John could only nod through his tears, realizing the truth in Luffy's words. Thus, while binding the wound on his hand, Luffy, John, Zoro, Sanji, and the recently arrived Usopp officially embarked on their journey. The Navy was destined to come and eradicate Arlong's pirate crew. But so what? Before that, the Straw Hats would mete out their own justice. After all, who dared to make their navigator cry? The following day, it was only natural that Eren was once again defeated, with John playing a minimal role in the events. In his current state, John's greatest strength lay in his ability to strike from the shadows. However, with Colonel Mouse just having perished, revealing his capabilities seemed rather premature. Consequently, John opted for a melee confrontation, wielding a sword with his left hand due to an injury to his right. As the ranks of officers had largely been filled, he ended up dispatching a few minor adversaries, providing some assistance, yet remaining inconspicuous compared to his peers. This was precisely John's intention. Prior to entering the Grand Line and regaining his strength, he wished to avoid drawing attention to himself. "You were the one who killed Colonel Mouse, weren't you?" Noki Gao inquired privately, directing a knowing look at John. What are you talking about?" John feigned ignorance. "Humph." Noki Gao chuckled softly, though there's no evidence. "One can't shake the feeling." Suddenly, her expression turned serious. "However, if it truly was you, you ought to exercise caution. The Navy is filled with capable individuals. The damage from a gunshot is quite different from the water cannon of a fisherman. They should be able to discern some issues from the wound." "Indeed, you truly are a product of Navy upbringing," John remarked with admiration. "Rest assured, whether the Navy can deduce anything or not, we will be departing soon. And as pirates, should we fear a few additional suspicions?" Noki Gao flashed a playful smile. "So you are admitting it?" Hey, John exclaimed, suddenly electrified by the implication. Could this be the beginning of a romantic endeavor following a heroic rescue? Had fortune finally smiled upon him? "Wait, your wound has reopened? You drank so much yesterday." Noki Gao teased. "Men are always like this. Let me assist you, you clumsy fool." With that, Noki Gao began to change the bandages on John's hand. Who would have thought that this strong woman could possess such a gentle side? At that moment, Nami burst into the room, calling out, "John, your hand." She clearly recalled the circumstances of John's injury from the previous day, prompting her early visit. Upon entering, she was met with an unexpected scene. "Nami-chan," John exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Spring has arrived." Smack. "That guy is tough. Don't worry about him. He won't die," Nami retorted, pulling Noki Gao away. From a distance, John could hear Nami's voice warning. "That guy is a lecher. Don't let him deceive you. Do you know what devil fruit he has consumed? The transparent fruit. He must have never mentioned it to you. Not only can he spy on you while bathing, but he can also render your clothes transparent. After that, John's ears could no longer discern her words. Little did he know that the arrival of spring would soon give way to the chill of winter. Glancing at the bandages on his hand that remained unbound, he resolved to tend to it himself. Outside, Nami, you seem to know so much. Could it be that you have fallen victim to his charms? Nokigao remarked with a playful smirk. How could that be possible? Nami exclaimed. The moment that fellow's rear end twitched, I knew precisely what he was contemplating. He cannot outplay me. Given his rather lewd disposition, it seems best to expel him. Noki responded. Not entirely, he is, in fact. Oh, you dare to tease me. Haha. Nami, it has been ages since I've seen you smile so joyfully. Days later, the Straw Hat crew had long since departed, and the investigative team from the Navy headquarters arrived belatedly. This time, the investigation was led by Colonel Tina of the Navy headquarters. Interestingly, Tina had not originally come for the case of Colonel Rat. She was drawn to the East Blue due to the prior disappearance of Colonel John. The decision to dispatch Tina was twofold: her exceptional capabilities and the fact that she and John were contemporaries. Thus, the matter of Colonel Rat was merely a coincidental encounter. In the same maritime region, with two colonels, one missing and the other deceased, it was inevitable that speculation would arise, prompting Tina to investigate the potential connection between the two incidents. Report. Have the results been revealed? Tina inquired. Indeed, the cause of death for Colonel Rat was confirmed to be a gunshot wound. Tina narrowed her eyes. Just as I suspected, such coincidences are implausible. Therefore, the true perpetrator must either be a villager from Cocoa Village or the Straw Hat crew, who are the most likely suspects for defeating Arlong. But what? Tina pressed. Please take a look, came the response. Tina accepted the document, her expression darkening instantly. I recall that only, she stated, anger bubbling within her. The consequences are dire. John could never have anticipated that the renowned firearm in his possession would bring him such misfortune. Chapter 49. The additional bounty, the fatal wound on Colonel Mouse, astonishingly, originated from the weapon of the missing Colonel John. It is well known that due to the unique nature of Colonel John's weapon, the resulting wounds are not easily replicated, even if one were to attempt imitation. According to the accounts of the soldiers present at the scene, no one had approached Colonel Mouse at the time of the incident, thus eliminating the possibility of post-event tampering, unless there is an insider, which seems unlikely. Consequently, regardless of the truth behind the matter, it is clear that ordinary villagers could not have been involved, as this is beyond their capabilities. Therefore, the most plausible scenario is that the perpetrator responsible for Colonel John's disappearance wielded his weapon to slay Colonel Mouse. Of course, it is also conceivable that the missing Colonel John himself could have committed the act, but this possibility is exceedingly slim, lacking any discernible motive. Moreover, given Colonel John's intelligence, it would be improbable for him to leave such incriminating evidence behind. Rather, the likelihood of framing someone else seems more plausible. Thus, the range of suspects narrows. Either it is the openly visible Straw Hat crew, or an unseen individual who has yet to reveal themselves. If this alone is insufficient to secure a conviction, one must not forget the phone call that pressured John into the pirate ship. Meanwhile, at sea, the gulls cawed as they soared overhead. Why has the price gone up again? Your rates are far too steep, Nami exclaimed, her frugality evident. If you raise prices again, I shan't purchase another thing. Humph. Faced with the plight of the poor gulls delivering the news, Nami meticulously scrutinized the single newspaper, proving herself to be a true miser. As she put it, she had lost 100 million berries and needed to reclaim it bit by bit. The world was in turmoil. Yet another coup had erupted in Vera. Nami unfolded the newspaper and began to read. Oh, let me see that, John interjected. While Nami and the others casually perused the news to stay informed, John clearly cared more deeply, recognizing that he might need to leverage this information in the future. Furthermore, it offered him clearer insights into the worldviews of many pirates, details that were scarcely mentioned in the original narrative. The movements of the GM army could only be studied through such channels initially. As Nami handed the newspaper to John, a flyer fluttered down from its pages. A flyer? Upon seeing the familiar design, John's eyelids twitched. This cannot be. It makes no sense. As the flyer descended, the keen-eyed among them had already discerned its contents. Ah. The collective exclamations varied in tone, some filled with shock, others with fear, concern, casualness, and, undeniably, excitement. For it was none other than Luffy's bounty notice. A bounty of 50 million berries. How is this possible? John exclaimed in astonishment. The notorious Buggy the Clown has a bounty of 15 million. The pirate Captain Krieg commands a bounty of 17 million, and the fearsome Arlong boasts a bounty of 20 million. It is indeed remarkable that Luffy has the prowess to defeat these three formidable foes. In the original narrative, his initial bounty reached an astonishing 30 million, a figure quite extravagant for the East Blue. However, vanquishing pirates serves only to establish one's strength. The Straw Hat crew has committed no heinous acts, and despite bearing the emblem of a pirate crew, it seems improbable that they would warrant a bounty. In the anime, Luffy was targeted due to the vengeance of Captain Mouse, yet now that Captain Mouse has perished, there is no logical reason for a bounty to be placed upon Luffy anew. If that were the case, why was there no bounty following his defeat of Buggy? Nevertheless, even if the wheels of history cannot be altered, Luffy ought to have received a bounty of 30 million at most. The current 50 million is quite perplexing. Calm down, John. He rapped his head gently, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the ship's revelry. At least there was one rational individual present. Nami approached, exclaiming, "These fools have no idea of the gravity of the situation." She sighed, fully aware that it was only a matter of time before they would attract a bounty. Yet she was astonished by the swiftness and magnitude of this particular bounty. Such a substantial sum would surely incite action from the Navy, and formidable bounty hunters would inevitably take notice of them. Could it be that your impersonation of a Navy colonel has been uncovered? Nami suddenly inquired of John, taken aback. John shook his head. If that were the case, I would receive a separate bounty, not have my sum added to Luffy's. I suspect there must be a unique reason behind this unexpectedly high bounty, he pondered. What could the reason be? Bounties not only reflect strength but also the potential threat one poses. For instance, Robin's bounty of 79 million is primarily due to her perceived danger rather than her strength. If Luffy's original bounty of 30 million represented his abilities, could the additional 20 million signify that the Navy has recognized Luffy as a potential threat? Unbeknownst to John, the increase in Luffy's bounty can be attributed entirely to him. The additional sum is clearly a result of the heinous act of slaying a Navy colonel. Regrettably, the bounty notice provides no explanations, merely a stark numeral. Regardless of the reasoning, now that a bounty has been placed upon them, it is certainly not the time for leisurely pursuits in the East Blue, Nami asserted. Luffy, brothers, let us press forward with vigor towards the Grand Line. Yes, the crew exclaimed, springing to life. Zoro, refusing to sink to the level of those fools, suddenly pointed into the distance. Hey, there appears to be a small island over there. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sight of that island signifies we are drawing closer to the Grand Line. That island hosts a renowned town called Loguetown, known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings. It is the birthplace of the Pirate King, Roger, and it is also where he was executed, Nami elaborated. Suddenly, Luffy, who had been playfully frolicking, adopted a serious demeanor. The place where the Pirate King was executed. Shall we go? Nami tilted her head and smiled, already aware of the answer. Upon arriving at Loguetown, the group diverged in their paths. Without a doubt, Luffy was determined to witness the gallows. John, fully aware that trouble would ensue, understood that he could not deter Luffy and thus resigned himself to allow Luffy to create chaos. Sanji set off to prepare food. Usopp went to procure supplies. And Zoro borrowed money from Nami to purchase a sword, placing himself in a state of financial distress. As for John, who found himself with nothing to do, he was recruited by Nami as a laborer. How does this look? Nami inquired, donning an exquisite mink coat. Stunning. John's eyes sparkled with admiration. And this? A seductive cheapao. Elegant. John's eyes were already filled with hearts. What about this? Noble. John nodded fervently. One must admit, a beautiful woman looks enchanting in anything, especially with such a striking figure. Indeed, accompanying Nami was undoubtedly the right choice. Naturally, the shopkeeper was also delighted by John's exuberance. It fits you perfectly, my dear customer. Would you like to purchase all of these? Yes. Nami nodded with a bright smile. Huh? John followed suit in nodding, but suddenly paused, realizing something was amiss. Wasn't the development in the original story different? When did the frugal Nami become so willing to spend money? Nami gazed affectionately at John. The shopkeeper mirrored that same adoring look towards John. John's eyelids flickered, and he instantly comprehended. As a noble man, how could he allow his female companion to cover the expenses? It seemed that this was the sentiment they wished to convey. Chapter 50. Recognition. Have you not always looked down on money, my dear Colonel? Nami whispered softly into John's ear. To the shopkeeper. This appeared to be an affectionate exchange between lovers. John's eyes narrowed. He had indeed been outmaneuvered. He had sensed that such a fortunate turn of events was too good to be true. Nami had persistently called him a pervert. How could she possibly invite him along and flaunt her alluring figure before him? It was evident that she intended to collect an admiration fee. At this moment, John could have easily walked away, for he was not a resident of Loguetown. Why should he be ensnared by Nami's manipulation for the sake of pride? Yet, John was precisely the kind of man who valued his dignity, especially in the presence of women. It was a case of mutual willingness. One desired to play, and the other to endure. One wondered if Nami had already discerned John's character. In truth, it was not only John who would have found himself in such a predicament. Had Sanji been present, he would have hesitated not a moment longer. However, while Sanji was indeed a notorious womanizer, he was also a true gentleman. He would never resort to inappropriate behavior, and thus Nami would not have set her sights on him. This misfortune was solely John's to bear. How much in total? John inquired, having made up his mind. After all, it was merely money, an external possession. Even if he found himself compelled to borrow from Nami and incurred a debt, repaying it would surely not be insurmountable. It should be noted that John was not as naive as Zoro or Luffy. Besides, given his fruit-based abilities, the likelihood of financial shortage was virtually non-existent. Esteemed guest, the total comes to 1,088,880 berries. Allow me to offer you a discount. Let's round it off to a neat 1,000,000 berries. The shopkeeper exclaimed excitedly, for it was rare to encounter a customer who could make such a substantial purchase all at once. 1,000,000 berries. A flicker of surprise crossed John's face. Considering that Zoro could only purchase a dull sword for 50,000 berries, the fact that such a multitude of women's garments amounted to merely 1,000,000 berries seemed quite reasonable. However, this was through the lens of John's prior worldly experiences. The pirate world was relatively modest. In Loguetown, a place devoid of aristocracy, such prices were indeed luxurious. It was only fitting that Nami would deliberately ensnare John at the finest establishment, for he was, after all, the perfect mark. Is 1,000,000 berries not a tad too inexpensive? John remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Not at all. Not at all. It is a bargain. Just look at the fabric and craftsmanship. These are the finest in all of East Blue. The shopkeeper hurriedly responded, taken aback by John's unexpected assertion that the items were cheap. As long as you purchase it for me, no matter how modest the price, I shall adore it. Nami said to John, her eyes filled with affection. How truly generous of you, he replied, gritting his teeth, yet smiling. Upon stepping onto the bustling street, John found himself burdened with an array of garments. Acutely aware that he now owed Nami a staggering sum of 1,000,000 berries. Ah, I forgot something. Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly, Nami suddenly exclaimed. John narrowed his eyes, gripping the package tightly. As a thief, it was rather peculiar for Nami to forget something. You're only fetching an item, not your entire wardrobe. Are you? John remarked with a sly smile. Well, I am a woman, after all. How could I bear to part with such lovely garments? Nami replied with a grin. In that case, I shall accompany you, John proposed. No need. It's merely some personal belongings. You know how it is. Certain items can be quite embarrassing for a woman if seen by a man, Nami responded. What a rather harmonious scene this was. These two individuals, one a thief and the other a con artist, were well aware of each other's true natures. With no one else around, John decided to speak frankly. You wouldn't be planning to sneak off and return those clothes, would you? John understood that, as a representative of the miserly, Nami would never willingly part with such fine attire. To her, it was far more practical to exchange them for gold and jewels. Perhaps she intended to return them and procure some replicas instead, or even orchestrate an incident to destroy them altogether. A man who presumes to doubt a woman is certainly not a good man. Nami smiled at him. A woman who deceives a man without cause is certainly not a good woman. John stood elegantly and independently. Of course, their playful tussle continued. Give it to me. No. I want tea. Give it to me. No, I want tea. Finally, Nami, unable to overpower him, exclaimed in frustration. What do you think would happen if I shouted assault and robbery in the street? John's eyes widened slightly. You wouldn't be that cruel, would you? Nami flashed a charming smile. What do you think? Oh, John was utterly defeated. As Nami departed, John remained behind, silently waiting. For him, it was a day of failure, yet if he could catch a glimpse of Nami bathing upon returning to the ship, he might turn the tide. Yes, this was John's self-soothing fantasy, but ever since Sanji arrived, he was under constant surveillance, leaving him with no opportunity. Just then, Colonel John? A voice suddenly called from behind. John was startled. Had he been recognized? Impossible. His disguise was impeccable. How could anyone see through it? Could it be that his self-assured transformation was as laughable to those familiar with him as a sniper wearing a mask? As John stood in bewilderment, the person behind him lunged forward. "It is truly you, Colonel John. It's so wonderful to see you." It was a soft-spoken girl who immediately embraced him. Turning to look, John was taken aback. "You are Dasky?" The former gentleman, it appears, exploited his position to engage in clandestine dealings with Miss Dasky. This was John's immediate reaction, and it is hardly surprising that he thought so. The flawless disguise could only be recognized by someone intimately familiar. And coupled with Dasky's overt advances, it inevitably led to speculation regarding their relationship. I wonder, will Zoro not end up harming himself in the future? Yet, John soon realized that it was merely a product of his overactive imagination. "Ah, do you remember me? I am truly flattered," Dasky exclaimed, bowing to John, which affirmed that their previous acquaintance was far from intimate. They might not even have known each other's names. Throughout their interaction, Dasky's gaze remained fixated on 2 of the 8 blades at John's waist, illuminating for him where he had unwittingly revealed himself. Dasky, being an aficionado of swords, could effortlessly identify any renowned blade. It was her recognition of the sword that allowed her to ascertain John's identity from behind. What had been perceived as flirtation was, in truth, an eager admiration for John's treasured weapon. Ahem. This truly was an unexpected reunion. John cleared his throat. "Colonel John, what exactly transpired? I heard that your warship was destroyed by a sea creature, and you went missing?" Dasky inquired hastily. Observing her reaction, John felt somewhat reassured. This young lady should be susceptible to a slight deception. Chapter 51. Deceptive Eloquence Unbeknownst to John. Despite the seemingly distant relationship he shares with Dasky, who may not even know his name, there exists a profound connection between them. In the past, John, along with Smog and Tina, served as contemporaneous commanders. Both John and Smog were dispatched from the Navy headquarters as colonels to the East Sea, and being outsiders without a personal following, it was only natural for the headquarters to appoint them deputies. Dasky was one of the candidates for this role. In truth, Dasky did not merely passively accept this position. She actively sought it out, motivated by her admiration for John and his 2 prized swords, though she never intended to claim his renowned blades for herself. As an aficionado of swords, Dasky undoubtedly wished for her superior to be a swordsman of repute, one with distinguished weapons. This would afford her the opportunity to gaze upon, touch, and even assist in the maintenance of those blades, which would bring her immense joy. Regrettably, the decision of who would serve as a deputy was not within Dasky's control. She could only apply to be considered among the candidates. Ultimately, the choice belonged to the colonel himself. With his princely status, John was naturally prioritized in the selection process. Yet, to Dasky's dismay, he did not choose her. Had the present John been aware of this past decision, he would undoubtedly berate his former self for such a lack of vision. However, it is worth noting that the previous John may not have shared the same proclivities as he does now. A glance at Colonel John's resume would reveal him to be a fervent practitioner, to the point where calling him a fool would not be an exaggeration. It should be noted, however, that John was not devoid of interest in women. As one who pursued strength, he was drawn to powerful individuals. During his tenure at the Navy headquarters, he had actively courted several formidable women. One can only speculate who they might have been. Thus, the current less than formidable Dasky was simply overlooked by Colonel John. His failure to select her stemmed solely from his belief that there were candidates more suitable than Dasky. In fact, her identity as a woman may have even detracted from her appeal. The goddess harbors intent, while the king remains indifferent. This is why, despite their lack of familiarity, Dasky is so fixated on John. Upon hearing of his disappearance, she was filled with an overwhelming concern. Let us not delude ourselves. Her anxiety was primarily for his 2 swords. Now that she sees John is unharmed, and so are the swords, she breathes a sigh of relief. "Dasky." John suddenly grasped her shoulders, locking his gaze with hers, and spoke earnestly. "Do you trust me?" "Yes. I believe. I trust." Dasky quickly nodded, knowing that under the circumstances, no other response was plausible. "Then do not ask anything further. I do not wish to deceive you. What we discuss here must remain between us, including from Smog," John stated. At this, Dasky hesitated. While she could comply with not asking questions after all, John's silence left her no choice. Keeping this matter to herself was a different challenge altogether. It is not Dasky who harbors doubts about John, but rather the unmistakable impression that John intends to engage in perilous endeavors. Dasky's suspicions now lean towards the realm of undercover operations. How could she possibly rest easy under such circumstances? "Colonel John, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, even if I am unable to assist. The headquarters can. Before Dashki could finish her sentence, John interjected, extending one of his two prized blades directly towards her. What a remarkable gesture. Was this an act of bribery? Colonel John, what are you doing? Indeed, this tactic effectively silenced Dashki, causing her to forget whatever she had intended to say. If I recall correctly, your wish is to prevent the sword from gathering dust, John remarked. Upon hearing this, Dashki seemed to grasp John's implication and quickly retorted, in your possession, Colonel. How could it possibly gather dust? I cannot accept such a gift. Despite her protestations, Dashki felt a surge of excitement. Not only did John remember her name, but he also recalled her wish and intended to entrust her with his treasured sword, indicating that he had indeed taken notice of her from the beginning. It was clear that her own capabilities were rather lacking. Rest assured, it is merely a temporary arrangement in your care. In my hands. It could easily be seized by someone else, and that would truly lead to the sword gathering dust, John stated earnestly. This was no exaggeration, given his current abilities. Wielding such a blade was indeed fraught with danger. Of course, John had no intention of reclaiming the sword once entrusted to Dashki, after all. How could one dare to take back a gift bestowed upon a woman? It was not surprising that John was willing to part with it. He had previously mentioned that, as a traveler from another world, despite possessing a natural affinity for blades, he preferred firearms. For him, the ability to engage from a distance was far more desirable than the risks associated with close combat. Moreover, since Dashki had recognized him through the sword, it was likely that others might do the same in the future. Thus, it was better to go with the flow, doing a favor that could facilitate future interactions. If circumstances permitted, John could have entrusted both blades to Dashki. However, doing so would leave him without any prized sword, diminishing her concern for him. If one blade sufficed, why offer two? Furthermore, John would still need a weapon, as relying solely on firearms would inevitably invite close confrontations, at which point a good sword would prove indispensable. Compared to wielding dual blades or firearms, John preferred a combination of one blade and one gun. Colonel John. Dashki found herself at a loss for words. She desperately wished to return the sword, yet once she grasped it, it felt as though she could not relinquish her hold. Please take good care of it, John said gently. Indeed. Dashki nodded vigorously, swearing upon her very life. Indeed, Colonel, you wield twin blades, do you not? I notice that the other swords you possess are of inferior quality. You may find them difficult to maneuver. Although my blade, Shiyu, cannot claim the title of a renowned sword, it is nonetheless a fine weapon. Allow me to offer it to you. With that, Dashki unsheathed Shiyu from her waist and extended it to John. He accepted it without hesitation, knowing that this gesture would allow Dashki to comfortably relinquish her own weapon. Furthermore, by exchanging tokens, the bond between them would undoubtedly strengthen. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, exclaiming, Sergeant Dashki, there you are. Colonel Smoker is looking for you. John's expression shifted. It seemed that Luffy had indeed revealed something. Go on. Official matters take precedence, he urged Dashki. After a moment's hesitation, Dashki bowed to John, saying, Please take care of yourself. She then turned and followed the soldier, clutching the treasured sword tightly to her chest. John scratched his head, pondering whether Dashki's departure might raise suspicions with Smoker. However, he reasoned that unless one was knowledgeable about swords, it would be difficult to discern the truth. He trusted that Dashki would not disclose any details about her circumstances. John, who was that just now? At that moment, Nami finally returned. What is the matter? Are you feeling jealous? John replied with a chuckle. However, this time, Nami chose to ignore John's teasing and responded in a serious tone. That appeared to be a member of the Navy, didn't he? Although Dashki was not in uniform. The behavior of the soldier who had approached her made it evident that she was not only affiliated with the Navy, but likely held a rank of significance within it. Chapter 52. Candor, pray tell, you do not harbor any doubts about me, do you? John inquired. Given that Luffy had recently been placed under a bounty, John's swift communication with the Navy could easily lead one to suspect that he intended to betray Luffy for the reward of 50 million. However, after spending considerable time with him, did Nami truly lack even the most fundamental trust in him? Indeed, I do doubt you. Nami's response took John completely by surprise. What? He was momentarily stunned, unable to discern if Nami was jesting. Yet, she continued, you lecherous rogue, ensnared by a woman's wiles. Surely you have divulged everything. John managed a wry smile, realizing that Nami's distrust stemmed from that very notion. How could that be? With you around, who could ever enchant me? He beamed at her. All right, enough with the jesting. Let us speak earnestly. Nami tossed a bundle of clothes to John, all of which had now become mere trinkets, their styles utterly transformed. They both understood the implications behind this. With matters having escalated to this point, there was no need for secrecy. I do not doubt you, nor do I wish to pry into your past. Yet, your connections to the Navy are undeniably concerning. I implore you, do not conceal anything from me regarding this matter. Nami stated earnestly. Though I have reiterated this countless times, allow me to introduce myself once more. With that, John removed his hat and performed a gentlemanly bow. Colonel John of the Navy, at your service, the exquisite Miss Nami. Nonsense, was Nami's immediate reaction, but recalling the earlier encounter, she felt compelled to entertain the possibility of John's words. The woman wielding a sword had clearly been a naval officer, yet she had exhibited profound respect towards John. If their relationship was not one of mentor and apprentice, it could only imply a hierarchical connection. Nami was taken aback, suddenly perceiving John as enigmatic and unfamiliar. Was the John she once knew truly the same? She grasped John's hand and pulled him into a secluded alley. Are you truly a Navy colonel? Then why do you choose to become a pirate? What is your purpose? Were you among the earliest members of the crew? Does Luffy possess something that warrants your concern? Or do you have more distant ambitions, with the Straw Hat Pirates merely a stepping stone for you? Nami questioned in rapid succession. No. It is not as convoluted as you imagine. The situation is rather straightforward. John quickly shook his head. Then enlighten me, and do so promptly. You shall not leave until all is clarified. Nami asserted, hands on her hips. For reasons unknown, even now, she dared to confront John with such firmness. This was both a result of habit and the fact that she had never truly doubted him. Well, it is a long story. John began hesitantly. Then make it brief. Nami insisted. Well, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. The headquarters tasked me with transporting a devil fruit, and then... John stammered. Nami narrowed her eyes. So you pilfered it for yourself? After all, you are a treasure hoarder. Ever since she grasped the value of the devil fruit, Nami could not shake the notion of selling it from her mind. Do you think I am like you? John retorted with irritation. Nami's expression darkened. Well, I accidentally consumed that devil fruit, John quickly explained. Consumed it? Nami was momentarily taken aback, then displayed a mix of incredulity and annoyance. Accidentally? Yes, accidentally. John affirmed with certainty. You. Nami pointed an accusatory finger, poking John's forehead with force. How should I even address you? You men. At that moment, Nami truly felt exasperated with John. Unfamiliar with the intricate details of the devil fruit, she assumed that John must have known it was the transparent fruit in advance, which led him to indulge in it. After all, this fellow is quite the lecher, is he not? How infuriating it is that for the sake of a transparent fruit, to spy on girls bathing, he would forsake his rank as a naval colonel, fleeing to become a pirate, and face the relentless pursuit of the Navy thereafter. How could she ever speak well of John? Why are all men like this? The reason she voiced these thoughts was none other than Sanji. Upon boarding the ship and hearing that John had consumed the transparent fruit he had long coveted, Sanji immediately challenged him to a duel, and there was no stopping him. Even now, their relationship remained exceedingly strained. If not for his culinary principles, Sanji would scarcely wish to prepare a meal for John. Initially, John had intended to foster a good relationship with Sanji. However, every time Nami bathed or slept, Sanji would vigilantly monitor John without so much as a prompt from Nami, leaving him no opportunity for peeking. Since then, John had also turned against Sanji. These two were undoubtedly the individuals with the most acrimonious relationship within the Straw Hat Pirates, often exchanging not a single word, merely glaring at each other when they crossed paths. From Sanji's demeanor, it was clear how much he valued that transparent fruit, leading Nami to conclude that John could not resist its allure, hence his transgression. Such a lecher. 100 million berries. A naval colonel. The more Nami contemplated, the more speechless she became, ultimately unable to restrain herself from delivering a flurry of blows to John. Enough. John grasped Nami's hand that was pounding him. I have revealed everything, and you know me well now. Let us focus on the matter at hand. What matter? Nami paused to inquire. As you just witnessed, Dasky was urgently summoned back. Evidently, something has transpired in this town, John replied. Nami's expression shifted. Are you implying that Luffy? It is highly probable, John nodded. Suddenly, Nami glanced up at the sky, sensing an imminent storm, perhaps even a torrential downpour. Regardless of whether Luffy had caused trouble, we must immediately retrieve him. It is nearly time to depart, Nami declared. Upon arriving before the execution platform, John and Nami were regrettably late. It is time to commence your execution. How honorable this must be, ha ha ha. The place of your demise shall be akin to that of the Pirate King, roared Buggy, laughing maniacally, while Luffy lay helplessly bound upon the execution platform. What is that fool doing? Nami shouted. John, this is your responsibility now. Give me your clothes. Huh? John was taken aback. Was Nami truly unconcerned for Luffy's life? Did she place too much faith in her own abilities? I mused, the naval colonel is rather incompetent. After all, idiot. The storm is approaching, and this commotion will undoubtedly attract the Navy. If we are delayed, what will happen to our ship when the winds carry it away? Once you rescue Luffy, return as swiftly as possible, Nami explained. Leave this to me, John assured, thumping his chest. Then, a pressing question arose. Was that lightning truly a trick of Luffy's father, or could it fortuitously strike and save Luffy? John was hesitant to wager on such a notion. If it were unattainable, so be it. Yet, why adhere to an elusive fate when he was fully capable of taking action? Damn it. Seeing Buggy truly intent on striking, spare him, John urgently called out, disregarding the need for secrecy. Chapter 53. Smoker. Do not move. Ah, John, you truly have arrived. Lucky, standing on the execution platform, exclaimed with a grin, celebrating the camaraderie shared between men. After this rascal is gone, you must join me. Even at this moment, Bucky did not forget to extend an invitation to his friend. Hey, could you refrain from calling my name? John slightly bowed his head, shielding his face with his hat, uncertain of what Dasky might be feeling and whether Smoker recognized him. Should Smoker decide to take action, John was unsure if he could intimidate him into retreat. If Bucky was merely throwing out a bait, then Luffy was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. John, help me, Luffy shouted with laughter, making it seem as if he were playing a game. Unfortunately, it was too late. John, just watch closely. With that, Bucky raised the cleaver high above his head. Bucky. John lifted his gun, questioning, do you think your blade is faster than my gun? In the anime, Zoro and Sanji could not keep up, but here, John was capable of long-range attacks, making the situation entirely different. Given John's precision, he was entirely justified in making such a claim. However, Bucky simply laughed. Suddenly, John's expression shifted as he dodged, and with a thunderous crash, the ground where John had stood was shattered into pieces. Truly a man worthy of my admiration. A voice echoed from the smoke. John's eyelid twitched. Could it be yet another familiar face? The tone suggested a hint of nostalgia. At that moment, John assumed the newcomer was someone like Dasky, an acquaintance from his past, only to realize that this was indeed someone he knew well. Ladies and gentlemen, who is the most beautiful person on this sea? As the smoke cleared, a stunning and passionate beauty emerged, standing gracefully. It's you. The onlookers were entranced. Regrettably, John could not share in their excitement. Hey, is there some sort of mistake? Weren't you supposed to be infatuated with Luffy? The voluptuous figure revealed was Arlita, who had transformed from a plump woman after consuming the slippery fruit. In truth, merely gazing upon Arlita's current appearance, she could rival Nami in beauty. Yet the thought that she had undergone cosmetic surgery left John with an unshakable psychological shadow. She was to be admired from afar, not trifled with. John was no mere fool. He was surrounded by beauties, and with so many authentic options available, why would he linger on someone altered? Recalling that this individual once desired to marry him, a misunderstanding John had held onto, he felt a shiver run down his spine. The critical question remained, could he effectively halt Bucky and save Luffy with her presence in the way? Let us not forget, Arlita, having consumed the slippery fruit, was not afraid of bullets. What to do? John pondered. Should he directly destroy the execution platform? The execution platform stood with its 4 imposing pillars and even a gunshot. If it were to strike true, might not yield the desired effect. Do not be deceived by John's apparent ability to intimidate Buggy. For Buggy, the embodiment of luck, the chances of a mishap rendering the shot ineffective are exceedingly high. John, although you are a man I have taken a liking to, do not presume that I have forgiven your previous transgressions against me. At that moment, Yalata launched a fierce assault on John. Simultaneously, Buggy on the execution platform raised his knife once more. Zoro, Sanji, the 2 valiant warriors finally arrived. Ha ha ha, your captain is doomed. Buggy cackled. I'm sorry. I'm going to die. Luffy laughed heartily. Do not utter such nonsense. Crack. A thunderclap seemed to freeze the very space around them. Hey. John felt a twitch in his eyelids as he gazed at the ominous sky. Indeed, it had arrived without any forewarning. Tell me, do you believe in gods? Sanji murmured, realizing he was speaking to John and quickly turning towards Zoro. Enough chatter, we must leave this town at once, Zoro declared. Originally, the plan was to rescue him directly, but then it struck me that Luffy's later fans were enamored by this miraculous moment, so I retained this subplot. Amidst the chaos, let us escape. Hee. Luffy, who had narrowly escaped death, joyfully took the lead in fleeing, while the most perilous adversary, Smoker, disregarded Buggy and Yalata, pursuing with singular focus. This time, however, it seemed that Smoker's attention was drawn elsewhere. John, it is you, isn't it? I discerned something amiss from Daz's expression. Smoker pressed on relentlessly. An acquaintance? Luffy inquired. Glancing back. Sort of, John replied with a wry smile. You actually know a Navy colonel? Zoro expressed his surprise, though he said nothing further. Sanji, who had a contentious relationship with John, bluntly remarked, You're not an undercover agent, are you? If I were an undercover agent, I would have been the first to eliminate you. John retorted vehemently. Come at me then. Who's afraid? Sanji rolled up his sleeves. Of course. Sanji's gesture of rolling up his sleeves with his feet indicated that this was merely a verbal spat. Neither intended to engage in a genuine fight as they continued their sprint towards the sea. However, human legs cannot outrun a vehicle. Soon enough, Smoker reached the front, halting in the center of the road. Gum. Unaware of the full situation, Luffy launched an immediate attack, but Smoker, despite his interest in John, could not afford to overlook Luffy, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million. First, I'll seize the straw hat, then I'll question you. As he spoke, Smoker's hands shot out, ensnaring Luffy in a cloud of smoke. In such a moment, facing a Logia user, the Straw Hat crew stood little chance of resistance. Yet, one individual was an exception. Stop it, Smoker. John raised his pistol, pointing it squarely at Smoker. Can bullets be effective against natural types? What a joke. Yet, Smoker halted his movements. Smoker, you should comprehend this, shouldn't you? John remarked. Smoker retracted his hand, his gaze fixated on the gun held by John, the Yin-Yang dual pistol. If Zifa were to discover that you dared to point it at the Navy, I wonder what his reaction would be. Smoker stated. John's expression shifted slightly. Zifa? Could it be the infamous Z? However, this was not the time for such considerations. Luffy, you all need to leave now, John urged, addressing Luffy and the others. Are you sure you'll be all right alone? Luffy inquired. I'm fine here. Hurry to the seaside. I'm concerned that Nami may encounter trouble, John replied. Knowing that most of their combat power was present, while the Going Merry was in a precarious situation. Understood. Trusting his companion, Luffy took off. And upon hearing that Nami might be in danger, Sanji sprinted even faster than anyone else. Smoker's expression darkened. John, are you serious? Letting a notorious pirate worth 50 million berries go is no trivial matter, especially since I sense a formidable potential emanating from the Straw Hat. Whether I'm serious or not. You ought to inquire of the gun in my hand, John retorted, gradually circling around Smoker, his gun unwaveringly aimed at the target. What enabled John to intimidate Smoker? It was the fact that he possessed means to contend with natural-type users. Let us not forget that on the warship, alongside the Devil Fruit, there was also a box of bullets. Chapter 54, The Legend Begins in the Beginning. John's attention was captivated by the Devil Fruit, rendering him largely oblivious to the box of bullets. However, he was aware that anything associated with the Devil Fruit must hold significance, so he casually took it along when he escaped the warship. Yet, after consuming the Devil Fruit, John encountered a troubling realization. When he examined the bullets previously, there were no anomalies, as he had not yet ingested the Devil Fruit. Now, however, John hesitated to touch the bullets, for they were none other than Sea Prism Stone bullets. As for his prized twin pistols, the Yin-Yang mother and son guns, their value stemmed from their design specifically for Sea Prism Stone ammunition. When John first uncovered the secret of these pistols, he found it peculiar that they allowed for the adjustment of bullet speed at will, a detail previously noted during his confrontation with Captain Kuro. One would naturally assume that a firearm's potency is enhanced by greater power and faster projectiles. Thus, why incorporate a speed adjustment feature? Would it not be more effective to pursue ultimate velocity? Was there a deliberate intent to utilize slower bullets, or perhaps a tactical interplay of fast and slow shots? Such queries perplexed him until he confirmed that the box contained Sea Prism Stone bullets. These bullets, designed to combat those with abilities, could not merely serve to inflict harm. No, let there be no misunderstanding. The purpose of the Sea Prism Stone was never solely to injure, but to nullify the powers bestowed by the Devil Fruit. In essence, Sea Prism Stone bullets were intended not to penetrate the target but to remain lodged within them. Consider this. If a bullet were to penetrate the target, it would merely create a wound, trivial to those formidable sea pirates. However, should the sea prism stone bullet remain within the target's body, as long as it is not extracted, the opponent would be rendered incapable of wielding their devil fruit abilities, achieving an effect akin to the sea prism stone handcuffs. Thus, the necessity for adjustable speed in the pistols arises, allowing for assessments based on distance and whether the target is armored, enabling a strategic decision regarding bullet velocity. This ensures that upon striking the target, the sea prism stone bullet remains embedded within. Consequently, the unique wounds inflicted by John's Young mother and son guns are a testament to this design, all meticulously crafted to ensure the bullet's retention within the target. Moreover, retaining the bullet within the body aids in its recovery. Even though John is a prince and possesses the luxury of utilizing such exquisite sea prism stone ammunition, indiscriminate usage is not without consequence. Failure to recover the bullets would result in insurmountable logistical challenges. The function of the Young mother and son guns is not an obscure secret within naval circles. Smoker, having called out their name, is undoubtedly privy to such insights, which is why he was struck with fear upon encountering John. Indeed, fear. For on this occasion, John had not brought any sea prism stone bullets with him. In everyday situations involving firearms, one typically deals with minor adversaries. It would be impractical to prepare bullets infused with sea prism stone in advance. As for a last-minute switch, it seems absurd. John has become a formidable individual himself. Does he not fear the potential mishap? Naturally, John has contemplated the possibility of wearing gloves. However, let us not forget the nature of John's devil fruit ability. He possesses the transparent fruit. The sea prism stone can nullify devil fruit powers, which means John cannot render the sea prism stone invisible. It would be quite ludicrous to require transparency in a critical moment only to be betrayed by the very sea prism stone on his person. Thus, John refrains from carrying sea prism stone bullets at all times. For him, they can only be used overtly, not covertly. In essence, John is merely deceiving Smoker, engaging in a ruse against him. Just as John believes he has everything under control, Dashki appears. Colonel John, Colonel Smoker. At the sight of their confrontation, Dashki is at a loss. You've arrived just in time. Help me apprehend him while I pursue Straw Hat. Smoker, known for his relentless determination, despite the threat posed by John, seizes any opportunity to chase after Luffy. I'm sorry, Colonel John. Dashki positions herself between John and Smoker, effectively blocking John's aim at Smoker. Seizing the moment, Smoker hops onto his motorcycle and speeds away. With Smoker now distant, John holsters his twin pistols. He has no intention of confronting Dashki, believing she would not initiate an attack on him either. Thus, John simply passes by Dashki. Colonel John, have you truly joined the Straw Hat crew? Dashki inquires from behind. A sudden roar of wind erupts, and amidst the torrential rain, Dashki fails to hear John's response. Upon reaching the coastline, Nami shouts, "Get on board. We're setting sail." Luffy extends his hand toward John, exclaiming, "Let us embark." To the Grand Line. Haha. The legend begins. Soon, they are bound for the descent. After a series of tumultuous events, the Mary finally reaches the summit of the incredible mountain. Well, I see the Grand Line. Luffy exclaims with exhilaration at the bow of the ship, while the others joyfully stand on the deck, gazing into the wind and envisioning the future. Let us go. Down we plunge. The crew bursts into laughter. Ah, John cries out. You idiot. Keep your distance from Miss Nami. Sanji retorts. I'm afraid of heights. John protests. If you're scared, get inside. Sanji counters. Don't you know that fear only heightens excitement? John replies. I suspect you're simply trying to take advantage of the situation. Sanji accuses. Hey, what's that? There seems to be a mountain ahead. Usopp suddenly exclaims in alarm. Impossible? The crowd instinctively responded, and soon they realized that nothing was impossible. However, it was not a mountain, it was a whale. Oh no, we are about to collide. Remain calm. I was prepared for this. John suddenly exclaimed. Nami's eyes lit up. Could it be that? Bang. She nudged John, urging him to hurry. My legs feel a bit weak. John smiled wryly. This was far more terrifying than a roller coaster. Indeed, having grown up in a peaceful world, John found it challenging to adapt to the madness of the pirate realm. Amidst the chaos, they finally deployed the parachute that John had meticulously prepared. This design resembled that of a space shuttle re-entry, and with the parachute's assistance, the Mary's speed quickly diminished. Nevertheless, no matter how slow, it was impossible to come to a complete halt, and under the relentless currents, the Mary still collided with the whale. Phew. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was all right, and those minor bumps could easily be repaired. Only John felt a twitch in his eyelids, realizing that he had been unable to avert this disaster. There was no way to brace for the protruding bow of the ship. Damn it. My first-class seat. Bam. Luffy landed a punch on the whale's eye. Ah. Chapter 55. Vivy within the belly of the whale. Two enigmatic figures were also retrieved alongside Luffy, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. The beautiful lady. John, recognizing Princess Vivy at a glance, would certainly not let this encounter slip away. After all, she had been bound by them. Bang. Nami delivered a swift punch, dragging John away. The beautiful lady. The gentleman Sanji followed closely. Bang. Nami struck again, pulling him away. These two fools are destined to perish at the hands of women. Afterward, Vivy and her companion made their escape, while Luffy forged a pact with the whale Laboon. And the group decided to rest at Twin Cape, also taking the opportunity to repair the Going Merry. Of course, the most crucial matter was the log pose. In the Grand Line, a log pose is an essential tool, as Uncle Cola explained. What is a log pose? Nami, the navigation expert, expressed her confusion and turned to John, asking, "Do you know?" After all, John was once a naval captain. "I know," John nodded. "Then why didn't you say anything?" Nami exclaimed. John's lips twitched. "Even if I said it, I wouldn't have any." "It's a peculiar compass," Luffy remarked while munching on meat. "Indeed. Its appearance is rather strange," Uncle Cola replied. "Is that so?" Luffy produced a log pose. "Huh? Don't you already have one?" Uncle Cola inquired. "How did you come by it?" Bang. Nami swiftly struck Luffy, snatching it from his grasp. "It was left on the ship by those two odd individuals," Luffy responded. Perplexed. "Why did you hit me?" "Just for fun," Nami retorted. What a pitiable captain, lacking any authority aboard his vessel. Indeed, John had no right to criticize Luffy. Rubbing the bump on his head, as the first mate, he was hardly in a superior position. Soon, without a log pose, Princess Vivy and her companion found themselves compelled to return. John had always been curious. If they had a log pose, did they truly intend to swim back that way? "We have a request." Witnessing Princess Vivy pleading on the ground, despite her current comical appearance with her companion, John felt a pang of sorrow. After all, she was a genuine princess, capable of resorting to such measures. "I agree to your request," John found himself blurting out. "Huh?" The entire scene fell silent, with Princess Vivy gazing up at John in astonishment. "Are you touched?" "You must be," Princess Vivy remarked. It seems I haven't yet expressed my request, have I?" "Regardless of the request, we will comply," Sanji interjected, jumping in. Thud, thud. Do not heed these two fools. Their words carry no weight. Nami, the beautiful queen, strikes again. "Hey, I am at least the vice captain. Could you grant me a modicum of dignity?" John lamented as he covered his head. "Only after you repay the money you owe me," Nami retorted. Of course, even without the opinions of John and Sanji, Luffy himself would readily agree with Vivy. Perhaps this is fate, a twist of destiny, with 7 paths to choose from, rather than agonizing over the decision. It is better to follow the unfolding events and let the heavens arrange everything. "I wonder, is it truly all right?" pondered Uncle Cola. For such a character to choose Whiskey Peak. He couldn't help but add, once a choice is made, there's no turning back. While it is difficult to ascertain which path would be the safest, there may be places that are particularly cherished, especially desired, and longed for. Typically, one ought to thoroughly understand the options before making a choice. No worries. If I don't like it, I can always circle back. Luffy laughed. "Is that so?" Uncle Cola smiled. However, to others, Luffy's words might seem quite absurd. The destination, Whiskey Peak. On the ship, inside a cabin, Buzz John wore headphones. One end connected to a transponder snail, fiddling incessantly as the poor creature was entangled in numerous wires. "What are you doing?" Someone patted John on the shoulder. John turned around, instinctively replying, "Huh? Vivy?" Indeed, it was remarkable that a stranger could roam freely on the Straw Hat ship. Yet, engrossed in his research, John failed to notice that he had referred to her as Vivy, not Miss Wednesday. Curiously, neither John nor Princess Vivy acknowledged this discrepancy in address. "Oh, I was just curious why there hasn't been a bounty on me yet, so I attempted a little investigation," John explained. Knowing she was a companion, and thus not concealing anything. "A bounty?" Vivy was taken aback. "Yes, given that the former Navy colonel betrayed them." "It stands to reason he should be wanted," John asserted. Since the events at Loguetown, John believed he had revealed everything that needed to be revealed. Regardless of any underlying circumstances, The Navy headquarters should be well aware that John had betrayed them and joined the Straw Hat crew, becoming a pirate. Such a grievous incident surely warranted a bounty. Could it be that the Navy considered it a scandal and chose to suppress it? John was unaware that, in truth, his princely identity played a significant role, at least as long as John had not committed any actions detrimental to the world government. It was unlikely they would place a bounty on him easily. After hearing John's words, Vivy's expression shifted. She likely did not expect that the person before her was once a Navy colonel. John smiled, guessing that, at this moment, Vivy might think of him as a deceiver. Much like Nami had once thought. You. As Vivy was about to speak, chaos erupted outside. Iceberg spotted at 10 o'clock. The waves are rising. Miss Nami. It's fog. Ah, what kind of sea is this? Nami, entering the Grand Line for the first time, was in a flurry. Are you navigators truly capable? Vivy couldn't help but remark. Nami is the finest navigator. John chuckled, gathering himself. Let us go out and assist. Indeed, Vivy nodded. John hesitated momentarily, sensing that perhaps it was merely his imagination, but Vivy seemed unusually gentle, excessively amiable. She resembled the future Vivy more than her present identity as Miss Wednesday. After a series of tumultuous events, they finally arrived at Whiskey Peak, marking the conclusion of their first leg of sailing. Nami must have grasped the terrifying nature of the Grand Line and accumulated a wealth of experience. That night, John and the others received a warm welcome from the town. Though it was all a ruse. John, hey, John, are you still alive? Nami tapped John's face. He opened his eyes. Did you underestimate me? Nami smiled. Remarkable. You weren't swayed by that group of women. Hearing the commotion caused by Zoro outside, Nami pulled John along. Follow me. Based on your performance, I can reduce your debts this time. Just like when facing the Black Cat pirates, Miss Nami planned to turn the tide and pilfer treasures amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Luffy was unfortunately left behind. Make me invisible now, John urged as he pulled Nami into concealment. But just as they were about to leave, someone stealthily entered. Chapter 56. The first shot. Observing the sneaky figure that had stealthily entered, it was Vivy. John, not perceiving Vivy as a foe, paid her no mind. But Nami was a different matter entirely. Shoo. Nami placed a finger over John's lips. Princess Vivy turned around, seemingly searching for someone, yet ultimately departed empty-handed. John glanced over at Luffy, surprised that she hadn't come to take him hostage. Or had she simply overlooked him? Surely, she couldn't have failed to notice such a conspicuous presence, especially with his belly protruding like a balloon. Perhaps its very size was the reason for her oversight? Before John could ponder further, Nami suddenly seized his ear. Vivy, is that Miss Wednesday's real name? She exclaimed. My goodness, when did you manage to uncover her true identity? What have you been up to on the ship while I wasn't around? No wonder I felt something was off about the way that woman looked at you, Nami asserted fiercely, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. John found himself at a loss for words. He turned and asked, Are you feeling jealous? Nami, perhaps unaware of her own tone, exhibited a possessive demeanor as if John were her own. Of course, it wasn't that she harbored deep affections for him. But it was undeniable that among the Straw Hat crew, John was the one she cared about the most. Indeed, it was a possessive concern. It was no jest. How could such a valuable ability as the transparent fruit, ideal for thievery, not be kept under her vigilant watch? Coupled with John's roguish nature, every action of his stirred Nami's vigilance, naturally causing her to focus her attention predominantly on him. John's clandestine intentions and the surreptitious endeavors of others concerning him made Nami acutely sensitive. You're asking for trouble. Bang. Ouch. Why do you keep hitting me? Did I ask you to drop your invisibility? Follow me. Is that all? Upon discovering the meager loot, Nami found it hard to believe. Could it be hidden elsewhere? She mused, for this was a town notorious for harboring bounty hunters who preyed on pirates. Those daring enough to enter the Grand Line were typically renowned pirates, and their crews should be quite affluent. They must have already transported it away, John interjected. If I'm not mistaken, this place is merely a small outpost. The vast majority of their plunder has likely been sent to the headquarters. Isn't that a thankless endeavor? Nami lamented. Let us search elsewhere. I refuse to believe there is only this little. As if fortune smiled upon her, once outside, Nami fortuitously overheard a snippet of conversation. Princess? Her eyes lit up as she addressed the mayor, who lay on the ground pleading for help. Is it true that there is a substantial bounty? Huh. The other party had just discovered the presence of someone here. Turning around, they heard Nami squinting her eyes with a smile. I find your words intriguing. How about 1 billion berries? Hey, even John thinks Nami is being quite audacious. This fellow certainly has no sense of restraint. Nami turned to John and said, "If you assist me in completing this transaction, the debt you owe me will be forgiven." John's eyes twitched, although he knew that 1 billion berries was unattainable. He couldn't help but inquire, "Are you implying that this 1 billion berries has absolutely nothing to do with me?" Nami flashed a charming smile and replied, "Of course. My money belongs to me, but this contract is undoubtedly a shared one." "What sort of reasoning is that?" Zoro, who had been listening from the side, could not hold back. After all, the term everyone clearly included him as well. "I detest being manipulated. Do not assume I am like those two fools," Zoro exclaimed. "Two? Don't lump me together with that perverted cook," John retorted indignantly. "You're no different." Zoro shot back. "Are you suggesting that you can't defeat them?" Nami interjected. "What? Say that again." Zoro fumed. "Nami, are you suggesting that you can't defeat them?" Zoro. "John." On the ground, Kylam coughed, "Princess. If you continue like this, the princess might not survive. What business can we discuss then? I shall take my leave." Without needing further prompting from Nami, John, feeling uneasy, rushed over. Nami wasted no time and used the loan she had taken to buy swords as leverage, coercing Zoro into helping her. "As long as you comply, we can forget the previous incident. You will not have a good death." "Indeed, I shall descend into hell," Nami laughed. "Meanwhile, you two had better not move." John appeared just in time, brandishing his dual pistols, effectively blocking the path of the Booger Man and Miss Orange. With a screech, Princess Vivy, riding Kizaru, came to a sudden stop behind John. "John, save me," Vivy cried out. John blinked. It was quite rare to hear Nami say something like that. Yet Vivy had no reservations about expressing it. Did she still possess some of those princess-like traits? How had the original not revealed this? Perhaps John was now more attuned to subtleties in the moment. "Rest assured, I will not let anything happen to you," John responded, positioning himself in front of Vivy. "Oh, here comes another reckless lad," the Booger Man said, disregarding the threat posed by John's pistols as he slowly approached. In truth, if this guy were to forego the booger, he could actually appear quite cool. Alas, had he never considered his image? "Don't move." John remained silent, yet it was Vivy who exclaimed, "Do you know who he is?" "He is Colonel John of the Navy. As a wielder of a devil fruit power, you should be well aware of the taste of sea prism stone bullets." Upon hearing this, the three individuals present felt a jolt of surprise. The two men, known for their foolishness, hesitated, uncertain. While the sea prism stone bullets were indeed terrifying, could this individual truly be a Navy colonel? Did he genuinely possess sea prism stone bullets, or was it merely an act of bravado? As for John, he too was taken aback. Princess Vivy had managed to uncover his identity in such a short span of time. Did she genuinely believe his claim of being a Navy colonel? Or perhaps John had once been a renowned naval officer. Yet, how could he have fallen into such disrepute in the East Blue? Moreover, it seemed that Arlong had no knowledge of him whatsoever. Just then, Zoro arrived, exclaiming, "Ah. So these are the two rascals, right?" He spoke lazily, as he was merely helping Nami and wished to finish quickly. "Huh? Who's that?" One of the foolish men turned to look. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. The foolish man slowly collapsed. Beside him, Miss Valentine felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her brow. Under normal circumstances, a bullet should have exploded upon hitting him. Yet, he fell without a sound. Could it truly be a sea prism stone bullet? It seemed this situation had nothing to do with her. Zoro sheathed his sword, and it was evident that Miss Valentine no longer dared to resist. Chapter 57. John, let us depart, securely binding Miss Valentine to Mr. 5. John hesitated to retrieve the sea stone bullets, fearing that Mr. 5 might detonate the ropes and escape. Unlike the previous encounter in Loguetown, John was fully aware that a confrontation with a capable adversary was imminent, thus he had taken the precaution of carrying the sea stone bullets with him. During the earlier stealth operation with Nami, they had gone unnoticed in the dark of night. In reality, the sea stone bullets had been suspended in mid-air at that time. Before long, Nami arrived. "Oh, you've already resolved it? Well done." She clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Humph." Zoro turned his head away. "Now we're even, right?" "No." Nami shook her head. "What?" Zoro glared fiercely. "We must first escort the princess home and secure our payment," Nami replied with a smile. Zoro clenched his teeth, muttering about her being a terrible exploitative figure. "Payment? What payment?" Princess Vivy keenly sensed the conversation's implications. "Oh, is that so? Would you care to negotiate a deal with me?" Nami proposed to Princess Vivy. Confident in her ability to secure a favorable outcome, Nami was soon to be disillusioned. After explaining the situation to Vivy, she promptly rejected Nami's offer. "That is out of the question. I am grateful for your rescue. Thank you. Why not? Aren't you a princess? Just 10 billion. Nami could not help but exclaim, seemingly oblivious to her own audacity. Upon reflection, however, it was reasonable, from Vivy's perspective. Devoid of any familiarity with this group, such a demand appeared less as assistance and more as an opportunistic exploitation. If defeating Crocodile warranted a 10 billion reward, merely ensuring her safe return to her homeland for the same amount seemed rather extravagant. Who said that danger was a certainty along this journey? With adequate knowledge and caution, it was entirely feasible to evade peril. In fact, it was the inexperienced Straw Hats, new to this locale, who were more likely to attract unwanted attention. Thus, Princess Vivy resolutely declined, stating, "There is no need to discuss further. Thank you once more for your assistance, but you do not comprehend the full situation, and I do not wish to involve innocent parties. Truly, thank you, and may our paths cross again under more fortuitous circumstances." With that, to the astonishment of all present, Princess Vivy haughtily turned and departed. This was no mere pretense. She genuinely intended to refuse further aid? This was incomprehensible. Such a development diverged sharply from the original narrative. Even if John's arrival could trigger a butterfly effect, it ought not to alter the character and conduct of such a significant figure. Just as John found himself bewildered, lost in deep contemplation of the grand narrative, slap. Suddenly, a hand grasped his own. "John, we must go." It was not Nami speaking, nor could it possibly be Zoro or Luffy. At this moment, the one attempting to take John away was unexpectedly Princess Vivy. In an instant, John was left bewildered, forgetting to resist as he was led away by Vivy. "Stop!" Nami shouted in desperation. How could she? How could she dare to steal him away? Initially, Nami thought Vivy's refusal to leave was merely a sign of arrogance or perhaps stinginess. But now, Nami's composure shattered. This was not mere pride, but rather a calculated seduction to ensnare free assistance. Believing that John sufficed, Vivy no longer saw the need for Nami and the others, thus refusing to part with the 10 billion berries. "You're courting death. John, are you out of your mind to jeopardize my fortune?" Nami exclaimed. "What?" Princess Vivy turned back, casting a cold glance at Nami, and the animosity between the two women escalated to a chaotic level. "John's intention to assist me seems to be of no concern to you," Vivy remarked. Hey. John's eyelids fluttered. He no longer dared to meet Nami's gaze. What was going on? Had he ever muttered in his sleep, agreeing to something with Princess Vivy? Otherwise, how could she be so adamant in believing he would help her? Of course, these were merely John's self-deprecating thoughts. Even if he were oblivious, he should have realized by now that he must have known Princess Vivy in the past. Thus, even aboard the ship, John had sensed Vivy's unusual familiarity, which he had always dismissed as one of life's great illusions, only to discover it was true. Nami's observation about Vivy's peculiar gaze towards John was indeed valid. The perceptiveness of women was formidable. No wonder Vivy could so effortlessly call out, "John, save me." Reflecting back, it seemed Vivy had entered the room empty-handed with the intention of finding John. In this encounter, although Zoro displayed considerable strength, he was merely battling minor foes. It was John who truly subdued the higher-ups, Miss Valentine and Mr. Five. Moreover, John's sea-stone bullets were the nemesis of those with abilities. It was likely that Princess Vivy believed John could defeat Crocodile with them. Thus, unlike in the original narrative where Vivy was utterly defenseless, she now had powerful allies to protect her, knowing that others would stand no chance against Crocodile and would merely be walking to their doom. The kind-hearted Vivy wished to avoid dragging the innocent into peril, which was one reason for her rejection of Nami. The second reason was her disdain for Nami's opportunistic behavior, taking advantage of the situation to inflate her demands. Despicable pirates, indeed, are not the virtuous sort. If there were a third reason, it would be that back at Twin Cape, Vivy had witnessed Nami bully John on multiple occasions. Little did she know, John was her childhood hero. Although you say nothing. I understand. You left the Navy to become a pirate, all for me. Crocodile is a warlord of the sea, and as a Navy officer, you couldn't interfere. But as a pirate, those constraints vanish. The gratitude I feel is immense, beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Thus, I shall not utter a simple thank you. Instead, I shall cherish this sentiment in my heart, never to be forgotten. Vivy clasped John's hand tightly, though they had not seen each other for over a decade. She had never felt as secure as she did in that moment, strange yet familiar, reminiscent of times past. "John, let us depart," Vivy urged once more. "Wait," Nami interjected. Vivy's expression darkened, genuine anger flaring within her. Yet, upon recalling the intimacy she had witnessed between John and Nami, She questioned why he allowed this woman to belittle him. Who are you to him? Vivy inquired. Impossible. This creep owes me money, so he must obey my commands. Nami finally produced her justification. This reasoning managed to calm Vivy. How much does he owe you? 1,000,000 berries, plus interest. Nami exclaimed. I will repay him, Vivy declared without hesitation. Little rich girl. There's no need to flaunt your wealth at this moment, Nami scoffed. At that instant, John found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Though he had often fantasized about two beautiful women vying for his affection, this scenario was clearly devoid of rivalry. Vivy believed John remained the man he once was, while Nami assumed he had fallen under the spell of beauty, enchanted and bewitched. The two disputants finally turned their attention to John. John, let us go. John, do you truly wish to leave with her? Now, John's response would determine everything. Thus, the question arose. Chapter 58, The Timely Rain Luffy. John? Nami, John? Caught in a predicament. Should one resort to traditional tactics, feigning dizziness or amnesia? It is preposterous. Regardless of how Vivy might respond, Nami would undoubtedly eliminate John instantly. Having long since deemed him a consummate deceiver, how could Nami ever be fooled by him? At this juncture, even if there were genuine circumstances, they would bear no consequence. Who would believe that trouble would arise precisely at this moment? Just then, Zoro's voice approached. Hey, Luffy, you finally made it. It's quite the spectacle here. Zoro, reclining on the ground, remarked nonchalantly. I will never forgive you. Let us settle this once and for all. Luffy bellowed. Huh. In that instant, John was overwhelmed with emotion. He had never felt such fondness for Luffy until now. No wonder Song Jiang could gather so many formidable allies. He was indeed a timely rain. Zoro interjected. You're spouting nonsense again. Luffy retorted. No way. I'll send you flying for your ingratitude. Ingratitude? Zoro questioned. Exactly. I absolutely refuse to allow you to slaughter every single one of the kind townsfolk who welcomed us warmly and offered us fine food and drink. Luffy exclaimed. Indeed. It was I who struck them down. But Luffy, you must listen to me. These people actually. Stop your excuses. Luffy interrupted. At such a moment, reasoning with Luffy was futile, a lesson John had learned long ago. Unlike John, who sought to avoid conflict, Zoro was prepared for battle. If you wish to fight, then let us, he declared, drawing his sword, ready for a clash of strength. Thus, the opportunity for both to showcase their prowess before Vivy had finally arrived. And John seized this moment to elucidate his intentions. Vivy, do not worry, I will certainly assist you, but I also wish to avoid separating from my companions. Furthermore, I believe that defeating Crocodile cannot be achieved by my efforts alone. We require everyone's assistance, John explained earnestly. Initially, as Vivy listened to the first half of his statement, her emotions were quite conflicted. After all, she had always believed that John had become a pirate solely for her sake, that his so-called companions were merely a facade, tools for his own purposes. How could the righteous Navy truly ally with malevolent pirates? At this point, Vivy harbored a certain aversion to pirates, being unaware that her companions had already proven that not all pirates were ill-intentioned. However, upon hearing John's subsequent remark, Vivy could no longer indulge in such contemplations. You actually spoke it aloud, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Since Vivy had firmly concluded that John had left the Navy to pursue Crocodile, she was not surprised by his knowledge of their target. In Vivy's eyes, John seemed exceptionally formidable. He must possess some unique channels to uncover all of this. What did I just say? John asked weakly. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Vivy exclaimed excitedly. Silence. A sudden chill swept through the air, and at an unknown moment, two animal silhouettes appeared atop a nearby building. Caw, 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 caw. The creatures took flight. What was that? What were those birds and that sea creature? Nami yelled at Vivy, her grip tightening in frustration. I truly apologize. We inadvertently let it slip, Vivy said, genuinely remorseful, feeling guilty for involving the innocent in such perilous matters. Upon hearing Vivy's subjective alignment of John with her, Nami felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just as they had entered the Grand Line, they were already being pursued by the warlords of the sea. It was unbearable, despite their brief time together. She felt grateful for their care. With that, Nami turned to leave, hoping that if she departed now, they might not recognize her face. After all, she was just a small fry, surely she wouldn't attract attention. However, before she could venture far, the two animals descended once more, swiftly creating a sketch akin to that of a street artist. Wow, Nami gasped, that is splendid. Turning back, she exclaimed, enough of this. You two are still fighting? Get a hold of those creatures. Caw, 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 caw. The animals vanished into the sky again. Great. Now I have nowhere to escape. Nami despaired. Yes, I'm truly sorry. Vivy bowed again in apology. This wave of guilt compelled the kind-hearted Vivy to relent, which in turn eased the tension between the two women. Crocodile, the mastermind behind Baroque Works, is actually one of the warlords? Zoro said as he rose from the ground. With Vivy's assistance, they finally clarified the situation to Luffy. Ha ha ha, so that is how it is. You should have mentioned it sooner. One day, I shall carve you up. Zoro gritted his teeth. Now that we have also become targets of Baroque Works, we are left with no choice but to assist you. However, since we were dragged into this mess by you, surely there must be some form of compensation, if not the entirety of 1 billion? Accepting the grim reality, Nami quickly reverted to her greedy demeanor. I apologize. It's not that I don't wish to express gratitude, but our nation simply cannot afford such an amount at present. I wonder if you have heard about Alabasta. Following this, Vivy recounted the current state of Alabasta and the nefarious schemes of Baroque Works in brief. Upon hearing this, the righteous Luffy, or rather, Vivy and her companions, felt compelled to reciprocate the kindness of their previous invitation to a meal. What kind of person could Crocodile be, they wondered. Luffy chuckled, expressing his excitement at the prospect of soon encountering him. Zoro, ever reckless, shared in the eagerness. Silence, Nami shouted fiercely. Our sole responsibility is to ensure the princess's safe return to Alabasta. As for what follows, Nami glanced at John, unable to continue. Could they truly disregard everything and simply walk away afterward? Fear not. I have a plan, Igaram declared, presenting a strategy to lure the enemy. Isn't that a tad too perilous? John interjected, recalling the explosive events that transpired as they set sail in the original tale. Indeed, it was Robin's timely arrival that spared Igaram's life. If Igaram's intention was to draw out the enemy, he would inevitably confront danger. It appeared he had no intention of surviving this ordeal. Pray tell, Your Highness, do you have a more suitable approach? Igaram inquired, turning to John. Your Highness. Nami exclaimed in astonishment, her understanding dawning upon her. The princess's fiancé was indeed a prince. Wait, could it be that John and Vivy were acquainted prior to this? At that moment, Nami finally grasped the situation. However, if there was indeed some secret connection between John and Vivy, it was insufficient to warrant the reactions of those around them. Ah, that great deceiver. Clearly they share a close bond, yet he pretended not to recognize her at all. Nami had only detected discrepancies from Vivy's side and failed to perceive anything amiss with John, which could only imply that John's acting skills were of an extraordinary caliber. Chapter 60. Recklessness John? Vivy called out, her voice tinged with concern. John shook his head slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. It was evident to everyone that, despite their uncertainty regarding Robin's methods, John had indeed been ensnared by her. Was this woman also a wielder of a devil fruit? If so, what kind? What is your true purpose? Vivy shouted at Robin. Well, seeing your earnestness compelled me to lend a hand, Robin replied. But princess, do you truly believe you can stand against the Baroque Works and save the kingdom? Surely, you cannot be so naive. Vivy gritted her teeth defiantly. Do not underestimate me. In a flash, Sanji and Usopp ambushed Robin from either side, one brandishing a gun, the other wielding a slingshot. Yet, Robin merely cast her gaze downward, betraying no hint of alarm. Please, refrain from aiming such dangerous items at me, she remarked. Suddenly, both men stumbled inexplicably to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock, bewildered by how John had been rendered unable to resist and how Sanji and Usopp had fallen simultaneously. Fear coursed through them, realizing that such formidable power could potentially annihilate the entire ship. It was no wonder this woman dared to enter the lion's den, remaining composed throughout. Indeed, it is said that great skill breeds great audacity. Relax, I have received no orders, and thus have no reason to engage you, Robin stated calmly. As long as you do not act recklessly, I have no intention of harming you. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million. So, this is the power of the Hana no Mi. I never imagined it had been concealed within Baroque Works all along, John suddenly interjected. His words hung in the air, and a tightening sensation gripped his waist. This action was undoubtedly perilous, and in a moment of excitement, Robin might indeed pull the trigger. For the first time, Robin's usually relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A bounty of 79 million. Nami and the others, oblivious to the underlying truths, gasped. Their mouths agape. They could not yet comprehend the monstrous magnitude of the 7 warlords, with Crocodile having a relatively low initial bounty of 81 million. It was easily misconstrued that the level of the 7 warlords was within reach. However, the greatest misconception lay in believing that the bounty of the 7 warlords was merely 81 million, with Robin's bounty only 200,000 less. Did that not render her virtually equivalent to one of the 7 warlords? Indeed, it seems you are well-versed. Former Navy Colonel, Robin complimented, ultimately refraining from striking John. She was cautious. Her abilities, while formidable and shrouded in mystery, were not necessarily a guarantee of victory against the crew. At this moment, Robin remained oblivious to John's possession of the devil fruit ability. Should he strike directly, he would only inflict a mere ordinary gunshot wound upon John. It has long been established that in this world, the formidable warriors can endure several gunshots as if they were of no consequence. At that point, John would retaliate fiercely. And given his strength as a colonel in the Navy, Robin feared she would be unable to withstand him alone. Although she had heard of Colonel John's seriousness and caution in handling matters, it was unfortunate that he had chosen to reveal himself so recklessly this time. The sea prism stone bullets could be effective when one is unaware of them, but once their nature is revealed, they lose all significance. You stand no chance of victory. Even without my intervention, reaching Alabasta safely is a matter of doubt, Robin remarked. Upon hearing this, Vivy's expression darkened as she lowered her head. It is my fault. All my doing. From the beginning, John had never taken the initiative to acknowledge her, and it turned out he had such intentions. It was she, Vivy, who had rashly involved John, and even when she found herself in danger, it was she who revealed John's identity and the existence of the sea prism stone bullets. Otherwise, John would have likely intended to defeat Mr. Five and his companion by other means. In that moment, Vivy felt overwhelming regret due to John's arrival. She had allowed herself to feel a sense of pride, acting recklessly and thereby completely disrupting John's plans. Remarkably, John had never voiced any blame towards her for this. Reckless? Nico Robin, do you not think that your unilateral judgment is itself a form of recklessness? John stated. John. Vivy looked up, wondering if he was truly not merely offering her consolation. Oh? Robin showed an intrigued expression, eager to see what John would say next. In the Grand Line. Striking an enemy directly with a gun is exceedingly difficult, especially against formidable opponents like the warlords of the sea. However, certain powerful individuals with special devil fruit abilities are exceptions. It is not that they cannot evade, but rather they disdain the act of evasion or simply find it beneath them. The most representative of these are the Logia-type users. John continued, thus, if the exposure had not occurred beforehand, one could exploit Crocodile's habit of not dodging bullets, utilizing my sea prism stone bullets for a lethal strike. Indeed, Robin shrugged. But that would only be a singular opportunity, would it not? Moreover, whether I can even meet Crocodile in person remains uncertain. Rather than placing all our hopes on that one shot, it is wiser to consider multiple avenues. As they spoke, John suddenly reached into his clothing and grasped Robin's hand. After a moment of hesitation, she relinquished her ability, allowing John to retrieve his handgun. He brandished the firearm, twirling it elegantly between his fingers before aiming it outward from the ship. Tell me, do you think my gun contains ordinary bullets or sea prism stone bullets? Before Robin could respond, he pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, a shot rang out. This bullet was ordinary, but will the next one be as well? John inquired. Indeed, due to the deterrent effect of your sea stone bullets, even when you fire ordinary bullets, those with abilities must treat them as if they were sea stone bullets and evade accordingly. However, is this truly significant? A formidable adversary like the 7 warlords, even if required to dodge bullets, possesses the overwhelming strength to crush all in their path, Robin remarked. Do you believe Crocodile would willingly emerge to confront me? John countered. With caution as a priority, it is highly unlikely, Robin responded. So, do you think it is absolutely necessary for me to personally defeat Crocodile? John continued to inquire. Oh, I see. Under the pretense of avoiding devastating repercussions, the aim is to expose the machinations of Baroque works and gather evidence. This indeed aligns with the Navy's typical methods. Allow me to retract my earlier impulsive comments, Robin stated. Should Crocodile choose to strike directly, the Straw Hat crew would likely be annihilated immediately. Yet, if Crocodile refrains from direct action, John and his companions would have ample time to maneuver. John's plan is to utilize this period to acquire tangible evidence, subsequently leveraging the power of the government and Navy to deal with Crocodile. His actions have long warranted the world government to revoke his title as a 7 warlord. At this moment, John and Robin engaged in a dialogue where each spoke in turn, rendering others unable to interject. Despite being adversaries, an unusual aura enveloped them. Not only did it appear peculiar to onlookers, but even Robin herself found this exchange rather strange. She was uncertain of John's intentions, and in truth, she was equally unaware of her own motives, acting entirely on impulse. Chapter 61. John's Dilemma. It is not only Robin who finds herself in a state of confusion. John is equally bewildered about his intentions. Both parties involved are in a haze, leaving the observers equally perplexed. John is essentially putting on a facade, perhaps fabricating a story, and engaging in deception. However, his initial aim was to extricate Princess Vivy from her own guilt, preventing her from spiraling further into self-reproach. Ultimately, it suffices for him to appear formidable. Firstly, one must concede that John had indeed acted recklessly prior to this moment. Without Princess Vivy's prompting, he had already intended to employ sea stone bullets, not having considered the broader implications of his actions. Otherwise, he would not have prepared them in advance. It cannot be said that John was entirely thoughtless. He simply had never contemplated confronting Crocodile. Such responsibilities were meant for Luffy. Thus, John, who initially planned to deal with mere underlings, resorted to his ultimate technique from the very beginning. However, given the current circumstances, he could only adjust his plans based on the unfolding reality. John was indeed weaving a tale, concealing his own fruit abilities. Apart from the sea stone bullets, no one was aware that the transparent fruit was his greatest asset. Since your aim lies here, why disclose it to me? Would it not be more advantageous to let us underestimate you? Robin inquired of John. And as a member of Baroque Works, why do you not take action against us? You seem to be aiding us instead, John retorted to Robin. Thus, they exchanged knowing smiles. John, what on earth are they laughing about? So profound. Nearby, Luffy scratched his nose, puzzled. What are they talking about? They're debating whether this woman is a good person, Nami speculated, stroking her chin. Such verbal sparring was akin to a battle of firearms, perhaps even more perilous. A moment's misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. What can one reveal to the other? What intentions lie behind such disclosures? How does one discern truth from deception? And what would ultimately serve one's interests? All these considerations were encapsulated within a mere few sentences. Vivy spoke earnestly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Zoro yawned. I am only concerned with when they will conclude this conversation. Are we still fighting or not? Upon closer inspection, that sister is rather lovely, Sanji mused, falling into a daydream. Usopp remained hidden behind the main mast, wary of the mysterious abilities just encountered. Suddenly, Robin tossed a log post to John. What is this? John feigned ignorance. A permanent pointer to an uninhabited island near Alabasta, Robin stated. Even the higher-ups of Baroque Works are unaware of this route, which is far safer than your current navigational path. No, to be precise, continuing on your present course would lead you to certain doom. Why are you giving us this? Vivy could not contain her curiosity. It must surely be a trap. Zoro remarked. Robin smiled faintly, pondering what to do. Should she trust me or not? The little garden you are about to reach is indeed a dead end. Could this fellow truly be a good person? Nami began to waver. Suddenly, as if echoing the moment he snatched John's phone bug, Luffy unexpectedly stretched out his hand and seized the eternal pointer, shattering it to pieces. Are you an idiot? What if that fellow is indeed a good person? Nami couldn't help but kick out in frustration. In this grand line, an ill-chosen course could be fatal. The direction of this ship's journey should not be determined by others. Luffy shouted. Of course, now that the eternal pointer is destroyed, there is no turning back. I see. Robin, evidently stirred by Luffy's actions, wished them good luck. If you survive, perhaps we shall meet again. With that, she departed, leaving her reasons for coming and going shrouded in mystery. What an enigmatic woman she is. Sanji continued to swoon. That woman has no idea what she is thinking, Vivy remarked, seated on the ground. John, it seems you know that fellow. You spoke so much just now. Do you know her intentions? Is she truly planning to help us? Nami couldn't help but inquire. Don't overthink it, at least for now. She isn't harming us, John replied. Nami's expression shifted. Does that mean our current course is indeed perilous? What exactly is that little garden? Danger. John lowered his head, speechless. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Nami patted John on the shoulder. Hey, what's wrong? Did that woman hurt you? John glanced at Nami and then at Vivy, saying, I just want to be alone for a while. With that, he silently returned to the cabin. What happened? The others exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of what to make of it. In the afternoon, what are you thinking about? Vivy found John in the cabin. It's nothing. John replied with a smile. Nothing? Why haven't you eaten? Vivy asked. John, I know everyone has their troubles. You must be acutely aware of my current situation. But for some reason, on this ship, watching Luffy and the others frolic, I feel inexplicably lighter, as if all my worries have vanished. What about you? Do you have any unresolved troubles? Vivy. John turned his head, revealing dark circles under his eyes. This fellow not only hadn't he eaten, but evidently hadn't he slept either. I used to think that knowing more was always better, but now I suddenly realize that sometimes, knowing too much brings more pain. Vivy's heart trembled, instinctively thinking John was troubled by her situation. Was it the pressure of facing the 7 warlords that weighed heavily upon him? Still concerning the woman from yesterday. Did John harbor deeper and more terrifying thoughts? Of course, in reality, John was not preoccupied with such matters. Rather, he was troubled by anxieties that only a traveler could comprehend. It was the deterioration of the previous situation, a more profound contradiction. I apologize for involving you. Vivy gently cradled John's head. Before John could fully grasp the situation, someone charged forth, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! What are you pretending to be pitiful for? Do you disdain me by refusing to eat?" John, equally incensed, retorted, "You peeping Tom! I came with good intentions to bring you food. I certainly do not wish for my efforts to go to waste. My troubles are beyond the understanding of mere mortals." "Oh, so you aspire to become an immortal? No wonder you refuse to eat. Then I shall feed it to the fish," Sanji scoffed. "Just give it to me," Vivy quickly interjected, taking the food to quell the escalating argument between the two. To John's astonishment, Vivy even intended to personally feed him. Witnessing this, Sanji could hardly contain himself. "Miss Vivy, how can you undertake such a task? This fellow has hands and feet. Can't he feed himself?" "Hey," Sanji seized John's collar. "Are you not a man? How can you let a woman worry about you?" "You." John swatted Sanji's hand away, momentarily stunned. Indeed, there was another option. Chapter 62, The Men. The little garden has arrived. The Mary is anchored in the inner bay. Though this island is referred to as the Little Garden, it is, in fact, a primitive forest where everything is colossal. The name arises from the fact that the other creatures on the island are comparatively larger than these plants. At present, the Straw Hat crew remains oblivious to this truth, but the very aura of the island has already dissuaded many. For instance, our esteemed Usopp has once again been afflicted with a terminal illness that strikes upon arrival. Luffy is eager for adventure. Sanji prepares provisions, and Zoro, in search of amusement, engages in a contest with Sanji for reasons unknown. Why do these fellows behave this way? Nami is in tears. "I understand your feelings. Do not cry. I am on your side." Usopp, too, sheds tears. What troubles them further is Vivy's invitation. "John, shall we go together?" "What? Why you two?" Nami exclaimed, astonished. Vivy, who appeared to be quite normal, should, in essence, be aligned with them. How could she resemble those lunatics like Luffy? "Staying here will lead to overthinking. So it is best to take a little stroll before the compass fills up," Vivy explained, leaving one to wonder whether her intention was to clear her own mind or to drag along the troubled John for solace. But with John present, perhaps there was no need for worry. "Miss Nami, would you care to join us?" No. Nami quickly declined. She was certainly unwilling to set foot on the island. Thus, the group continued on, a gust of wind sweeping through, as the distant sounds of beasts echoed. It was at this moment that Nami and Usopp finally recognized a grave issue. All the strong members had departed, leaving just the two of them on the ship. "Oh no, why must it be such an unreliable fellow?" Usopp exclaimed, clutching his head. "That should be my line," Nami retorted fiercely. Meanwhile, Vivy suddenly screamed, covering her eyes, as did Karu the duck. Peering through her fingers, she caught sight of John's muscular torso, her face turning crimson as she whispered, "John, what are you doing? Why, all of a sudden are you undressing?" It turned out that Vivy had joined John, and upon reaching a secluded spot, John had begun to remove his clothing without any prior indication or explanation. Was it the heat? Not quite. If he truly felt hot, he would have done so on the ship. So what could John's intentions be? Consider this: a man and a woman alone in the wilderness, coupled with the childhood promise between Vivy and John. Of course, words spoken in childhood hold little weight, yet now, John, having relinquished his position as a naval captain and risking his life to confront Crocodile for Vivy, could he truly harbor no ulterior motives? Did he seek no recompense whatsoever? While aboard the ship, amidst the throngs of people, it was rather difficult to engage in any meaningful interaction, let alone indulge in flirtation. Thus, Once they stepped outside and distanced themselves from the prying eyes of others, a sense of urgency arose within them. John, in particular, seemed to provoke such thoughts. About this matter, I believe it is still. Vivy turned her back, feeling somewhat bashful. It was not mere pretense on her part. She felt a degree of hesitation. In times past, Vivy would have unreservedly rejected John's advances, even if they were to wed. Such intimacies were best reserved for their wedding day. Moreover, as a princess, she ought not to engage in such liberties in the wilderness for her first experience. Yet, the uncertainty of their future loomed large. Whether they would succeed and if John could ultimately triumph over Crocodile remained shrouded in doubt, to say nothing of the immediate concern of returning safely to Alabasta, which was far from guaranteed. Perhaps tomorrow, they would all meet their end, leaving her to ponder why she should not fulfill this greatest desire before the inevitable, thus ensuring no regrets lingered in her life. Just as Vivy wrestled with her conflicting emotions, torn between refusal and consent, John unexpectedly tossed his discarded clothing towards her. Huh? Vivy stood stunned. Put it on, he urged. Bare-chested, his well-defined muscles on display, it was evident that John had no intention of shedding his trousers. Vivy's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and wishing to retreat into a hole, mortified by her own musings. No, I'm not cold, she replied hastily, mistakenly believing John had offered his clothing out of concern for her comfort. It is not merely a matter of temperature. In this primal jungle, the insects often carry venom. If one were to be bitten, the consequences could be dire. It is wise to cover up, John explained. What about you? Vivy queried, concerned. Do you not trust the physique of a naval captain? John flexed his muscles. Perhaps we should return for our clothing, Vivy suggested, still uneasy about the risk involved. On this outing, they had merely intended to take a stroll, and John had donned only a light shirt, leaving his usual outerwear behind. There seemed little reason for him to wander about in such a state of undress. There's no need for concern. We shall be back shortly, John replied nonchalantly. Well, very well, just be careful, Vivy acquiesced, donning John's garment. Soon, her thoughts were consumed by the warmth of his clothing and the tenderness of his concern. John, by omitting the gravity of the situation, led Vivy to believe that even a bite would only result in a minor ailment. Otherwise, she would never have allowed him to act so recklessly. Yet, why would John, fully aware of the dangers of disrobing, behave in such a manner? This was the very dilemma that had plagued John throughout these days, an unfortunate plight of a time traveler. If one were to assert that the greatest advantage of a time traveler lies in the narrative itself, then it follows that the butterfly effect represents their most significant vulnerability. At that moment, upon hearing Nami express her concerns about the dangers of the small garden, John was immediately reminded of this dilemma. Indeed, while the expedition to the small garden harbored peril, the true threat was Nami potentially falling ill from mosquito bites, risking her life. In the original narrative, Nami successfully sought out Chopper and was rescued, gaining an excellent ship's doctor in the process. However, John's presence would undoubtedly instigate a butterfly effect. What if, this time, Nami succumbed to illness and could not be saved? Thus, it was imperative that Nami remained healthy. John felt an overwhelming urge to convey this concern to her, advising her to dress warmly and exercise caution upon landing on the island. Yet, if Nami were to avoid illness, how then could they locate Chopper? Should they approach him directly? That seemed feasible, but how could John broach the subject with Vivy? After all, Vivy was already anxious to return to Alabasta. How could they justify wasting time searching for a ship's doctor? It was unlikely that John would have the authority to make such a decision. And even if he did propose it, no one would likely agree, as it was not an urgent matter. Thus, John found himself in a quandary. Previously, in Icarus, John had not felt such a profound connection, as the renowned characters from the original work were not familiar to him. However, regarding Nami, could he truly summon the resolve to take such risks? He was torn, distressed, and utterly at a loss. It was his first experience grappling with the pain of possessing such extensive knowledge. How much simpler it would be if he were oblivious, allowing him to embark on joyous adventures alongside Luffy and the others. It was only when Sanji inadvertently uttered a phrase that jolted John into clarity. Isn't it a man's duty to ensure that women do not worry for him? Chapter 63. The Trap Indeed. There is a necessity for Chopper to board the ship, but why must Nami bear the burden of this suffering and the risk of death? Since you, John, are aware of all this and believe that seeking Chopper is imperative, why not shoulder the risk yourself? You proclaimed yourself the vice captain, yet lack even this minimal sense of responsibility. Thus, John took action. If I do not descend into hell, who will? I must ensure Nami's safety while providing sufficient justification for everyone to pause and search for that unparalleled ship's doctor. Therefore, I, John, shall feign illness this once. This marks the first time John has awakened to a sense of fearless determination. Indeed, it is the first time. Even the former Captain John never possessed such awareness. A true warrior's heart, amidst the unknown, revealed a glimmer of potential to break free from constraints now laid before John. Of course, John has not yet realized this. All he feels is relief. The relief of not having to make a cruel, painful choice. Look, a dinosaur, John exclaimed, pointing ahead. Indeed, Vivy gasped in astonishment. She had heard tales of the Grand Line, where the weather was extreme and many islands had no contact with one another, resulting in each island developing its own unique culture. There were islands of high civilization and others that retained their primitive state, unchanged for thousands of years. Who would have thought she would actually encounter a small island reminiscent of the dinosaur era? Now I see why it's called Little Garden, Vivy realized. John smiled. Precisely. It is precisely because of these numerous unknowns and surprises that this is what adventure truly entails. He extended his hand toward Vivy. Shall we go see together? Yes. Vivy nodded. Indeed, taking the time to unwind was the right choice. John seemed to have returned to his usual self. Look, dinosaurs. Look, a volcanic eruption. Look, giants. Their fantastical journey was filled with joy. However, in reality, it proved to be far more arduous than anticipated. This was not merely a matter of lacking strength to face danger. John and Vivy did not confront the giants directly. They merely observed from a distance as two giants clashed. On such an island, apart from these two giants, it was hard to conceive of anything else posing a significant threat to John. Yet, potential dangers were plentiful, and some could indeed be fatal. For instance, John had been overly brash. Bam. Ouch. Bam. John, are you all right? After a stretch of walking, John, with his upper body exposed, bore numerous bites all over. These creatures were truly relentless. The key was not that moving would prevent them from attacking. Soon, Vivy could no longer bear to watch. John, perhaps I should return your shirt? She suggested. Don't. John hastily interjected, his masculine pride flaring. After all this, to return it now would be to undo all his efforts. Furthermore, since I have already been bitten, if you were to suffer the same fate and complications arose, who would care for whom? I am a naval captain. Robust in physique, even if I endure a few bites, it should not be a matter of great concern. However, for you, a young lady, it would undoubtedly be a different story. As John spoke, he was suddenly struck again. Ouch! A sharp sound echoed. Let us hasten back to the ship. Perhaps they have already returned, Vivy expressed her worry. Even if John were in good health, sustaining a couple of bites may not be alarming, but after enduring so many, it is improbable that he would remain unscathed. If John were to encounter any misfortune because of her, Vivy would find it impossible to forgive herself. In truth, it was not only Vivy who was anxious. John harbored his own apprehensions. They had only just arrived on the island, and now he had already been bitten multiple times. In the original tale, even Nami had nearly met her demise. Could John truly endure this? Although he had resolved to face any peril alongside her, he had never genuinely wished for his own demise. Thus, without Vivy needing to voice it, John had already set his course back. Yet, the awkward reality was that, within this primeval forest, he could not find the way back. If he were to perish here, it would undoubtedly be the most vexing fate for a time traveler. If only he could find a place to take refuge. As Vivy spoke, her eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Look, there's a small hut. John's eyelids fluttered. The style. Vivy instantly recognized it as a house made of wax, a manifestation of the devil fruit powers belonging to Mr. 3, a high-ranking agent of the Baroque works. They have followed us. What should we do? Vivy turned to ask. It would take an indeterminate amount of time for the recording pointer to register, and now, even if they wished to flee, escape was not an option. In fact, their arrival might be fortuitous. They would surely possess a permanent pointer to Alabasta. If we can seize their pointer and depart, they would be unable to pursue us without it, John articulated. A brilliant idea. The two exchanged knowing smiles. John used the word take rather than rob, clearly indicating he intended to utilize his devil fruit abilities. Here, you take this. It contains sea stone bullets. Wait for me here. I will return shortly. If anything happens, remember to call for help. John entrusted the gun filled with sea stone bullets to Vivy and promptly vanished into stealth. Before long, hey, John, how did you return so quickly? Vivy spotted John's figure not far away, but her expression quickly shifted. No, that is not John. although the appearance was indistinguishable. One must not forget that John should currently be without clothing, yet the figure before her was clad. It was plausible that John had found clothing in that small hut, but what were the odds that it would resemble his original attire so closely? Thus, this must be a false image, most likely. It was a wax figure created by Mr. 3. Vivy instantly raised her handgun, exclaiming, "Where are you?" A voice echoed from behind her, "Right here." Startled, Vivy swiftly turned and fired. A dull thud resonated. "What? Ugh." To her dismay, the muzzle of her pistol had been sealed with wax. And before she could utter another sound, her mouth too was silenced. "John, help me." Meanwhile, John cautiously approached the edge of the wax enclosure. The transparent fruit could render one invisible, but it did not allow passage through walls. To avoid detection by any potential occupants within, John could only observe from the window. "It seems the outer perimeter has been triggered," a voice proclaimed, belonging to the boorish man. "Discovered." John gasped. Indeed, a security measure had been established outside. It was evident that the criminal organization was well versed in such tactics. Perhaps it was a beast after all. Miss Jess said so, which eased John's mind considerably. In the primordial forest, the likelihood of encountering a beast far surpasses that of an intruder. Honestly, why must they handle everything themselves and leave us here? They claim to share the accolades with us, but it's merely lip service. The boorish man grumbled. "They've already gone outside. This is bad." "Vivy." John instantly pivoted. However, he thought it prudent to sit down for a cup of tea first. At that moment, he remained oblivious to a streak of verdant paint beneath his feet, the leisurely green. Chapter 64. Afternoon tea within the depths of the primordial forest, the ground, already adorned with verdant grass, blended seamlessly with the striking white of the wax house, rendering it relatively inconspicuous amidst the tranquil shades of green. When John first arrived, he felt increasingly tense as he approached the house, his attention fixated on its presence. It was no surprise that, having yet to witness the formidable powers of color, he fell prey to their influence. The tranquil green, a technique employed by Mr. 3's companion, Miss Golden Week, possesses no offensive capabilities. However, it profoundly affects human emotions. Upon contact with her palette of colors, individuals experience a myriad of emotional transformations based on the hue encountered. At first glance, this ability may seem weak. Yet its practical application is nothing short of extraordinary. It serves as a psychological suggestion, disregarding the strength of one's opponent, with the sole drawback being its duration. Returning to the matter at hand, John had succumbed to the tranquil green, a sensation that instills an overwhelming desire for idleness. No matter how pressing the situation, or even if his life were in jeopardy, he felt utterly disinclined to act. Consequently, not only did John lack the motivation to rescue Vivy, but he also found himself unable to utilize his invisibility powers. In the distance, upon noticing an unexpected figure, Miss Goldenweek paused, pondering how this individual had appeared there. However, given her inherently relaxed demeanor, akin to the tranquil green, she had no genuine intention of confronting an adversary. Since the opponent had already fallen under her influence and posed no threat, she felt no need for concern. "Hello," she greeted, having completed her task, as she settled down to leisurely sip tea and savor pastries. "Hello," John replied, joining her at the table. "Would you care for some tea?" Miss Goldenweek inquired. "Thank you," John responded. Thus, the two of them indulged in the warmth of the afternoon, relishing their serene moment. "This tea is delightful," John remarked. "Indeed," Miss Goldenweek agreed. At that moment, the two individuals inside the house heard commotion and peeked out the window, only to be astonished by the sight of John and Miss Goldenweek enjoying tea together. The saying goes that when enemies meet, they are particularly incensed. In a fit of rage, the boorish man leaped from the window without a second thought, closely followed by Mississippi. "You scoundrel! I shall not spare you. Ah, but a cup of tea first does sound rather nice." As he stepped onto the paint, he exclaimed, "This tea is truly delightful." "Indeed it is," she echoed. "What a wonderfully gentle afternoon." And so, the tea gathering expanded to include 2 more participants. Before long, Mr. 3 returned with the captive Vivy, only to be caught off guard by the scene before him. "Ugh, John," Vivy cried out, struggling against her restraints. John turned his head and exclaimed, "Oh, Vivy, come over for some tea." With this invitation, Mr. 3 began to comprehend the situation. "I see. But what is the deal with these two?" he inquired, pointing at Mr. 5 and Mississippi, who were similarly affected. "Oh, I had previously warned them to stay inside and not to wander out recklessly, yet they still ventured out," replied Mississippi. "Golden Week, As for why they were not freed from their predicament, it was simply because once released, everyone would regain their freedom, including John. Naturally, if one truly wished to find a solution, it was not impossible. It was merely that Mississippi Golden Week was unwilling to expend that effort. In light of this, Mr. 3 suddenly let out a cold laugh. Vivy's pupils constricted, revealing a look of terror. MMM. John, wake up. It turned out that Mr. 3 had raised a handgun, the very one he had just procured from Vivy, originally belonging to John and loaded with sea stone bullets. Farewell, former Navy Colonel. Since there is no bounty, there is no need to leave any survivors, Mr. 3 declared, pulling the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, and blood splattered. No. Vivy's tears flowed freely. Huh? Mr. 3 was taken aback. The John who should have fallen in response to the shot had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a trace of blood on the ground, a testament that what had just transpired was not a mere illusion. Impossible, even if that shot was not lethal. How could John, who had already been struck by the tranquilizing bullet, suddenly regain his faculties, even if, for a fleeting moment? The pain allowed him to regain a modicum of awareness. It would be short-lived, and soon he would revert to his unwillingly lethargic state. Don't move. Do not attempt to turn around. Release Vivy. Just as Mr. 3 was still in shock, a sharp blade was pressed against his back. Truly worthy of being a former Navy colonel. Was that a close shave just now? Mr. 3 queried. Spare me your nonsense. John bellowed, the blade piercing through Mr. 3's skin, drawing forth blood. Mr. 3's eyelids twitched. At this distance, even if he attempted to conjure a wax armor in haste, it would be too late. John was determined to pierce through him, and his speed would undoubtedly surpass Mr. 3's reaction. With no other option, Mr. 3 was compelled to release Vivy from her wax bindings. John, are you all right? Vivy, now free and able to speak, quickly turned to express her concern. Meanwhile, the one most perplexed was undoubtedly Mississippi Golden Week. What was happening? Why had her abilities faltered? This should not be the case. Just look at the two beside her, still enjoying their tea. When had John managed to rid himself of the paint? Vivy, take the gun. We must depart, John urged Vivy. Startled for a moment, Vivy eventually nodded in agreement, reasoning that John's decision must have been informed by his own rationale. As they ventured further away, Mr. 3, having been momentarily startled by John's earlier action, refrained from pursuing him while he was injured. Why not chase after him? He's already wounded. Mr. 5, now back to his usual self, questioned vehemently, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards John. You ought to express gratitude. He just spared us, Mr. 3 replied coolly. In truth, he could have easily disregarded Mr. 5's remarks, as the latter ranked beneath him, but given their impending collaboration, Mr. 3 wished to maintain a cordial relationship. Meanwhile, Vivy was tearing a piece of fabric, silently tending to the penetrating wound on John's shoulder. Indeed, although John had been struck by a bullet infused with the essence of leisure, he instinctively evaded the blow in the face of danger, thereby narrowly avoiding a more grievous injury. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. It had been previously stated that the Inyang Mother-Son gun was designed specifically for those with abilities. The aim of the sea stone bullets was not to inflict harm, but to embed themselves within the target's body. Given that John's handgun was loaded with sea stone bullets, he had not maximized the weapon's potential. Thus, the reason the sea stone bullet penetrated John's body without remaining inside was, ironically, due to the very essence of leisure that had relaxed his entire physique, ultimately saving his life. Chapter 65. The fallen man the sea stone bullet penetrated through, saving John from the brink of despair while simultaneously concealing the truth of his fruitability. The intense pain he experienced in that moment restored his rationality, prompting him to take the most sensible course of action immediately, thus allowing him to reverse the situation and turn defeat into victory. So, what measures did John take? Invisibility. Indeed, but it differed from his initial state of invisibility. It had been previously noted that the challenge of John's transparent fruitability lay in the delicate balance of its application. Once he entered an invisible state, John typically remained in that condition and struggled to adapt to the circumstances at hand. For instance, just moments ago, the invisible John had inadvertently come into contact with paint, thus falling victim to an attack. What change did John implement afterward? It was rather simple. He transformed the paint clinging to him into transparency as well. Miss Golden Week's ability operates on the principle of psychological suggestion, with different colors yielding various effects. In the absence of color, even when paint was physically present, it would have no effect whatsoever. Thus, John successfully extricated himself from Miss Golden Week's influence. While in his transparent state, he he swiftly maneuvered behind Mr. 3, revealing his form and partially rendering his feet transparent, creating the illusion that John was teleporting without exposing his abilities. Afterward, he stepped a few times in the mud to cover the paint on the soles of his shoes with dark mud, finally allowing him to deactivate his fruit ability and rest. Observing Vivy's expression, a mix of pain and hesitation, John understood her thoughts and proactively spoke. You wish to inquire why I chose to spare them, correct? No. Vivy instinctively shook her head, but soon nodded honestly, yes. However, I am not doubting you, John. I merely believe there must be a reason for your decision. Although John was injured at that moment, with the Inyong gun in hand and the most dangerous Mr. 3 subdued and Mr. 5 in such a state, he could have utilized the sea stone bullets to eliminate everyone present. Yet, he relinquished such a splendid opportunity and chose to depart. What was he contemplating? Mr. 3 still holds value, John stated plainly. Though he offered no explanation or elaboration on the utility of Mr. 3, the conviction in his tone left no room for doubt. Furthermore, Miss Golden Week could potentially ensnare me again, and in my current injured state, I cannot afford the luxury of time to ponder such a predicament. Hence, I opted to withdraw and prioritize my safety. I see, Vivy responded, appearing somewhat disheartened. What troubles you? John inquired. Nothing, Vivy replied, shaking her head. It's just that sometimes I feel you possess all the answers, while I remain utterly oblivious to your thoughts. Thank you, Vivy, John suddenly said. At this moment, Vivy was entirely perplexed. It was John who had rescued her, and he had been assisting her all along. Why did he feel the need to express gratitude? Even though I was unaware of your thoughts, I chose to believe in you. Thank you, John explained. No, it is I who should be thanking you, Vivy quickly replied. All right, let us not dwell on such matters here. It would be prudent to reunite with Luffy and the others and discuss the situation. John smiled and then attempted to rise. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame him, causing him to sit back down. Are you all right? Vivy hurriedly supported John. I'm fine. His entire being turned limp. John? When John finally regained consciousness, he found himself in the ship's cabin. This is quite a predicament, John thought wryly. He could feel the ship was in motion. It seemed they had already departed from Little Garden. In this ordeal, John had not only suffered numerous bites from venomous insects, but had also sustained gunshot wounds. Weakened and unwell, even the strongest body could not withstand such trials. His life hung by a thread. Had he, as a traveler in this world, underestimated its dangers, or was the Grand Line inherently perilous? However, the longed-for girls' dormitory. Simply lying here filled him with an inexplicable warmth and a subtle fragrance. Though the pain of his injuries was considerable, it could also be seen as a blessing in disguise. Perhaps this was akin to the old tale of the horse that was lost. The Mary was a modest vessel, with only one room for boys and one for girls. The men, numerous and crowded, were mostly sleeping on rope beds, while the girls' dormitory appeared far cozier, resembling an actual bedroom. Previously, Nami had occupied this room alone, and now it was shared with Vivy, along with the additional responsibility of caring for the ailing John. Firstly, men are often clumsy and ill-equipped to care for others. Secondly, the boys' dormitory was certainly not a suitable place for recuperation, making it logical to accommodate John here. Upon recalling this, John was instantly reminded of the scene at night when Nami and Vivy would change clothes to sleep. Should I continue pretending to be unconscious? Thank you, God. This is simply too blissful. Outside, seeing John thrashing about on the bed, even sniffing the blankets in a rather inappropriate manner, Nami remarked, that guy, he's beyond help, isn't he? Indeed, I believe we can forego any further treatment, Vivy concurred. As a result, their initial joy at John's awakening quickly faded, and they turned to leave him to his own devices, abandoning him to his fate. Stepping outside, Vivy picked up today's newspaper, her expression darkening. Nami leaned closer and observed that 300,000 soldiers of the king's army had defected to the rebel forces. It seemed that the insurrection in Alabasta had commenced, and the situation was dire. They needed to return swiftly to expose Crocodile's treachery. He should be able to hold on, right? Nami voiced her concern. I don't know. I truly do not know, Vivy lamented, cradling her head in despair. On one hand, there was the brutal infighting among 1 million citizens that required her immediate intervention. On the other, there was John's life at stake. Unlike the scenarios depicted in anime, Nami was an indispensable navigator. If she were to fall ill, the safety of their voyage, and indeed, the very course itself, might be jeopardized. Thus, Rescuing Nami and following her guidance was the most expedient choice. This principle of sharpening the axe does not contradict Vivy's urgency. However, the circumstances had changed. If Nami was in good health and could reach Alabasta at the utmost speed, was it still necessary to take a detour? John's condition was far superior to Nami's. He might very well endure until they reached Alabasta to seek medical assistance. Naturally, these thoughts were predicated upon the erroneous assumption that John's ailment was merely minor. At present, few entertained the possibility that he could be afflicted with a terminal illness. Hey, I ask you, can a person stand upon the surface of the sea? Is there another sorcerer like John? An anomaly surfaced upon the ocean's expanse. Chapter 66. The past, a colossal pirate ship emerged from the depths of the sea. Its ascent stirring tumultuous waves that violently rocked the small Mary. Poor John, neglected by all, tumbled from his bed with a roll. Lacking the tender care that Nami once afforded him. Blast it! He cursed under his breath, having struck his head. What on earth was happening? Had they encountered a storm or a tornado? Moreover, he pondered if they had sought a doctor nearby for his sake. If they were to disregard his very existence and hasten towards Alabasta, John would surely depart this world with a heavy heart, regardless of the circumstances. He must ensure that Chopper was brought aboard. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire outside startled John from his thoughts. He did not waste a moment. Dragging his injured form outside. Pirates. The ship had been boarded by pirates. John instinctively positioned himself in front of Vivy, exclaiming, "Vivy, are you all right?" In truth, Vivy was no damsel in distress. Given John's current condition, he might not even stand a chance against her. Yet, as a man, his instinctive response was to shield the more vulnerable. Observing John's silhouette, Vivy was momentarily lost in thought. John, the memories of their past flooded her mind. Strikingly reminiscent of the present moment. She recalled her childhood when she accompanied her father to the World Conference. Due to differing political views, she had faced bullying from a certain king after the meeting. Just as she was about to endure this humiliation in silence, John, also attending with his father, had appeared, standing protectively in front of her, just as he did now. Back then, John was equally fragile. His actions could have sparked a diplomatic incident. Yet, he still acted with courage. The dignitaries present had varying opinions on the two children. Some viewed Vivy as weak and John as audacious, brimming with a sense of justice. However, among the assembly of kings, the consensus leaned towards perceiving Vivy as diplomatic and John as impulsive and reckless. Subsequently, the elders met and discussed their children, during which Vivy's father jestingly suggested a future for the two. John, a young prince without a claim to the throne, could find a suitable place in Alabasta through marriage. However, imperial diplomacy was far more intricate. Alabasta lay in the first half of the Grand Line, while John's homeland resided in the latter half, rendering such a union impractical for mutual defense. Had Vivy had other sisters, a union might have been feasible. Yet, Alabasta possessed only Vivy as its solitary princess, making such matrimonial arrangements far from trivial. Furthermore, the children were still young, and Vivy's father, being broad-minded, believed in respecting Vivy's own wishes, leading to the matter being abandoned thereafter. Vivy and John would only meet a few more times at subsequent world conferences, regardless of how others may perceive John. In Vivy's eyes, he remains her hero. She has quietly observed him for a long time. Eventually, true to his sense of justice, John joined the Navy, where, despite his unremarkable fame, Vivy could still see his relentless efforts. Perhaps John may not make a great king, but he is undoubtedly a noble knight, a beacon of hope and aspiration for others. Such is the character that John embodies. As memories began to merge with reality, Vivy initially thought that John might have forgotten her, considering she was merely one of many he had protected. To her surprise, John appeared before her without hesitation. Moreover, it wasn't just the hero who remained unchanged. The notorious villain bore an uncanny resemblance to her recollections. Wait, no, it wasn't just a resemblance. This person Vivy couldn't help but rub her eyes. This man appeared to be the very detestable king from her past. Before Vivy could fully comprehend the situation, Walpo had already been sent flying by Luffy. With the pirates dispersed, John collapsed onto the ground. Phew, what a relief. It turned out to be a false alarm. However, encountering Walpo meant that the kingdom of Drum was nearby, and not far away at all. John, if you're unwell, you shouldn't be out here. Vivy rushed forward to assist him. It's all right. John waved his hand dismissively. Fortunately, I came out. It reminded me of something. I recall there is a country nearby, renowned for its medical advancements. I believe they can cure my ailment. John adeptly redirected the conversation, though he sensed that bringing it up himself might cause discomfort, as it could imply he was cowardly, neglecting Vivy's national concerns. Nonetheless, John felt it unnecessary to seek others' understanding. He only needed to act with a clear conscience. Everyone turned their attention to Vivy, awaiting her response. I too believe we should prioritize John's recovery, Vivy declared, uncertain if she was trying to convince herself. She promptly found a suitable rationale. Upon returning to Alabasta, they would face immediate danger, and John's abilities would be indispensable. After all, healing takes time. Rather than risking finding a healer upon arrival in Alabasta, it would be wiser to ensure John's recovery first, allowing him to rest before the decisive battle. Upon hearing this, everyone felt invigorated. Nami immediately turned to John and asked, John, do you know the location of that country? It's a winter island, likely nearby, John replied. All right, leave it to me. I will ensure you reach the island safely, Nami exclaimed. Subsequently, Vivy escorted John back to his quarters. You don't hold it against me, do you? John couldn't help but voice his concern, feeling his earlier behavior had been somewhat selfish. In a typical scenario, John should insist on refusing medical treatment and rush to Alabasta at once, while Vivy would be compelled to prioritize his healing. Such an arrangement would seem entirely logical, avoiding the present awkwardness. Do not overthink it. Just lie down and rest well, Vivy urged as she gently pressed John onto the bed. How could she possibly hold him accountable? Vivy understood very well that John's deliberate utterance of such words stemmed from his concern for her. John, hey, how did you concoct such a narrative? This is illogical. If John were adamant about enduring his ailment to journey to Alabasta, it would pose a painful dilemma for Vivy, as she would bear a lifetime of guilt regardless of the outcome. However, John's willingness to play the villain shifted all resentment onto his self-serving nature, thus alleviating her from self-blame. This encapsulates Vivy's conjecture regarding John's motives. As for evidence, firstly, John relinquished his position as a naval captain to assist her, confronting the formidable 7 warlords, and the various details from their earlier encounter in the small garden, none of which could portray him as a selfish individual. Secondly, John was unaware of the newspaper reports and the severity of the situation in Alabasta. Thus, his actions can be deemed understandable. The aura of heroism indeed bestows upon John numerous advantages, yet regrettably, he shall never come to realize this. Chapter 67 Arrival at the Island. Behold, the island is in sight, exclaimed John, as he was assisted out of the cabin, his gaze fixed upon the distinctive peaks before him. Nodding affirmatively, he concluded, this must be the place. Regardless of its veracity, the mere discovery of the island instilled hope that there would surely be a physician to attend to their needs. Nami interjected, noting that thus far they remained unaware of the severity of John's ailment. They believed that finding a doctor would suffice, without necessitating the expertise of a renowned specialist. Is that the Kingdom of Drum? Vivy inquired suddenly, recalling John's mention of a prominent medical nation. Having encountered Warlord Walpole, she surmised that John had intended to reach Drum Kingdom. Yes, John affirmed with a nod. But isn't Walpole the King of Drum? Do you truly believe he would assist us? Vivy questioned, her apprehension evident. Or should we conceal our identities and discreetly seek someone for treatment? Fear not, John reassured her. I've heard that a few months prior, Blackbeard launched an assault here, effectively bringing an end to Drum Kingdom. Walpole has since fled to the seas, rendering this land no longer under his reign. He capitalized on his narrative advantage, as his past as a naval captain rendered his extensive knowledge unremarkable. Blackbeard? A pirate? Does that mean this nation is now under pirate control? Vivy gasped, instinctively recalling their own homeland of Alabasta. No, Blackbeard and his crew departed swiftly. So this territory should currently be devoid of any monarchy, John clarified. How peculiar. If the aim was not to conquer this kingdom, then what prompted the attack? Was it for riches? Vivy pondered, her curiosity piqued. I'm uncertain, John admitted, shaking his head. However, given Drum's esteemed reputation as a medical haven and the peculiar nature of Blackbeard's own physique, I speculate that there might be a connection. Perhaps the reason he possesses 2 devil fruit abilities lies in this. Regardless, with a king like Walpole, the destruction of this kingdom may not be entirely lamentable. Blackbeard might have inadvertently performed a service, John concluded. Perhaps before long, the Mary set sail into the inner bay. Stay back, pirates, shouted a multitude of armed individuals, surrounding the coast with their weapons drawn. This scene starkly contrasted Usopp's earlier bluster in his town. Here lay a formidable opposing force. Leave this place at once. Get out immediately, one man commanded, leading the charge. Even the typically oblivious Luffy would now comprehend that the locals harbored a distinct aversion to pirates. Indeed. Who would harbor affection for such marauders? Yet, it was rare to witness such overt hostility. Could this be related to what John mentioned earlier about their kingdom being ravaged by pirates? Nami whispered, "We mean no harm. We seek a doctor. Someone is ill." Luffy and his companions urgently proclaimed, striving to clarify their intentions. "Regrettably, do not attempt to deceive me. We shall not be easily fooled. Such rudimentary tactics, you shameless pirates. This is our territory, and we shall not permit pirates to set foot on our land. We demand that you weigh anchor and depart immediately. Otherwise, we shall resort to gunfire." The villagers shouted vehemently. However, their bravado belied their inner trepidation. The louder they cried, the more palpable their fear became. After all, how could they not be intimidated by the notorious Blackbeard and his formidable crew, who had decimated their nation with a mere 5 men? To claim they bore no psychological scars would be a blatant falsehood. "Then we shall not set foot on your island. But could you assist us in locating a physician? My friend is gravely ill and is suffering immensely. Please, we implore you," Vivy exclaimed urgently. This plea caused the opposing group to waver. Although Vivy's words were both reasonable and sincere, they were unable to procure a doctor. The only way to assist this group was to bring them ashore, which was undeniably perilous. What course of action should they take? How could they ascertain the authenticity of the pirates' claims? Even if their assertions were true, how could they guarantee that no harm would come from them once they were on land? It was not beyond pirates to repay kindness with malevolence. As Vivy neared the brink of desperation, nearly kneeling, John spoke in a feeble tone. "I am Colonel John of the Navy, a man of renown. And you may verify my identity. I'm currently on a special mission and have been fortunate enough to be rescued by these pirates. Although they are indeed pirates, their integrity is beyond reproach, and they are aiding me in my quest for medical assistance. Should you doubt my words, feel free to verify them." Though the reason eluded him, John had yet to be placed on the bounty list. Thus, he could still wield his status as a naval officer to his advantage. Missing? A mere mention of a special mission could easily obscure that. If John were indeed a traitor, would the Navy refrain from issuing a bounty on him? Nonsense. How could the Navy possibly consort with pirates? "Do not attempt to hoodwink us. We shall not believe a word you say." The shore remained adamant. Just then, however, the leader of the group suddenly interjected, "Wait, you say your name is John?" "Indeed," John nodded. "Then may I inquire the name of the young lady beside you?" The leader asked. "Huh? Me?" Vivy was taken aback, uncertain of the purpose behind the question. "Her name is Vivy," John replied directly, fully aware that the leader likely recognized her. He recalled that in the anime, this very guard had encountered Vivy alongside Wapol at the World Conference. Unbeknownst to John, the leader had not only met Vivy but had also crossed paths with him. Although both had matured, they were still distinguishable. If it had been merely one of them, it might have been inconclusive, but their simultaneous presence substantiated their identities. "Come aboard. I shall guide you to the village." "Splendid." The crowd erupted in cheers. "Has that person seen us before?" Vivy inquired, gazing at John, who seemed to piece together the clues. "Perhaps," John replied with a forced smile. Regardless, they had managed to reach this stage, and it seemed his life might be spared. "However, let me offer you a word of caution. In our country, there is but one witch doctor," the soldier stated. "How could that be? Wasn't this once a medical powerhouse?" Vivy exclaimed instinctively. The soldier's expression darkened. That was in the past. Upon arriving on the island, they were met with a blanket of snow. One could not deny the biting cold, which had sufficiently awakened John's senses. He had often marveled at the resilience of his own body. Having endured numerous bites in the small garden and a gunshot wound, he was still able to walk. Did he truly suffer from a terminal illness, or was it merely a fever? Of course, now that they were here, the specifics of his ailment mattered little. Yet, if it were indeed a terminal condition, it might afford John better treatment in the future. For now, however, the pressing question remained: how would they ascend to seek out the witch doctor, and who would carry John up? Chapter 68. Run. "Brothers, how delightful it would be if Nami could carry me on this journey," John mused, captivated by her figure. "Idiot, what are you thinking?" Sanji inquired, noticing the glint in John's eye. Flustered, John quickly denied, "I have no intention of having Nami carry me." "Ah, you practically admitted it." If John were not gravely ill, a fierce duel between him and Sanji would surely ensue. "I can confidently assert that this fellow is indeed unwell," Nami remarked, exasperated. "Yes, his mind seems to be quite deranged," Vivy concurred. "All right, just tighten it a bit more." John soon found himself securely strapped to Sanji's back. Zoro remained behind to guard the ship, while Luffy's reliability was questionable at best. Thus, the task ultimately fell to Sanji. Why must this guy be the one? John protested. Sanji, already reluctant, could no longer contain his annoyance upon hearing this. Idiot. Do you think I want to carry you? See. He'll definitely take this opportunity to throw me off. John shouted. Well, your words have just reminded me. Let's put that to the test. Sanji yelled, taking off with John on his back. Ha ha ha, their camaraderie is truly amusing. Luffy laughed heartily, grabbing a piece of meat as he followed suit. Hey, wait, Dalton? The captain of the guards called out urgently. With John's voice fading into the distance and Luffy waving goodbye, the trio quickly vanished from sight. Don't worry, despite appearances. They are quite dependable, Nami said nonchalantly. That is not the point. I haven't had a chance to warn them that the journey ahead is perilous, Dalton said gravely. Really? Vivy's eyelids fluttered with concern. The ravens are a vicious breed of carnivorous rabbits. 1 or 2 would be manageable, but encountering a swarm could prove fatal. Their route will take them directly through raven territory. If time permits, it would be wiser to ascend from the opposite side of the mountain, Dalton advised. Oh, just rabbits? Ha ha ha, it should be fine, right? Nami chuckled nervously. Should be, Vivy echoed. Suddenly, Nami pulled out a transponder snail from between her bosom. Why'd I have this here? Hello, John. John, can you hear me? Meanwhile, as they ran, Sanji asked, did you hear something? Luffy glanced around before looking back at John on Sanji's back and chuckled. Ah, it's just John's stomach growling. Idiot. It's the transponder snail ringing. John retorted irritably. Then why don't you take it out? Sanji shouted back. Idiot. You've tied me up so tightly that I can't. John exclaimed. If he wanted to take it, he should have done so earlier. Vivy only just set out. It can't be anything of great importance. Perhaps merely something he forgot to mention. It doesn't matter, John remarked. How can we not answer? This must surely be a call from Nami-chan. Sanji suddenly halted and began to untie the ropes binding him. Hey, John shouted, realizing that he had indeed warned them about this unreliable individual. To answer a phone call. Sanji had recklessly let him, a sickly patient, down. In this frigid weather, with a clumsy oaf like him, reading the ropes would not be an easy task. Even if it's a call of love, it's meant for me, not for you. Why are you getting so worked up? Amid John's shouts. Sanji had already retrieved the phone bug from John's possession. Nami-chan, is that you, Sanji? Are you all safe? Have you encountered any danger? Nami inquired urgently from the other end. How gentle Nami-chan is. Always so caring. Sanji drifted off, while John responded from the side. We're fine. So far. We haven't run into any trouble. However, listen to me, you must quickly go around to the other side of the mountain and avoid proceeding straight ahead. Nami immediately urged. Why? Sanji asked, puzzled. Because there are ravens ahead. Ravens? Sanji's words were cut short. Nearby. What is that? Wow, such big rabbits. Luffy exclaimed with glee. Rabbits? Nami's eyelids twitched at the other end of the line. Yes, I don't know where they came from. But there's a whole crowd of rabbits, as if they're watching us. Should we greet them? Sanji replied while peering around. Thinking they were akin to the picnic bears, believing a mere greeting would suffice. Run, Nami shouted, and with that, the ravens launched their attack. Oh no, what is this? John, be careful. Thankfully, Luffy's long limbs saved him, or else John, now unbound, would have been in serious trouble. Quick, tie him up again. Luffy shouted. It's too late. Sanji responded while dodging attacks. Then we'll have to do it this way. As Luffy spoke, he used his hands as a rope, wrapping himself around John tightly. However, this meant that while John was secured, Luffy's hands were rendered useless. Luffy, take John and go ahead. I'll hold them off here. Sanji shouted. Are you going to be okay alone? Luffy asked. Of course, they're just a bunch of ingredients, Sanji chuckled. Nevertheless, despite his bravado, the sheer number of ravens was overwhelming. After their earlier delay, John and the others found themselves surrounded, and at this moment, Luffy faced considerable pressure to break through their encirclement. Watch me, Luffy declared, leaping high into the air with John in tow. Then, a group of ravens began to leap as well. If you can jump, so can others. Let us not forget that our adversaries are rabbits. Sanji kicked one away but cursed as his foot got ensnared in the snow, hindering his strength. In such a snowy terrain, his combat capabilities were significantly diminished. What shall we do? Luffy inquired. In any case, let us flee. Luffy, carrying John, dashed swiftly alongside Sanji, yet regrettably, they could not shake off the pursuing ravens on this snowy ground. Suddenly, an idea struck Luffy, and he exclaimed with excitement, of course. The magician John. The magician John. John forced a smile, understanding Luffy's plan. Very well, I shall do my best. Despite being a bettered impatient, he was still compelled to utilize his fruit abilities. Fortunately, John's powers remained accessible. Under the protection of the transparent fruit, both he and Luffy swiftly entered a state of invisibility. Hooray! Luffy, elated at their newfound invisibility, shouted joyfully. Quiet. What is the point of being invisible if you shout like that? John quickly intervened, and Luffy ceased his exuberance. However, it was soon apparent that this would not suffice. There are footprints on the ground. They can still detect us. Sanji cautioned. Oh. The snowy landscape truly is an exasperating environment. Chapter 69. Salvation Run Fast. The invisibility is ineffective. The three could only continue to sprint through the snow. Here. John couldn't help but complain. Being tightly held by Luffy was quite uncomfortable. Moreover, the erratic movements of running made it even more exhausting than before. If this continues, I may truly not be able to hold on, John managed to utter. Are you still a man? You can't give up like this. Sanji shouted from the side. What does that have to do with being a man? Does being a man mean one cannot fall ill? John retorted, now lacking even the strength to argue back. Sanji declared, well, I have never been sick. Luffy chimed in, neither have I. John responded, can ordinary humans compare with non-humans? I have an idea. But I'm not sure if I should mention it, John suddenly said. Then don't say it. Save your strength, Sanji replied. Actually, I do have a plan, John insisted. Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Sanji urged. All right, I'll be straightforward. There are many trees nearby. Luffy can take me and hide in the trees while invisible. You should run to the side to draw this group of Rabins away. Once you're far enough away, Luffy and I will set off again, John proposed. Given the current situation, this was indeed a highly feasible plan. In his feverish state, John was still able to devise an effective strategy which spoke volumes of his sharp mind. You bastard. You think I'm beneath you? Fine. I'll settle this with you later. Sanji cursed vehemently. It was evident that John's earlier hesitation stemmed from the fact that this method required Sanji to act as bait, a perilous task of drawing all the Rabins away alone. But did this imply disrespect? Who was Sanji? No matter how dangerous it might be or how poor their relationship typically was, he would not hesitate to step up in such a moment. Are you not going yet? Sanji kicked Luffy, along with John, far away, then immediately turned to lead the Rabins away. As for John and Luffy, they had already rendered themselves invisible. Although there was a slight rustle as they landed on the trees, animals are single-minded. Seeing a visible target, they paid no heed to other suspicious movements. They merely glanced over and, finding nothing, continued to chase after Sanji. Before long, the tumultuous group had vanished without a trace. That was truly perilous. Luffy sighed in relief. The two revealed themselves once more. John, can you still hold on? Luffy inquired. I have no choice but to persist, John replied with a bitter smile. However, I doubt I could manage another endeavor like this. Moreover, without Sanji and the absence of a clear objective to lure the enemy, even if they were to conceal themselves among the trees, any slight movement would inevitably lead to their discovery. In other words, the same tactics had ceased to be effective. Should they encounter a group of the barbarians again, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the barbarians appeared to be social creatures after traversing the previous area. Luffy and John encountered no further troubles. Before long, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. To ascend, they would have to rely on their hands. Would that be feasible? This time, it was John who inquired. No problem. Luffy responded with a grin, then clamped down on the rope with his teeth, lifting John as they began their ascent of the nearly vertical peak. The journey was fraught with peril, beyond what words could convey. Although it could be said that they emerged unscathed in the end, for John, it was undoubtedly the most terrifying experience since he had entered the Grand Line. Just imagine being clutched by Luffy, dangling precariously above a cliff, teetering on the brink of falling. If John didn't soil himself, it was a testament to his manhood. More than once, John wished he could simply lose consciousness. Alas, his robust physique kept him from entering any true peril. However, it was precisely this that allowed John to witness Luffy's unwavering efforts and sacrifices, which he etched deeply into his heart. Knowing of someone's benevolence is one thing, but experiencing it firsthand is an entirely different matter. It is akin to knowing that a wealthy individual is a great philanthropist and encountering their kindness. Yet, such kindness can never compare to the gratitude felt by those who have been directly aided. It can be said that it was only at this moment that John truly committed himself, abandoning any thoughts of returning to the Navy, and resolved to follow the Straw Hats steadfastly. Help him. Please, save him. Upon reaching the summit, judging by the way you two arrived, That straw-hatted one is far more dangerous than you, the witch doctor remarked to John. John offered a slight smile. Ouch. John cried out in pain as he was pricked by a needle. What are you doing? Can't you be gentler? You still have the nerve to smile. Do you have any idea that had you arrived any later, no one could have saved you? The witch exclaimed. I know. John nodded repeatedly. Others might be unaware, but he truly understood. Of course, it seemed this woman believed he did not. Understand? The youth of today always assume their bodies are invincible, stubbornly enduring even the slightest ailment. With that, the witch doctor unceremoniously tore off John's shirt, pointing at the insect bites on his skin. Look at this, see? This is the cause of your illness. So many, it's hard to believe you have a habit of going without clothing. Absolutely not, John hastily denied. For this was a matter of his dignity. At that moment, I merely relinquished my clothing to the lady, which is why I was so severely bitten, John elucidated. How very gallant of you. The enchantress chuckled. You have been bitten by a creature known as the Kelsey bug, a toxic parasite that, once bitten, can lead to a bacterial infection. These bacteria will lie dormant within your body for 5 days, and if left unattended, you shall meet your demise after that period. It seems I have managed to survive within that 5-day window, John remarked. TSK, remarkable indeed. Typically, those who hear of such a 5-day affliction would be filled with trepidation, yet you exhibit no such reaction. You hardly appear to be a reckless individual. I truly wonder what sort of environment you were raised in, the enchantress marveled. Regardless, let me express my gratitude here, dear lady, John said with a slight bow. What did you say? The enchantress squinted her eyes. John was taken aback. Could it be that this woman of great skill believed that healing was her duty, thus rendering gratitude unnecessary? Yet that could not be the case. Otherwise, she would not be referred to as a witch. Inexplicably, John was pricked once more. You dared to call me an old woman? In that instant, John realized where he had erred. It is said that a woman's age is a taboo subject, even if she is over 100 years old. It appears that holds true here as well. Miss. Beautiful miss. I apologize, I was momentarily disoriented. Truly. Yame Tion. Chapter 70. Submersion indeed. Yame die simultaneously. John and the little raccoon Chopper, I'm not a raccoon, shrieked. Suddenly, Luffy burst in, chasing after Chopper, exclaiming, Meat, I'm not meat. Let go of me. Help. Chopper fled in a frenzy. John, you're awake. Luffy glanced at John, albeit only for a fleeting moment, and resumed his pursuit, shouting, Meat. Stop. It was astonishing how quickly he had regained his vitality, remarked Dr. Kureha, marveling at the robustness of these individuals. Don't run. Meat. At last, Luffy managed to catch Chopper, who, despite the chaotic circumstances, could be described as a brute, even if it were truly meat. He would not hesitate to seize it and take a bite. Stop. Damn it. Chopper finally retaliated, transforming and delivering a punch that sent Luffy sprawling. Unfortunately, his moment of triumph was fleeting, as he swiftly reverted to his little raccoon form and bolted away. What is this? John inquired, feigning ignorance. His name is Chopper, a common blue-nosed reindeer who, after consuming the human fruit, acquired human abilities. I have imparted all my medical knowledge to him. He was the one who discovered you and brought you in, Dr. Kureha explained, her rare smile illuminating her features. Once Chopper had escaped, Luffy, the captain, finally remembered the matter at hand. Join us as our companion, Granny, he proposed to Dr. Kureha, realizing that their crew was in dire need of a ship's doctor after this ordeal. Bah, John muttered a silent prayer to Luffy, recognizing the audacious faux pas he had committed. Luffy, that's your name, correct? The witch inquired coolly. Yes, Luffy nodded, but before he could finish, the witch erupted unexpectedly. Without any forewarning. Speak carefully. I'm still in my prime, over 130 years young. Luffy was sent flying. However, witnessing Dr. Kureha's formidable strength only filled Luffy with greater delight. You want me to become a pirate? Don't speak nonsense. I won't squander my youth on such trivial pursuits, Dr. Kureha declared, pointing an admonishing finger at Luffy. Luffy, rising with a smile, nonchalantly replied, No worries if you're not interested. Let us go together. Let us embark on adventures, Granny. John. Dr. Kureha, seeking death. Didn't I just remind you to watch your words? As she spoke, the witch brandished a kitchen knife. The Navi Luffy, still believing he had found a kindred spirit, asked, Granny, are you also searching for me? 3 kills. John could no longer bear to watch. Before that, I must consume you first. A new round of pursuit has commenced, albeit with a change of target. Indeed, wherever Luffy treads, tranquility is an elusive dream. Nurse Kiriva chased after Luffy, leading them outside, and John immediately spotted Chopper hiding behind another door. "You must be Chopper," he said with an innocuous smile. In an instant, Chopper vanished without a trace. John sighed in resignation. Evidently, such tasks are better suited for women. Thoughts of Nami crossed his mind, and he wondered how things were unfolding below. It was only at that moment that John recalled his transponder snail was still with Sanji, rendering him unable to contact Nami. Meanwhile, in a distant sea, several warships converged. On one flagship, Smoker held a black transponder snail, containing a recording he had fortuitously intercepted days prior. Key terms included Straw Hat, Alabasta, Vivy, and Zoro. If it connected to Alabasta, then this Vivy must be the currently missing princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivy. "It appears that Colonel John is innocent," Smoker declared. "I have heard that Alabasta is embroiled in internal strife. Colonel John must be here to assist Princess Vivy in secret." "Sergeant Das Bones," Smoker suddenly barked, "do not make baseless accusations without evidence. Why couldn't it be John who colluded with Zoro to abduct Princess Vivy?" As a righteous Marine, he could not rely on mere conjecture. "Colonel John is not that kind of person," Des Bones retorted hastily. Smoker cast a cold glance, silencing her. "How well do you truly know him?" John, possessing the status of a prince yet lacking the qualifications for succession, might have motives to usurp the Alabasta kingdom. As for his childhood connection with Vivy, who can say? Even if one were aware of that incident, can childhood ties be considered? After all, John has had no significant interactions with Vivy in their adult lives. Thus, his suspicions cannot be dismissed. However, at this juncture, the officials were beginning to grasp the truth of John's alleged betrayal of the Navy, though they believed they understood it. Either John had come to save Alabasta, or he had come to seize it. One of these two possibilities must hold true. Tina expressed her confusion. If John truly had discovered something and intended to aid Princess Vivy, why would he remain silent? Does he not trust the Navy? Smoker and Tina's group were convening at that moment, exchanging intelligence. The nature of Zoro will be critical. I do not wish to cast doubt on John. But if Zoro has connections to high-ranking officials, there may be a justification for John's actions. However, if Zoro is merely a lowly pawn, then I regret to say, we must act promptly to apprehend John, Smoker stated. If that is indeed the case, Tina will personally take him down, Tina declared. Excellent. We are all in agreement. Now, let us thoroughly investigate this enigmatic Mr. Zero. Meanwhile, John had barely rested when he was startled to hear that Walpo had returned. This is dire. John rose from his sickbed, and Chopper, along with Nurse Grilwa, had already rushed outside, leaving no one to impede him. Ordinarily, in the storyline, there would be Nami present, if not Sanji, but now, only Luffy remained. Although John harbored no concerns for Luffy's safety, what about the others? Chopper, and especially Nurse Grilwa, were John's saviors. He could not bear to witness them in peril. While Luffy would confront Walpo, it fell upon John to deal with his subordinates. Given his current physical state, a direct confrontation was unfeasible. Thus, he resolved to employ stealth, cloaking himself as he ventured forth. With such thoughts in mind, John had donned little more than a thin layer of clothing, braving the biting cold of sub-zero temperatures as he staggered outside. Stealth, stealth, stealth. Thud. Engulfed by the depths of the snow. Chapter 71. The limits of life and death. With John's collapse, his transparency ability did not cease. Rather, it continued unabated. This was a testament to his unwavering belief, a subconscious tenacity that persisted even as he fell. He recalled the moment he first acquired his powers, contemplating his future and the infinite possibilities that the transparent fruit could offer. Initially, John focused on the sustainability of his abilities and discovered that they did not rely on any blue, magic, or energy bars. Instead, the fruit's powers consumed his stamina, a fact corroborated by Trafalgar Law's experiences. Next, he pondered the consciousness required to maintain these abilities. In John's words, it was akin to mastering the art of sleeping with one's eyes open. For instance, Sugar, one of Doflamingo's subordinates, would lose her powers if frightened into unconsciousness. Hence, it was evident that she had honed her own skill of staying alert despite her apparent sleep. In a twist of fate, amidst his high fever and dizziness, John unwittingly entered such a state himself. Gradually, his powers unfurled, extending to their utmost limits without his conscious control. People vanished, the snow on the ground disappeared, and eventually, the entire castle faded from existence. The first to notice this extraordinary phenomenon was, of course, the group led by Walpole. Given the magnitude of the change, Walpole without needing any prompting, recognized the transformation. Disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes. Where has my castle gone? What have you done, you fools? Naturally, Walpole assumed that Luffy or Dr. Correa had somehow caused his castle to vanish. What are they saying? Luffy scratched his head. Is this some kind of trick? Luring someone into turning away and then launching a surprise attack? But that reasoning is utterly absurd. A castle disappearing? Who would believe such a lie? Moreover, if something truly happened, there would be some commotion. Before long, Luffy and his companions also vanished. What is happening? Chopper exclaimed in shock. Dr. Correa, are you all right? Given the circumstances, he clearly suspected that this might be an enemy's tactic. I'm fine, Dr. Correa replied. Could this be the power of a devil fruit? Ha! The magician John. The magician John. Luffy's cheers inadvertently provided an answer. The king. If Chopper was somewhat flustered, Walpole and his companions were undoubtedly terrified. Don't panic. This must merely be an illusion. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of rubbery strikes sent them all flying. Whoa! Luffy erupted in jubilant cheers. Uncertain whether he celebrated his victory over his adversary or reveled in his newfound invisibility. Where am I? Can you find me? He taunted playfully. Come and catch me. Thus, Luffy engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. In no time, the entire mountaintop, a place neither vast nor minuscule, transformed into a state of transparency. Originally, given John's current abilities, rendering the merry-go completely invisible would have posed a significant challenge, likely beyond his reach. Yet, in this unconscious state, John unearthed his latent potential, or rather, the limits his body could achieve at present. Though his illness had weakened his physique, it had simultaneously fortified his mental acuity. However, this state proved perilously precarious. It could be regarded as a unique breakthrough sought by warriors, a moment suspended between life and death. Enough of this. We cannot accomplish anything in this state. At last, Nurse Kiriva's voice pierced through the chaos, calling an end not only to Luffy's antics but also to Chopper's. In this realm where visibility was non-existent, Chopper, who typically feared humans, found the freedom to play. If possible, Nurse Kiriva wished to allow Chopper some respite. However, all right, Magician John, you may cease. Magician John. Magician John? Luffy's calls were met with an unsettling silence, and the transparent condition showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, Kiriva's expression shifted. This is bad. He may have lost consciousness. Is he going to be all right? Luffy inquired anxiously. The fruit's ability drains stamina. If he continues to push his limits without respite, he could exhaust himself to the point of collapse. Moreover, if he hasn't remained indoors, I fear he may succumb to the cold before he even becomes fatigued. Nurse Kiriva responded gravely. What should we do? What should we do? John, Luffy exclaimed, colliding with the wall in frustration. Damn it, I can't see anything. In this predicament, how could they possibly locate John? If they waited for the fruit's power to wear off, it was likely that John would be lost to them. Chopper, Nurse Kiriva called urgently. I understand. Chopper replied, relying on his animal instincts to navigate the unseen. Furthermore, he should still recall the castle's original layout, which offered their greatest hope of finding John. Upon locating him, they would need to swiftly incapacitate him with a decisive blow. Understood. Thump, thump, thump. Damn it. He is not in the room. Where on earth could he be? Ah, he must have intended to help, so he likely went in this direction. Bit by bit, Chopper ultimately unearthed John from beneath a mound of snow. Though his exterior appeared frightfully cold, his inner temperature was alarmingly high. John's current condition was exceedingly perilous, even more so than during his bout with the 5-day illness. The 5-day illness would still require 5 days to claim a life. However, if left unattended, the end could come much sooner. My apologies. Stop. One hoof. Not awake? Stop. Another hoof. Stop. 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 At last, vision returned, and the world fell silent. I pondered, why does it feel as though something is amiss? Upon regaining consciousness, John realized that not only did his head throb more intensely, but his entire body ached as well. In reality, if John were to gaze into a mirror, he would discover that he had unknowingly transformed into a pig's head. Of course, you have no idea how close you came to death, Chopper exclaimed from a short distance, his hand trembling as he held the potion. Strangely, this time his fear was not of the situation but rather a disguise for his own guilt. He certainly did not wish for John to know that it was he who had rendered him in such a state. You saved me, didn't you? I am truly grateful, John said weakly. Fool, I have no desire to hear your human gratitude. Don't think that your words will bring me joy. The little raccoon's spirit became a wave of discontent. Chapter 72. Initial recovery. At that moment, Vivy and Nami burst into the room, revealing that the others had finally arrived at the castle. John, are you all right? Just as John began to respond, he faltered. Upon entering, the two swiftly scanned the room as if they were oblivious to his presence. What is happening? Although Chopper had immediately fled at the sight of others, it was perplexing that John, lying visibly on the only bed in the room, went unnoticed. Could it be that his invisibility had yet to be lifted? No. Considering Chopper's earlier reaction, it was evident he could see John. Furthermore, John struggled to raise a hand, clearly perceiving his own body, thus proving he had not become transparent. I say, at a time like this, must you continue to jest with me? John forced a wry smile. Upon hearing his voice, Vivy and Nami simultaneously turned their heads. John? They had initially thought he was merely a peculiar patient sheltered by the hospital, never imagining it was truly John. How could he have become so grievously injured that they scarcely recognized him? Am I, perhaps, a bit off? John inquired weakly. Haha, not at all. Nami and Vivy quickly shook their heads, exchanging glances and reaching a silent consensus that it was best not to disclose the harsh reality to John, lest the already ailing man be further burdened by the truth. We were merely playing a little joke on you. We heard that your fruit ability went haywire and turned everything transparent, so we pretended not to see you, Nami elucidated, casting a knowing look at Vivy. Isn't that right, Vivy? Indeed, that's correct, Vivy affirmed eagerly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, John took the initiative to address the matter at hand. Since you've just arrived, it seems we haven't wasted too much time on my account. We should set sail for Alabasta without delay, he proposed. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Dr. Correja entered the room. Young man, do you truly wish to forsake your life? Not to mention your injuries. Even that 5-day illness cannot be cured in less than 10 days, Correja stated sternly. 10 days. Vivy gasped. The implications of such a duration could spell disaster back home, yet she found it difficult to voice her concerns directly. Perhaps sensing her urgency, Dr. Correja continued. Even with my medicine, you must comply with 3 days of rest. Unless, of course, you wish to endure that torment once more and meet your demise. 3 days should pose no issue, should it? It ought to be manageable. Vivy contemplated quietly within herself. Is it not possible to administer all 3 days' worth of medication at once, whether by pill or injection? John couldn't help but remark. Swish. Suddenly, Dr. Correja unsheathed her knife, pointing it menacingly at John's neck. Nami and Vivy, standing beside her, were taken aback. Doctor, when a patient vanishes from my sight, they either recover or perish. Which would you prefer? Dr. Correja remarked with a smile. John, despite knowing she would not truly kill him, felt a chill run down his spine. The reason he spoke so much was to steer the conversation in a different direction. How about this? Let Chopper accompany us. He has inherited all your medical skills, so with him looking after me, I should be just fine. John seized the opportunity to suggest. Oh, Dr. Correja sheathed her knife, considering the idea. However, whether Chopper chooses to join you is not for me to decide. It depends on his own willingness, she replied. Nami's eyes brightened at this. So that means you agree. She then turned to John and Vivy, patting her chest. Leave it to me. As a raccoon, I can handle it. Doctor. Correja chuckled. Since you have such intentions, allow me to share a bit about that fellow's past. With the sound of a cannon, pink cherry blossom petals began to fall from the sky, illuminating the entire island. Chopper set sail with the Straw Hats, harboring the dreams of a man, aspiring to become a pirate and embark on a journey around the world. The legendary cherry blossoms of Dr. Hilialik heralded the freedom of this nameless little country. Soon after, a harmonious new nation emerged on this land, adorned with an unusual pirate flag, not the Straw Hats, but Hilialik's. Alabasta, here we come. One fine morning, Reborn. John had come back to life. Long ago, there was a professional assassin named Reborn, who also served as a tutor responsible for training the 10th leader of the Vongala family. He possessed a weapon known as the Death Bullet. Once struck by it, John knelt on the ground, elaborating on this legendary tale. However, just as the story was beginning to unfold, it was brutally interrupted. So, this is the reason you're running around the ship in the early morning, dressed in nothing but. Nami squinted, incessantly tapping her weather stick. That's not the point. The story is the focus. John retorted with righteous indignation. Indeed. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, eager to hear the tale, nodded in agreement. Nami, the Demon Queen, shot them a glance. No. The trio shook their heads in unison, utterly devoid of shame, with no effective way to change the subject. John could only feign helplessness. It's just that I recently recovered from an illness, so I can't help but feel a bit excited. Huh? Nami scoffed. Excited? How fortunate that you could weave such a tale. Weave it, Luffy exclaimed, as he had always believed it to be true. Heh. John chuckled awkwardly, realizing that allies were gradually transforming into adversaries. Indeed, on the ship, one could provoke anyone, but never Nami. How could I have forgotten to turn invisible just now? What are you mumbling about? Nami snapped. Nothing. John replied, sitting up straight. All right, Nami, let it go. John's illness has just begun to mend. Someone finally spoke up in John's defense, our beloved Vivy. Vivy, you shouldn't indulge him at every turn. This fellow is simply undisciplined. If you take your eyes off him for a day, he might just sneak into the bathroom for a peep. Nami couldn't help but interject. John's eyelids twitched. Nami truly saw through him. He had been just about to infiltrate the bathroom when he was caught. Ahem. Well, the jesting has gone far enough. We are soon to arrive at Alabasta, so let us prepare ourselves properly, John declared as he stood up. Slap. Don't think you can divert my attention. Nami stood her ground. Silence ensued. Through a misty region, they traversed, maintaining their quietude. However, the silence of the present was strikingly different from the silence that preceded it. I wonder if we have an additional person aboard? John finally spoke. This time, no one accused him of changing the subject. Chapter 73, Transformations. I remarked. Is there an extra person here? John's words shattered the silence. The inexplicably appeared individual, upon hearing the voice and catching sight of the speaker's naked form, immediately pointed at John and shrieked. Ah, you must be joking. The crowd responded with sharp teeth bared. Indeed, this was undeniably a cross-dresser, a man adorning himself in a manner akin to a woman. He was a transgender individual. In truth, John held no particular aversion to such individuals. Reflecting on the Thai transgender performers of his past life, some were even more exquisite than genuine women. They epitomized the essence of transgender beauty. But what was this peculiar situation? Considering the transgender personas in the world of pirates, one could comprehend the broader concept. Yet why could they not exhibit a modicum of professionalism in their appearance? Mr. Tu Bon Clay. It was only at this moment that Bon Clay realized, how did I end up here? Where am I? He had mysteriously found himself aboard another's vessel. We were just about to inquire how you appeared. Nami exclaimed. I apologize. Bon Clay politely knelt on the ground. It seems I have become separated from my companions. May I temporarily remain on your ship until they arrive? If possible, could I trouble you for a bowl of hot soup? While the others conversed, John, on tiptoe, attempted to sneak away. Unfortunately, Nami, the queen, never once diverted her gaze from him. Are you trying to sneak off? Nami tugged at John's ear, pulling him back. No, I have urgent matters to attend to. Truly, John hastily clarified. If it were true that he had previously let the candle-wielding man go, he certainly would not reveal Bon Clay's identity, nor would he seize the opportunity to detain him. However, since he was already present, it would be remiss not to capture something of significance. Seizing the moment to take a picture, John thought to himself, cough. Do not let your mind wander. Absolutely do not let it wander. John was certainly not intent on capturing an image of Bon Clay in his unclad state resembling Nami. Having mentioned it already, he would rather not dwell on that. Instead, he aimed to document Bon Clay's abilities, particularly the moment when Bon Clay transformed into Vivy's father, the king of Alabasta. Securing such undeniable evidence would undoubtedly benefit Vivy's endeavors in the future. In an era devoid of Photoshop, recorded images could not be fabricated. Urgent matters? What sort of urgent matters could you possibly have? Nami was utterly unconvinced by John's explanation. If there were truly pressing matters to attend to, why now? Of all times? It appeared to her as nothing more than an excuse for John to make his escape. Well, could I at least return to put on some clothes? There are outsiders present, John suggested. Nami was not entirely unreasonable. Being among familiar company, John's nudity was tolerable, but in front of strangers, what would they think? Even if the individual was a crossdresser. Very well. Nami released John, declaring that they would settle the score later. John, now free, took off running without a trace. Such excitement. It's evident that it's not for anything good, Nami murmured. Meanwhile, the flamboyant Von Clay, ever eager to show off, decided to put on a display before the arrival of the ship. What will you perform? Inquired the curious Usopp. The power of my devil fruit, replied Von Clay. What kind of devil fruit? What abilities does it possess? Usopp asked, wondering if it was the transgender fruit. By now, the crew had grown accustomed to such oddities. Indeed. In the Grand Line, devil fruits were far too commonplace to incite fear. Usopp wouldn't he be startled? And Nami certainly wouldn't he rush forward to demand a bounty of 1,000,000 berries. This is my ability, Von Clay exclaimed, striking Luffy with a powerful palm. What? The room fell silent, everyone readying themselves for a confrontation. Wait. Ha ha ha. I assure you, this is merely a performance. Von Clay waved his hand, gesturing towards Luffy. Is that 2 Luffys? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This isn't a joke, chuckled the Luffy dressed in swan attire, adding that if he could change clothes as well, it would be even more perfect. Yet, in this pirate world, such minor flaws were inconsequential. Reflecting on the various impersonations that would follow, could one truly discern the truth? Just a touch with the left hand. Look, and it returns to its original state. Von Clay continued, showcasing the power of his mimic fruit. The ensuing events unfolded much like those in the anime, with most present being thoroughly impressed by Von Clay's performance. A mere touch of his right hand upon someone's face allowed him to transform into that individual, duplicating not just their appearance, but their form as well. Moreover, it possesses a recording feature. Any face I have touched in the past is never forgotten. Wow, that's incredible, exclaimed Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, already enamored fans, reminiscent of their reactions to the magician John's earlier show. Finally, Von Clay's ship arrived, and he departed, echoing the sentiment that the depth of friendship has nothing to do with the time spent together, much like a saying from the Great Buggy. All right, let us set sail, he called. Yes, Mr. 2, Von Clay. The crew responded. What? The Straw Hats were left stunned. Mr. 2. He is Mr. 2 Von Clay. Vivy's expression changed drastically. Vivy, didn't you know what he looked like? Nami couldn't help but ask. Vivy collapsed to the ground, admitting, no. I've never seen the combination of Mr. 2 and Mr. 1, nor do I know their abilities. However, it is rumored that Mr. 2 is a tall and effeminate individual, known for his rather flamboyant speech and penchant for wearing swan coats, emblazoned with the phrase the way of the transgender. Vivy remarked. Everyone fell silent. My dear Vivy could not possibly be so adorably naive. Nevertheless, that is not the crux of the matter. Just now, during his demonstration of memory function, I caught a glimpse of my father's face. Vivy said in a hushed tone. Your father? The king of Alabasta? Usopp exclaimed. If he is masquerading as a king, he is certainly up to no good, Zoro commented. Do not worry. I have already secured evidence of the earlier events. Nearby, John, who had been stealthily filming, finally revealed himself. Nami turned, her eyelids twitching in surprise. You are not wearing any clothes. There was no time earlier. John feared missing something crucial and had no opportunity to dress. Besides, since he was filming incognito, his attire was of little consequence. However, facing Nami, the queen, John felt compelled to clarify. That is not the main point. The crux is that I have captured everything that transpired. With this footage, we can hold Baroque Works accountable upon our return, John quickly asserted. Unfortunately, it seemed Nami's focus lay elsewhere. Oh, you claim to have recorded everything? Nami asked, her fingers cracking ominously. John, come, let us retreat indoors. I have matters to discuss with you. Nami beckoned John with a gesture. Before we proceed, may I first share a tale concerning ghouls, wherein those who inflict torture upon others ultimately meet. Chapter 74, Arrival in Alabasta. Nami. You may have truly misjudged John this time. Why don't we give him a chance to explain? Vivy spoke up in John's defense, for in her eyes, he had always been a heroic figure, capable of anything. Now that John had obtained such crucial evidence, Vivy instinctively believed that he was engaged in a noble endeavor. An explanation? Very well, I shall listen to your reasoning. Nami set down her gaze on John, narrowing her eyes, but be warned, if your explanation falters, do not blame me for being merciless. Humph. Of course, John quickly replied, just as Vivy thought, he indeed had a legitimate reason. He had initially set out in pursuit of evidence, and Nami had genuinely misjudged him this time. However, having just made a promise, John suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What a contradiction. What were his motives for filming? To provide himself with a justified rationale. It was essential that John had known Von Clay's identity all along with his capabilities. Given that he was aware of Von Clay being an adversary from the outset, why hadn't he simply taken action to subdue him? With only one opponent present, and surrounded by his own crew, it would have been far more beneficial to capture Von Clay, both for evidence and to diminish the enemy's strength, rather than relying on a mere recording. Such glaring inconsistencies left John utterly speechless, for any attempt to articulate his thoughts would surely lead Nami to seize upon a flaw, deeming him a liar. In that case, stubbornly clinging to his narrative would only result in greater tragedy for John. Oh heavens! How could he express reason? Was he here to serve as the Straw Hat's vice captain, or merely to bear the blame? Nami interjected, reminding John, why the silence? Where is your justification? Aren't you the master of deceit? John looked at Nami, timidly murmuring, could you be a bit gentler? Vivy turned her head away, speechless. Hey John. In the afternoon, Sanji surprisingly grew quite cordial with John, presenting him with a delightful cup of ice cream. What is this? Is there poison in this ice cream? John replied cautiously. He had been terrified by Nami and was now suffering from paranoia, compounded by his already strained relationship with Sanji. Any unsolicited kindness could only indicate malice. What nonsense! Are you insulting my character? Sanji exclaimed vehemently. John pondered for a moment. Indeed, even if Sanji wished to ensnare him, he would never tamper with food. Sanji held strong principles in that regard. Thus, John decided to taste the treat with a sense of assurance. Well, the exquisite sensation compelled John to suppress an urge to deliver a culinary critique reminiscent of a master chef. Regardless of Sanji's intentions, it was evident that the initiative lay with John, allowing him the luxury of remaining silent. At long last, Sanji could no longer contain his thoughts and uttered, I heard you recorded everything that happened before. As you know, I saw nothing in the kitchen earlier. I wonder if you could, he whispered, leaning closer. John's eyes narrowed. It suddenly made sense why Sanji sought to please him. It was all for the sake of Nami's nudity. For a moment, John found it rather amusing, reminiscent of the days when one would borrow adult films in school. However, considering that the world of pirates had yet to enter the digital age, it was evident that such forms of entertainment were distinctly scarce. Naturally, John understood that a gentleman like Sanji would approach this matter with a critical eye. For instance, a careful comparison between that transformed individual and the genuine Nami would reveal whether they were truly identical. Well, it seems I haven't eaten enough for lunch today, John remarked, reclining in his chair. Wait for me. In an instant, Sanji dashed away, and shortly thereafter, he returned with a sumptuous solo lunch. John, under Sanji's watchful gaze, slowly finished his meal in silence. How was it? Sanji inquired eagerly. Though he was not questioning the taste of his own creation, he was quite confident in his culinary skills. It was decent, John shrugged, but I suddenly have a craving for coffee. Coming right up. With that, Sanji vanished once more, and upon his return, he bore a steaming cup of coffee. What about dessert? He asked. Fruit salad, he added with a flourish. And another cup of black tea would be splendid. He exclaimed, oh dear, why is it that I can't stop eating? This time, it was not Sanji who left, but rather he planted his foot beside John's head, exclaiming, how much more do you need? I can no longer tolerate this. Let us not forget who carried you when you were gravely ill. Hand over that recording. No. John firmly declined. You. Sanji seethed, his frustration palpable. This man was exceedingly bothersome. John shrugged. It's not that I refuse to give it to you. It has already been confiscated by Nami. He revealed the truth. Boom. This man was insufferably irritating. What happened? In the adjoining room, Vivy, who had been napping, awoke startled. It's nothing. It seems John and Sanji are at it again. Don't mind them, Nami said nonchalantly. However, the weather at sea is becoming increasingly calm. Could it be that we are nearing Alabasta? Upon hearing Nami's words, Vivy rushed out of the room, exclaiming, Alabasta? It's Alabasta. The princess, having endured countless hardships during her journey, was finally returning to her homeland, tears of joy streaming down her face. Upon landing, it was imperative that the recording not be made public immediately. In this current era, any pronouncement made by us may easily lead the populace to believe that Mr. 2 is merely a mimicry specialist we have engaged to absolve the king of his past transgressions. Moreover, Phone Kale has clearly stated in the video that in order to impersonate someone, one must first have touched the other person's face. A feat that is not easily accomplished by an ordinary individual in regard to the king. Secondly, during wartime, adherence to orders is of utmost importance. Should it come to light that the king might be impersonated, it would sow seeds of doubt among the commanders. They would question whether the one issuing commands is the genuine king or an impostor. If such distrust were to spread, the war would be lost without a single battle. John remarked. Oh, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable, John. Nami exclaimed. Having never raised a pig, one has certainly seen one run, John replied. Having been influenced by a multitude of films and dramas in his past life, he would have no issue navigating court intrigues. However, to Vivy, such qualities were precisely what one would expect from a prince like John. Remarkable indeed, For despite their equal standings, John seemed to grasp everything, showcasing exceptional aptitude. By virtue of his talents, he ought to be the most suitable candidate to inherit the throne of their nation. What shall we do now? We have painstakingly acquired this evidence. It cannot be rendered useless, Vivy inquired. Of course it will not be in vain. Firstly, we must send a copy to your father to inform him of the underlying issues, and only then can we formulate a response. Secondly, we should forward a copy to the Navy. While the populace may misconstrue the situation, the Navy will possess a clearer understanding, John advised. Chapter 75, The Messenger Navy? Vivy pondered. But can the Navy truly be trusted when the adversary is one of the 7 warlords? If the Navy were capable of providing assistance, then why would John choose to sever ties with them and masquerade as a pirate? Rest assured, although there are indeed many corrupt elements within the Navy, there are still quite a few who steadfastly uphold justice, John remarked. Furthermore, should the Navy become aware of Crocodile's true intentions, which extend beyond just the nation of Alabasta and delve into the realm of the Pluton, I am certain that even the higher echelons would not turn a blind eye. Of course, John understood that without concrete evidence, he could not speak recklessly. After all, the Pluton is an exceedingly sensitive matter. How could John possibly know about it? Merely this knowledge alone would be sufficient for the higher-ups to shift their focus onto John after dealing with Crocodile. One Robin is already a handful. If they were to additionally confront a mysterious John privy to the secrets, would the Straw Hat Pirates still be able to forge ahead? Therefore, unless absolutely necessary and in possession of indisputable evidence, John would refrain from making any such declarations. At present, he had yet to truly master the channels of information in this world. Once John acquired hacking abilities akin to those in his past life, becoming an invisible assassin among pirates, capable of infiltrating unnoticed and leaving no trace while transmitting information, then he would be able to freely relay these secrets to the higher-ups. With Vivy present, transmitting the video to the King of Alabasta should pose no difficulty. However, the Navy was a different matter. John knew that Smoker was an excellent asset to exploit and was nearby. Yet without his previous memories, he could not directly contact Smoker. Fortunately, there were still avenues available. The Navy has informants and a reporting hotline, through which John could potentially trace Smoker as contact signal. In fact, another promising option lay before John, Luffy's brother. Portiasti, Ace. If Ace were willing to assist, his prowess could easily turn the tide against Crocodile, thus resolving Alabasta's predicament without bloodshed. The only question was whether Ace, who was preoccupied with pursuing Blackbeard, would have the time to spare. Moreover, the critical issue remained. Would Luffy even consent to Ace's involvement? Huh? Where is Luffy? Suddenly recalling his absence, John inquired. The group glanced around, all shaking their heads. Only Kizaru flapped his wings in gesture. Vivy's expression shifted. He must have gone off to find something to eat. What shall we do? Finding Luffy in such a vast port city is no easy task, Zoro remarked. Vivy, worry not. As long as we head to the livelier areas of the town, he will undoubtedly be there, Sanji assured. Haha, indeed. That makes sense, Usopp agreed. Then let us proceed to the town and see, John nodded. We can also restock supplies, Nami added. Just in time. I wish to gather information about the current situation in the country, Vivy stated. Thus, a group of individuals set forth, entering the port city of Alabasta, Nada. Wow, the garments here are exquisite, Nami exclaimed, trying on the distinctive attire of the Desert Kingdom. However, while the clothing was indeed striking, it was rather revealing, which was ill-suited for the harsh sun of the desert. This is the attire of a dancer, she noted. I thought we were here for supplies? Why are we buying clothes? Zoro remarked, his interest waning. Fool. In a place like this, our previous outfits would draw too much attention. If we wish to avoid being recognized as pirates and a princess, we must don the local attire, Sanji asserted with a sense of righteousness, though it was clear he had purchased the clothes himself. Otherwise, despite Nami's approval, Vivy would surely have objected. Vivy gave a slight, awkward smile, unable to directly address Sanji's comments, and instead gently remarked, but wearing such attire in the desert. Fear not. If you tire, I can carry you, Sanji replied, his eyes filled with hearts. Don't you dare think it would be you, John retorted immediately. Want to fight, do you? Who's afraid? The relationship between John and Sanji remained as strained as ever following the incident in Drum Island. What a pair of fools, Zoro muttered under his breath. After everyone had changed and replenished their supplies, they still had not spotted Luffy. So where to next? Nami inquired, knowing that Luffy rarely took the lead in discussions. It was better to heed Vivy's judgment in Alabasta. While I yearn to confront the mastermind Crocodile directly, it is wiser to first thwart the rebels' actions. If a riot were to erupt, innocent lives could be lost, Vivy explained. Therefore, I propose we head to the oasis where the rebel leader resides. What a gentle princess you are, Nami remarked. But won't that stronghold of the rebels be perilous? Will they even heed your words? Vivy's expression darkened, revealing her inner turmoil. As the leader of the rebels was a childhood friend of hers. Rest assured, we possess evidence. He will believe what I say, Vivy declared with unwavering resolve. At that moment, the astute Zoro suddenly shouted, Quick, hide. What is happening? It's the Navy. How can there be Navy here? Have we been exposed? Usopp fretted. They must be after someone else, Nami replied. The group concealed themselves behind a wall, and just as she finished speaking, they spotted the fugitive being pursued by the Navy Luffy. I can't shake the feeling that this was inevitable, John weakly remarked. Agreed, the others nodded in unison. The most frustrating aspect was that, despite everyone hiding exceptionally well, Luffy's seemingly awakened observation Hawkeye suddenly came into play, allowing him to instantly locate John and the others. Where are you? Luffy exclaimed as he sprinted toward their direction. No way. The group paled, hastily fleeing. The Straw Hats' allies are over there. Quick, pursue them. The Navy officers shouted in unison. In that moment, John felt a spark of inspiration. Rather than searching for a signal to communicate, this presented an opportunity. You all go ahead. I shall return shortly, John declared. Hurry up. We are about to set sail, Nami reminded him. Do not worry. I have a din mushy to keep in touch, John reassured, signaling as he entered an invisible state, completely undetected by the pursuing Navy. In a dimly lit alley, a faint voice called out, Billy, Dasky. Dasky, walking along the main street, suddenly paused. That voice was, Continue the pursuit. I shall be there momentarily. She instructed her subordinate. Understood. Once the Navy departed, Dasky ventured alone into the alley. Observing this, John smiled. Indeed, that knife had been a worthy gift. Colonel John. Dasky's gaze instinctively fell upon John's weapon, as was her custom. Chapter 76, Missed Opportunity. Colonel John. Hush. John placed a finger to his lips. Leaning against the wall with one leg slightly bent, his toes touching the ground, striking a pose reminiscent of a Western cowboy. Do not call my name. Be wary. For the walls have ears. However, he was met with Dasky's somewhat excited exclamation. I know why you left the Navy. What? John stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Adjusting his tilted hat, he turned to Dasky, gazing earnestly, and weakly confirmed, You know why I departed from the Navy? Had the matter of the devil fruit been exposed? Yes. Dasky nodded solemnly. Although they both harbored doubts, she firmly believed it to be true. This is the essence of Colonel John, isn't it? John's eyelids flickered. While others were skeptical of his alleged consumption of the devil fruit, Dasky seemed to believe it. Hey, isn't this trust misplaced? He exclaimed. What do you mean by this is the essence of Colonel John? Can it be that Dasky has truly discerned that I am a? Indeed. Had that previous individual taken advantage of his position to behave inappropriately? How infuriating. Why was it not himself? Cough, no. How could the Navy have fallen to such depths? Well, in any case, that is not the crux of the matter. Embarrassed to the point of humiliation, John felt somewhat awkward, his skin not thick enough for the occasion. He thought it best to complete his task and depart swiftly. Ahem, first of all, I appreciate your trust. Of course, what I truly wish to express is my gratitude for not arresting me. As soon as John finished speaking, Dasky exclaimed excitedly. How could I ever lay a hand on Colonel John? I already feel quite ashamed for not being of assistance. Assistance? John was taken aback. Was this young lady truly considering helping him? What on earth was happening in this world? Wasn't he my Dasky supposed to be upright and honorable? Or perhaps, do love-struck maidens lack common sense? All right, let us set that topic aside for now. John quickly diverted the conversation. The reason I came to see you today is of utmost importance. He then handed Dasky a copy of the footage, specifically the edited version devoid of Nami's scenes. What is this? Dasky inquired curiously as she took it. It contains crucial evidence. However, whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Oh, and do find a photograph of the King of Alabasta for comparison, John instructed. With that, he made a hasty exit. Hey, Dasky wanted to say more. But John had already vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. Upon arriving, Smoker sat alone with a stern expression, evidently having failed in his pursuit of the Straw Hats. Dasky, why have you only just arrived? Smoker asked. I'm sorry. I encountered some issues on the way, Dasky hastily explained. Why is the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division appearing here? Never mind, let us set that aside for now. I must ask you, what are your thoughts on Vivy being with the Straw Hat crew? Smoker inquired. Dasky, taken aback yet exhilarated, exclaimed, Princess Vivy? She is truly with Captain John and the others. Although she had previously overheard some snippets, they merely mentioned names. Now, however, the tangible truth lay before her. A reality upon which one could base a judgment. Indeed, I maintain that Captain John is innocent. Dasky joyfully produced an item, saying, by the way, this is something Captain John just entrusted to me, claiming it to be crucial evidence. What? You just met with John? Smoker abruptly rose to his feet. Dasky's cheeks flushed as she playfully stuck out her tongue. Encountering John without reporting or apprehending him, as a Navy officer, feels somewhat derelict. Yet, after all, Captain John is not under bounty, is he? Let us settle that later, Smoker sighed, unable to assert any authority over Dasky, extending his hand. Hand it over. Dasky reminded him, Captain John mentioned it would be best to first locate a photograph of the King of Alabasta. However, Smoker disregarded the caution and directly played the video. As the footage progressed, it concluded in a matter of minutes. At the end of the recording, MR2 was mentioned, indicating that he is likely part of the same organization as the individual we previously apprehended. Dasky exclaimed. Smoker fell silent. John's request for a photo of the King of Alabasta suggested that one of the faces in the video must belong to him. Considering the current turmoil within Alabasta and Princess Vivy's association with him, it implies that he aims to alert us to the presence of a false king causing havoc within the nation. Is the unrest in Alabasta the result of a conspiratorial organization? Smoker speculated. It must be so. Dasky responded with unwavering conviction. By the way, I've heard that a troublesome individual is also in this country, Smoker suddenly remarked. Are you referring to Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? I know you have disdain for the warlords, but from a standpoint, the warlords are sanctioned by the government and should be aligned with us in the Navy. Dasky replied without further contemplation. Smoker's expression grew serious. Dasky, remember, regardless of the circumstances, pirates are always pirates. Upon hearing this, Dasky seemed to recall something, her expression shifting. Could it be that the true instigator behind this? So it is. Indeed, Captain John is entangled in this matter. This truly is troublesome. At last, Smoker and Dasky reached a mutual understanding. Should we report this? Dasky inquired. Realizing the gravity of the situation seemed beyond the capabilities of mere minor players like themselves. Report? Without any evidence, would the Navy not seize innocents indiscriminately? Dasky. If you still trust Captain John, then you must diligently seek out the evidence. Smoker asserted. Yes. Dasky rendered a military salute. Meanwhile, having completed his mission, John utilized the telephone bug to establish contact with Nami. What? Luffy's brother has already departed? John exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Indeed. He exchanged only a few words before leaving. After all, he had pressing matters to attend to. You see, John, Luffy's brother is nothing like Luffy. Do you grasp my meaning? He is exceedingly polite, remarkably composed, and possesses immense strength. Nami elaborated on the aspects that John was unaware of. John scoffed. If you recognize his prowess, then why didn't you persuade him to stay and assist us? At such a moment, when the two brothers reunited, outsiders had no place to interject. Moreover, it was only after he had departed that I realized the extent of his power. Nami remarked. Otherwise, would I need John to remind me? After all, I am one of the timid trio aboard the ship. John pondered and agreed. Indeed. The place where Ace revealed his strength was when he shattered a series of naval vessels with a fiery punch, and at that moment, he had already bid farewell, akin to a parting gift. Truly, is there no way to circumvent this? Yet perhaps it is for the best. There is no need to linger on this matter any longer. When there is but one path, it paradoxically fortifies one's resolve to proceed with unwavering conviction. Chapter 77, The Meaning of Existence Returning to the Ship. Oh, that is the life card, typically found in the latter half of the Grand Line. It is impervious to both water and fire, crafted by mixing the owner's nails with material, serving as a representation of the owner's vitality. John regaled everyone with the tale of the card Ace gifted to Luffy, likening it to a compass. Observe, when laid flat, the life card will gradually shift in a specific direction, indicating the whereabouts of its owner. Luffy, with this, you shall be able to locate your brother, John proclaimed. Wow. What a fascinating item. Indeed, it is almost like magic. The crowd marveled, astonished by the wonders of this world. However, had they not ventured to the Grand Line, They would likely never have encountered such an extraordinary object. John, do you have one? Vivy inquired. A life card? No, John replied, shaking his head, uncertain of the process. Perhaps I might seek an opportunity to investigate. However, since these items are generally only seen in the latter half of the Grand Line, I suspect the materials originate from there as well, he added. Hiki, Luffy chuckled sweetly. To prevent you from losing it, I shall sew it onto your hat. Nami offered proactively. Thank you. On this day, Luffy was fortunate, yet perhaps also unfortunate. When he next encountered Ace, it would be in an unforeseen location. The following day, here we are. This is Yuba, but it seems there is nothing here. Luffy, initially brimming with enthusiasm, found himself deflated upon witnessing the scene before him. Indeed, it appears rather desolate. Were we mistaken in our expectations of an oasis? Usopp queried. Vivy's expression darkened. It was not always like this. Then, Vivy recounted the tale of the dancing powder to the group. I see. So it must be your father who is at fault. Luffy exclaimed innocently. Fool. He must have been framed. Vivy retorted vehemently. How could my father possibly commit such acts? Sanji was the first to counter, for in his worldview, beauty equated to goodness. And thus the families of beautiful individuals were deemed virtuous as well. So, the king became a suspect, which eventually sparked the war. Zoro mused. Vivy nodded, in hindsight. It must have been that MR2's doing. With the town depleted, and the people starving, the enraged rebels clashed with the innocent royal army. The peace of the nation, the trust in the kingdom, the reign, along with the lives of the townsfolk, all snatched away. The true culprit behind it all is Crocodile. I shall never forgive him. As Vivy spoke, her fury intensified, her expression contorting into one of rage, her teeth clenched tightly. Nami nudged John, urging him to step forward and offer comfort. Vivy, rest assured, now that we are here, we shall put an end to all suffering. With renewed resolve, Vivy rose. Understanding that it was not the time for idle chatter, she needed to gather her thoughts and press on. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side, and ultimately, Vivy's group encountered only Crocodile's father, who bore the news that the rebel forces had already departed. The city of Rain Base was not the current stronghold of the rebels, but rather the base of Crocodile himself. Known for its gambling, Rain Base had remained unscathed by the internal strife, serving as a rare haven of peace and leisure in Alabasta. This gambling city, true to its name, was a paradise for the affluent. After hearing Vivy's recounting and witnessing the tragedy of Yuba, Luffy's animosity towards Crocodile had reached its zenith. It was evident that even without Vivy's urging, Luffy would seek to confront that scoundrel. Thus, a minor altercation ensued along their journey. Regardless, the group resolved to head to Rain Base, intent on confronting the architect of their woes, Crocodile. Upon arrival, it was evident that Rain Base was a thriving metropolis, a remarkable feat amidst the desert. As soon as they arrived, John received his assignment. Nami beckoned to John with a playful gesture, her cheerful demeanor sending a shiver down his spine. When did John start to fear Nami's smile instead of finding joy in it? Before them stood an enormous structure, resplendent in its opulence. Nami and John stood at the forefront, oblivious to the bustling crowd around them, enveloped in an atmosphere of desolation and indulgence. John, do you know the purpose of your existence? Nami inquired. Aye. John blinked, gazing at the grand edifice before him. I think I understand now. Before them loomed the largest casino in Rain Base, Rain Dinners. Satisfied with John's response, Nami grinned and playfully thumped him on the head. If you know, then hurry up and make yourself invisible. Yes, yes, John replied with a bow and a wry smile. Once I get the job done, rest assured, you shall not be forgotten. Nami retorted, rolling her eyes. Honestly, for a man, you are quite miserly, with such a fixation on wealth. Which woman would ever hold you in esteem? Indeed, it was a matter of money. If feasible, she would prefer not to share even a single belly with anyone. However, John was expected to exert significant effort, especially prior to the task rather than after its completion. In order to ensure John willingly assisted, Nami felt it was unwise to directly state that he would receive nothing in return. John shook his head, even if she called him stingy. He was acutely aware that if he did not stash away some personal funds, he would inevitably find himself at Nami's mercy in the future. Thus, the two individuals, one a regular man and the other an invisible specter, entered the casino together. The echoes of Nami's earlier words reverberated in John's ears. To effectively utilize your abilities, I plan to engage in the simplest of bets, dice. As I take my seat, you should discreetly conceal yourself beneath the table. Render a portion of the underside transparent. enabling you to discern the dice's numbers and then signal me accordingly. Do you understand? In truth, Nami had contemplated playing poker as well. However, she recognized several pitfalls. Not everyone would faithfully place their cards face down on the table. The positioning of the cards was not always consistent, presenting a risk that John's actions might be discovered by onlookers. The pace of poker was exceedingly sluggish, and even if she were to glimpse the opponent's hidden cards, that particular round might still not yield a victory. For Nami, it was imperative to engage in games where each round was brief, allowing for multiple bets within a short time frame, and, ideally, securing victories in every round. After all, this was her sole visit to the establishment. She aimed to leave with a substantial profit. Completely ensnared by the allure of wealth, Nami harbored no reservations. Consequently, she located a spacious table and adopted an exaggerated pose, flaunting her allure to attract the attention of others. Seizing this opportunity, John discreetly slipped beneath the table. Only then did Nami gradually take her seat, lightly kicking forward her high heels to confirm that John was adequately prepared. Chapter 78. The rise and fall. As Nami approached, John seized the opportunity to embrace her, relishing this blatant chance to take advantage. However, Nami swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick, causing John to grunt in pain as the heel of her shoe dug into his flesh, nearly rendering him unconscious. It is worth noting that in order to gain entry into such an upscale casino and to avoid arousing suspicion while projecting an image of affluence, Nami had meticulously prepared herself beforehand. Those high heels were not merely elevated, they were sharply pointed. Behave yourself. Nami had never been courteous towards John. Yet, contrary to expectations, John found himself instinctively tightening his grip on her rebellious leg with each of her forceful kicks. Only by holding on tightly could he prevent her from delivering another unexpected blow. Meanwhile, perhaps unaware of the situation, Nami continued to fidget, prompting John to discover an unexpected delight. Concealed beneath the table, with a firm hold on one of Nami's legs, he caught a glimpse of the allure beneath her long skirt. The tantalizing sight was utterly irresistible. It was not until Nami's leg shook vigorously that John snapped back to reality, reminding himself that he still had a task to complete. He reached beneath the table, locating the position of the dice as recorded in his memory. With the sounds indicating they had been rolled, he released his grip, awaiting the player's bets. In a discreet maneuver, John made the underside of the table transparent, revealing the numbers on the dice below. He then calculated the corresponding values on the tops of the dice and discreetly signaled to Nami. Of course, due to the complexities of communicating the exact numbers, and considering the high odds, consistently guessing correctly would surely raise suspicions. Thus, John and Nami had previously agreed to wager solely on the high or low outcome, keeping their signals straightforward to avoid any confusion. Soon, Nami placed her bet with an air of nonchalance. Bet locked in. Roll. Upon witnessing the outcome, Nami suppressed her excitement, donning a calm and serene smile, as if she were naturally a wealthy woman, winning merely trifles. Roll. Wow, impressive. Roll. Today, this young lady is indeed fortunate. Roll. Splendid. Roll. Such extraordinary luck. Roll. Roll. Ahem. It goes without saying that the dealer was already sweating profusely, and John, hidden beneath the table, was also perspiring considerably. Oh dear ancestor, please, do not let this be excessive. It was important to remember that the winnings Nami had already amassed from the casino were quite substantial, not to mention the additional individuals who were now following in her wake, some of whom were even more extravagant than Nami herself. Nami's bets remained consistent throughout, albeit substantial, as she was indeed a wealthy woman. However, some individuals opted for a more reckless approach, wagering their winnings alongside their principal, doubling down in a relentless cycle. Who could withstand such pressure? This establishment was the largest casino in Rainy City, and indeed the grandest in all of Alabasta, leaving no justification for any deceitful practices that would prevent patrons from placing their bets. Enveloped in a haze of wealth, Nami remained oblivious to John's attempts to subtly remind her of her limits. Was that truly a reminder, or did Nami perceive it as harassment? Eventually, the commotion attracted the attention of the casino's higher-ups. Miss, it is evident that you possess an exceptional presence. Would you care to join us in the VIP lounge to showcase your skills? One of the casino representatives inquired. Nami paused, momentarily regaining her senses. She was not foolish enough to accept an invitation to a VIP room in such circumstances, not wishing to relinquish her winnings. Even if they wouldn't threaten her with a gun, the potential for deceit within those walls was uncertain. I refuse. I prefer to gamble here, Nami replied resolutely. Just as she finished speaking, a A somewhat familiar voice resonated. Very well, I shall join this lady in her game. The instant Nami heard that voice, both she and Jean's expressions shifted dramatically. It was Nico Robin, the very same individual they had encountered at sea. I warned you not to push your luck. Now look what trouble Vivy stirred up. Had they intentionally lost a couple of rounds earlier to curb the momentum, perhaps those following the trend would have been deterred from wagering recklessly, and the situation might not have escalated to this extent. In a moment of panic, Nami contemplated fleeing. Yet the substantial amount of money on the table anchored her to the spot. Sensing her distress, Robin spoke reassuringly. Do not worry. I genuinely wish to engage in a game with you and will employ no underhanded tactics. Should you emerge victorious, not only will you receive your winnings, but I also guarantee your safe departure with the money, without any interference. As Robin took a seat opposite Nami, her eyes sparkled with hope. Really? John, however, wore a pained expression. Lady, at such a time, whether true or false, you must not listen to her. Fleeing is the only sensible course. Yet before John could warn Nami further, his own eyes widened in admiration, mirroring Nami's excitement for entirely different reasons. Nami was thrilled at the prospect of securing her winnings, while John was captivated by Robin's alluring legs, thinking, a gamble could be intriguing. Cough, cough. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. This is Nami's decision, and it appears to be a viable option for a safe exit. John nodded earnestly, nearly overflowing with enthusiasm. What was Rainy City known for? The City of Dreams. Indeed, it was a place of genuine aspirations. I assure you, under the name of the casino, it is a promise. The casino is renowned for its integrity. We would never jeopardize our business, Robin affirmed. Very well. How shall we proceed with the wager? Nami slammed her hand on the table at that moment. Any semblance of a refined lady had vanished, revealing her true nature as a fierce woman. Let us proceed with the wager, just as before, Robin suggested. Her interest was genuine, fueled by curiosity about how Nami consistently triumphed. Did she possess the ability to see through the dice, discerning their values? It was this thirst for knowledge that prompted Robin to initiate this gambling game rather than confront Nami directly. Nami kicked her feet a few times, urging John. Are you listening? Get your act together. Soon, the dealer began to shake the dice once more. Robin elegantly gestured, captivating in her charm. Please place your bets. However, contrary to her usual boldness, Miss Nami appeared unusually hesitant this time. Whereas the signal? Hey, John, what is your signal? Nami anxiously kicked her feet. She could still reach John, yet he remained unresponsive, withholding any indication. What is this? Are you not placing a bet, miss? Robin inquired with a knowing smile. Or are you waiting for someone? Caught. Though she could not fathom how, Nami sensed that Robin, enigmatic and formidable from the outset, had discerned John's presence and, to some extent, had him under control, thus preventing him from signaling her. Then it's up to you, John, Nami declared, seizing the money from the table. Without a backward glance, she fled, determined to take as much as she could. As for John, it was not that Nami had callously abandoned him. Rather, she intended to leave him as a safeguard. Chapter 79. Literature. It turns out to be Colonel John. Robin remains serenely seated, with no one aware of whom she is conversing with, or perhaps she is merely engaging in soliloquy. As for Nami, she is naturally pursued by others in the casino. At this moment, John, hiding beneath the table, is acutely aware of his own plight, just as he was about to employ his ability to peer into the surroundings. A pair of hands suddenly began to explore him, sending tingles of discomfort and irritation through him. The hands roamed indiscriminately, daring to touch every private area. Initially, John assumed it was Nami, but he quickly realized the truth. Even if Nami were to touch him, Nami, as if, I could never. She would only be able to do so with her feet. Upon closer examination of the sensations on his body, it was unmistakably hands. In an instant, John comprehended that it was Robin, utilizing the powers of her flower fruit. Of course, no matter how self-absorbed John might be, he understood that Robin was not intentionally harassing him. She was merely confirming his existence, determining his shape. As he was currently invisible, Robin could only ascertain his identity through touch. However, even if she could deduce that he was indeed a person, recognizing his limbs and head, she still lacked familiarity with him to establish a clear identification. Nevertheless, despite her inability to confirm his identity, Robin's hand decisively clutched John's neck, rendering him motionless and unable to signal Nami. What vexed John the most was not being discovered by Robin, but rather Nami's decision to call out his name while fleeing. Did she not realize that this would expose the fruit ability he had so painstakingly concealed? Even if Robin were to become an ally in the future, she was not one yet. Who could guarantee that she would not divulge his abilities? In summary, remaining in this position to distract Robin was the most favorable course of action for Nami's escape. Those lackeys were unlikely to pose a threat to her, and once outside, she would have other companions. Thus, John chose to remain still for the time being. What thoughts swirled in Robin's mind? What actions might she take? John found himself utterly perplexed. She could either strike him down mercilessly or, akin to their previous encounter at sea, quietly allow him to go. In this moment, what could he possibly say or do to touch Robin's sensibilities, to persuade her to grant him mercy, to prevent her from revealing his abilities? Perhaps something poetic? Surely, that would cater to the tastes of a literary girl. Robin epitomized the quintessential artsy young woman. Contemplating this, John's mind stirred, and unconsciously, both he and Robin's hand became transparent as he slowly crawled out from beneath the table. Robin, initially taken aback, playfully blinked her eyes upon realizing the emptiness before her. It turned out that not only could she make herself invisible, but she could also render the objects she touched transparent. In that fleeting moment, Robin was inexplicably seized by the notion of soaring away. Of course, it was not due to any emotional inclination, but rather the extraordinary power of the transparent fruit. How splendid it would have been to possess such an ability and have someone to assist her back in the day. Yet, all that is now a distant memory. Presently, Robin can at least face the world with confidence, finding a semblance of peace in her life. However, she is fatigued, truly weary. If nothing were to transpire, if no one were to emerge to draw her out, she would struggle to recall the joys of existence. At this moment, Robin was uncertain whether she perceived John's subtle hints as she stepped away to a secluded spot. Naturally, John was still being somewhat led along. So, what can be said now? Robin paused and inquired, could you return to normal? Speaking to the air feels rather odd. John dispelled his abilities, revealing his form. Here it comes. Now is the moment. The pivotal point of success or failure. The breeze today is rather tumultuous. This was the first thought that sprang to John's mind. A literary phrase that resonated deeply within him. After much deliberation, he resolved to trust his initial impression. Robin was momentarily taken aback. It was only natural for anyone to be stunned in such a situation. Unfortunately, John had long been ensnared in the web of his own fantasies, rendering his mind somewhat askew. If it doesn't work, then onward. Today, the wind is indeed chaotic. John continued. Chaotic? Robin pondered the gentle breeze brushing against her, wondering what it signified. Could it be some sort of special signal? Although her reaction diverged from his expectations, she responded, allowing John to carry on. I do not favor this wind. It always sweeps away my cherished belongings. And so? Robin queried. And so? John felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. What else is there? If this persists, who can endure it? A touch of profundity is all that is required. After all, literature thrives on evocation, never necessitating resolution. After much contemplation, John finally returned the ball to her court. So what about you? He asked, gazing intently at Robin. Me? Robin smiled faintly. I find you quite intriguing. Yes. John silently clenched his fist. Though he was unsure why, it felt as though he had achieved success. The tactic of appealing to one's preferences had succeeded. Well then, while the wind still blows, I shall take my leave, John declared, turning away, embodying the true essence of a man who never glances back at the chaos behind him. Wait. Robin's grip remained firm, nearly causing John to twist his neck. Hey, this isn't how we agreed, John exclaimed, turning back in dismay. When did we ever agree on anything? Robin laughed, as if watching a clown perform. Wasn't a single word, a mere glance, sufficient? John continued to express his feelings. Regrettably, Robin's merciless ambush proved insufficient. John's eyes narrowed, realizing the formidable challenge before him. Unconventional tactics left him questioning his own prowess. Was it necessary to stoke the flames further? At that moment, a valiant heroine dashed forth. John, I have come to rescue you. To his astonishment, it was Nami, who had previously fled. The scene was both poignant and heart-wrenching, nearly bringing John to tears. Yet, the tableau would have been even more exquisite had it not been for the menacing throng trailing behind Nami. This individual had not truly escaped. He had been ensnared once more. Do not move. John suddenly pointed at Robin, proclaiming loudly. Was this fellow a fool? It was a thought that likely crossed many minds, especially Robin's, who, after the recent turmoil, began to doubt whether this man had suffered a blow to the head. Raising a hand and commanding stillness was a child's play. Was it not? However, John's subsequent words shifted Robin's perspective. Do you truly believe I am unarmed? Chapter 80. The way of the person. Do you truly believe that I bear no firearm? John's words caused a noticeable shift in Robin's demeanor. Was it a jest? It hardly seemed so. Let us not forget that John had been operating from the shadows. Although he had been subdued by Robin, it was merely a matter of her grasping his throat. In a situation where he was completely unseen, what actions had John undertaken? Aside from himself, who could possibly fathom the truth? Therefore, if he were truly intent on deception, it was entirely plausible that John had acquired the weapon from the outset, subsequently relinquishing his abilities to return to normalcy, yet deliberately retaining the power over the gun. Furthermore, it was evident that John bore no visible weapon at his waist. Surely, one could not assert that Colonel John, accustomed to carrying firearms, had ventured out unarmed this time. Thus unfolded an unexpected scene, leaving all present in astonishment. Robin, confronted with John's handgun, astonishingly relinquished her control over the powers of her devil fruit and slowly raised her hands. What was transpiring? What game were they playing? Were these two individuals, perhaps, still possessing the innocence of youth? John tilted his head, signaling for those present to remain still. You all stay put. Do not approach. Robin echoed his command. Although some of the subordinates might have internally questioned the sanity of this woman, they heeded Robin's words without reluctance. Consequently, they all ceased their pursuit of Nami. Nami dashed to John's side, finally exhaling in relief, discreetly pinching John's arm and praising him. You truly are remarkable. Of course. Do you not know who I am? John replied, as he seemingly spun an invisible handgun in his hand. However, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. Suddenly, John wrapped his arms around Nami and quietly whispered, Hey, help me discreetly retrieve the gun from my waist without that woman's notice. Indeed, John bore no firearm. He had entirely deceived Robin. Let us not forget that his primary objective was never to subdue Robin or to flee. Should he wish to escape, John possessed ample means. His true intention was to prevent Robin from revealing his secret. Since his goal did not involve overpowering Robin, how could he possibly have secretly wielded a gun? One must recognize that he had just been engaging in a more cultured exchange with Robin. There was no place for violence in such an artistic endeavor. It was only due to Nami's sudden appearance and the ensuing urgency that John resorted to such a stratagem. Who was Nami? Although she was unaware of the underlying reasons, her keen intellect quickly grasped that John was merely feigning. He had no weapon in hand. The gun remained at his waist. What are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me. Nami forcefully pushed John away, seizing the opportunity to discreetly extract the handgun from his waist. Such sleight of hand was exceedingly simple for Nami, who was well versed in the art of pilfering. Although the pistol lost its transparent state the moment it left John's possession, the embrace he shared with Nami positioned the weapon between them, effectively obstructing Robin's line of sight. Without hesitation, Nami thrust the pistol into John's other hand, maintaining one pointed at Robin. The second firearm, loaded with sea prism stone bullets, was left behind for the sake of stealth on this outing. In an instant, John rendered the pistol transparent once more. He winked at Nami, affirming that indeed, a thief and a con artist are a natural pair. Who has a pair with you? Nami retorted, giving John a swift kick. Finally, unable to endure the tension any longer, Robin inquired, Can I leave now? No, John exclaimed without a moment's thought. What if Robin returned and divulged their affairs? They had yet to finalize their conversation, and there was no way he would allow Robin to depart just like that. What do you intend to do? Both Robin and Nami questioned in unison. Nami shot John a warning glance. Are you unaware of how dangerous this woman is? It's a miracle she is still here, yet you refuse to let her go. What are you truly after? You do realize that pushing her too hard may provoke a response, don't you? Ignoring Nami's concerns, John brazenly winked at Robin and uttered a rather audacious statement. What do I want? Surely, you must understand. Without waiting for a response, he formally handed the pistol to Nami, instructing, Keep an eye on this for me. Then, with a swift motion, he dispatched the group of henchmen. What are you thinking? Do you plan to bind this woman and leverage her against Crocodile? Nami finally asked. John responded with a sly smile. I intend to have her willingly accompany us. On the bustling streets, Robin walked alone, when suddenly, a group rushed in front of her. Are you all right? The boss is looking everywhere for you. What's wrong? No. In plain view of the public. Robin employed her abilities to neutralize the assailants before continuing on her way. Undoubtedly, the events unfolding here had numerous witnesses. What they saw was undeniably clear, even causing a degree of chaos, and the incident quickly spread. How despicable, Robin murmured to herself. Does the Navy resort to such tactics? I'm sorry, but I am not part of the Navy. I am a pirate now, John's voice echoed in Robin's ear. Unbeknownst to her, John and Nami were covertly trailing behind her, their forms cloaked in invisibility, with John's pistol still firmly pressed against the back of Robin's head. Thus, everything that had transpired was not of Robin's own volition, but rather a coercive act instigated by John. Yet, who would ever know? Seeing is believing, while hearing may deceive, under the watchful eyes of the multitude. It was evident that Robin had single-handedly dealt with those individuals, uncoerced by anyone. This act stemmed from her own volition and inner conviction. Even if Robin wished to provide an explanation, she would likely find herself at a loss for words. If her reputation had previously been impeccable, one might entertain doubts. But Robin has always been a cunning woman, having mastered the art of deceit from a young age, often referred to as the spawn of darkness. No one can truly fathom her intentions. A woman capable of betrayal at any moment would not elicit surprise when she ultimately does so. It is easy to envision the impending wrath of Crocodile, who will undoubtedly regard Robin as an adversary. It is, quite frankly, insidious. Even Nami could not restrain herself from voicing such an opinion about John. This is a case of returning the favor in kind. John retorted, arguing that they too masquerade as kings, instigating suspicion among the populace, thereby eroding the nation's credibility until the citizens no longer trust the words of their monarch. As they continued on their path, it became apparent that Robin had vanished without a trace. Consequently, when Crocodile sought her out personally, he found no evidence, for the trail had long since gone cold. Chapter 81. The ambitious Prince John. Soon after, Crocodile made his appearance at the last known location of Robin. That woman, has she betrayed me? Boom. In a fit of rage, Crocodile nearly obliterated the surrounding structures. Onlookers, including his subordinates, stood frozen in fear at a distance, utterly perplexed as to what could provoke such fury in one of the 7 warlords. No, it cannot be. The Straw Hat is a pirate. That astute woman would not fail to recognize the fundamental disparity in strength. Or perhaps, she intends to exploit the Straw Hat to extricate herself from my grasp. But where could she possibly escape to? Crocodile murmured to himself, sensing an underlying peculiarity in the situation. After all, aside from him, where else in the world could Nico Robin find refuge? You come here. Relate to me in detail everything that transpired, Crocodile commanded, pointing at one of his subordinates. Yes. The subordinate hurried forward, recounting every detail of what he had witnessed with meticulous accuracy. Previously, Crocodile had only grasped the critical information that Robin had left and had immediately pursued her. Now, upon closer examination, he uncovered several suspicious nuances. So, before your arrival, was it only Miss All Sunday and John present? Crocodile inquired. Indeed, this was precisely the most dubious aspect. It was reported that when they arrived, Robin had already used her devil fruit abilities to subdue John. But if Robin had truly engaged in combat with John, how could there have been no commotion whatsoever? Even if she had managed to incapacitate him with a single strike, how did she find herself there? Could it be that she had prior knowledge of John's whereabouts? Even if she had received some hint indicating John was hiding there, why would she venture alone? Furthermore, after subduing John, why did they linger in that dark, desolate corner? Had not the subordinate fortuitously stumbled upon them, their presence would have gone unnoticed. Thus, Crocodile chose not to dwell on the most bizarre element of the incident, the matter of John compelling Robin to surrender with a pistol. Crocodile regarded that as a deliberate ploy to obfuscate the truth. He was far too astute to be deceived by such tactics. Instead, he focused on other details. What could Robin and John have discussed, just the two of them, in such an isolated location? Of course, Crocodile was not naive enough to believe that their interaction was romantic. He understood Nico Robin well enough to know that she would not easily succumb to love. Their clandestine meeting could only pertain to matters of greater secrecy and importance. John is a Navy officer. Could it be that Robin has allied with the Navy? No, that is impossible. Nico Robin would never place her trust in the Navy. Then Crocodile suddenly recalled that John seemed to possess another identity. Could it be Now I understand. Now it all makes sense. Prince John, truly an ambitious figure indeed. Crocodile gritted his teeth. Previously, Crocodile believed that aside from his domain, there was no place for Nico Robin to stand. This judgment, however, was fundamentally flawed. Of course, Crocodile did not envision an anomaly like Luffy, rather. He pondered a scenario akin to his own. Why would there not be another organization that equally requires the services of the demon child, Nico Robin, and could also provide her with a haven? Crocodile, still merely a warlord of the sea, had yet to seize Alabasta, while John was backed by a legitimate nation, capable of bestowing upon Nico Robin a clear and honorable identity. In this light, the conditions offered by his rival far surpassed those from Crocodile. It was likely that Nico Robin now perceived Crocodile's schemes as exposed, believing that his plans to capture Alabasta were doomed to fail, with a more favorable option at hand. It was only natural for her to decisively part ways, lest she become entangled in his web. What a selfish and capricious woman she was. However, at this moment, Crocodile was far more concerned about Prince John than Nico Robin. He fancied he had discerned the true motive behind John's departure from the Navy, if it were not for Nico Robin, who would willingly wade through such treacherous waters. For Princess Vivy? Such a fairy tale could only be believed by a fool. John did not come to rescue a damsel. His true aim was Nico Robin and Alabasta. Like Crocodile, he intended to first play the hero and then usurp the nation. Moreover, John's scheme was far more ingenious than Crocodile's. Consider how much effort he had expended over the years to garner public favor in Alabasta, covertly establishing Baroque works, diligently to achieve his current standing. Just as success was within his grasp, John, without any prior preparation, boldly arrived to thwart his plans, rescue the maiden, vanquish the villain, marry Vivy, and seamlessly assume control of the nation. Afterward, he would utilize Nico Robin to seize the Pluton and dominate the world. How naive to think such fortune could befall anyone. Crocodile would never allow himself to be a mere stepping stone for another. Achu. Meanwhile, John, inexplicably labeled an ambitious schemer by Crocodile, rubbed his nose, wondering which lovely lady was thinking of him. Still thinking about beauties? Nami suddenly seized John's ear, pointing to a nearby scene. Look, what is going on now? In the direction Nami indicated, Robin was comfortably seated, one hand propping up a book, quietly engrossed in her reading, while Sanji stood by, ever ready to provide desserts and refreshments. This fellow, does he possess any awareness of his status as a captive? Why does he seem so at ease? He appears more like a cherished guest than a prisoner. Nami couldn't help but scold. John offered an awkward smile, acknowledging that. Regardless of the circumstances, she neither fled nor caused any trouble, which was quite commendable, having long since determined that Robin would be an ally, and with Sanji's presence. It was clear that although Robin was technically a captive, she would not be securely bound or closely monitored aboard the Straw Hat ship. However, apart from Sanji and John, it did not imply that others were not wary of Robin. Particularly, Nami, Vivy, and Usopp not only maintained vigilance but also harbored fears, necessitating the suppression of Robin's devil fruit abilities. Consequently, Nami and Vivy, in unison, procured a sea stone bullet from John, affixing it closely to Robin's skin at the area of her vest. This made it exceedingly difficult to touch or remove, and as long as Robin remained within sight, escape was utterly impossible. Yet, it was uncertain whether the two women acted with intention, as the binding effectively added a strapless bodice to Robin's attire. Alas, why must women complicate matters for one another? Lately, John often found himself pondering whether it was too tight and if she might need some air. Chapter 82. Threats and Counter-Threats. The corset, one of humanity's most magnificent inventions, embodies both sensuality and a spirited elegance, serving as an essential item for the fierce woman, whether in battle or at home. Such honest nonsense. Of course, this applies exclusively to wearing it externally, as exemplified by the enchanting fairy queen, Alyssa. However, once donned beneath clothing, it swiftly devolves into an object that conceals a woman's proud figure. Vulgar. Vulgar. John muttered, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Robin. Perhaps it was the discomfort of being assessed by John's unabashed gaze, or perhaps it was the sting of his critique that pricked at her literary sensibilities. To think that Nico Robin, a girl of letters, could be labeled as mundane. Closing her book, Robin turned to John and inquired, "What is it?" "It feels as though something is amiss," John murmured thoughtfully. "Oh." Robin displayed an eagerness to learn more. A spark ignited in John's eyes. "I know. Come here." He unfastened his outer garment. No, it was the knife concealed beneath, and presented it to Robin. Despite being weakened by sea prism bullets, Robin still possessed the strength to wield a blade, much like she could manage to walk. Receiving the knife, Robin's expression turned quizzical. Was it truly John's belief that a girl quietly engrossed in her book was unrefined, while one who wielded a knife transcended the ordinary? Next, John approached Robin from behind and unexpectedly touched her hair. Startled, she reacted instinctively. Even as a mature young woman, she could not remain unaffected by such intrusion. "What are you doing?" Robin exclaimed. "Calm down," I'm merely fixing your hair, John replied, this time speaking truthfully. He fashioned her hair into a high ponytail, remaining respectful of boundaries. Yet, this gesture only added to Robin's bewilderment. See? How do you like it? John produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere and held it before her. It's nice, Robin responded cautiously, though inwardly she felt a sense of oddity. It was not that John had made her hairstyle unattractive. The ponytail was simple enough, just a rubber band securing it. It was merely that Robin had never adorned herself in such a style before. Regardless, she began to grasp that John had taken to treating her as a doll, indulging his peculiar preferences. Excellent. John beamed with satisfaction. Now, there is but one final step. You simply need to remove your outer garment. Thud. Before he could finish, Nami delivered a punch that sent John tumbling, dragging him away before Robin's eyes. Honestly, just when I dealt with one, another appears. Nami grumbled, clearly exasperated, suggesting that Sanji had already faced his own share of troubles prior to John's antics. So close. John lamented internally, having seized the rare opportunity presented by Sanji's earlier misfortune. Yet, he found himself thwarted before he could achieve his aim. I say, Crocodile could show up at any moment. Why is there no sense of urgency among you? You have not seen Vivy during this time. She can scarcely swallow a drop of water, Nami lamented. It transpired that after John and Nami had kidnapped Robin, they sent a message to Crocodile, threatening him and insisting that if he desired Nico Robin, he must come alone. Indeed, the audacity of piracy is exemplified by such brazen acts of abduction and extortion. Aware of Crocodile's formidable powers, the crew had returned to the Mary, which was not docked at the shore. John understood well that water was one of Crocodile's weaknesses. Particularly seawater. Battling him at sea would provide significant advantages, with ample conditions and tools at their disposal. The fear was not that Crocodile would arrive, but rather that he might not. However, could Crocodile truly refrain from coming for Nico Robin? John knew better than anyone the significance Robin held for Crocodile. To their astonishment, Crocodile indeed did not come. Instead, they received only a letter. What? Is that scoundrel not afraid we might execute her? John exclaimed in disbelief, pondering if Crocodile had discerned their resolve to spare Robin's life. Indeed, Crocodile had seen through their intentions. If he were merely a common brigand, he might have worried about the threat of execution. Yet, Crocodile was acutely aware of John's motives, recognizing that Robin was an indispensable asset for him as well. Thus, he had no concerns regarding their threats. As long as Robin remained alive, it mattered little how John treated her, be it through violence or torment. Crocodile was indifferent. Furthermore, Robin had undoubtedly conspired with John, making it evident that this was a trap. Crocodile was too astute to fall for it. Thus, he would not come. Not only did he avoid being ensnared, but Crocodile also seized the opportunity to retaliate. His letter demanded that they bring Robin to Alabasta to meet him. Usopp, clutching the letter, exclaimed, "What? Are we the ones threatening him, or is he threatening us?" John instinctively shouted. Meanwhile, Vivy's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Alabasta is the capital. My father is there. Are you implying that Crocodile intends to use the king to coerce us? Nami speculated. It must be so. That fiend is a true devil. Vivy cried, clutching her head, unable to fathom the implications. John's eyes narrowed. Indeed, those who are kind are often taken advantage of. In contrast to their navet, Crocodile epitomized the true nature of piracy. If one is not suited for a particular role, they should refrain from undertaking it. Crocodile was demonstratively illustrating what genuine threats and abductions entailed. Yet, in truth, Crocodile's motivations ran deeper than John could comprehend. Do you not aspire to be a hero, John? Do you not wish to be a prince? He seemed to challenge. How will you choose? Will you stubbornly cling to Robin, disregarding the king's life, thereby disqualifying yourself from being a hero? Can you hope to sway Princess Vivy? But should Robin be lost, who will decipher the ancient text for you? Crocodile aimed to torment John, and this was merely the beginning. It is of no concern, since Crocodile has sent this letter. It is evident that he genuinely cares for Nico Robin. As long as Nico Robin remains in our possession, your father will be safe. Moreover, Crocodile's overt act of rebellion may have rendered it unnecessary for us to expose his schemes. John reassured her. I fear he may torment my father. Vivy expressed her anxiety. What prisoner receives such treatment as Robin? If the king is captured, Crocodile would undoubtedly make him suffer. Let us depart immediately. To Alabasta? Luffy proclaimed from the bow of the ship. In such dire circumstances, worry is futile. If Vivy's father is indeed to be mistreated, the sooner we arrive, the sooner we can rescue him. If we are swift enough to reach Alabasta before Crocodile, Perhaps we can prevent all calamity. The Mary set sail, racing towards Alabasta with utmost speed. Vivy clasped her hands together, silently praying for her father, for the crew, and for the entire nation. Chapter 83. The accuser is the villain in a certain location in Alabasta. Smoker was communicating with his superior through a transponder snail. After ending the call, he pondered aloud. So, to whom do you believe we should lend our trust? Without a doubt, it is Colonel John, came the immediate reply from Tashigi. Tashigi, I have repeatedly cautioned you against allowing personal biases to cloud your judgment. Smoker admonished, recognizing the overt favoritism in Tashigi's stance. But you stated that a pirate is always a pirate. How can we trust anything Crocodile says? Tashigi countered, deftly employing a logical rebuttal. Indeed. Smoker's assertion that a pirate's nature remains unchanged may hold true. However, it has never been declared that a pirate is incapable of uttering the truth. Both the Marines and the pirates are equally capable of deceit or honesty, irrespective of their affiliations. Let us not forget that John, too, is a pirate, Smoker reminded her. Furthermore, Crocodile's claims cannot be dismissed outright, for it is essential to consider the possibility that he may be truthful. One cannot simply conclude that Crocodile is erroneous while John is infallible. Colonel Smoker, Tashigi exclaimed, unable to contain her disbelief. She believed this was less a matter of possibility than one of trust. It is akin to discerning whether the words of an adult or a child hold more weight. Adults, with their rationality, often arrive at correct conclusions, thereby making their testimonies more credible. Yet, paradoxically, this same rationality can enable adults to construct flawless lies. Consequently, Tashigi found herself inclined to place her faith in the words of a child rather than in the so-called reasonableness of an adult's assertions. Colonel Smoker, do you not even trust your comrades? Tashigi cried out. Comrades? I must ask you, why do you place such unwavering faith in John? Do you truly know him well enough? Smoker replied, causing Tashigi to falter. To be honest, based on my understanding of John, he would never abandon the Navy without explanation, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, he did exactly that, she admitted. This indicates either my understanding of him is insufficient, or he has concealed his true nature exceptionally well. Either scenario provides ample justification for skepticism, Smoker asserted, his cigar in hand. Upon learning that Crocodile was making his way to the royal city with the intent to abduct Vivy's father, John immediately reached out to Tashigi, having established a communication channel during their previous encounter when he delivered evidence. What of Crocodile being one of the 7 warlords? The Navy, in such matters, would undoubtedly align with the rightful king. Should Smoker and the Navy arrive in time, even if they cannot thwart Crocodile, exposing his malevolence would constitute a significant victory. The remainder would be left to Luffy to defeat Crocodile. However, John was unaware that as he sought the Navy's assistance, Crocodile was also filing his own complaint. However, the sole distinction lies in the fact that John accused Smoker, whereas Crocodile's accusations were directed towards a higher echelon. Due to the sequence of events, Crocodile lodged his complaint subsequent to making his decision, while John only came forth with his accusations after receiving Crocodile's correspondence. Thus, Crocodile acted first, followed by John. It is uncertain whether a proverb exists in the pirate world stating that the villain cries out first. Yet, setting aside personal sentiments, it is generally perceived that the assertions of the initial accuser tend to leave an indelible impression of truth in the subconscious, owing to the principle of primacy. The subsequent accuser may appear somewhat evasive. Furthermore, the initial complaint was directed at the higher authorities, while the latter's accusation was aimed at a lower tier, with the adjudicators also being of higher rank. Therefore, all circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for John. Crocodile accused John of attempting to exploit Princess Vivy to usurp the Alabasta kingdom. Presently, Princess Vivy had become utterly enchanted by John, losing her rightful judgment. To facilitate Princess Vivy's ascension to the throne, it was imperative for the reigning king to perish. As the protector of Alabasta, upon receiving this intelligence, Crocodile hastened to the royal city to safeguard the king, simultaneously fearing potential backlash and hoping that the Marines would assist in thwarting John's malevolent intentions. John, on the other hand, accused Crocodile of plotting to abduct the king of Alabasta, claiming that Princess Vivy accompanied him, thus positioning himself as the champion of justice. Indeed, this was a subjective interpretation. Due to the principle of primacy, the higher authorities, having received the intelligence, naturally adopted this perspective. Consequently, John's accusations were rendered as mere sophistry, and Crocodile accurately discerned that John was merely retaliating. Moreover, There existed another significant disadvantage for John, his identity. Crocodile was merely a pirate, who theoretically should not possess extensive knowledge of clandestine matters. Otherwise, the higher authorities would not have allowed him to remain in Alabasta. However, as a prince, John might very well be privy to certain secrets, raising the question of whether his intentions in usurping Alabasta were ulterior. This was the crux of Crocodile's cunning strategy. He understood that John would certainly not expose Nico Robin's existence. Therefore, as long as the higher authorities failed to associate Crocodile with Nico Robin, the focus of their scrutiny would solely rest upon John, rather than Crocodile himself. By the time Crocodile seized the Pluton amidst the chaos, even if the truth were to be revealed, he would have nothing to fear. Just as Crocodile anticipated, the higher authorities swiftly reached a decision, instructing Smoker to concentrate on John. Although they did not fully trust Crocodile's assertions, their priority was to target John. How could this be? This decision left Tashigi utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Smoker began to sense something amiss. As for the higher echelons, their reasoning was remarkably clear. If Crocodile were to be lying, the worst-case scenario would merely entail the death of a king, which would have little impact on the world. However, if John were deceitful, neglecting to monitor him could result in peril. At this juncture, having developed suspicions regarding John, it is imperative to minimize risk. Whether Alabasta undergoes a regime change or experiences a transition of power, it is absolutely essential that John remains uninvolved. It can be said that following this incident, if John were to depart quietly, achieving a graceful exit, it would not pose a significant issue. However, should he dare to linger, the CP organization is likely to take action. Let us depart for Alabasta, Smoker declared. Are we truly going to set our sights on Colonel John? Dasky could not help but inquire. Before that, we must first meet with Crocodile, even if his words hold truth. I remain skeptical that he would so benevolently choose to protect the king. That man undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives, Smoker asserted. His distrust for both John and Crocodile characterizes Smoker's stance. Meanwhile, oblivious to the unfolding complexities, John, who believes he has control over all variables, wonders if he can still turn the tide. Sergeant Dasky, do not blame me for not warning you. During this operation, you must not privately inform John. Everything is for the sake of justice. Chapter 84. The unbearable loss. During this period, the most significant riot in the nation erupted. How could this happen? I must intervene. Vivy, gazing at the newspaper, appeared utterly distraught. She had scarcely slept in days, completely ensnared in a web of deceit. John sighed, expressing his dismay. The king is remarkably naive, he remarked. Refrain from speaking. Nami retorted sharply. The king is Vivy's father. How could one utter such words in her presence? Does this fellow possess no emotional intelligence whatsoever? Zoro merely scoffed, turning away, choosing to ignore the conversation. He had not uttered a falsehood. Although the newspaper lacked detailed accounts, those privy to the truth could discern certain clues. Firstly, there were eyewitnesses who seemed to have seen information regarding the king. In the past, Vivy's father might not have been taken seriously, dismissed as a mere misreport or a case of mistaken identity. However, now he was aware of someone impersonating him and feared further malice. Thus, he resolved to act immediately. The primary objective was to thwart the malevolent actions of the impersonator. The secondary aim was to expose their scheme. To achieve both, it was imperative for the king to take matters into his own hands. As the impostor engaged in wrongdoing, the king's sudden appearance would unmask their true identity, an undeniable revelation before the public eye. Hence, Vivy's father discreetly departed from the palace. Little did he realize that this was all part of Crocodile's insidious plot. The king's voluntary exit from the palace, under the veil of secrecy and with minimal awareness from others, precluded the need for Crocodile to directly assault the palace to abduct him. Having already lodged a complaint with the Navy, Crocodile certainly did not wish to be perceived as the villain. Once the king ventured outside, he could clandestinely execute the abduction, leaving no trace behind. Thus, when the true king was captured, only the false king would remain in existence. The impostor, Mr. Toubon Clay, would brazenly commit acts of villainy, far surpassing the severity of the dance powder incident, for he was caught red-handed, devoid of any opportunity for explanation. Indeed, the king had no explanation to offer. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, the majority of the populace chose to believe in their sovereign. They clamored for the king to emerge and clarify the truth, to provide an alibi for his absence. Yet, the king remained conspicuously silent. All evidence indicated that the one acting malevolently was the true king, not only the common folk, But also the palace guards and the royal army were acutely aware that the king had genuinely departed. The timing and itinerary aligned perfectly with the actions of the king outside. With such irrefutable proof, disregarding the external rebellion, even they could not suppress thoughts of insurrection. With the nation on the brink of collapse, the moment the rebel forces commenced their actions, the countdown for this kingdom had begun. Should one act now? There might still be a chance for explanation. However, once the conflict ensued, the nation's demise would be inevitable. Now, the only force capable of thwarting the insurgent army is I. I must take action to stop them. Vivy spoke solemnly. However, this meant she would have to forsake her father. Would Vivy truly abandon her own father? No. Vivy turned to John and said earnestly, John, I entrust my father to you. Rest assured, I will ensure his safety. John solemnly vowed in response. Beside them, Luffy bellowed. Then I shall take care of sending Crocodile flying. Clap, clap, clap. As the sole outsider, Robin suddenly began to applaud softly, acknowledging the clear division of labor and thoughtful arrangements. However, have you forgotten that our adversaries are not limited to Crocodile alone, but encompass the entire Baroque works? Robin reminded them. Leave the minions to us, Sanji remarked as he lit a cigarette. Absolutely, Vivy, you can count on us, Usopp declared, puffing out his chest and raising his thumb in bravado. I must say, are you all not being a tad presumptuous? Robin interjected. Do you truly comprehend the strength of our foes? Even if by chance you manage to secure a victory on one front, can you guarantee triumph across every front? Remember, should you falter on one side, you shall face total defeat. You needn't worry about that. Do you know what others call me? Miraculous John. I have vowed to never yield to anyone again. How utterly laughable. Captain Usopp, the undefeated commander, stands ready. For the sake of the beautiful Vivy, I would willingly lay down my life. You claim we lack understanding of our adversaries, yet how well do you know us? Indeed, we are all formidable. We shall never lose. We absolutely refuse to lose. When I say we will not lose, we will not lose. I stand by my word. That's my way. Hey. It seems some distractions have crept in. Robin leisurely opened her book. Then I shall await the spectacle, hoping for a grand performance. However, fervor does not equate to strength. At this moment, although the Straw Hat crew exuded confidence and faced such a formidable enemy without fear, Robin held no hope for their victory. No. Perhaps there remained a sliver of hope. Robin's gaze fell upon John. In a contest of brawn, she did not believe the Straw Hats could prevail, but in a battle of wits, perhaps the outcome could differ. If John could indeed expose Crocodile's machinations and enlist the Navy's aid, the tide of battle might just turn. In Alabasta, before the royal palace, Smoker and Tashigi were meeting with the king, coincidentally encountering Crocodile returning with the monarch. Indeed, it is perilous, as you are aware. The tumultuous actions of the rioters outside have caused considerable chaos. Had I not arrived in time to rescue the king from danger? We can only speculate on the dire consequences that might have ensued, remarked Crocodile. Indeed, we must once again express our gratitude to Crocodile. He truly is the guardian of our Alabasta. This is not the first time he has saved my life, the king stated, before turning to Smoker. First and foremost, on behalf of the nation, I extend my heartfelt thanks to your Navy for coming to our aid. As a member state of the world government, I trust that you will assist us in addressing this rebellion. Speaking of which, I find myself suddenly suspicious that the Straw Hat crew, led by the defector John, might be inciting this rebellion from behind the scenes. Having spent considerable time in Alabasta, I am acutely aware that the nation has faced severe drought and misunderstandings, which led to significant unrest. However, everything was still under control. Previously, the rebel forces even showed signs of willingness to negotiate peacefully with the king. Yet, why did the tensions suddenly escalate upon the arrival of the Straw Hat crew? The rebels inexplicably abandoned negotiations and opted for an outright confrontation. Crocodile continued. Nonsense. Desbones exclaimed instinctively. Smoker quickly raised his hand to silence her. Crocodile's assertions, while not entirely unfounded, raised another concern that occupied Smoker's thoughts. Chapter 85. The justice of Smoker. Regardless of whether John is a villain or a hero, one thing remains unchanged. John desires to portray himself as a virtuous individual, eager to implicate Crocodile as a nefarious character. The sole distinction lies in the fact that if John were indeed a hero, he would strive to rescue both Princess Vivy and the king. Conversely, if he were a villain, he would only save Princess Vivy, leaving the king to his fate. Therefore, irrespective of the past rapport between the king and Crocodile, since John has provided Smoker with evidence of an impostor masquerading as the king, directing all suspicions towards Crocodile. How could John possibly refrain from presenting the same clues to the king, once the king receives such evidence? Smoker is convinced that no matter how much trust the king once placed in Crocodile, he would undoubtedly grow wary of him now. Moreover, as a mere pirate, Smoker doubts that the king of Alabasta would place undue faith in Crocodile. Thus, what arouses Smoker's suspicion is the seemingly cordial relationship between the current king and Crocodile. Either the king before them is an imposter, or John's message has been thwarted before reaching the king. In either scenario, Crocodile cannot escape suspicion. Consequently, Smoker spoke. "It is not impossible for us to assist you, but I must first authenticate the king's identity." Crocodile's expression shifted, revealing either shock or anger. "Preposterous. Do you not realize that the individual standing before you is the king of Alabasta? How dare you, a mere marine colonel, cast aspersions upon him? Moreover, everyone here knows the king's identity. What basis do you, an outsider who has never laid eyes upon the king, have to judge?" Smoker, however, remained composed and leisurely replied, "In this world, there exist a myriad of devil-fruit abilities. Some allow for perfect imitation of others, while others grant the power to control them." As he spoke, Smoker slowly withdrew his weapon. "The tip of this staff is embedded with sea stone. A mere touch upon the king will reveal the truth. I understand this may be perceived as impolite, but in these times of internal strife and external threats, I believe the king would find it tolerable to ascertain the truth in order to secure our assistance in stabilizing the domestic situation." "Bravo," Dasky silently commended from behind. Impressed by the eloquence of Smoker's words, which were delivered with neither humility nor arrogance, leaving no room for rebuttal. It was hard to believe such rhetoric came from the mouth of the smoking colonel. With this, Crocodile found himself cornered. Should he refuse? It would only confirm the king's dubious nature. The possibility of there being no issue, as firmly believed by Dasky, had never crossed her mind. However, at this moment, Dasky remained somewhat naive. The criminals she had previously encountered were mostly those who would flee at the sight of the Marines. But the individual before her was not one to be trifled with. If Crocodile were indeed culpable, revealing his true nature at this juncture should have instilled dread rather than delight. As anticipated, upon hearing Smoker's words, Crocodile's expression darkened. "Smoker, do you have permission to meddle?" Crocodile, despite his meticulous planning, had overlooked the fact that Mr. Two's abilities had already been exposed and evidence had been captured. Moreover, the Navy's representative here, Smoker, was a fearless troublemaker. Had it been anyone else, even with suspicions, they might have adhered to orders and focused on John, seeking to avoid mistakes rather than achieve glory. However, Smoker was different. If he harbored doubts, he would confront them directly. In Smoker's eyes, there was no room for error. "It seems I have indeed placed my bets wisely." Smoker adopted a combative stance. Crocodile tilted his head slightly, coldly sneering in absolute arrogance. "Do you really think I would allow you to leave? Das Bones, you go ahead and report this situation." Smoker commanded without looking back. Although he himself was a Logia-type user, faced with Crocodile, Smoker had no intention of retreating. "Colonel Smoker," Das Bones exclaimed in alarm. "If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Smoker shouted back, "What decisions you make afterward are entirely up to you." With that, he unleashed a cloud of smoke, forming a barrier that divided the scene into two worlds. Gritting her teeth, Das Bones turned and fled without a glance back. Suddenly, a blade of sand launched by Crocodile was deftly blocked by Smoker's weapon. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Das Bones turned away, tears welled in her eyes, her fists clenched tightly. She understood very well that Smoker and John were two entirely different kinds of people. John was gentle, while Smoker was stern. John was cautious, while Smoker was reckless. John was adaptable, while Smoker was obstinate. Thus, had John been present, he would have sought to avoid conflict, and even if battle ensued, he would have chosen to retreat and return with reinforcements to eradicate the enemy. But Smoker, on the other hand, would never flee. Therefore, there were only two possible outcomes. Either Smoker would prevail, or he would be defeated. Yet, even if Das Bones were overly optimistic, she did not believe Smoker had much hope of victory. This was something Smoker himself surely recognized, as he had prioritized allowing Das Bones to escape. "Colonel Smoker, please don't die," Das Bones silently prayed. Meanwhile, Crocodile scoffed. "Do you really think stopping me will allow you to escape?" With a slight nod, he signaled to Mr. 2, the impersonator, who immediately pursued. Just as Smoker had successfully covered Das Bones' retreat, now, under Crocodile's cover, Smoker could not hinder Mr. 2. Ultimately, Only Smoker and Crocodile remained at the scene. "Aren't you going to flee?" Crocodile remarked to Smoker, both men puffing cigars. Though it was clear that Crocodile exuded a more overwhelming presence. "Flee?" Smoker narrowed his eyes. It was a rare sight to witness a pirate fleeing from the Navy. Crocodile removed his cigar, pointing at Smoker, declaring, "Then you shall have but 3 minutes to live." "I shall take my leave then," Vivy stated. "Can you manage alone?" John inquired with concern. The narrative had shifted significantly, and no one could ascertain whether Vivy would succeed this time. Moreover, even if she were destined to fail, John could not impede her resolve. "Rest assured, my solitary presence will demonstrate my sincerity. Bringing others along would only seem superfluous. Besides, your side lacks sufficient manpower." "John, I am counting on you to rescue my father," Vivy replied, recognizing that John's fruit abilities were ideally suited for covert rescues, both the most convenient and safest option available. Consequently, Vivy disembarked outside the capital, intending to quell the rebellion before the war could erupt. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew organized their personnel as Luffy confronted Crocodile. "I seized the opportunity to rescue individuals. However, we cannot bring the captives along," John remarked. "I shall take responsibility for guarding the captives." Usopp volunteered eagerly, believing this task would be the least arduous. "Oh no, primarily the safest duty." John smiled. "Then I shall assign Zoro to assist you." Given Crocodile's regard for Robin, it was highly likely that he would concentrate his main forces here. Usopp. Chapter 86. The duties of the first mate I wish to stay as well, Sanji declared, twirling in circles. His desire to remain was clearly not motivated by Zoro nor by the intention to protect Usopp. It was evident that his heart was set on Robin. Who could fail to perceive the gentleman's sentiments? Thus, John resolutely refused. "No, if you remain, I would actually believe the likelihood of the captives escaping increases." A chorus of agreement echoed around him. One could imagine that, in a dire situation, Zoro might wield his sword to threaten the captives against the enemies. Could Sanji achieve such a feat? It would only be possible if the captive were male. Furthermore, it was not merely a question of capability. Sanji's presence here would likely hinder Zoro from taking such actions. If circumstances permitted, John would have preferred to remain himself, as he was undoubtedly the most suitable for such responsibilities. Regrettably, John had more pressing tasks to attend to, and thus he had to entrust this matter to the ever-reliable Zoro. Sanji, undeterred by the rejection of his proposal, spun around until he reached Nami's side. "Then I'll team up with Nami-chan. She always needs protection, right?" "Apologies, but Nami is with me," John coldly rejected again. "You bastard." Sanji erupted in fury, for his relationship with John had never been amicable. Grabbing John's collar, he shouted, "You did that on purpose. Why should Nami be with you instead of me? And why should we heed your arrangements?" "Because we are tasked with a rescue mission, and the king is likely imprisoned in a facility such as a dungeon, requiring locks to be picked. Thus, Nami must be part of the rescue team. Furthermore, should the king be confined within a cage of sea stone, I would also need the assistance of someone without abilities. That is the rationale for Nami teaming up with me. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them." John explained. His reasoning was not a matter of personal interest, but rather a legitimate allocation of roles. "Then I can join your team as well." "What harm is there in having one more person?" Sanji suggested. "Because our manpower is limited, and you have other duties to fulfill," John replied. First, on Luffy's side, having one person deal with Crocodile is already problematic. Before John could finish, Luffy immediately interjected, "No problem." Well, even if Luffy believes he can handle Crocodile, who can guarantee that there are no other officers by Crocodile's side? Therefore, I initially need you to accompany Luffy. Once I am assured that everything is under control on his end, you are free to act as you see fit, whether that entails returning to guard the captives, aiding in the rescue, creating diversions to attract the enemy's attention, or even checking on Vivy's situation. All choices are yours to make. "You will be part of the contingency team," John informed Sanji. "Humph." Sanji released John, conceding, "This time, I shall heed your words." "And what about me?" The diminutive Chopper raised his hand high, bouncing with enthusiasm, as if fearful that John might overlook him. "I want to fight too. You should stay behind to guard," he exclaimed. John's expression turned serious. Although Chopper was timid, he yearned to assist and become part of the group. It seemed he perceived John's response as somewhat dismissive, as if he were merely assigning him a role, perhaps viewing him as someone in need of protection. Perhaps sensing Chopper's disheartenment, John elaborated, "Currently, we are operating separately, and there is a possibility of injury on either side. As a doctor, your ability to act is crucial. If you stray too far, It could lead to complications during critical moments. Thus, I hope you will remain with the guarding team, staying in one location to ensure optimal rescue efficiency. Furthermore, it is imperative that you safeguard yourself, both for our sake and your own responsibility. It is essential that, unless absolutely necessary, a doctor does not rush to the front lines to engage in battle. Yes, Chopper replied, nodding vigorously. With arrangements complete, the group stood solemnly, exchanging glances. Amidst the desert, a sense of desolation enveloped them. Luffy extended his hand and shouted, "Everyone must return here." Absolutely. Absolutely. Dispersing is not an option. While the crew did not follow John's orders solely because he was the vice captain, his calm judgment and sensible planning allowed him to successfully assume the role of the Straw Hat Pirate strategist, fulfilling his responsibilities as vice captain for the first time in a meaningful way. As John and Nami traversed the royal city, he refrained from entering stealth mode to conserve energy. There is something I previously hesitated to mention while Vivy was present. Since Crocodile has someone who can impersonate the king, could it be that he has already killed Vivy's father? Nami expressed her concerns. That is unlikely. The situation is not so straightforward. Crocodile likely seeks something else from the king, and given the king's tenacity, he would not easily divulge such information. As long as he remains silent, his life is assured. Moreover, such an important figure would certainly be kept close by Crocodile, as he could be interrogated at any moment. Therefore, the king must be within the royal city. Perhaps even in the palace itself, John analyzed. Do you know of Crocodile's other intentions? Nami inquired. Well, let's not delve into that for now. Even if Vivy's father is indeed alive, the royal city is vast and the palace enormous. Where shall we search? That is simple. With a little clever maneuvering, someone will inevitably guide us, John replied with a smile. As they approached the palace, Nami noticed commotion ahead. Oh, it seems something is happening up there. She spotted numerous soldiers in the distance. Never mind them. We'll circumvent the area, John suggested, preparing to stealthily advance when he suddenly paused. Wait a moment. Yet, John faintly heard a familiar voice. I am a Navy officer. Listen to me. This king is an impostor. Do not heed his commands. It's Dasky. It is indeed Dasky. John immediately altered his decision. Let us approach and investigate. In a state of transparency, John and Nami cautiously moved closer, and before they reached proximity, John had grasped the situation. Dasky was an exceptionally kind soul, distinctly discerning between good and evil, and she could never bring herself to harm the innocent. Thus, these soldiers, who were clearly no match for Dasky, had her firmly surrounded. Nearby, the king of Alabasta was personally issuing commands. Evidently, he was not the true king. An opportunity had arisen. John thought to himself, although his original intent did not encompass this scenario, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? Furthermore, he could not simply stand by and watch Dasky perish. Indeed, that king is a fraud. I can attest to it. He has disguised himself using the mimic fruit and performed in front of me, Nami declared. What? The soldiers hesitated. If one person spoke thus, it could be dismissed. But two voices resonated with the same claim. Moreover, certain recent actions of the king had already raised suspicions among the ranks. Could it truly be that he was a counterfeit? Do not listen to her. The king shouted vehemently, a flicker of panic evident in his voice. For he had indeed performed before Nami, and guilt gnawed at him. At that moment, John interjected, Do not move. Sea stone bullets. You should be aware of their effects. He appeared behind the king, gun pressed against him. Nami's presence was a strategic diversion, designed to capture everyone's attention, allowing John to act unnoticed. Chapter 87. A Twist of Fate, Your Majesty. Upon witnessing the king being held at gunpoint, the soldiers below, even those who had recently harbored doubts regarding the king's identity, instinctively tensed up. Is it true or false? Without definitive evidence, the soldiers found themselves with no other recourse, for the stakes were too high. If this truly was the king and they failed to intervene, the consequences would be dire. Who are you? Release His Majesty at once. Calm down, calm down. I am here to ascertain the authenticity of the king, Colonel John interjected. Colonel John. It wasn't until now that Dasky recognized the figure who had been obscured behind the king. Release your powers. You wouldn't want me to resort to extreme measures, would you? John commanded the false king. The king impersonated by Von Cray did not comply immediately but retorted, If I were indeed an imposter, and as you claim, utilizing a fruit ability to masquerade, then you could simply shoot me. The sea stone bullets would force my powers to dissipate. If that is the case, why not pull the trigger? It indicates you cannot confirm my deception, can you? Goodness. Despite Von Cray's effeminate demeanor, it does not imply a deficiency in intellect. Were John not a time traveler, and if he did not possess unwavering faith in Dasky, he might hesitate to assert that the man before him was indeed an impostor. To act recklessly and inadvertently shoot the true king would leave John in a precarious situation with Vivy. Hearing the king's words, the soldiers grew even more uncertain. If even their adversary could not ascertain the truth, they dared not declare the king to be false. Seeing the shift in the atmosphere, Dasky quickly called out Colonel John. "Trust me, this king is indeed an impostor. I swear upon my honor that I am not lying." However, before Dasky could finish, the king interjected. "Since you have determined that such an individual exists, capable of perfectly impersonating others, why should this woman, who claims to be a Navy officer, not be an impostor as well? Remarkable. He has begun to sow discord." Fearing John would doubt her, Dasky hastily defended herself. "I am genuine. Colonel John, look. This is the very knife you gifted me." "Oh." Nami raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at John. "Cough, cough. Spare me the unnecessary words. Do you think I cannot discern your authenticity?" John retorted. "Colonel John." Dasky felt an unexpected surge of emotion. "Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to avoid my gunfire, you had best relinquish your powers. I shall count to 3. I lack the patience to prolong this any further." John stated firmly to Von Cray. All right. Von Cray finally conceded, raising his hands, one to change his face, the other to negate his powers. As the moment approached when Von Clay's hand was about to graze his cheek, his palm unexpectedly transformed, seizing the opportunity during John's moment of relaxation to launch a sudden attack. Without even needing to turn, he struck with an unforeseen ferocity, exemplifying the very essence of Von Clay's unparalleled martial art. Bang! John hastily fired his weapon, but alas, he failed to hit Von Clay. Of course, even if he had, it would have been futile, for the gun in his grasp was devoid of high-loose stone bullets. In order to maintain his concealment, he had chosen to forego them, a significant vulnerability for the protagonist, who could wield but one at a time. To wield both invisibility and high-loose stone bullets simultaneously would be utterly impractical. Crackle, bang, bang, bang. After a single shot, John and Von Clay exchanged several blows. John, having undergone training during the CP9 selection, possessed a solid foundation, while Von Clay's martial prowess was no less formidable. The rapid exchange of strikes dazzled onlookers, and by the time they regained their bearings, the two had already completed an unknown number of rounds. Lo and behold, Von Clay raised a leg, supporting himself with both hands, adopting a stance reminiscent of the Chinese snake fist. In response, John calmly holstered his gun and remarked, "Does your king possess such prowess?" Von Clay, flustered, hastily waved his hands in explanation. "I have practiced this." "Practiced?" John chuckled, recognizing this as an inadvertent admission. "Oh no, I've made a mess of things," Von Clay exclaimed, cradling his head in despair. "Is this truly a fade?" The soldiers stood in stunned silence. If this were indeed a ruse, what then of their nation's plight? "Well then, since we have arrived at this juncture, I must eliminate all of you." Von Clay's expression darkened as he voluntarily relinquished his abilities. "You lot, your presence is no longer required here," John addressed the surrounding soldiers. "What? How can this be? This is a matter of our nation." The soldiers erupted in agitation. Despite their lack of strength, they were incensed at being deceived, at having their country reduced to such a state by a false king. Who would not feel rage? Who would not desire to avenge their homeland? It was both a means of venting their fury and a path to atone for their previous complicity in tyranny. If you truly wish to fight for this nation, then hurry and leave, spreading word of what has transpired here as far and wide as possible. Our words, like those spoken moments ago, will not be believed. Only the voices of your own will resonate with the people. I tell you, your Princess Vivy is presently outside the city, single-handedly thwarting the rebel forces. Do all you can to assist her. Alabasta needs you," John proclaimed with fervor. "Then we entrust this to you." "Thank you." The soldiers bowed deeply to John, then gritted their teeth and swiftly dispersed. Truly, they were well-trained soldiers. In times of crisis, fleeing in a unified direction could lead to ambush by the enemy. Scattering in all directions would hinder the enemy's pursuit, ensuring that at least some could carry the message forth. "Damn it, look at the trouble you've caused." Finkel erupted in fury, attempting to assault the fleeing soldiers, but John swiftly intervened. "I must admit, I think quite highly of you, if circumstances allowed." "I would prefer not to engage in combat," John remarked to Finkel. "Is that so? Then allow me to pass," Finkel retorted. "Absolutely not." John shook his head resolutely. "You scoundrel, witness the prowess of my art." Finkel launched an attack against John, leading to a deadlock between the two. Despite John's formidable physicality and acute instincts, he had yet to fully reclaim his former strength, rendering his experience insufficient. Consequently, they were evenly matched. While John was indeed powerful, he found it challenging to best Finkel. "John, do not forget, we are here to rescue the king," Nami finally interjected, reminding him not to lose sight of their primary objective over a mere minion, as that would be a grave error. However, it was not that John wished to linger. Rather, he could not depart until Finkel was dealt with. Even if he desired to leave, would Finkel allow him to? Moreover, John was not alone. He had to ensure Nami's safety as well, complicating matters significantly. At that moment, Dashki reappeared. "Captain John, I have reported the situation here to the Navy headquarters. Leave this scoundrel to me. You must attend to your duties." It turned out that Dashki had taken advantage of a lull to notify the Navy. "Are you certain you can manage alone?" John inquired. "Absolutely. Besides, reinforcements from the Navy will arrive shortly," Dashki assured him. "Then I entrust this to you. Nami." John called to Nami before swiftly turning to flee, while Dashki charged forward, positioning herself in front of Finkel. Chapter 88. The Art of Deception. At this moment, Crocodile had Smoker pinned to the ground with a single foot. Smoker, battered and breathless, found that the battle had come to an end. No matter how formidable the nature type was, Smoker, in his current state, was still far from being a match for the warlord of the sea. "You've wasted quite a bit of my time," Crocodile remarked as he reignited his cigar. As he spoke, he raised his hook, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Smoker. "Farewell." Suddenly, the phone bug rang. Crocodile's brow furrowed. Only the high-ranking members of Baroque Works could know his phone bug. With Crocodile's recent emergence, communication with the higher-ups had become mutual. Unlike the previous hierarchy where only superiors could contact subordinates. Thus, the ringing phone bug could only mean that a senior official had urgent news to report. Could it be that Mr. Two lost track of that woman? Or perhaps they had recaptured Robin? With a sense of curiosity, Crocodile answered the call, momentarily sparing Smoker from death. As soon as the connection was made, a panicked voice erupted from the other end. "It's bad. The king has been taken by the Straw Hat crew." "What?" Crocodile roared in fury. "What are you all doing?" At that moment, a voice echoed, "Crocodile." A projectile, akin to a rocket, hurtled towards him. Luffy was joining the fray. Straw Hat brat. Bitter rivals locked eyes, and Crocodile could hardly restrain himself. How could he tolerate the captain of the Straw Hat pirates, who had just snatched the king from him and stolen Robin? Instantly, a fierce confrontation ensued between the two. Meanwhile, Luffy, heeding John's advice, had brought ample water to counter Crocodile's sand. In the distance, John put down his binoculars and phone bug, unfurling a map upon the ground. At that very moment, when Crocodile received the call, his instinctive glance had been in this direction. John's finger traced along the map. Given the distance, the most likely location where the king is held must be here. John's finger halted at a specific point on the line. "I see. So this is the method you spoke of." Nami finally understood the source of John's confidence, deceitfully prompting Crocodile to reveal the location of the prison. Truly a master of trickery. "But how did you know about Crocodile's phone bug? You don't think I did nothing while capturing Nico Robin for so many days, do you?" John replied. Nami squinted, a smile creeping onto her face. "Impressive indeed. You managed to accomplish this without my knowledge." Her tone was far from complimentary. It was clear from her words that ever since Robin had been taken captive, Nami had been vigilantly watching Sanji and John, the two gentlemen. To his surprise, John had discreetly accomplished such a task. During the moments he was not under her watchful gaze, one couldn't help but wonder if he had engaged in other clandestine activities. Clearing his throat, he said, "Saving lives is paramount. While Luffy distracts Crocodile, we must hasten to rescue them, lest time be our enemy." John swiftly shifted the topic. "Humph." Nami scoffed. "I'll settle the score with you later." Perhaps she was unaware of why she held John to such exacting standards. Unsurprisingly, John and Nami soon located the place where Vivy's father was imprisoned. "How brazen," John murmured. "Why are there so many people? Even with invisibility, we can't pass through." Nami remarked, astonished at the sheer number of guards, resembling a human barricade. It seemed that direct confrontation was their only option. "No, that's implausible. Such a significant matter as imprisoning a king poses too great a risk for anyone to know, even within Baroque Works. Only those privy to Crocodile's true identity would be aware of this. Hence, it is impossible for Crocodile to have dispatched this many guards." "Look closely," John instructed. Taking the binoculars from John, Nami soon discerned the truth. "Huh? Their clothes aren't moving. They're all mere fakes?" "Indeed. I suspect these are wax figures created by Mr. 3. John replied. In the desert, due to the climatic conditions and stronger winds, the wax figures were less susceptible to the glaring flaws seen in the forest of Little Garden. Mr. 3, he is still alive? How did they return to Alabasta? Nami exclaimed, taken aback. Such questions were of little consequence. What truly mattered was discerning whether anyone else was present, especially his partner. If they fell victim again, it would prove quite troublesome. Didn't you mention that Crocodile would focus on Nico Robin? Therefore, there should only be Mr. 3 and his partner here, Nami speculated. John nodded. Let us hope so. Remember, if I am ensnared again, promptly eliminate the paint on me, whether by scraping, tearing, or burning. Agreed. The same goes for me. Nami replied. This statement caused John to raise an eyebrow, his gaze appraising Nami's figure. Tear or burn, huh? Nami returned him a captivating smile. If my clothes are ruined, you will owe me tenfold compensation. Since they're fakes, they aren't costly, John murmured. Nami narrowed her eyes, 100-fold. Authentic. Watch your mouth. John couldn't help but want to slap himself. Yet, jokes aside, they proceeded with their plans as usual. Since they are wax figures, one could simply leap over them. In a transparent state, there is no fear of being seen. However, the considerable distance of such a jump, whether in takeoff or landing, would create too much commotion, making detection inevitable. Furthermore, I am concerned that there may be traps lurking behind these wax figures, should we inadvertently step into one. Escape would become an impossibility, John remarked. Nami's eyes sparkled with an idea. I have a plan, but the expenses will be on your account. Soon. A group of children appeared, tiptoeing with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, gradually moving towards the figures. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, Wow, they are real dummies. In an instant, the children joyfully rushed over, treating these wax figures as mere toys. Before long, they were touching one, then another. One was toppled, another was tilted. Two were rearranged together, while two others were smeared with paint. Some even contemplated dragging a dummy home. It is no wonder these mischievous children acted so. For Nami had bought them sweets to come and play. These innocent little ones naively believed that Nami was the owner of this group of wax figures. Amidst the ruckus, Mr. 3 could no longer remain seated and finally burst out to shoo them away. Get lost. Where did these little brats come from? Scram. John, who had long been lurking invisibly, seized the opportunity. He scooped up Nami in a princess carry, carefully observed Mr. 3's path of action, ensuring there were no traps in that direction, and then leaped in. At that moment, Mr. 3 was still preoccupied with dispersing the rowdy children. Entirely oblivious to the unfolding events nearby, the infiltration was a success. Chapter 89, a series of twists and turns, successfully infiltrated. John and Nami seized the moment. Swiftly acting before Mr. 3 returned. Upon entering, they indeed encountered Mr. 3's partner, the young girl with a penchant for painting. However, she appeared quite leisurely, sipping her afternoon tea, seemingly indifferent to the commotion outside. It was no wonder Mr. 3 had taken it upon himself to handle matters personally. Of course, Miss Golden Week's presence here was not without purpose. She was tasked with guarding. Mr. 3 was a man of caution, in his own words. He preferred to engage in battle with intellect. The sudden disturbance outside made him ponder whether it was a ruse to draw him away. In that fleeting moment, Mr. 3 contemplated this possibility. Thus, he refrained from rushing out immediately, choosing instead to remain vigilant within. After a prolonged wait without any intrusions, Mr. 3's suspicion slightly waned, though he remained on guard. Consequently, he ventured out alone, leaving his partner behind to continue watching over the king. Setting aside Mr. 3's thoughts, John, having previously fallen into a trap, acted with prudence this time, prepared for the situation. Even under time constraints, he maintained his composure and soon identified the paint trap on the ground. John and Nami carefully navigated around the paint, successfully circumventing Miss Golden Week's position without her noticing. A flawless execution. With careful planning, even the most secure defenses can harbor flaws. Regrettably, as John and Nami delved deeper, they realized their naivety. What had they just acknowledged? Mr. 3 was indeed a meticulous individual, this time tasked with guarding the significant figure of King of Alabasta and with a resolve to redeem himself. Could he afford to be anything less than diligent? Before them sat the King of Alabasta, Vivy's father, ensconced in a pristine cell, quietly sipping his red tea. This act, of course, was orchestrated by Miss Golden Week to prevent the king from struggling, calling for help, causing a ruckus, or even taking his own life. Yet, this was not the crux of the issue. Rather, such a scenario could facilitate John's rescue. Given their sudden appearance, the king might not even trust them. Rather than waste time explaining, risking the king's outcry that could alert the guards, it seemed feasible that John could directly take the king away in this state. However, a dilemma arose. How could they transport him? Unlike the Sea Prism Stone prison, which might have offered some solace to John, this prison, crafted by Mr.'s own abilities, lacked doors. If it were a Sea Prism Stone prison, surely there would be an entrance, a key. Otherwise, the Baroque works would be unable to enter. As long as there was a door, Nami's presence would eliminate any fears. Yet now, they faced a doorless prison, a wax statue prison created by Mr. It appeared that forceful entry was their only option. Are you all right with that? Nami whispered. When John arrived, he was armed with a blade. To avoid making a noise, he refrained from bringing all 8 knives, yet he retained his prized sword for emergencies. However, despite its esteemed status, John harbored little confidence that he could breach this wax prison. Although it was merely wax, its hardness rivaled that of steel. I recall that later, Mr. 3 crafted an impressive set of armor for Luffy from this material, which, even under Luffy's relentless assaults, would not easily shatter. How could John possibly break through it with ease? One must ponder, if there were no confidence, would Mr. 3 have specifically employed his fruit abilities to construct the prison? If Crocodile lacked faith in Mr. 3, would he have entrusted him with guarding Vivy's father? Could we perhaps use fire? John suggested. If we cannot breach it in one attempt, the ensuing commotion will surely attract attention, and we would be in serious trouble. Fire? How long would that take? Mr. 3 is likely to return soon. Do you think he wouldn't notice? Nami remarked. Let me think this through, John replied, scratching his head. Enough pondering. We are running out of time, Nami urged. It is often said that pressure brings out the best in people. In urgent moments, flashes of inspiration can occur, leading to extraordinary feats. Of course, this theory applies primarily to the strong. In confrontations among the powerful, they often perform better than in their usual state. Conversely, the weak may become anxious, inhibiting their normal capabilities. I have a plan. We can prepare for 2 possibilities. John exclaimed suddenly. Clang. A resounding metallic clash echoed through the empty space, reverberating loudly. In an instant, Mr. 3 arrived at the cell, with Miss Golden Week following closely behind. What met their eyes was the incredibly resilient wax prison, now with a gaping hole, and the king who was supposed to be confined within had vanished. What? Mr. 3 gasped, turning to Miss Golden Week. What did you see? Where is he? This is a serious matter. My chance for redemption is at stake. If something has gone awry, I truly fear for my life at Crocodile's hands. Miss Golden Week tilted her head, equally perplexed. I did not see anyone enter or exit. Enough of this. Mr. 3 gritted his teeth. Pointing fingers serves no purpose now. He can't have gone far. Let us pursue him quickly. With that, the 2 hastily departed the scene. A short while later, phew, we did it. Nami exhaled. Having been so tense, she could scarcely breathe. It turned out that John had not successfully sliced through the prison after all. Upon reflection, the sound of a clean cut would have been smooth and far less exaggerated than the intense metallic collision they had just heard. What John referred to as dual preparation lies precisely in this concept. Should the blade fail to cut through, one must create an illusion to deceive the adversary. When he first acquired his abilities, John speculated whether it would be possible to tether an exceedingly thin string between 2 individuals, thus allowing for the concealment of one from a considerable distance. However, subsequent events revealed that such matters are far from simplistic. The power of invisibility pertains not only to the transparent volume, but also to the distance involved. Nonetheless, the current circumstances are significantly more favorable. The distance between the outside of the prison and its interior is minimal. With any object that can make direct contact with the king inside, John can render him invisible as well. In this manner, John successfully deceived Mr. 3 and his partner, Miss Golden Week. We must hurry, John declared. In moments of urgency, the mind often lacks the time for contemplation, making it quite natural to be misled. Yet, upon regaining composure, one might discern numerous inconsistencies. For instance, if the cage has indeed been severed, why are there no fragments scattered upon the ground? Mr. 3 is a cautious individual. Should he recall this detail, he will undoubtedly return immediately. You are John, are you not? Voiced Vivy's father. Chapter 90. The Unexpected Turn. John was taken aback. He had actually been recognized? It was no jest, for he had maintained his invisibility throughout, even in the presence of Vivy's father, without revealing himself in the slightest. Although John was already aware of his prior acquaintance with Vivy and likely her father as well, Being so easily identified caught him off guard. What kind of relationship could be so intimate? Childhood friends? Family acquaintances? Or perhaps they had already met each other's parents while courting. "Uncle, it's me." As John spoke, he dispelled his ability, allowing everyone to reveal themselves. Since Vivy's father had recognized him, it indicated that he wouldn't harbor any suspicions, thus, John need not labor to explain anything further. With Vivy's father willingly cooperating, matters would certainly be much more manageable. In the blink of an eye, everyone had grown up. Indeed. "Ah, splendid," Vivy's father exclaimed, clapping John on the shoulder through the bars. He was not so familiar with John that he could identify him solely by voice. Rather, Vivy had previously sent a letter back with Cara Duck, which mentioned John. Hence, it was easy for Vivy's father to deduce that if the one coming to rescue him was not the royal army, it could only be John. True friendship is revealed in times of adversity. And to assist during such perilous moments for both the nation and the royal family is the mark of a genuine companion. "Uncle, now is not the time for reminiscing. We must find a way to rescue you swiftly," John urged. "There's no rush," the king interjected, raising his hand to halt him. What of Vivy? Did she venture forth alone to confront the rebel army? A father knows his daughter best, and Vivy's father quickly surmised her intentions. "Indeed, she insisted that I rescue you." John confirmed with a nod. "Then go assist her. Do not concern yourself with me," the king replied. "We are so close to rescuing you." "How could I abandon you now?" John exclaimed. After outsmarting the enemy and finally locating the king, he could not simply forsake him. "Even if you disregard me, I shall be fine. They did not kill me before, and they shall not do so now. Conversely, should we neglect the rebels, the entire kingdom will be lost." The king insisted earnestly. It was no wonder Vivy was as she was. She had undoubtedly inherited her father's resoluteness. "Once we have rescued you, we can go after her. It is not too late," John suggested. "No," the king reiterated, shaking his head in refusal. "Leave my rescue to the royal army. In fact, it is better entrusted to them. If I were to go out now, I could accomplish nothing. Mobilizing the royal army to save me is far superior to sending them to battle the rebels." Suddenly, John grasped the king's intent. As the monarch, he had long since lost the trust of his people. Thus, even if he were to emerge now, he could not halt the chaos. It was only by having someone rescue him that the royal army and the populace would come to know the truth, that the true king was imprisoned by villains, while a false king wreaked havoc outside. Once he regained his credibility, everything would become significantly easier. "I comprehend. Yet the senior officials of the Baroque works are not adversaries that a mere royal army can contend with. If we fail to rescue you in the end, I shall find it impossible to justify my actions to Vivy," John remarked. "Inform Bell and Gakko of my situation here. They are my finest warriors, and I entrust this matter to them. My Alabasta is not devoid of capable individuals," Vivy's father declared emphatically. "Then, uncle, take care." John responded decisively. This was not the moment for hesitation. "I implore you. Vivy also requests this," the king stated solemnly. Thus, John turned and departed with Nami. Is this truly acceptable? Are we just going to abandon Vivy's father? Nami could not help but express her concern once outside. There is no alternative at this juncture. "This is our most prudent choice," John replied, handing the telescope to Nami. "Find a place to conceal yourself and continue monitoring this location to ensure the king is not moved elsewhere. I shall inform the royal army if any issues arise. Remember to contact me via the snail." "Understood." "Oh, it seems that group of children is approaching again," Nami suddenly exclaimed. "Rascals will always be rascals. Previously, Mr. 3 merely chased them away, and having witnessed him depart, he mustered the audacity to sneak back for some mischief," John noted, his gaze shifting. "If they can enter and discover the king, that would be fortuitous. However, if Mr. 3 returns unexpectedly, I fear for the safety of those children." Nami expressed her concern. "Perhaps I should remain here while you seek the royal army? If Mr. 3 appears, I could confront him," John suggested. "Do not overthink it. Go quickly," Nami urged, pushing John forward. "The royal army may not trust my words. Only you can convince them. I will stay here and keep watch." "Very well. I shall return as swiftly as possible. Be sure to contact me if anything arises," John stated as he hurried away. Nami concealed herself in the shadows, clutching the weather stick tightly in her palm. The children, whom she had lured earlier, were her responsibility, and she felt obligated to safeguard their well-being. Regardless of who approached, Nami was prepared to defend them with all her strength. Due to the earlier incident involving Frankie impersonating the king, the news had spread within certain circles, and the royal army was actively searching for their monarch. Consequently, John's mission proceeded smoothly. Just as he was about to return to Nami with the royal army, he unexpectedly received a communication from the snail. It was not an issue concerning Nami. Rather, there had been a crisis with the reserve team. Nico Robin has been rescued. Chopper cried out in distress. What? Where is Zoro? What transpired on your end? John inquired urgently, having specifically left the most dependable Zoro behind. Crocodile has appeared suddenly. Both Zoro and Usopp have sustained grave injuries. Chopper replied. How could this be? John was taken aback. Should not Crocodile be on Luffy's side? In an instant, he comprehended where he had miscalculated. Indeed, John had envisioned a clever strategy, allowing Luffy to confront Crocodile, as it was Luffy who triumphed over Crocodile in the original tale. However, the premise of Luffy's victory over Crocodile hinged not only on Luffy's extraordinary abilities but also on Crocodile's willingness to engage in combat. If Crocodile chose to flee, as a Logia type, Luffy would be utterly incapable of preventing his escape. Previously, John had employed deception to mislead Crocodile into believing that the king had already been rescued. In this scenario, Robin became Crocodile's sole and final hope, an asset he felt compelled to seize. One can only imagine that Crocodile would not squander time entangling himself with Luffy. He would prioritize reclaiming Robin to feel secure. Otherwise, if the Straw Hat crew had indeed rescued the king, without the leverage to threaten John, what would prevent them from absconding with Nico Robin? Crocodile was not a Straw Hat and could not fathom their unwavering determination to save Alabasta. Thus, when devoid of cards to play, Crocodile would naturally contemplate the possibility of the Straw Hats escaping. Consequently, we witnessed Crocodile, disregarding his status and dignity, personally rushing to capture Robin instead of engaging in a direct confrontation with Luffy. No matter how formidable Zoro had become, at this juncture, defeating Mr. One was already a considerable challenge for him. Lacking the ability to utilize Haki, he was utterly incapable of contending with a Logia user. The defeat of the remaining group was, therefore, entirely foreseeable. Chapter 91. The Clash of Words. Chopper, you need not fret. Are there any issues on your end? What of the other adversaries? John inquired, reasoning that since Chopper had the leisure to contact him, it likely meant there were no foes remaining. In the realm of pirates, there exists an unspoken rule: rarely does one deliver a fatal blow, and genuine deaths are seldom witnessed. Typically, once an opponent is rendered incapacitated, it is customary to withdraw, perhaps as a form of respect for the strong, allowing them to perish with dignity. Chopper, upon being discovered, was often mistaken for a mere pet, receiving no further attention. Thus, after Zoro and Usopp were dealt with, and Nico Robin was taken away, Crocodile departed with his subordinates, seemingly indifferent to the fates of Zoro and Usopp. In their eyes, the two might have already succumbed. Indeed, they have departed, Chopper confirmed. Then you must attend to their injuries at once, John commanded. I am already administering treatment, Chopper replied. I shall promptly inform Sanji to hasten to your location, John declared, offering Chopper a measure of reassurance. And you? Chopper asked. I have matters of greater urgency, John replied somberly. He needed to rush to Vivy's side immediately. At that moment, having regained his composure, John recognized his earlier misjudgments and swiftly deduced Crocodile's intentions. Crocodile sought Robin's assistance to decipher the historical texts, and his interest in the King of Alabasta stemmed from his ignorance of the text location, although he could search leisurely after seizing the nation. The current turmoil had made it clear to him that he could no longer maintain control over Alabasta. Thus, he needed to extract the location of the historical texts directly. The fact that Crocodile had not executed the king indicated the monarch still held value. In other words, the king was tight-lipped, offering no information. Now that Nico Robin had returned to Crocodile's grasp, his foremost priority was to ascertain the whereabouts of the historical texts. With the king abducted, who else could possess knowledge of their location? Indeed, Vivy, the daughter of the king of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivy. Please, may she remain unharmed. John thought as he sprinted towards the city gates, simultaneously contacting Sanji and notifying Luffy to come to his aid. However, before John could escape the city, a multitude of rebel forces surged into the royal capital, igniting chaos. The gates were breached, and Vivy had failed, despite her earnest efforts. Her heartfelt desire to prevent her people from turning against one another had culminated in this disheartening defeat, likely more painful for Vivy than death itself. John halted, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, rendered momentarily speechless and uncertain of his next course of action. The crowd was overwhelming. John was consumed by uncertainty regarding Vivy's whereabouts and well-being. The phone was unresponsive, leaving him in the dark about whether it had been lost amidst the chaos or simply unheard. With a firm resolve, he chose to disregard the nearby insurgents, activating his fruit ability to become transparent, weaving through the throng as he made his way toward the outskirts of the city. If Vivy were unharmed, she would likely have already departed from the city. Thus, John's true objective was not merely to find her, but to ascertain whether she had fallen into Crocodile's clutches. Although Vivy may not be outside the city, Crocodile and his cohorts undoubtedly were. Upon reaching the outskirts and observing the scattered figures in the desert, John halted abruptly. Despite his ability to remain unseen, he understood that individuals of Crocodile's caliber possessed advanced observation haki, which deterred him from drawing closer. Even if one possessed observation haki, there were limits to its range. Suddenly, John was startled to see a woman being captured. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Robin, not Vivy. Indeed, even Crocodile had failed to catch a glimpse of Vivy amidst the earlier turmoil. Realizing this, John quickly turned and fled. Thus, the only plausible location for Vivy's current appearance was now narrowed down. Everyone, please listen to me. A loud, slightly hoarse voice resonated throughout the royal city. Those somewhat familiar would immediately recognize it as Princess Vivy of Alabasta. Even in an era where the king's credibility was waning, many still placed their faith in Princess Vivy, including the insurgents. If a ruler required authority, Vivy possessed the virtue of respect. All halted, the royal army striving to rescue the king from captivity. Nami engaged in combat with Mr. 3, the insurgents advancing toward the palace, and Zoro's group, recently bandaging their wounds and entering the royal city, all paused. Vivy was delivering her speech through the broadcasting room. The reason for the failure outside the city was not Vivy's inability to stop the insurgents, but rather that she had never had the opportunity to confront their leader or engage in dialogue. Thus, after her initial confusion, Vivy immediately thought of this possibility. Even amidst the outbreak of war and ensuing casualties, there remained a chance for redemption. A moment sooner could mean saving a life, while a moment too late might spell doom for the entire nation. Even if only a glimmer of hope remained, even if it meant saving just one additional person, Vivy would exert every ounce of her strength to strive for it. However, the moment Vivy spoke, her location was revealed to the citizens of the entire city, including Crocodile. In less than a minute, Crocodile had arrived before Vivy. No need to hide. Did you think I was unaware of your little concealment? Crocodile scoffed. John emerged from the shadows, raising his pistol, aiming it at Crocodile. Without needing John to speak, Crocodile took the initiative to say, "So, the sea prism stone bullets, are they? Do you believe such things would be effective against a true powerhouse?" John shrugged. "I understand. For those who have mastered observation haki, unless fired at point-blank range, they would hardly hit their target. Moreover, considering it is a Logia-type user capable of altering their form at will." John continued, "With observation haki, the possibility of a surprise attack is virtually non-existent. And for an average fighter, even if they perceive the danger, there remains a chance of being unable to evade in time. However, for a Logia user, once they sense the threat, they can instantly disperse their body, allowing the bullet to pass through without making contact, thus perfectly evading the harm of the sea prism stone bullets. Given Crocodile's experience, this should not be impossible. But what you just said has already been broadcast throughout the city. Are you truly unconcerned about this?" John asked Crocodile. "What did I say?" Crocodile retorted. "Someone openly slanders me. Should I not take action upon hearing it?" "Haha, John, you are quite devious. You have gone to great lengths to paint me as a great villain, only to become a hero by defeating me. Is this truly your aspiration to become the king of Alabasta?" Crocodile's words echoed throughout the city. "My hands have grown frostbite. I have been struggling to write lately." Chapter 93, The Gunshot John. Vivy. At long last, the two were rescued from the ruins. As John gazed around at his companions, who, like him, struggled to stand and appeared utterly disheveled, a profound realization washed over him. He had been mistaken from the very beginning. As the weak, one must embrace the consciousness that accompanies their fragility. They were not here to crush ants. They were here to challenge the strong, to ascend from beneath. One should never entertain the illusion of a complete retreat. A vantage point from above, encompassing the entire situation, is a privilege reserved solely for the powerful. No stratagem could suffice. It is the resolve to fight to the bitter end, to burn one's boats, that embodies the true path of the weak overcoming the strong. What does it matter if one is battered and bruised? Despite the difficulty in rising, the eyes of all were filled with unwavering determination. Previously, John had never believed that fervor could lead to victory, but now, the only thing that propelled him toward ultimate triumph was this surge of passion. In the underground palace, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp faced off against the senior executives of the Baroque works stationed outside, while Luffy, John, and Vivy successfully made their way inside. Upon descending, they indeed encountered Crocodile, Vivy's father, and Nico Robin, alongside the immense historical text. Crocodile slowly turned around, remarking, "You found this place quite swiftly. It seems your intentions align with mine, John." John replied solemnly, "I merely know what you aim to achieve." "Huh," Crocodile scoffed. "You think you comprehend my desires? Such knowledge is beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty?" He then turned toward Vivy's father, who lay incapacitated nearby. "Father." Vivy rushed forward, and Crocodile made no effort to impede her. "How much longer?" Crocodile inquired, glancing back. "Approximately 5 minutes," Robin responded, her focus unwavering as she remained engrossed in the historical text. "Very well, then let us indulge in a bit of sport," Crocodile declared. As the battle was poised to ignite, this was a confined space, removed from the desert, theoretically imposing considerable limitations on Crocodile. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, even with their combined might, Luffy and John were still no match for him. Luffy's attacks proved ineffective against Crocodile, while John's bullets failed to find their mark. Nevertheless, under the guise of cooperation, Luffy found himself less easily defeated, thanks to John's cover. Before long, Crocodile discerned that to vanquish the duo, he should not engage Luffy directly but instead prioritize eliminating John, the one providing ranged support. For, in truth, only John's sea stone bullets posed a genuine threat to him. While Luffy was hardly a concern, a sense of alarm washed over John as he recognized the shift in Crocodile's focus. The pressure upon him escalated dramatically. Currently, John is devoid of any formidable prowess. In close combat, he is utterly ineffective. As for evasion, previously in the ruins, heavy debris had pinned John's leg, and it has yet to fully recover, rendering his mobility significantly impaired. Confronted by the airborne Crocodile, John finds himself with no avenue for escape. "John, it's too late," Crocodile exclaimed as he sent John's pistol flying with a kick and seized John's throat with one hand. In a reflexive motion, John's other hand swung a knife at Crocodile. Yet the weapon merely grazed Crocodile's form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. "Your life hangs by a thread, Straw Hat. If you take another step, I shall end him," Crocodile threatened. Frustrated, Luffy clenched his fists, rendered immobile. Crocodile redirected his gaze to John. "Do you comprehend where you have faltered? You are simply too weak. This world belongs to the strong. Blame your own inadequacies for your unfulfilled ambitions." Bang! A gunshot rang out, creating a gaping wound in Crocodile's body. However, it was not the bullet that caused it. Rather, he had deliberately vacated the space. Crack! "Ah!" John screamed in agony as Crocodile seized his gun-wielding hand, twisting it with force, causing John's entire body to face away from him, dislocating his hand in the process. "Dual-wielding? Did you think I would be unprepared?" Crocodile sneered, having anticipated that John, possessing only one visible firearm, must surely harbor another. Gasping for breath, John admitted, "I concede, I have lost utterly. But may I request one final wish? I wish to know what the historical records truly state. The defeated have no such privilege. You shall die with your regrets." Crocodile retorted sharply. "Luffy, kill Nico Robin." John suddenly cried out. "How dare you?" Crocodile seethed, spinning around in fury. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. "Ah!" On a pristine white bed, Vivy jolted awake, her complexion pale and drenched in sweat. This marked several consecutive days of tormenting nightmares. "John," Vivy murmured, gazing at her trembling hands, tears cascading down her face. In the final moments, she had indeed fired upon John. "Before that fateful battle, this is a sea stone bullet. You must load it into your gun. Crocodile will surely be wary of me, but he may not suspect you. In a critical moment, it could prove invaluable. However, your firearm lacks the ability to adjust freely and will always maintain its maximum power. In the confined space underground, it should pierce through the opponent directly, causing harm but not incapacitating them. I hope you remember this. My foot is injured, and there is a strong possibility that Crocodile will capture me. Therefore, if such a scenario arises, shoot directly at me. As I aim my weapon, Crocodile would undoubtedly be caught off guard. The bullet would pierce through my body. Its force diminished, ultimately lodging itself within Crocodile, rendering him instantly powerless and devoid of strength. Rest assured, as long as I avoid striking a vital area, I shall not meet my demise. Conversely, this shot may very well save my life." The smile that adorned John's face when he uttered these words is forever etched in Vivy's heart. Yet, It is precisely this image that has become the source of her nightmares. In that moment of crisis, the urgency was overwhelming. Had I refrained from pulling the trigger, John might have been slain by Crocodile in an instant. Thus, from any perspective, past or present, that shot was undeniably necessary. However, once the gunfire erupted, Vivy was consumed by dread, her composure shattering before her very eyes. As long as I avoid striking a vital area, I shall not meet my demise. But Vivy was not John. She lacked his remarkable marksmanship. Who could guarantee that the bullet would not strike a critical point on him? In truth, had the bullet deviated by mere centimeters, Vivy might never have the chance to see John again. Consequently, in recent days, Vivy has been evading John, only daring to steal glances when he remains unconscious. She finds herself unable to surmount this emotional barrier. Your Highness, Sergeant Dasky requests an audience. Vivy wiped her eyes and rose from her bed. Allow her to enter. As Dasky stepped into the room, she glanced around and inquired, Your Highness, might I ask if Colonel John is present? Chapter 94. Farewell, Princess. May I inquire if Colonel John is present? As soon as Dasky's words fell, both their faces flushed simultaneously. Dasky realized her misstep. After all, Princess Vivy had just risen from her slumber, and her inquiry about John's presence inadvertently suggested that he had shared the bed with the princess. Hastily, Dasky clarified. What I meant was, Vivy quickly waved her hand. I understand. I have not seen John. Oh, I see. An awkward silence ensued. But it was Vivy who first regained her composure. Pray tell, has something occurred? She inquired. I cannot locate Colonel John anywhere. I initially presumed he was with the princess. Dasky replied in a hushed tone. Vivy paused in surprise. Nowhere to be found. Indeed. I visited Colonel John this morning, but he was absent from his quarters. I inquired with the doctors and nurses, yet they were equally in the dark. Thus, I thought he might have come here to see you. Colonel John's health seemed to have improved considerably. I believed he could return to the Navy headquarters to report back, although he had departed without notice. It was said that the authorities deemed it excusable and would not impose any penalties on him. I merely wished to inform him before Dasky could finish her sentence. Vivy dashed out like the wind. Princess? Dasky stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Vivy sprinted down the long corridor, oblivious to everything around her. What of the guests? Suddenly spotting a maid, Vivy hurriedly asked, when did they depart? They left bright and early this morning, the maid replied. Vivy gritted her teeth. Kizaru. I am aware. Even if everyone believes Colonel John has accomplished his mission and will return to his naval post. Having spent time aboard the Going Merry, Vivy understood all too well that John would not return to the Navy. He would continue his journey as a pirate, adventuring alongside his companions, pursuing dreams, and living as the freest of men. Indeed, it was her influence that had initially led John to embrace the life of a pirate. Yet now, he had fallen in love with such a lifestyle. Not only John, but Vivy too had developed an affection for that way of life. How enviable. If only. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks as she bit her lip. Kizaru, hurry, to the seaside. They must be there. At the seaside. Aboard the Going Merry. Oh, you're back, Zoro remarked, one eye half open, reclining on the ground. I thought you were lost in a world of tenderness, unwilling to join us. Nami teased. Hee, I knew John would surely come. Luffy beamed, his unwavering faith in John evident. John, clutching his chest with a wry smile, lamented, as a bedridden patient. None of you offered to come fetch me, forcing me to walk such a distance alone. After defeating Crocodile, although Luffy and his companions were hidden within the palace, John could not be concealed. John sustained severe injuries and required special care. This was one reason. Moreover, the Navy was well aware of John's presence here. This was another. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that no one comprehended John's true intentions. What if he, as many presumed, intended to return to the Navy? Thus, after John fell into a coma due to his injuries, he remained under solitary care, primarily attended to by Dasky. On that day, the Straw Hat crew was preparing to depart. Luffy and the others had notified John in advance. As for whether John would join them, that was entirely his decision. When the time came, the ship would set sail regardless. Are we ready to embark? Luffy inquired. No, there is one more person. Vivy will definitely come, he asserted. This was, of course, a testament to Luffy's naivete. The others understood all too well that Vivy bore the weight of an entire nation on her shoulders. She could not simply embark on a spontaneous journey like them. Especially during this critical period of reconstruction, Alabasta could not do without Princess Vivy. Nevertheless, no one aboard the ship refuted Luffy's statement. John, Luffy, everyone, Finally, Vivy appeared riding Kizaru. Vivy. The crew aboard the Mary cheered, waving at her. She was, indeed, a true companion. Yet, she declared, I have come to bid you farewell. What followed was a poignant and heart-wrenching exchange. As Vivy spoke, tears streamed down her face. And the crew was similarly misty-eyed. Nami covered her mouth and softly suggested, John, you should stay here. I believe you ought to remain. As if she had heard Nami's words, Vivy suddenly called out, John, go. Take my part with you. Even if no one else understands you, remember that here in Alabasta, there is someone who will always support you. If that day ever comes, you must return and share all your adventures with me. I have decided to stay here. I love my homeland too much. If we meet again someday, will you still call me a companion? No response was necessary. The scene was enough to last an eternity. At sea, Nami turned to the soft-hearted John and said, That's why I urged you to stay, if you're so reluctant to part. I just feel an emptiness inside. John replied. Nami pouted, Are you lonely? Although she felt a tinge of loneliness herself. By the way, what exactly is going on between you and Vivy? You've never properly explained it to us, Nami inquired. I want to know too, John admitted. Are you playing dumb with me? Nami retorted angrily. Ah, I see now. No wonder I feel empty inside. It's because I've lost my memory. John exclaimed. You big liar. Stop right there. Don't act recklessly. I'm still recovering. The two individuals resumed their playful banter as usual. Indeed, it felt more natural with Nami by his side. It should be noted that Vivy might be somewhat innocent in this scenario. Yet John had always believed that Vivy's affections were directed towards the former version of himself, not the man he had become. Consequently, whenever he found himself in Vivy's presence, a sense of awkwardness enveloped him, fearing that she might bring up the past, leaving him at a loss for words. It was not that John harbored any dislike for Vivy. Rather, he felt a certain ease when he was with Nami. In her company, he could weave tales of deception or claim amnesia without hesitation. When the burdens of heroism became too heavy, the allure of being a carefree pirate was irresistible. Of course, Vivy's words remained etched in John's heart. He bore the weight of her dreams and would never abandon her. One day, he would return. Bidding farewell to Vivy and departing from Alabasta signified John's farewell to his past. From that moment forth, he would no longer be Navy John, but rather, he would embrace his identity as Pirate John. What a lively scene. I had assumed you would wallow in despair for an extended period. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected voice broke the air. What? Why are you on the ship? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What is your purpose? Are you here for revenge? Passenger, please disembark immediately. You are not welcome here. I wish to become your companion, Robin stated with a smile. Chapter 95, The Upward Pointer thus. Nico Robin inexplicably boarded the ship. She could indeed be considered the only one who voluntarily came aboard. The others, without exception, were coerced by Luffy. On the vessel, Robin sat quietly, engrossed in her book. Although she had now joined the crew, apart from Luffy and, well, Sanji, the others regarded her with suspicion, even ignoring her presence. It was reminiscent of the previous situation aboard the ship with two women, where Nami and Vivy shared a close bond. In contrast, Nami and Robin maintained a respectful distance, rarely exchanging words, even at night, when they slept far apart. If possible, Nami would undoubtedly prefer to share a room separately from Robin. It was precisely this atmosphere that allowed John to find an opportunity to approach Robin stealthily. Hey, you said it yourself, we're comrades now, John whispered as he sidled up to Robin. She put away her book and smiled in response. Indeed. Then could you tell me what exactly is written in the poneglyph? John inquired eagerly. This matter had been weighing on his mind. The poneglyph was arguably one of the greatest secrets in the world of pirates. And now a fragment of the truth lay within reach. Could John possibly restrain his curiosity? However, as for the poneglyph, even if Robin trusted John, she would never disclose its contents lightly. If John were a villain, revealing such secrets could spell disaster for the world. If he were a good person, divulging this hidden knowledge could bring calamity upon himself. The annihilation of O'Haran, the island of archaeology, was a testament to the perils of knowing too much. I'm sorry. I didn't see clearly, Robin replied. Didn't see clearly? How is that possible? How long did you look at it? You were so focused. Your eyes didn't even blink. Now you say you didn't see clearly. That essay tall tale? John retorted. Don't worry, I'm quite tight-lipped. I won't say a word. Regrettably, Robin shook her head. Suddenly, John's demeanor shifted dramatically. What had begun as amiable turned menacing. You're really asking for trouble. If sweet words won't work, then I'll take a harsher approach. With that, John produced a snail phone and slammed it onto the table in front of Robin with a resounding thud. I have your embarrassing photos. If you don't tell me, then humph. Oh. Robin slowly picked up the snail phone, verifying its authenticity. Just then, a powerful punch landed, sending John soaring 5 meters into the air. What have you done now? Nami exclaimed, having yet to consider Robin as a true companion, thus never warning her about certain precautions. Even during Robin's bathing, Nami had not closely monitored John. Consequently, John might have genuinely seized the opportunity for his voyeuristic pursuits. It's a misunderstanding. I was merely trying to frighten her. John hurriedly explained on the ground, merely a scare, a pretense. Just as Nami was about to waver, Robin, standing nearby with a snail phone in hand, observed the situation with an air of detachment and offered a casual remark. Indeed, the filming is rather well done. The death sentence had been passed. John, perfect timing. It seems our provisions aboard are dwindling. Let us use you for fishing today. No, please. Sanji, it's your responsibility now. Understood. The unfortunate John was dragged away. And Nami turned to glare at Robin. Since you are now aboard our ship, you must abide by our rules. Come with me. I shall enlighten you on certain matters. Very well, Miss Navigator, Robin replied leisurely as she closed her book. Any human whimsy has the potential to become reality. Physicist William Galton. In the sky, a sailing vessel plummeted. Honestly, even with prior mental preparation, John was left astounded. It couldn't have fallen at a more opportune moment. Just as they passed by, was this the power of the protagonist, Sora? What on earth? Why would it descend from the heavens? How peculiar. The crew gazed skyward. Yet the sky was devoid of any object. Ah! Nami suddenly exclaimed, the log pose is malfunctioning. The needle is stuck pointing upwards. What? The others gasped. Without a needle on the Grand Line, navigation would be impossible. No, it is being drawn by an island with a stronger magnetic force, thus recalibrating the log. The needle pointing upward indicates the record has been seized by an aerial island. Robin gazed at the sky, despite her vast knowledge. She had only heard of sky islands but had never visited one. A sky island? Is it truly a land floating in midair? The others were entirely unfamiliar with the concept, as it defied common sense. However, there was nothing resembling an island in the sky, was there? To be precise, it should be the sea that floats, Robin corrected. The sea? The more I hear, the more confused I become. Admittedly, I have not perused any literature on sky islands, so I am not well acquainted with the subject, Robin added. I knew it. The sea and islands cannot possibly float in the sky. The log pose must be malfunctioning. Nami sighed in relief. No. Just as Robin was about to retort, John, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Sky islands do exist. Nami, do you know why the log pose is spherical? It is precisely because there are islands suspended in the air as well as those in the sea. What we should consider now is not the malfunction of the log pose, but rather how to reach the sky. Huh. Usopp, did you hear that? There's a sea in the sky. Excellent. Let us set sail immediately. Brothers, steer upwards. Luffy and Usopp had already begun to stir up excitement. As John spoke with unwavering conviction, Robin found herself intrigued. Oh, Mr. First Mate, do you possess knowledge of the Sky Island? She inquired. This is something I have just recently acquired, John replied, handing Robin a piece of paper, which turned out to be a bounty notice. Strange monk, Urki. I have not heard of him before. He seems to be a newcomer. Oh, such a high bounty, Robin remarked. Look, he appears to have wings on his back. Nami pointed out. Indeed, that is the hallmark of those hailing from the Sky Island. It has been confirmed that such islands do exist, John stated. Does this mean that this strange monk is the person depicted here? Nami asked, glancing up. The inhabitants of the Sky Island seem rather fearsome. There are likely multiple Sky Islands, and not all strange monks originate from our particular island. Just as among humans, there are both good and bad individuals. The residents of the Sky Island are no different, John explained. You seem quite knowledgeable, Robin commented. Interesting matters such as these, when the opportunity presents itself, one must not let them slip away, John replied. Then how do we reach the Sky Island? We cannot fly, Nami queried, turning to John. Since you are familiar with the Sky Island, you must also know how to get there. Conditions vary from place to place, but generally speaking, it involves ocean currents. However, the specifics must be ascertained by gathering information in this vicinity, John responded. Chapter 96. Presence, however, the specifics must be sought in the vicinity for confirmation. Even if John wishes to impress the ladies with bravado, certain matters are beyond his comprehension. For instance, the phenomenon of the ascending sea current, Its precise timing and location are not information John possesses. Therefore, there are places that must be visited and steps that must be personally undertaken. The legendary bravado of the boastful Roland is destined to be rekindled. Subsequently, as anticipated, they encountered a salvage crew, followed by a colossal humanoid creature. After a hasty retreat from the scene, it was deemed impossible. Impossible, he gasped. It cannot be that immense. Have you noticed that the back of that enormous creature bore wings? John suddenly remarked, maintaining an unusual calmness amidst the chaos. Is that so? Came the response, intrigued. Are you suggesting that those are the inhabitants of Sky Island? Yet you never mentioned that the residents are of such grand size. Nami exclaimed. I believe what our first mate implies is that they are merely shadows, Robin interjected. Those shadows are cast by the inhabitants of the Sky Island. In theory. That is indeed a possibility, John concurred. Yet, that seems utterly implausible, Usopp countered. Nevertheless, rather than believing in the existence of such gargantuan monsters, I would prefer to accept John's hypothesis, Zoro asserted. The group nodded in agreement, finding merit in his reasoning. If such creatures truly existed, I'm not boasting. But if I were to get serious, they would hardly pose a challenge. Really? After escaping danger, Usopp resumed his tall tales. Though this kind of bravado would likely only be believed by Chopper, they discovered a permanent pointer to Gaia amidst the treasures of the derelict ship. Although Luffy expressed a desire to ascend to Sky Island, for the time being, their course was set for Gaia to gather information. Mag Valley Town. What a chaotic place it is. John tightened his coat and lowered the brim of his hat, attempting to blend into the background. You seem a bit anxious. Nami suddenly inquired. John was a person she knew quite well. Despite his claims of modesty, he was rather ostentatious. The more he tried to conceal his identity, the more attention he attracted. Yet now, he appeared unusually reserved, almost as if it were his first day in town. Is your injury still troubling you? Nami asked with concern. Yes, John nodded. In truth, his physical wounds mattered little. What truly made him uneasy was the prospect of encountering the formidable Blackbeard here. To be candid, John currently finds himself in a state of profound conflict. He yearns to evade danger while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to witness the enigmatic Blackbeard up close. After all, Blackbeard seems to exude a somewhat harmless demeanor at this very moment. Fear not. Stay close to me. I shall protect you. Nami declared boldly, patting her chest. John was taken aback, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion. The typically timid Nami was boldly asserting her desire to safeguard him in such perilous circumstances. Such words and feelings. Luffy, Zoro, do not wander off. Stay with me. Nami instructed. John thought, this is truly Nami. As they ventured forth, they encountered several of Blackbeard's formidable officers, as well as a few pretentious underlings. Ultimately, they found themselves in a quaint tavern, where they came face to face with the future antagonist, Blackbeard himself. Observing Luffy conversing jovially with Blackbeard, John opened his mouth in silence, exhaling a sigh as he lowered his gaze to his drink. Hey, what is wrong with you today? Nami inquired, puzzled by John's demeanor, which resembled that of someone mourning a lost love. Was he still preoccupied with Vivy? I refuse to accept this. John brooded over his drink. He realized that he had struggled to articulate his thoughts multiple times, unsure of what to say. To be precise, John feared that if he spoke, he might inadvertently trip over his own tongue. It's just Blackbeard. Why am I acting like that foolish fan Romeo? He pondered. What if Blackbeard detected his unease? What if he suspected John recognized him and sought to silence him? Yet the more he ruminated, the less he could quell his growing anxiety. With no alternative, he resorted to alcohol to alleviate his stress, desperately attempting to conceal all his inner turmoil, his rapid heartbeat, his frayed nerves, his evasive gaze, and his labored breaths. At last, Blackbeard departed, and the Mad Dog appeared. A minor disagreement escalated the tavern into a battleground, resulting in Luffy receiving a one-sided thrashing. Hey, Luffy, fight back, Nami cried out, but alas, her pleas bore no fruit. In a moment of desperation, Nami seized John, the only semblance of sanity present, reasoning that even though John had yet to fully recover, he should be capable of handling such a foe, right? Without lifting his gaze, John gently swirled the liquid within his glass, finally able to speak coherently. Cannot comprehend? He replied. I utterly cannot comprehend. Nami exclaimed. John shrugged. To be honest, I too am at a loss. However, I can at least ascertain one thing. This individual is no match for Luffy. He poses no threat to him. Hence, he does not warrant our intervention. There must be a reason Luffy refrains from engaging. Let him be. If the situation necessitates it, I shall intervene. Reflecting on his past while watching anime, John had felt immense frustration at such scenes. Even if there were reasons to abstain from retaliation, one should not allow themselves to be bullied, should they? However, during his personal experiences, John perceived a stark contrast. The distinction between refraining from retaliation and being bullied is profound. Can one truly assert that Luffy is currently being oppressed? To illustrate, albeit perhaps inappropriately, John frequently finds himself at the mercy of Nami, yet if someone were to intervene on his behalf and strike Nami, what would John's reaction be? It may seem somewhat unfair to Bellamy, but at this juncture, Bellamy's actions are, in Luffy's eyes, utterly inconsequential. John lacks Luffy's magnanimity. If he were to be assaulted, he could not possibly endure it. Nevertheless, he respects Luffy, and since Luffy is unwilling to retaliate, regardless of the rationale, John feels powerless to intervene. In this regard, Zoro mirrors John's sentiments. Though initially inclined to act, he ultimately refrained, executing his decision with even greater resolve than John. It was as if he chose to ignore the situation entirely. John quietly sipped his drink, curiously, perhaps sensing John's timidity. Bellamy hurled punches, yet never directed his blows towards John, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Unbeknownst to John, at that moment, his sense of existence had vanished. This represents a peculiar form of transparency, not in a visual sense, but in a sensory one. Much like a passerby on the street, one can clearly see them. Yet their absence would elicit no surprise, just as their presence would not evoke any particular interest. Without a meticulous comparison, one would hardly notice the differences between the two. P.S. The protagonist's abilities, of course, cannot evolve so swiftly. This is merely a precursor to the later awakening of observation haki, with Blackbeard serving as a fitting catalyst. Chapter 98. The Mad Dog. Come out and face your fate, Mad Dog. Emerge and meet your demise. This was the most dashing moment captured by the snail phone, a fleeting glimpse of John at his finest, and indeed, the only instance of such grandeur. Following this, a rather dramatic twist unfolded. The eager challenger, intent on making a scene, not only failed in his endeavor, but was instead soundly reprimanded. To an unsuspecting observer, it might seem as though Bellamy was the protagonist, while John appeared merely as the villain, a fool meant to accentuate the protagonist's prowess. How ironic. Alas, how should John explain this debacle to Nami upon his return? Truly, a world devoid of Photoshop is a terrifying prospect. He repeatedly scrutinized the footage on the snail phone, sighing deeply. Could he possibly present such an unembellished depiction to Nami? Yet, even as a hacker, altering the visuals in the current pirate realm was no simple task. They often say that desire is a double-edged sword. Why had he rashly acquiesced to Nami's request without contemplating its feasibility? The sole consolation was perhaps that John had managed to flee swiftly, leaving no trace behind, thus avoiding a more humiliating reprimand. Just then, a voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Startling John, it was Robin's voice. Clearly, she had witnessed the earlier confrontation. Oh dear, John lamented, slapping his forehead. For a man, being observed in such a compromising predicament by a woman could be quite a blow to his pride. Emerging slowly from the shadows, Robin remarked, I assume you are not the type to recklessly engage without understanding the dynamics of strength and weakness. If you could have prevailed, why did you suddenly withdraw? Were you trying to conceal your identity? That seems unlikely, given your ostentatious entrance. If you were to expose yourself, it appears you have already done so. Robin's deductions were astute. John's retreat was indeed not due to an inability to fight back, but rather a sudden instinctive withdrawal, just as he was poised to strike. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine. It was an acute intuition, perhaps a sense of impending danger, possibly a manifestation of his observation haki. It felt as though he had been targeted by a predator or a sniper, as if his life was poised on the precipice of termination. In that moment of realization, John recalled the presence of Blackbeard and his crew in the vicinity. His grand entrance had inevitably drawn their attention. Even if Blackbeard himself was not among the spectators, John surmised that Van Augur, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, was likely observing him from afar through the scope of his rifle. Even without the intent to pull the trigger, the mere act of being watched was enough to compel John to reconsider his earlier decision. Reluctantly and with a sense of humiliation, he found himself playing the role of the fool once more. Otherwise, it would be quite effortless for Bellamy, with a bounty of 55 million to be dealt with, and it would be strange indeed not to attract the attention of Blackbeard. Currently, Blackbeard lacks a target and is solely focused on executing a grand scheme, aspiring to use it as a stepping stone to ascend as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This implies that anyone could potentially become Blackbeard's prey, provided they possess sufficient worth. Therefore, for John, Whether in a flamboyant or subdued manner, it is paramount not to exhibit any extraordinary prowess before Blackbeard. Once he becomes aware, it would be all too easy for him to uncover certain truths. This is a genuine crisis threatening their very existence, leaving no room for recklessness or chance. Who can guarantee that Blackbeard will not pursue the Straw Hat Pirates as he does in the anime? Even if Blackbeard had noticed them an hour earlier, the Straw Hats would likely struggle to reach Sky Island and evade the impending peril. In a moment of life and death, John's personal honor must take a back seat. How utterly disgraceful! It seems imperative to vacate this island at the earliest opportunity. John pulled his hat over his face and turned to retrace his steps. Robin's eyes flickered. There must be a reason behind it all, though John chose not to speak. What a mysterious man John is. How many secrets does he harbor? Is he truly unwilling to divulge even a single one? Robin followed suit and remarked, "A loss is a loss. Any justification is merely an excuse." John retorted coolly, showcasing his heroic demeanor. Then, he added, "But once we return, could you perhaps indulge me in a little fabrication?" John rubbed his hands together, grinning sheepishly at Robin. Robin. Meanwhile, in the shadow of the earlier commotion, was it a discovery of my presence? Or perhaps a feline-like sharpness? Turning his head, John beheld Blackbeard, brandishing a bottle of liquor and appearing like a drunken buffoon, slowly emerging to witness the spectacle. However, it seemed that another group of perilous individuals lurked nearby. Acting recklessly might lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, it would be prudent to seek another opportunity to meet John. His figure melted into the darkness. A sudden, inexplicable sound of a door closing echoed through the space. Back in the present. What? You say you didn't engage and simply returned? Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. John affirmed with a nod. I suddenly realized that I am a man of integrity. How could I be easily swayed by mere beauty? Since I refrained from acting previously, I certainly cannot do so now. Repeating such actions would be the mark of a scoundrel, John declared with utmost seriousness. Is that so? Nami squinted, scrutinizing John, unwilling to easily believe the words of this great deceiver. If you don't believe me, you may ask Robin. John pulled Robin over to make his case. I can attest. He indeed held back, Robin stated, which was not entirely a falsehood. However, this only deepened Nami's suspicion. When did you two become so chummy? She inquired. I inadvertently overheard your conversation earlier, so I quietly followed to see for myself, Robin replied, proving to be quite the honest child. In any case, you have no intention of assisting me? Nami asked John, her gaze unwavering. Forgive others when you can. Moreover, individuals who recklessly court disaster will inevitably meet their demise one day, John replied. Nami clapped her hands and turned away, stating, Very well, I shall seek Sanji's assistance. I am certain he would be more than willing to join me in the bath. Wait, John exclaimed, swiftly seizing Nami. Can we not discuss this? He implored. No, Nami responded with unwavering decisiveness. Not even a little room for negotiation? No room for discussion. Very well, just wait for me. Give me a moment. John gritted his teeth, determined to press forward. There is always a way, akin to how Blackbeard disregards Bellamy's 5 million bounty. If John can merely exhibit a semblance of a 60 million threat, Blackbeard would surely overlook him as well. Fueled by passion for a fair maiden, this hacker is ready to risk it all today. To prevent you from deceiving me, I shall accompany you this time, Nami declared. Is that necessary? It could be perilous, John cautioned. Then I shall return to seek Sanji, Nami retorted, turning back. Fair princess, the journey is long. Would you like me to carry you? John instantaneously transformed into a charioteer. Then, in the same place, with the same people, the same stance, and the same words, he shouted, Mad Dog, come forth to meet your doom. One wonders if John's face flushed with heat upon uttering those words. Chapter 99. Speed is invincible. Mad Dog, come out and meet your demise. Is it you again? Bellamy seethed with rage. Encountering this nuisance once was manageable, but to confront him twice, knowing full well he could not win, was intolerable. Was this a deliberate attempt to disrupt and vex him? It is said that one strategy in warfare is to disturb the enemy. Could this be John's scheme to create chaos and then flee, to irk him into sleeplessness? Again? Why do you say again? This is my first time here. Did you perhaps dream of my arrival just now? Haha. It seems you were quite terrified. How about this? Kneel and bow 3 times, and I shall spare you, John proclaimed arrogantly, his nostrils flaring. With Nami now accompanying him, he had no intention of admitting to having visited before. A man can forfeit many things, his dignity, his honor, but never his pride before a woman. Bellamy's expression darkened. His anger transformed into clarity. No one would be foolish enough to seek death willingly. John's reappearance, a blatant provocation, surely indicated he had accomplices nearby. Perhaps laying traps in wait. Should he rashly pursue, he would fall into their snare. Scanning his surroundings, Bellamy coldly remarked, "If you've brought help, let them show themselves. No need for stealth. Help? Huh? Do I need assistance to deal with a mere lackey like you?" John laughed heartily. Bellamy's face turned grim. "You seek death. With that?" He crouched, his legs morphing into a spring-like form. "What is that?" Nami gasped. "It appears to be the power of a devil fruit user," Robin noted beside her. Whoosh. In an instant, Bellamy vanished. "Spring hopper. Here it comes." Bellamy's ultimate move. My goodness. He has completely disappeared. This technique was used to eliminate the executioner Rocio. That fool is doomed. Of course. To prevent any further disturbances, Bellamy will surely not allow this brat to return alive. Bellamy's companions, holding their drinks, were calm smiles. "Haha. You fled so swiftly before. Now, where will you run?" Bellamy cackled, darting around the space like a whirlwind, encircling John in a web of movement. With no escape. No matter what traps were laid or allies present, they would prove utterly futile. "Prepare to meet your end, you insufferable trash." In the center, John stood calmly, seemingly oblivious to Bellamy's encirclement. Excellent. The chilling sensation he had felt earlier was absent this time. It appeared his reappearance was perceived as mere folly, unnoticed by anyone. Thus, he could unleash his full potential. John clenched his fists. Bellamy's speed, though swift, pales in comparison to CP9. Currently, Luffy could effortlessly land a punch on him. Thus, in John's discerning gaze, Bellamy's velocity is hardly remarkable. The use of C-prism stone bullets here seems rather extravagant, after all. What satisfaction can be derived from a gun when one could unleash their fury with bare fists? There are 2 points requiring clarification. John spoke slowly. Firstly, I've only just arrived. When did I ever flee? It's high time you woke from your delusions. Secondly, you call that fast? With a derisive chuckle. He vanished from sight. What? He disappeared. Just like Bellamy. No, he is even swifter. While traces of Bellamy's movement could still be discerned. This man left no hint of his presence. How astonishing. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him before? What is his bounty? Could it possibly exceed Bellamy's? That is inconceivable. Amidst the awe of the onlookers, John vanished entirely. Not just the others, but even Bellamy stood frozen in shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He could see nothing. Was he intoxicated or truly dreaming? Suddenly, with his mind still reeling, Bellamy took a heavy punch to the face, sent sprawling several meters away. At that moment, John revealed himself, assuming a stance as if he had just delivered that very blow. How swift. Spectators were nearly left agape. Only at the instant John halted could one glimpse his form. At all other times, he was utterly invisible. Such speed makes taking a life a mere trifle. In the distance, Nami covered her mouth. To the unknowing, it might seem she was astonished, but in truth, she could hardly suppress her laughter. That great deceiver was playing them like puppets. Fast? Had she been unaware of John's devil fruit abilities, she might have thought the same. Without observation Hawkeye. Lacking special perception or defensive capabilities, one could only suffer at John's hands. Perhaps assistance from others might provide some respite, but in a one-on-one scenario, especially without understanding John's powers, it would be nearly impossible to fight effectively. You scoundrel. Bellamy lunged at John. In an instant, John vanished once again, leaving Bellamy to strike nothing but air. Bam! John delivered a kick that sent Bellamy flying, revealing himself once more. To the uninitiated, it might appear as though he had raced several hundred meters in that fleeting moment. In reality, John had merely shifted invisibly for a step. In the martial world, speed reigns supreme. Competing with me in swiftness, you've already lost. John remarked nonchalantly. While speed might not be his forte, he certainly excelled at showmanship. Impossible. At this moment, Bellamy had completely lost his sanity. Not only he but also his companions had entirely abandoned their composure. Impossible. Bellamy had been subdued? Stop joking, Bellamy. Yes. Bring this brat down. You are the mightiest newcomer. Do you know why I have sought you out? John spoke slowly. Who cares about you? Bellamy charged at John once more. There was no way he could know, for with John's presence during the day, it was difficult for anyone to take notice of him. From beginning to end, Bellamy had no idea where John had emerged from. Nor did he realize John was associated with the Straw Hat crew. Whoosh, a gentle breeze swept through, and when John reappeared, he was already behind Bellamy. Silence. Profound silence. So much so that even John's soft voice resonated throughout the venue. Thus, you have succumbed to your own ignorance. Thud. Bellamy rolled his eyes and collapsed heavily onto the ground. John adjusted his coat and, in the chilly night breeze, departed gracefully. Softly, I leave, just as I came, waving my sleeve without a trace of cloud. Having settled matters, I depart, concealing my merit and name. Who, indeed, is that person? The town erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, our heroes aboard the Straw Hat ship exclaimed, "Oh, no. He is actually bathing in a swimsuit. John, how dare you spy on Nami-san in the bath? I shall kill you." Chapter 100, Heaven 3, 2, 1. Pop. The sound of champagne being uncorked resonated. At that moment, the Mary was akin to a champagne cork, soaring skyward propelled by the tumultuous sea currents. If entering the Grand Line previously felt like a roller coaster ride, then this experience resembled a freefall from an exhilarating height. "Have you all secured yourselves as I instructed?" John shouted above the cacophony of wind and waves. Amidst the tempest, everyone clung tightly to something stable, unsure if others could even hear John's voice. Whether from fear or joy, everyone was undeniably exhilarated, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Just kidding. If one's heart truly stopped, they would perish. "Charge!" Luffy bellowed, pressing down on his straw hat. "Wow, the Mary is flying." John's name echoed through the air, accompanied by Nami's voice. "What?" John shouted in response. "I adore you," Nami exclaimed. "Huh?" John replied, bewildered. "If you didn't hear me, forget it, ha. Nami laughed joyfully. Here. Nami was not professing her love to John. Rather, it was a spontaneous expression of gratitude born from excitement. One can only imagine the reason behind the timid Nami, one of the trio known for their apprehension, managing to laugh in such an exhilarating moment. It was because John had ensured their safety, and her exuberance was a reflection of that appreciation. The parachute, an uncomplicated yet exceedingly practical device, was securely fastened to each member of the Straw Hat crew. According to experts, the probability of ascending safely amidst such ferocious currents was alarmingly low. Typically, vessels would be shattered by the overwhelming force of the sea. Reminiscent of Blackbeard's crew in the original tale, the odds of soaring into the clouds above were even slimmer. Most crucially, there resided an island in the sky. If it were merely an ordinary cloud, even if they succeeded in reaching it, the ship would plummet back down. Thus, this journey was fraught with peril, akin to a dance with death. Not to mention Usopp, Nami, and the others, even John, who was previously filled with excitement, hesitated at the thought of such risks. Hence, he devised a safety measure. Each individual donned a parachute, ensuring that if the situation became dire, they could deploy it for a safe descent, even if it meant landing in uncharted waters. This was certainly preferable to a catastrophic fall. Regardless, the Monkey Brothers and others below would be watching, ready to assist if any mishap occurred. Moreover, not only the crew aboard the Mary, but the ship itself was equipped with a giant parachute, as it too was a cherished companion. The reason so many people relish thrill rides is due to the safety measures in place. Genuine free falls are rarely attempted. In a similar vein, at this moment, under the veil of safety, those who were once timid and fearful could finally indulge in the extraordinary thrill. "Fly, Mary. We are bound for the Sky Island." Ha ha, ha ha, 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 ha ha, oh dear, I can hardly breathe. Foolish ones. We are at a high altitude. The oxygen is insufficient. Are you all fools? Nami exclaimed with exasperation, wondering when this motley crew would cease to be a source of worry for her. "I see." Zoro sighed, for he was indeed unaware of such matters. Even an angry Nami was charming in her own way. Sanji gradually acclimatized to the situation. It appeared that this was indeed the Sky Sea. Who would have thought that there was an ocean in the heavens? Nami marveled, but look, the compass still points upward. It seems we are only at the mid-level of the White Sea. Does that mean we must ascend further? What shall we do? Indeed, there is no soaring sea current at present. Never mind, let us take it one step at a time, Luffy declared, carefree as ever, never burdened by worries. Then, before anyone could react, the Mary was subjected to the first wave of attacks. This had nothing to do with any protagonist's aura. Anyone could fall victim to such an onslaught at any time. The inhabitants here were not particularly welcoming. Regrettably, due to their sudden elevation and the body's inability to adjust, the Straw Hat crew was unable to exert their combat prowess. It was not a matter of unwillingness to retaliate, but rather an impossibility to do so. Then, an old man appeared, self-proclaiming as a knight of the skies, and he also held the title of the former god of the Sky Island. Of course, there are no free lunches in this world. Do not naively believe he was merely here to assist them. He had come to engage in business and earn a living, as even heroes require sustenance. I am a free mercenary in these perilous waters. Those who are unfamiliar with aerial combat are often hunted down by the guerrillas they just encountered. meeting a grim fate. As he spoke, he tossed a whistle to the crew, proclaiming that a mere whistle would summon aid for 5 million XXXX coins. I shall not bother typing out this seldom used currency. Upon the sound of the whistle, I shall come to your rescue. What is XXXX coins? Nami immediately inquired, her sensitivity to matters of currency ever apparent. Although 5 million sounded daunting, perhaps this currency was not particularly valuable here. What? You do not even know this? Surely you did not traverse from the peak of the western sky without encountering 1 or 2 islands along the way. The Knight of the Skies expressed his astonishment. Indeed, there were other means. I have always maintained that we should gather sufficient intelligence before taking action. Nami rolled her eyes, relieved that they had not encountered any mishaps. Moreover, it seemed there were indeed multiple sky islands, as Robin noted, corroborating John's assertions. Did you truly arrive riding upon that monstrous current? The Sky Knight marveled, utterly astonished by the presence of such brave souls in this day and age. Nami discreetly wiped away her tears, acknowledging that they were not oblivious to alternative methods. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. If they had chosen a different path, typically, out of 100 souls, only a mere handful would survive, akin to a game of chance. However, traversing the soaring sea current yielded a binary outcome: total annihilation or the collective safety of all. The Sky Knight remarked that in recent years, few dared undertake such a perilous journey, indicating that you must possess both strength and courage as navigators. But ignorance breeds fearlessness, Robin mused inwardly. As a gesture of goodwill, the Sky Knight offered them a complimentary opportunity to sound a horn. With that, he mounted his celestial steed and departed. Truly a benevolent soul, though it seemed he had withheld some vital information. What now? They pondered, engulfed in a fog of uncertainty. How can we ascend to the heights above? Shall we summon him back with that horn? Fool, that is a tool meant for emergencies. Do you have an abundance of money? The crew restrained the impulsive Luffy, entrusting the whistle to Nami for safekeeping, and began to search for a means to ascend in this boundless sky sea. The gates of heaven, John remarked, though it appeared rather promising, an ominous feeling lingered. From a certain perspective, the gates of heaven are not so different from the gates of hell, as both are realms one can only enter after death. Chapter 102. Encounter. Thus, John found himself bound and gagged, akin to a captive, discarded aboard the Mary. Nami reveled in the novelty of the sea, while Luffy and the others followed the angelic father and daughter to Sky Island Town. As Nami ventured further into the ocean, gradually slipping from John's sight, his attention waned, and his mind began to wander to other matters. Dreadful. He must not let his thoughts stray. John steadied his mind, decisively determining his next course of action in an instant. He had previously resolved to maintain focus on a singular objective. Thus he needed to uphold this mental state while also avoiding stagnation. In essence, he must decide what to do next within a fleeting second, then devote himself solely to that endeavor. Once resolved, he would determine the subsequent task with equal promptness. Hesitation was not an option, nor was there time to reconsider his decisions. This method, rather than testing intellect, seemed more a trial of instinct. The initial judgment was crucial. At present, his utmost priority was to free himself from his restraints. John exerted every ounce of strength, tensing his muscles in a fervent attempt to break free from the ropes. Finally, he exclaimed, "Damn it, Sanji, I'm not playing with you. Are you daring to tie me any tighter?" That vengeful scoundrel. With no recourse, John managed to rise slightly, hopping towards a protruding screw, gently rubbing against it in a bid to fray the ropes. Rub, rub, step by step. Like a devil's dance, rub. Meanwhile, on the other side, wow, sir, the view here is magnificent. From the balcony, one can see the sea. Look. The Mary is over there. Let me take a look, Sanji exclaimed, seizing a telescope, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! What is that guy John doing? It's too amusing. His movements. Let me see. Pfft. Is he dancing? Huh? What is he doing now? Raising the anchor? Wait a moment. Is he sailing away with the Mary? What? Zoro interjected. Is he angry? Usopp added. Is he planning to abandon us? Don't go, Mary. Sanji cried. He must be going after Nami. Stop right there, John. Luffy exclaimed. What? John is off to explore that forbidden island alone. Bastard. Yes, bastard. Robin, observing nonchalantly, remarked, Are we discussing the same matter? Why are you all so in sync? Meanwhile, having freed himself from his bonds, John, within a second, immediately resolved his next action: find Nami. As John could not swim, he would have to take the Mary directly. Not good. That direction is indeed God's Island. Quickly stop him, the old man suddenly shouted. But he has already set sail. And the rest the transponder snail, Robin reminded him. Right. Bulu Bulu. Bulu Bulu. Regrettably, John, who was solely focused on searching for Nami, has completely disregarded the matter of the phone bug. That scoundrel. It must be intentional. John, you are so cunning to go alone. Meanwhile, Nami, running fervently, found herself beside the island of the gods. There was no denying the striking nature of this place, which could only be described as extraordinarily distinctive. On this sky island, composed entirely of clouds, there existed a verdant area teeming with trees. Naturally, Nami, hailing from the Qinghai region and accustomed to jungles, was not overly perplexed. However, the sheer size of the flora was astonishing, reminiscent of an untouched wilderness. These trees are colossal. I can't even see their tops. How many years must they have endured? Nami marveled. Suddenly, she faintly heard what seemed to be a voice amidst the jungle. Help! Help! Startled, Nami felt an overwhelming sense of eeriness enveloping the island, instinctively hiding to the side. Then, she heard John's voice calling from behind. Nami! Nami! Startled, Nami quickly whispered, "Shh! Lower your voice. We mustn't be discovered." Just as she spoke, Nami turned her head, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. Goodness, John has brought the entire Going Merry. Such a conspicuous target. How can we hide? At that moment, Nami was at a loss for words. What are you doing here? Would it not be better to stay put? You only bring chaos. Just as she had feared, the unmistakable target of the Going Merry was indeed spotted immediately. Help me. Let me aboard, please. A bloodied figure collapsed on the shore, pleading for aid. Judging by his appearance and tone, it seemed he was being pursued by some dreadful beast. Unaware of the full circumstances, Nami, whose heart was inherently kind, felt compelled to assist upon witnessing such a plight. Perhaps she would merely accept a small reward in return. Moreover, John's presence here provided her with confidence and courage, alleviating her fears of encountering nefarious individuals. John, go help him aboard, Nami commanded. Understood, John replied without hesitation, seamlessly transitioning from his singular focus on finding Nami to following her directives, solidifying his resolve within mere seconds. However, just as John leaped from the Going Merry, a blinding light erupted before him, followed by a thunderous crack. If it were merely a typical lightning strike, it would have sufficed. Yet, what descended now was a colossal bolt, as thick as the trunk of a giant tree, spanning several meters wide. Not only was the unfortunate individual who had collapsed obliterated, but the ground beneath him was also shattered, forming a gaping chasm. Still suspended in midair, John was momentarily dazed. After all, he had not contemplated anything prior. In the absence of any preparation, any ordinary person would be bewildered upon encountering such a scene. At this moment, Nami was equally perplexed. John, she instinctively cried out, the blinding light having obscured her vision, and she feared that John might have been caught in the chaos as well. With a splash, the massive crater created by the lightning strike was promptly filled by the surrounding sea of clouds, given their proximity to the shore. Upon hearing the sound, Nami realized that John had plunged into the cloud sea and hurriedly dove in to rescue him. When Nami managed to pull John back up to the cloud layer, the pursuers had already arrived. However, why was Enel personally taking action this time? That man had seemed to be conversing with someone just moments ago. Oh, is that a pirate ship over there? It appears to be deserted. Have they fled? I heard that 8 more illegal immigrants had arrived. Could that be their vessel? If so, then it must be destroyed without hesitation. Stop. In a moment of desperation, Nami revealed herself. She and John could no longer hide. I am quite curious how Nami remained undetected in the original narrative, considering the supposed vigilance of the Heart's Compass. Before John and Nami stood 4 priests. There was no chance of fighting. At this moment, John had no choice but to reflect. Chapter 103, Wealthy and Willful in Truth. John was overthinking the matter. Enel possessed the ability to read minds, yet it was not as profound as John imagined. If it were otherwise, how could there be so many dissatisfied individuals on Sky Island without Enel eliminating them at the first opportunity? The information Enel could perceive was quite superficial. For instance, when Luffy thinks, I want to be the Pirate King, I want to protect everyone, I want to defeat this guy, regardless of whether Enel could decipher these thoughts, they would essentially be filtered out. What Enel truly interpreted were Luffy's immediate intentions, whether he intended to strike with his fists or feet, whether he planned to attack from the left or the right. These were the insights Enel could grasp. Consider the moment when Luffy rebounded off a wall to launch an attack. Why didn't Enel foresee that? He only picked up on Luffy's conventional punching patterns, failing to discern Luffy's genuine thoughts. This illustrates the point. John's overthinking was also influenced by the reaction of Kobe during the Paramount War when he awakened his observation Hawkeye. Kobe undoubtedly heard the thoughts of others, leading John to subconsciously project this onto Enel, assuming Enel could perceive such intricacies. In reality, Enel's most formidable trait lay in his ability to synchronize with lightning, allowing him to hear others from a distance, akin to having ears in the wind. Therefore, as long as thoughts remained unspoken and were merely contemplated, there would be little cause for concern. John had been excessively cautious. Moreover, even if Enel could perfectly read minds, why would he choose to delve into John's thoughts among so many others? Who was John? A mere illegal immigrant? Such a minor character would hardly capture the attention of a god. It is akin to observing an ant. One would merely step on it without a second thought to what the ant might be contemplating. Enel, at least, was not so trivial as to eavesdrop on others' thoughts. What should we do? They seem quite formidable, Nami whispered. As for resolving the situation peacefully, Nami certainly hoped for that outcome, but having just overheard their conversation, it was clear that 8 illegal immigrants were specifically referencing her Straw Hat crew, leaving her feeling rather powerless. Furthermore, the most critical aspect was not merely the 4 individuals before them. The colossal lightning strike was undoubtedly a divine phenomenon, prompting Nami's mind to dwell on 2 words: escape. The priority was to find a way to leave this Sky Island as swiftly as possible. Even if Luffy craved adventure, there were other Sky Islands to explore. Now that they were amidst the clouds, as indicated by the Aerial Knight's remarks, they should still be able to reach other islands without risking their lives in such a perilous location. Alone, I doubt I can prevail, John stated, recognizing that he was not the type to arrogantly believe he could conquer everything. Additionally, John was acutely aware that all the priests possessed their own observation haki. Theoretically, his invisibility would be rendered ineffective here. The chances of outsmarting them seemed slim. I'll turn the ship around. You hold them off and be ready to flee, Nami suggested. No need. Perhaps we can negotiate, John interjected. While he may have misjudged Enel's capabilities, he never believed that these priests could read minds. Negotiate? Nami was momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be a matter for negotiation? This was a solution she had dismissed at first consideration. However, she quickly realized that John's so-called negotiation was, in fact, a ruse. Esteemed gentlemen, how should I address you? John inquired of the 4 individuals before him, adopting an endearingly goofy demeanor. We are the priests of this place. You must be the illegal entrants, correct? Just now, only just realizing their predicament, John asked if there were any means of remedy. The reason he posed such a question was that he was well aware that a remedy indeed existed. Ah, young man, it seems you are somewhat astute. Well, illegal entry is classified as a level 10 offense. If you pay tenfold the entry fee, 100 billion XXXX coins per person, totaling 800 billion XXXX coins for all 8 of you, your transgressions can be expunged in one fell swoop, the priest declared. 800 billion. Although Nami was yet to grasp the exact conversion rate, the sheer magnitude of that figure left her astounded. Under normal circumstances, she would vehemently refuse to part with such an amount, but after witnessing the divine retribution moments ago, she suddenly felt that if it were at all possible, it would be wiser to pay. After all, no matter how much she valued money, it paled in comparison to her life. 800 billion XXXX coins, you say? Very well. Converting that, it amounts to 32 million RMB, does it not? Let us do this. We shall directly pay 35 million RMB. And consider the remainder a token of respect to you esteemed priests. After all, we intend to stay here for a while, should anything arise. We would greatly appreciate your assistance, John proposed. What is RMB? One priest instinctively inquired. Not only did those living in the Sky Islands have no knowledge of it, even Nami, who hailed from Qinghai and held wealth in high regard, had never heard of such a currency. It was evidently a fabrication by John. Nami, knowing John better than anyone else, instantly comprehended his intentions. Although she had initially felt a pang of regret at the thought of parting with money, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to rush up and kiss John. Nothing could bring greater joy than saving a substantial sum of money. Are you unfamiliar with RMB? We have been able to exchange it on the previous islands. John feigned surprise, though to the priests, it appeared as though he were mocking them. RMB? Could it be another type of currency from Qinghai? Nami thought to herself, silently commending his cleverness. From her previous encounters with the Sky Knights, it was evident that no one would typically expect someone to come from the soaring ocean currents, thus implying that they must have traversed 2 or 3 islands prior to arriving here. Therefore, John's assertion that exchanges could be made beforehand left one at a loss for words. To claim ignorance would be to acknowledge their own lack of knowledge, after all. They were esteemed priests. Oh, RMB. I recall now, it is quite rare in the Sky Islands. So this is the current exchange rate, one priest remarked, stroking his chin. Undoubtedly realizing they had been outwitted. Nami's eyes lit up. With one priest having spoken, the others found it difficult to maintain any semblance of skepticism. Let us return to the ship and retrieve the funds for the priests, John suggested. Quickly. Upon their return to the Mary, Nami gave John a thumbs up. Although he had executed his task splendidly, she was interrupted before she could articulate her thoughts by John's swift gesture. Startled, Nami pondered whether such a hushed conversation could truly be overheard. However, John's actions surely had their rationale. Considering the exaggerated abilities reminiscent of divine retribution, Nami resolved it was prudent to exercise caution. She then inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" "No need. It's merely a small sum of RMB. I can manage it myself," John replied, promptly transporting a box outside. The priest opened the box, glanced inside, and did not bother to count the contents. For they believed the other party would never dare to deceive them. "Very well, your transgressions are absolved. However, I must caution you. You are strictly forbidden from setting foot on this island of the gods. For this occasion, merely remaining on the shore suffices," one of the priests declared. "Understood," John nodded, bowing respectfully as he saw the 4 priests off before returning to the helm of the Mary with Nami. On board. Nami communicated with John through notes. "May I speak freely now?" After some contemplation, John opted to respond in writing, "Until we have not yet severed ties. It is best to refrain from discussion, exercise caution. What is the story behind your RMB? When did you acquire it?" "I prepared it while in Magic Valley Town. Knowing that the currency on Sky Island differs, I thought it might come in handy," John explained. "Then why didn't you use it upon entry?" "I forgot." John was not lying. He genuinely had forgotten. It is worth noting that in his effort to maintain a state of distraction, he had been in a tumultuous mindset. Rather unclear about how he had arrived there. However, utilizing it here proved to be more advantageous, as the one at the gate of heaven would have no authority over unfamiliar currency and would undoubtedly reject it. Had any mishap occurred, it would have been her misfortune. Only the priests, who held the power and were indifferent to wealth, would accept the RMB without hesitation. Chapter 104. Seize the moment at this moment. John and Nami were utterly unprepared for the unforeseen turn of events that would ultimately steer history back onto its rightful course. The Mary slowly returned, and Nami and John anchored ashore. John and Nami exclaimed in disbelief. "What? They went to God's Island to find us." The angelic father and daughter responded with equal astonishment. "What? You have already paid for your sins." Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, they exclaimed, "Oh no. We must stop them." "How long have they been gone?" John inquired. "Did they see you leave the ship?" "Yes, they spotted you as you departed and immediately gave chase," the angelic father replied. A twitch of anxiety crossed John's face. He had delayed slightly before returning with Nami, and given the speed of Luffy and the others, it was likely they had already reached God's Island. One group traveled by sea, while the other took the main route. Had they missed each other? It made sense. Luffy and his companions assumed John had set off on an adventure and could not have anticipated his return. Without considering such a possibility, they would naturally not have kept a watchful eye. It appeared that preventing this calamity was no longer an option. John rubbed his temples in frustration. "By the way, how severe is the crime of trespassing on God's Island? What sum might absolve us of this transgression?" Nami inquired, emboldened by her newfound wealth. Willing to spend if it could avert disaster. Regrettably, the angelic maiden's expression grew pale as she replied, "It's futile. No amount of money can save you once you set foot on God's Island. There is only death awaiting." "What?" Nami's face drained of color, realizing that not everything in this world could be resolved with gold. "What are you waiting for? Quickly, use the snail phone to contact them. Perhaps there is still a chance to save them," Nami urged John. Frantically, John produced the snail phone. "Buru buru, buru buru. No one is answering," he murmured, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Was it truly too late? However, he refused to naively believe that Luffy and the others had met their doom. Of course, John's skepticism did not imply that others shared his resolve. "It's over, it's over." The angelic father and daughter collapsed to their knees, engulfed in grief and self-reproach. "What shall we do? Luffy and the others must be all right, shouldn't they?" Nami pleaded, casting a desperate glance at John, who was now their only hope. "What else can we do?" "We must make our way to God's Island," John stated resolutely. "No, you cannot go. You will perish as well," the angelic maiden exclaimed, wrapping her arms around John. With a heart as pure as her spirit, she was undeniably a kind soul. "Fear not. This fellow has always been averse to death. he would never undertake a venture that could lead to his demise. Thus, not only will we remain unharmed, but we will also return safely with Luffy and the others, Nami interjected. Although her words were meant to provide comfort, John shot her an incredulous look. Really, Nami? Is it appropriate to slander your closest companion like this? Enough chatter. We must act swiftly, he urged. Nami seized John with urgency, fearing that if they delayed, dire consequences might ensue. As she spoke, she led John to the side of the vessel, the smaller Weiba, for its inconspicuousness compared to the Grand Mary. Hold me tightly. They embarked on the Weiba, speeding away. In the distance, a resounding voice echoed. Why are you holding so tightly? You instructed me to hold on. Yet, you are clearly taking advantage of the situation. Who says that? You are the one looking at me with inappropriate intentions. This is merely an unavoidable physical contact. Believe me, I could easily kick you off. Focus ahead, steady the course. The boat is nearly capsizing. You clumsy fool. Stop fidgeting at the back and come to the front. Obediently, John moved to the front, resulting in Nami pressing closely against his back. Get back there. Ah, women. With a sudden splash, help. I can't swim. Meanwhile, the sound of a phone ringing echoed. It must be John. Chopper exclaimed. Don't answer it. Zoro replied. Exactly. He didn't answer earlier. It's to teach him a lesson for abandoning us and venturing off alone, Luffy added. What if something truly happens? Robin pondered. Indeed. An extra pair of hands increases safety, Usopp interjected. I mean, Captain Usopp will protect him. What could possibly happen? That guy is likely just trying to flaunt his time alone with Nami-san. I'll take care of that scoundrel, Sanji declared. Huh. Let us play hide and seek and let John find us, Luffy suggested. No, wait. If we all scatter, I can't protect you. Usopp protested. Captain Usopp. You must protect me, Chopper pleaded. Huh. Where's that moss-haired guy? Is he lost again? Sanji asked. I just saw him walk that way, Robin noted. Huh. Then I shall take my leave first, Luffy exclaimed. Hey, wait for me, Luffy. Sanji, you absolutely cannot separate from us, Usopp insisted. All right, I understand. We must prioritize finding Nami-san. We cannot leave John alone, Chopper reminded. Isn't hide and seek about avoiding them? Robin questioned. This place seems quite ancient. Perhaps it holds some relics, Usopp suggested. Robin has wandered off alone. Sanji sighed. All right, truly, I'm not here to play the babysitter. On the island, the 4 guardians appeared to have encountered 6 monkeys. Truly reckless creatures. Is the hunt about to commence once more? However, it is quite challenging to divide 6 individuals. Whoever seizes the opportunity first shall claim it. Does that imply that I alone could suffice? If only 2 more could join us. Indeed. Having 2 additional companions would be beneficial. How absurd. This island of the gods is a place where no one dares to tread alone. How could 2 more suddenly appear? It seems they have split up. For groups. How fortuitous. One group consists of 3 people. Who shall go? John and Nami in the most perilous location. Recognize that the most dangerous places often provide the greatest safety. They would never anticipate our arrival from this very spot, Nami remarked. At that moment, they stood where they had previously exchanged money for their lives, and indeed, no one was in sight. Just because they do not expect it does not mean they are unaware, John weakly retorted, as he had just been dragged from the sea of clouds by Nami. Beep. 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 Nami clutched her transponder snail, yet it remained unresponsive, tightening her grip. In a low voice, she expressed her concern, which ran deeper than her calm facade suggested. What on earth are those individuals up to? Do not worry, I have a plan, John asserted as he rose. Oh, do you know where Luffy and the others are? Chapter 105. Hold me tight. Although I am unaware of their precise location, I can ascertain the position of the telephone bug, John asserted. How can you do that? Nami inquired. Most individuals may not realize that telephone bugs communicate via a form of radio wave. Radio waves, in essence, are invisible electromagnetic waves. What exactly are electromagnetic waves? John continued to explain, suddenly pausing. Wait, if light is a type of electromagnetic wave, and my transparent fruit ability allows light to pass through effortlessly, could it be that other electromagnetic waves are similarly unaffected? If that is the case, hey, what are you talking about? I can't comprehend any of it. I'm not Robin, so there is no need to flaunt your knowledge in front of me, Nami interjected, unable to restrain herself. Regardless, shouldn't we prioritize finding Luffy and the others before delving into anything else? Unbeknownst to Nami, the issue John had just unearthed was of considerable significance, especially given the current circumstances and in the face of an adversary like Enel. It is true that Enel possesses observation haki. He can indeed detect John in his transparent state. However, ordinary observation haki does not have such extensive coverage. What accounts for the exaggerated range of Enel's observation? It is precisely because his abilities are augmented by the rumble fruit, relying fundamentally on electromagnetic waves. The original text elucidates this. The heartstring, combined with radio waves, allows Enel to eavesdrop on all Sky Island residents, ruling through fear, instilling a sense of hopelessness. This also serves as evidence that Enel does not eavesdrop incessantly. Rather, he desires for people to be aware of his capabilities, fostering an atmosphere of dread and intimidation. In summary, Enel's eavesdropping functions akin to radar, which emits electromagnetic waves to illuminate a target and receive its echoes, thereby discerning the target's position, movement direction, velocity, and other characteristics. If John could entirely allow these electromagnetic waves to pass through him, he would remain undetected by Enel in his transparent form, at least as long as he did not approach Enel. John could evade the heartstring that operates in conjunction with the radio waves, resembling an invisible aircraft, achieving a different kind of stealth. Thus, upon contemplation, action was warranted. After all, they were in the Sky Island. Without the concern of exposing his abilities to the outside world, allowing him to experiment with confidence. However, John was not reckless. It was not fear of exposure that restrained him, but rather the peculiarity of suddenly vanishing. Imagine, within Enel's radar, a target that had always been present suddenly disappearing. Would this not draw Enel's attention? Moreover, Enel possesses the ability to teleport, if John acted impulsively. It could very well result in the most perilous of adversaries materializing beside him and Nami. John wiped his forehead, pondering whether his capacity to recognize this dilemma could be deemed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Well, I have an idea, John began. What? Nami inquired. First, hold me tightly. Smack. Let me explain, Nami. I truly do not intend to take advantage of you. Don't run away, hey. Due to a misunderstanding between them, John's thoughts failed to be fully conveyed to Nami, resulting in the temporary realization of his intentions remaining unfulfilled. Consequently, the sound of buzzing filled the air as Nami and John stood before a grand tree, where a helpless snail, guided by radio waves, hung and emitted a mournful cry. This was a special snail left behind for Luffy and the others. Nearby, a message was crudely etched. This is the punishment for your unauthorized arrival on the island. Nami's eyelids twitched, and for a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. Had Luffy and the others been annihilated? This was, of course, a significant misunderstanding. Luffy and his companions were well aware that John would undoubtedly locate this snail, hence the message. This is the punishment for you, John and Nami. However, in Nami's eyes, it appeared as if it were an epitaph for Luffy and the others, a message left by the deity responsible for their demise, signifying the retribution for their trespassing. Calm down, John urged from the side. If you look closely, there are no signs of a battle in the surroundings. Surely they could not have fought elsewhere and then brought the snail here just to leave this message, could they? Although John was also somewhat perplexed, he remained considerably more composed than Nami, primarily because he did not believe that Luffy and the others had been defeated. But how do we explain this? Nami pointed at the snail and the inscription. If it can be referred to as a deity, it is likely capable of employing inhuman methods. You have seen such phenomena before. In such a bizarre place, the absence of battle traces is not surprising, is it? There is no such thing as a deity. This world is filled with various peculiar entities, predominantly those endowed with devil fruit powers. It would not be difficult for a devil fruit user with lightning abilities to accomplish such feats, John replied. Moreover, the message itself is quite perplexing. Consider this. This divine island is notorious for the demise of intruders. Any trespasser faces certain death. So, to whom is this message intended? If there truly exists a custom of leaving such inscriptions, then why did those priests not leave a message when that individual was struck by lightning right before our eyes? What does this mean? Did they anticipate that we would find our way here and deliberately leave this message? Nami questioned. Who could foresee that we would trace our way here following the radio waves? John responded, suddenly changing his expression as a realization dawned upon him. What is it? Nami quickly inquired, noticing John's shift in demeanor. There are two possibilities. First, someone may have overheard our previous conversation and anticipated that we would trace this phone bug through the waves, thus preparing for it. Second, someone might have discovered us, determined our trajectory, and arrived ahead of us to execute this plan. John stated solemnly that, regardless of the scenario, it bodes ill for them, as they are undoubtedly under surveillance even now. What should we do? Nami's complexion paled in response. Stay calm, stay calm. John rubbed his temples, pondering that Enel's words should not be so mundane. If Enel intended to act, he would likely appear and annihilate them outright. Therefore, could this be the wicked amusement of a certain priest? Perhaps it presents an opportunity. Nami, hold on to me tightly. Slap. You foolish woman. Are you unaware of the gravity of the situation? John seethed with anger. I apologize. It is merely a habit, a habit. Nami quickly offered her apologies, swearing to the heavens that this time it was unintentional. Observing Nami's innocent expression, John felt tears welling up. When had he become accustomed to being oppressed by her? What should I do? Nami willingly complied. John, merch. Slap. No pain, no gain. Why do you keep trying? Chapter 106. A comedic blunder. What exactly are we trying to accomplish? Nami expressed her confusion. At that moment, John's concept of unity involved Nami embracing him from behind. The reason John was not the one holding Nami was not due to her reluctance, but rather because his hands were occupied. He was holding an innocent, pitiful fawn, its eyes brimming with tears and crying out plaintively. The opponent's methods were not merely about observing with the naked eye. John explained that, since it was not visual observation, there were inherent limitations. At times, it was less effective than the human eye. To put it simply, it's a detection method based on individual units. If separated into three, they can perceive three entities. However, if united as one, they can only sense a single entity. And if we were to suddenly disappear at that moment, the opponent would likely be oblivious to our absence, John elaborated. Of course, this principle applied solely to radar wave detection. The conventional observation through Hawkeye was inherently different. Nonetheless, only the radar wave technique allowed John's transparency ability to function, which was why he focused solely on that aspect. Nami quickly grasped his meaning. So you're implying that they would mistake the fawn for us? Precisely, John nodded. Do not underestimate beasts. Their observation through Hawkeye does not differentiate between species. When Luffy trained his Hawkeye on the island, he was indeed battling wild animals. Hence, John's strategy of using a creature to mislead others was not without merit. Suddenly, with a swift motion, John and Nami vanished, promptly relocating. Meanwhile, the liberated fawn bounded away in another direction. Then, with a resounding crash, a thunderclap echoed through the air. Not only was it a literal thunderclap, but it also struck John like a bolt from the blue. As he turned, he witnessed the very fawn he had been holding being struck directly by lightning. This, Nami gasped, a sense of relief washing over her, grateful that they had evaded disaster. However, in stark contrast, John did not perceive this as a positive omen. The ability of the rumble fruit belonged solely to Enel, meaning this attack could only have been initiated by Enel himself, not by the priests. Had Enel discovered their actions? This was undoubtedly the greatest blunder of the century. Firstly, the transponder snail left by Luffy and the others misled John and Nami, creating an illusion that they were being targeted. Secondly, John's own reasoning had been somewhat presumptuous. Indeed, while his transparency ability could bypass electromagnetic waves, Enel's perception, which utilized waves for detection, functioned differently from that of a radar. In other words, regardless of how John and Nami merge or how closely they are positioned, they remain two distinct individuals. Thus, Enel can perceive their presence as two separate entities rather than a singular amalgamation. Therefore, John's actions not only lack finesse, but have also backfired. Imagine, Enel was initially indifferent to their situation. Even if they were to merge, it would be inconsequential in his eyes. He likely envisioned John and Nami riding together on a fawn, or perhaps he would not have given it a second thought. These insignificant beings would eventually fall prey to his enforcers, requiring no intervention on his part. Yet, at this moment, the two of them vanished without any forewarning. Without enduring an assault, suddenly, they were gone. The radar screen was filled with targets, none of which stood out overly much. However, when one target abruptly disappeared, all attention would instantaneously shift to that vanished entity. Enel was astonished, bewildered, enraged, and fearful. Indeed, the deity's greatest confidence lies not solely in his strength but equally in his control. If anyone were to escape his grasp, it would instill in him a sense of unease, even fear of the unknown. Thus, upon noticing this anomaly, Enel hastily approached. Only by uncovering the truth and eliminating the individual who had evaded his control could he find solace. This is dire. Perhaps John was still oblivious to the circumstances, but Enel had already entered his line of sight, a fact indisputable. What to do? Hush. Nami's breath hitched beside him, startled by the sudden appearance of the god. This subtle movement immediately caught Enel's attention. John quickly covered Nami's mouth while holding his own breath. Although John believed even the sound of their heartbeat might be detected by Enel, he was unaware of the capabilities of observation Hawkeye. This was merely his instinctive reaction, unconnected to rationality. Thump, thump. In the profound silence, John could distinctly sense the beating of both his and Nami's hearts. Yet, Enel remained stationary, which both troubled and excited him. Could it be that Enel's perception could not detect him at such a close range? Then, astonishingly, Enel actually departed. In John's embrace, Nami relaxed, finally at ease. However, John still covered her mouth, preventing her from breathing freely. MMM. Nami signaled for John to release her. Yet, he shook his head, continuing to shield her mouth and nose. Indeed, in an instant, Enel returned. This situation startled Nami, while John felt a surge of joy. The fact that Enel had resorted to such probing indicated that he had indeed failed to detect their presence. His cloaking ability was effective against Enel's perception. If they could just hold on a little longer, success was within reach. But Nami could not endure any longer. Initially, holding one's breath relies heavily on sheer willpower. Nami had previously believed that Enel had departed, allowing her body to relax, thus rendering her breath unsteady. Now, the endeavor to regain control over her breath proved to be rather arduous. Indeed, upon sensing Nami's firm grasp on his hand, John could discern this predicament. However, this was merely John's interpretation, formed in the absence of any communication and devoid of a glimpse at Nami's complexion. Consequently, John resolved to take decisive action. In the instant he released his grip, he swiftly sealed his lips against hers, administering artificial respiration. Is this not how it is portrayed on television? A quintessential scenario for those who find themselves submerged? MMM. Sensing Nami's fervent emotions, it became evident that he, John, had once again saved her life. Bah. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. As for the matter of Nami taking advantage of him, I shall not hold it against her. For I, John, am a Kindle phone. Ha ha ha. Crack. It is often said that one should not be overly arrogant, for retribution will inevitably follow. And so, retribution has arrived. Perhaps John himself did not anticipate that such consequences would manifest so swiftly. In an instant, a cacophony of thunder struck, transforming the vicinity around Enel into mere ashes. Enel surveyed his surroundings, initially detecting no anomalies, and thus proceeded to depart. Unbeknownst to him, Enel had indeed sensed the presence of John and Nami, yet this sensation was akin to a sixth sense, more abstract than the direct perceptions of the 5 senses. What does a normal individual tend to trust? Although Enel is a wielder of a devil fruit's powers, he has not encountered much of the world, leading him to place faith in his visual perception. Sensing a presence, he looked around, finding nothing, and instinctively trusted his sight, concluding that his senses had erred. Nevertheless, Enel maintained a sliver of doubt. Thus, he employed a strategy to lure the enemy, feigning departure before returning. Subsequently, he unleashed an area-wide attack. Upon confirming that there were indeed no issues in his surroundings, he accepted that his senses had betrayed him and finally left. In the depths of the pit, John's final vestiges of consciousness, sustained by his fruit's power, ultimately waned. He and Nami became visible, yet both were rendered utterly unconscious by the electric shock. Chapter 107. Secret Strategy in the Realm of the Heart Compass. There exists a more palpable manifestation upon the Sky Island, embodied by the young girl within the gorilla faction, who claims to hear the voices of others. When a voice fades, it signifies that the individual has perished. However, it was later revealed that a mere loss of consciousness could also lead to such an interpretation. Consequently, both John and Nami, having lost consciousness, vanished entirely from Enel's radar. This was perhaps their greatest stroke of fortune, as they were never detected by the divine Enel. Had he discovered them, their injuries would have been far more severe. Why engage in such unnecessary actions? I remarked. Indeed, let us not forget our purpose for being here. They lie here. How can we stand idly by? What do these two from the blue sea have to do with us? Yet the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Such scum, even if saved, would be of no assistance. In a haze, John perceived the clamor nearby. His innate resilience allowed him to retain a sliver of consciousness even amid the severe electric shock, enabling him to maintain his fruit abilities and thus evade disaster. This was undoubtedly the result of his enduring training to sustain his abilities even while asleep. In due course, the robust John swiftly regained his senses. He's awake. He's awake. Well then, let us disregard them and depart. Is that truly wise? What if Enel returns? Given the nature of the injuries inflicted by lightning, a discerning eye would immediately recognize that it was Enel's doing. And so what? Are we to perpetually shield them? One individual shouted, evidently irritable. Wait, what did you just say? Huh? I asked if it was all right to leave them behind. Not that. The other statement. What if Enel comes back? Precisely. Precisely. Haha, that makes sense. Let us take them both along. The individual declared. Huh? Why has you, Weibo, suddenly changed your mind? Haha. Have you forgotten our mission? We are here to confront Enel. Originally, the aim was to avoid the 4 priestly figures and conserve our strength until we faced Enel. Now, having Enel drawn to us would be fortuitous, wouldn't it? The battle demon Weibo chuckled. The warrior woman, Lachi, brightened. Ah, I see. Enel has always been arrogant, considering himself a deity. If he discovers that those he attacked remain alive, he will undoubtedly return. Ha ha ha. When did you start using your brain, Weibo? Teased Kamachili, the mantis. Kamachili, I will settle the score with you once we return. Weibo huffed. Shall we then lie in wait here? Lachi suggested. That is not feasible. Weibo shook his head. We merely surmise that Enel might come. What if he does not? Having arrived at this juncture, it is indeed imperative to take the initiative. Moreover, remaining stagnant may very well result in Enel dispatching his priests to encircle us. We are guerrillas, mobile warfare is our forte, Weber asserted. I see. Then let us bring those 2 along and proceed. I can manage on my own. John rose and assisted Nami to her feet. He was well aware of who these individuals were and understood their intentions. Clearly, the guerrillas mistakenly believed they were remnants of those who had fought Enel and been vanquished. In reality, Enel was oblivious to John's presence alongside Nami. However, misunderstandings are trivial. What truly matters is that our goals align. John believed that numbers confer strength, especially since he and Nami genuinely required protection. He recalled that this warrior, Weber, possessed Sea Prism Stone, enabling him to contend with Enel. Thus, John and Nami traveled in the company of the Scipians. You are from the Blue Sea, are you not? Why do you oppose Enel? During their journey, Loki inquired, deeming it necessary to understand their companions, even if only temporarily. For love and justice, of course, John proclaimed with righteous fervor, feeling the cold stares of those around him. John's lips twitched. They were indeed a serious group. A him, in any case, through a series of unfortunate events. We and our companions have inadvertently trespassed upon this island of gods. Since they seek to punish us, we have no choice but to resist, do we not? John replied earnestly. If that is the case, then why not simply leave instead of choosing to accompany us? Did you not witness Enel's terrifying power moments ago? The Mantis Kamarikara questioned. Throughout, the warrior Weber remained silent, exuding an air of aloofness. Did I not already mention that aside from the 2 of us, there are other comrades here as well? Their situation is precarious, and unless we retrieve them, how can we hope